So what exactly is the case against Lucy Letby? In this video, I'll be taking you through in full a word-for-word account of what the jury were told towards the end of Lucy Letby's trial. The following video has been made possible by the purchasing of court-approved transcripts, further details of which can be found in the video description box below. The purpose behind this video is to provide you, the viewer, with a better understanding of the evidence presented to the jury during Lucy Letby's 10-month trial. What you'll hear next are the words of Nicholas Johnson KC on behalf of the prosecution, where he summarises for the jury the case against Lucy Letby. It probably seems an awfully long time ago, that date in October when I stood here and introduced you to this case. I told you then that I was really only going to give you an introduction and that I wouldn't go into very much detail. And you probably sat there and thought, oh yeah, he's been going on for days. Well, the detail I gave you back then is nothing compared now to what you know about this case, is it? And what I'm going to say to you now will be a bit more detailed than what I said to you back then. Because you understand now what really matters in this case, and the detail does matter. When we opened the case to you, we gave you a strictly chronological presentation. As we called the evidence before you, we gave you pretty much a strictly chronological presentation with the exception of the case of child K. When Lucy Letby gave evidence, with the exception of me dealing with child F alongside the case of child L, I dealt with things chronologically. And you've had 7 or 8 months of chronological presentation, and indeed last Thursday his lordship said to you that when he sums up the case, he will likely adopt a chronological presentation. But our task at this stage is slightly different. What we need to do is to draw together the strands of this case, and from our point of view, drawing together the strands of this case dictates a slightly different approach to a chronological presentation. What we want to do is to point out the similarities of some of these cases, which are separated by weeks or sometimes even months. We want to point out the evolution of Lucy Letby's murderous assaults on these children, and we want to point out how calculating and devious she has been. This will involve dealing with the cases in a slightly different order. We suggest that Lucy Letby gaslighted the staff at the Countess of Chester Hospital, doctors and nurses alike, professional people with many, many years of combined experience. She persuaded them that what they knew in their heart of hearts to be utterly abnormal was just a run of bad luck. But we know, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? The laboratory synthesized insulin ending up in the circulations of child F and child L wasn't just bad luck. And even Lucy Letby ultimately was prepared to accept that. I say even and ultimately because of what you know she wrote in her defence statement. When I asked her about child L and the fact that there was insulin in his dextrose, her response was, I'd have to be guided by the expert evidence. Well, we agree with that. Last Wednesday, Lucy Letby called evidence from Mr. Mansuti, picked from the obscurity of the antiquated cast-iron plumbing system of the Countess of Chester Hospital, to tell you about incidents in areas of the hospital that aren't actually relevant, many of them, to what happened in this case. He told us about an occasion when a paper towel was forced down the plug hole of the sink in Nursery 4 and water ended up on the floor. That wasn't relevant to anything that happened to any of these children. The fact that there may have been an occasion, a single occasion, apparently, when there was a backup in the sink in Nursery 1, doesn't explain what happened to the children in this case. If there'd been sewage on the floor at the time of any of these events, ladies and gentlemen, there would have been a record made at the time. Somebody would have remembered it. Mr. Mansuti couldn't tell us, could he, precisely when that incident happened? He thought it was sometime in 2015 or 2016. His evidence isn't going to help you decide this case. It was a distraction. He was called, we suggest, to seek to bolster the tattered credibility of Lucy Letby, and you might ask yourselves why. It's a good question. One single word, a very short word. Why? You heard from Dr. Marna-Reedis that the liver injury to child O wasn't the result of misplaced CPR. Somebody assaulted him and caused that liver hemorrhage, and they injected child O with air. Child O didn't die by natural causes, did he? And the circumstances of child O's death, taken together with the insulin given to child F and child L, have nothing to do with the drains. Please, do not be distracted. Lucy Letby got away with her campaign of violence for so long because people didn't contemplate the possibility, the remotest possibility, of a nurse trying to kill tiny babies. When you first heard me describe back in October the facts of this case, you were probably thinking the same thing. But the insulin proves that somebody was trying to kill children, as does the case of child O. And it shows. All of those cases show the awful lengths to which that person was prepared to go. I say that person, ladies and gentlemen, because the similarities between many of these cases do show you, don't they, that it was a single person sabotaging children. And the coincidence of the presence of Lucy Letby on all these occasions shows who that person was. On the 14th of March this year, Dr. Breary made one of his several appearances in the witness box to tell you about the collapse of child O. As part of the cross-examination, he was accused of having confirmation bias and of seeing fault in Lucy Letby simply because she was always there when certain events happened. Lucy Letby had used ways of killing babies and trying to kill them that didn't leave much of a trace. Certainly nothing that was spotted at the time as being significant. And her behaviour had persuaded many of her colleagues that the collapses and deaths were normal. Many of them simply couldn't see the wood for the trees. Several post-mortem examinations in isolation didn't raise the alarm because no one was contemplating the possibility of foul play. And Dr. Breary met the accusation of confirmation bias very well, we suggest. When it was put to him on behalf of Lucy Letby, he said this: I think you're making this a little bit more simplistic than it actually was, because it's not something that anybody wants to consider, considering that a member of your staff is harming babies. And actually, the senior nursing staff on the unit didn't believe this could be true, up to the point when and beyond when the child O, P and R died. But the year was spent for predominantly myself and Dr. Jayram, but also my colleagues, with increasing suspicion with every episode. And none of us wanted to believe it either. But the fact that things in terms of practices were going from good to better, the fact that we were working on a very good unit that normally had very good results, this all became very exceptional. And then we stopped to take a step back and think about it. The nature of these collapses, the unexpected nature of them, the lack of response to resuscitation, the unusual rash that had been noted on a number of occasions, and each time the association with Nurse Letby. And that's nothing to do with confirmation bias. That's just statistically every time it happened, it became statistically more than probable. And that was raising our concerns to a point where, yes, that's when we escalated when we did. Now, Dr. Breary made the point later in evidence that same day that when these events were happening between June 2015 and June 2016, he and his colleagues didn't know that child F and child L had been poisoned with insulin. He didn't know what Dr. Marna-Reedis would say about child O's liver either, did he? Dr. Jayram, on the 28th of February this year, when giving evidence about child K and child M, said this: This was an unprecedented situation for us. Nobody trains us to deal with this, and as I've mentioned before, we work within a certain rulebook and a certain playing field. We're not thinking, could this be deliberate harm initially? These thoughts come into your head after a while and you put them away because it seems utterly preposterous. Then more and more happens. A few days earlier, on February 22nd, dealing with child M, he said, We're taught to think about common things, less common things, very uncommon things, rare things. In the rules of engagement by which we work, we do not generally consider unnatural causes or deliberate things, and nothing like that at that stage was even being contemplated. It was simply an association, just as if there'd been any other member of staff or any other piece of equipment. That would have been commented on. Ladies and gentlemen, you may feel that deciding whether or not, for no good reason, some of the doctors had it in for Lucy Letby is important. It was certainly suggested to some of them on her behalf. That's why we asked Lucy Letby questions about it on a case-by-case basis, because it's easy to make general allegations, isn't it? What you are interested in, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence. So that brings us to what I called the Gang of Four, the conspiracy theory. I'm not asking you necessarily to look now, but if you were to go to paragraphs 11 to 13 of the defence statement, you would see a suggestion being made by Lucy Letby that the collapses and deaths that you have heard about were in some way the product of staff shortages or mistakes, or that in some way the doctors were insufficiently qualified. When we asked Lucy Letby about this when she was giving evidence, generally speaking, she said that the particulars of that were a matter for medical opinion. Well, it's not for her to prove anything. But you have had no medical opinion to suggest that there were any serious shortcomings, have you? If we, the prosecution, had called evidence about all the children that went through the Countess of Chester Hospital over this period, over that 12-month period, and examined their care or looked at staffing ratios, that wouldn't have helped you decide what happened to the 17 children named in this indictment. The only thing, or the only things that matter, ladies and gentlemen, is to concentrate on the issues in this case. Concentrate on those 17 children. Look at their problems and see where, if at all, there were shortcomings which might have explained their collapses or deaths. And that we have done together, haven't we? And we suggest that was a very uncomfortable exercise for Lucy Letby, particularly when she was put on the spot time and time again in the witness box to explain from her point of view what she was saying were the shortcomings, not the generalities, the specifics. What did she come up with? Well, I'll remind you. In the case of child A, it was a delay in inserting his long line to give him fluids. She also blamed Mel Taylor. If we agree, as she put it, that the cause of death was an air embolus. If we agree, coming from the witness box. If we agree that the cause of death was an air embolus. Well, we do agree, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution do agree. We'll agree with Lucy Letby on that. Child A didn't die of dehydration, did he? Because that's in reality what's being offered up as the shortcoming. He went without fluids for 3 or 4 hours. He did die of an air embolus, but it wasn't Mel Taylor who supplied the air, was it? For child B, Lucy Letby could come up with no criticism of the care or staffing levels. For child C, nothing. For child D, again staffing levels were irrelevant, and the only criticism offered by Lucy Letby was the delay in giving her antibiotics. But child D didn't die from an infection, did she, ladies and gentlemen? In the case of child E, Lucy Letby's best effort was to suggest that there was a delay in responding to child E's bleeding. But of course that depends on what the doctors were being told at the time, doesn't it? And whether they were being told the truth by the designated nurse as to what was really going on. It also begs the question of why child E was bleeding in the first place, doesn't it? Again, staffing levels are irrelevant. Staffing levels and mistakes had nothing to do with child F's problems because somebody poisoned him deliberately. With child G, again staffing levels were not relevant. Lucy Letby's best effort was to offer to blame her best friend nurse E for accidentally overfeeding child G, before she changed her mind and said she didn't believe nurse E actually overfed child G. In child H's case, Lucy Letby questioned whether some of the drains were securely put in. That was the way she phrased it. She also said there was potential incompetence. Potential and potentially are words that she uses very often, aren't they? Potential incompetence with where the drains were put in. Of course, she isn't qualified to say, as it happens, and the doctors who actually carried out this exercise said there was no problem. The expert evidence called by the prosecution suggested there was no problem. And Professor Arthurs from Great Ormond Street, having looked at the radiographs, said there was no problem. Child I. Well, you'll remember there were 4 different events for child I. So far as the first, on the 30th of September, was concerned, Lucy Letby identified no issues. The second, October 13th, this is Lucy Letby's hawk-eyed spot of child I's pallor in the gloom of room 2. Ashley Hudson got the blame for that one, for not having child I on full monitoring for 48 hours after the antibiotics were stopped. But when we looked at the charts, as a matter of fact, child I had been off full monitoring for much longer than 48 hours. With the third incident the following night, October 14th, no issues identified. With child I's death on the night shift of the 22nd into the 23rd of October, she said that potentially medical staffing issues may have contributed. Dr. Chang had been called away to the delivery suite and Dr. Gibbs went home and returned within 30 minutes. The doctors weren't with child I throughout once she deteriorated. Well, we'll come to that, ladies and gentlemen, but given the opinion of Dr. Marnarides, we suggest that that too is a non-starter. In child J's case, Lucy Letby could identify no shortcomings or errors other than to say it was a very busy shift. Child L, he was poisoned with insulin, no staffing issues there. Child M, Lucy Letby said the unit was very stretched and that child M was not in a proper space. But like the others, there was nothing she could put her finger on. With child N on the 3rd of June, nothing. At handover on the 15th of June, she said that the unit was very busy. But child N was due to go home, wasn't he? And later on in the shift, she said there was an issue with intubation. Well, none of that deals with why child N needed to be intubated in the first place, does it? Or why he was bleeding. Even less is it evidence of some sort of staffing or operational deficiency. In the case of child O, it was suggested by Lucy Letby that there had been an issue with the inadequacy of dealing with the concerns raised by Sophie Ellis overnight, though neither the charts nor the evidence you heard from those who were there suggested that there was a problem. The best Lucy Letby could come up with in the case of his brother child P was that there were potentially issues with the chest drains, but I cannot say. Then finally, child Q. There was nothing. So much for staffing shortages and incompetence. So where is the evidence of the shortcomings alleged in the defence statement? Where is the evidence of the suggestions being put to the doctors on behalf of Lucy Letby? From what shortcomings were the Gang of Four trying to deflect? What was their motive, the Gang of Four, for scapegoating Lucy Letby? She didn't give you specifics. She hasn't told you the evidence for her theory. It's no answer for the defence to say that she, Lucy Letby, is not qualified to say because she is the one making the allegation. Just as we make the allegation here, we produce the evidence. The evidence is tested. As His Lordship told you last Thursday, and you have in writing, the questions asked by counsel are not, as much as we would like them to be, the questions we ask are not the evidence. That applies to us both. Lucy Letby has to prove nothing. There is no burden on her, but there is, as a matter of fact, no evidence to support her allegations. We've seen it put, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen, with enthusiasm to several of the medics that they are in some way part of a conspiracy to convict the innocent Lucy Letby. And it's been suggested that these people have invented evidence to persuade you that ultimately she is guilty. And when you are considering whether that suggestion has any credibility, you might ask yourselves the question, why would the doctors do that? One advantage you have had is seeing many of these alleged conspirators over and over again. Do you really think that Dr. Breary, Dr. Gibbs, Dr. B, or Dr. J-Ram would say things they knew were not true to get Lucy Letby convicted? When you're considering that question, you might like to pose yourself this question. What did the doctors say that wasn't true? What did they actually say that wasn't true? I put their important accounts to Lucy Letby as we went through each case individually. It may be that I missed it if she told us, but I suggest that there was very little, if anything, that she positively said was not true in what they, the doctors, had said. All she did say was that she had not seen what they say they saw. But the Gang of Four didn't do a very good job in scapegoating Lucy Letby, I suggest, because at the time they missed the evidence of the insulin poisonings, that disconnection in the ratio between C-peptide and insulin. So it's a conspiracy to scapegoat her where they, the conspirators, have actually missed the best bit of evidence. Astonishing. All the clues in the insulin cases point in one direction, don't they? And she's sitting at the back of the court. All the evidence suggests that the consultants at the hospital didn't even know about the wildly out of kilter ratio between insulin and C-peptide when they blew the whistle. Was that turning up just a bit of good luck from their point of view, or does it prove in effect what we allege, that she was responsible? There's a very serious point in all this, ladies and gentlemen. Why, if there's no evidence to support it, is Lucy Letby so fixated on seeking to persuade you that there is a conspiracy amongst the doctors? Is it an attempt to divert you from what really happened, like the evidence from the plumber Mr. Mansuti? Lucy Letby, we say, put a lot of effort into trying to pull the wool over your eyes. You'll remember she spent a lot of the day on May 2nd, the first day she gave evidence, telling you all about isolation from her friends or her family on the unit, as she described them. That was her explanation for writing things like, "I am evil, I did this, I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough." That was her explanation for writing a letter or a note to the babies O, P and R, triplets, on their birthday. And we never did get an explanation for why it was addressed to child R as well, did we? Even though she was asked the question. I'm not going to spend time now addressing you about Lucy Letby's notes. We will come back to them at the end, when we look at what she did before she left the unit at the end of June or the beginning of July 2016. Although, having said that, I'm not going to spend a lot of your time looking at Lucy Letby's notes. There are more important things in this case. Part of the truth, though, came out eventually. On Friday the 9th of June, we established that Lucy Letby was not isolated. So 5 weeks after she had put that forward as an explanation, she had to admit, didn't she, that she was still in contact with the people she had originally told you she had not been allowed to contact, and she had not contacted. Even though she knew what we had from her phone, she did actually repeat the lie, before I actually dealt with the detail briefly. But then we went to the spreadsheet, and the lie was exposed, wasn't it? Do you remember it being suggested to Dr. J-Ram, and I'm paraphrasing what was put to him? You think that just because you're a doctor, people would just accept what you say? We saw that in the witness box from Lucy Letby. She thought that if she said something often enough, whatever the evidence is, you will accept it. You might want to bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when you're considering anything else that she has said at any point of this case. We suggest that Lucy Letby is an opportunist. Some of the children she targeted were sick, but they would have recovered. But she used their vulnerabilities to camouflage her attacks. Fortunately, in this desperately sad and tragic case, her perception, or rather misperception, of some of these children's vulnerabilities became a feature which was going to give her away. She thought that the babies A and B, twins, had inherited a blood disorder from their mum. So she thought she could get away with killing child A and trying to kill child B in June 2015. And if she had stopped there, she probably would have got away with it, wouldn't she? But she Googled haemophilia and used the information to inform her attack on child N a year later, in June 2016. And again, she'd have probably got away with it if she had stopped there. Other children were perfectly healthy and would have thrived if she'd given them a chance. Her ignorance of C-peptide and the ratio between it and naturally produced insulin led her to think that she could get away with poisoning child L and child F. What she didn't know was that the disconnection in the ratio between C-peptide and insulin leaves a biochemical footprint or fingerprint, which proves foul play. And she'd have got away with that as well, ladies and gentlemen, if the police hadn't, as a matter of precaution, referred the cases of child L and child F to Dr. Evans. You'll remember he didn't see the cases until significantly after many of the others in this case. As the suspicion of the consultants grew, Lucy Letby was taken off night shifts and there were no unexplained deaths at night. She went on holiday to Ibiza in June 2016, and when she got back she embarked on a killing spree. Child P and Child O murdered in quick succession, followed by an attempt to murder Child Q, all within 3 days of her return to work. And when she thought she was rumbled, or at least that the suspicions were growing significantly, she did her best to create the impression that the neonatal unit was dysfunctional by putting in false dating sheets. I will return to them, but you will remember, won't you, the Child O one, dated the 30th of June, that Dr. Breary said, in effect, was a lie. You'll remember the JA dating sheet put in the same day, referring to a missing bung on a line that in a text message she said created the danger of an air embolus. What a thing to be pointing out just as you feel that you have been rumbled for administering air to these children, ladies and gentlemen. Get your defence in first. That's exactly what she was doing, isn't it? The effort that Lucy Letby put in on the 30th of June has continued through this trial, hasn't it? With the non-specific and general suggestions of incompetence or short staffing. But for the reasons I've explained, despite her saying there were problems, there is no evidence of there being problems. I said earlier that we're not going to deal with the case chronologically, and the reason for that, we suggest, is that there are things that are beyond any sensible debate. Things that we suggest you are very likely to accept. Starting with things that are agreed, or at least are not disputed, can be very revealing, not least because you can take them into account when considering cases further down the line. So I'm going to start with things that we suggest fall into that category and see where they lead us in terms of interpreting the rest of the evidence in the case. I will start by, in effect, taking 4 cases together. We're going to start with the cases of, as I said earlier, I think, the babies E and F twins and the twins L and M. These were 2 sets of twins born several months apart. Their cases have important similarities. One of each pair was poisoned with insulin. So unless you conclude that that poisoning was accidental, a possibility that we suggest you can dismiss, unless you conclude it was accidental, you know that somebody was trying to kill them. The other twin in each pair was attacked with air. What are the chances of that? 7 months apart in the same unit. So looking at child E, the twins were born on July 29th, 2015, which was Lucy Letby's day off. Between then and the events you've heard about, Lucy Letby had looked after child F several times. By the events that we are concerned with, both twins were doing well. You'll recall that the mother of child E and F was an inpatient at the hospital as well, and it seems like a long time ago now, but it was the 14th of November last year that the mother of child E and F gave evidence. She started with the events of July 30th, 2015, when she'd been able to visit her sons and have a cuddle with child F. The mother of child E and F, we suggest, was a very, very important witness in this trial. And she told you a number of very, very important things. What she said was that providing milk to her sons was top of her agenda. She felt it was the only thing she could do for her boys. She said that on the 3rd of August at 2100 hours, she went down to provide that milk. She said that when she entered nursery 1, child E was crying, and it was like nothing she had heard before. To quote her, she said, "It was horrendous, more of a scream than a cry." You will remember child I and child N, won't you, ladies and gentlemen? And that look of shock on Dr. Lochnane's face when she saw she had written screaming of child N on the 3rd of June 2016. The mother of child E and F said that there was blood around child E's mouth. You'll remember what I described more than once as a goatee beard type image on that picture. Lucy Letby told the mother of child E and F that the blood had come from the nasogastric tube and the registrar was on his way. On his way. Lucy Letby told the mother of child E and F to go back to the postnatal ward, and by 21:11 hours, the mother of child E and F was back on the postnatal ward. There's no room for misunderstandings here, is there, ladies and gentlemen? This is a head-on credibility contest between the mother of child E and F and Lucy Letby. That's why Lucy Letby's lies about something as trivial as her social life are so important. A full-on, head-on credibility contest. And you can be sure that Lucy Letby is lying about this incident, can't you? Because plainly as any parent will understand, the provision of milk, food to a newly born infant is important. And 2100 hours was child E's feeding time. If we just look at tile 121, please, of the child E sequence, you've got this in hard copy as well. Crying like nothing I'd heard before. It was a sound that shouldn't have come from a tiny baby. It was horrendous, more of a scream than a cry. You may think, ladies and gentlemen, and we invite you to conclude, that the mother of child E and F would have a very good reason to remember this. It was the night her son died. Either the mother of child E and F saw blood, or she didn't. She got it wrong. Why would she make it up? If the mother of child E and F saw blood at 9 p.m, then Lucy Letby's nursing notes are false. You've got them, ladies and gentlemen, in a hard copy behind divider 5 of jury bundle 2. Either Lucy Letby told the mother of child E and F that it was the nasogastric tube which had caused the blood, or she did not. Why would the mother of child E and F make that up? Dr. Bowen told us that the records show that the nasogastric tube that was in place on the 3rd of August was the same one that had been inserted on July 29th. So the same tube had been in for several days, and that was never disputed. Well, Lucy Letby would have known that at the time, wouldn't she? So why did she say that it was the nasogastric tube that had caused the bleed if it was the same one that had been in there for so long? The answer is it was a panicked reaction, told to a mother who knew no better, and it was designed to cover her tracks. When you're considering whether or not the mother of child E and F is accurate about that, ladies and gentlemen, bear this in mind. When Lucy Letby was struggling in interview to explain why it was that child N was bleeding, and we will come to this, there's a 1 mil bleed that she wrote on a chart that she never escalated to anybody. So she was being asked about that in interview for child N, and she came up with the same line under pressure from the police. Can I ask you to go to the child N interviews, please? It's in the jury bundle number 2, interviews bundle number 2, about halfway through. This is really important to the case of child E. It may seem like an absurd thing to say, but I'll explain why. So being asked about this 1 mil bleed, so a small bleed for child N, you can see a response by Lucy Letby. If the NG tube's been inserted forcefully, it can cause a bit of trauma going down. I wouldn't say it's common, but it can happen. She was then asked, but in your experience that has caused in the past bleeding, has it? And she replied, yeah, it can do, yeah. She was then asked, is that bad bleeding or just a small amount of blood? And she replied, no, just a small amount. She was then asked, right, okay, such as 1 mil. And she replied, yeah, I wouldn't expect any more than that. Now this is really important, ladies and gentlemen. It's important because remember what the mother of child E and F was actually describing. She was describing a small amount of blood around the mouth, wasn't she? Do you remember that? If the mother of child E and F, as Lucy Letby would have it, was really down there at 10 o'clock, child E was producing lots of blood by 10 o'clock. So under pressure from the police to produce an explanation for blood with another child, blood in a child with haemophilia, blood that hadn't been escalated to the medical staff, she came up with that as an explanation under pressure on the night of August 3rd, 2015. The pressure of a mother arriving with milk and a child with a small amount of blood around its mouth like child E had. She came up with the same explanation. That is why Lucy Letby falsified the nursing notes for child E. That's the evidence. We suggest that you can be sure, you can be absolutely sure that the mother of child E and F is telling the truth, because what she saw and heard caused her such concern that she rang her husband. The phone records prove that she made a call, don't they? They don't prove what's in the call, of course they don't, but they prove that she made the call. If I just remind you of tile 122, please. This is a call at 21:11, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. The mother of child E and F told you what she said to her husband. The father of child E and F told you what she said to him. Have the parents of child E and F made that up to get Lucy Letby? Because that's the choice. Are they in on it? Are they a sub-gang of two? Or are they telling the truth? Is Lucy Letby telling the truth when she says that the mother of child E and F came down at 2200 hours? Well, the mother of child E and F told you that after the 2100 hours event, the next time she went down was when the doctors were working on child E, trying to save his life. Is she wrong about that? Of all the things in your life that you remember, ladies and gentlemen, I hope none of you have ever been in that position, but you might just remember, mightn't you, seeing your son in a terminal decline? And if the mother of child E and F is telling you the truth, then Lucy Letby's notes are a lie. Her account is a lie. And we suggest there can be only one sensible reason why she would falsify the nursing notes. It's not a case of a mistake creeping in, is it? Or to use her phrase, an error. This is a fundamental difference between the mother of child E and F's compelling account and the lying written record made by Lucy Letby. Do you remember being told that a message had come up from the labour ward and the mother of child E and F was so upset by what she heard that she asked a midwife to use her phone to phone the father of child E and F? You can see it's a long call, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Just park that time in your head if you would, 22:52, and go to tile 128. Click on that please and scroll down. Just before 2300 hours, here is Dr. Harkness' note. He times it at 2300 hours. Obviously, he's not using a stopwatch. This is the beginning of the final dramatic collapse of child E, and it coincides, doesn't it, with that telephone call made by the midwife to the father of child E and F. If we look at tile 153, please. The family communication note is what I'm interested in. If you read down about 5 lines, it says, both parents present during resus, fully updated. There is in there a reference to having contacted the midwife, called the midwife. So the bits of jigsaw all fit. As with all jigsaws, they only fit one way. And the image on the jigsaw corresponds to the account given to you by the mother of child E and F. And it completely undermines, we suggest, Lucy Letby's version of these events. So we suggest that Lucy Letby was interrupted by the mother of child E and F at 9 p.m. and she then worked on creating the impression that child E was ill, and she used her friend Belinda Williamson to make one of the notes in the chart to give the impression that this was all something that Belinda was involved in as well. And she called Dr. Harkness, and for a short time child E recovered. Then once Dr. Harkness had left, she attacked him again. And as child E entered his final collapse, somebody rang the postnatal ward to call the mother of child E and F. And so upset was the mother of child E and F by what she heard that she called her husband. If you agree and you're sure that's right, then it's clear evidence of falsification, isn't it, in those notes? And why would she, Lucy Letby, have done that if child E died from natural causes? It's powerful evidence, isn't it? Independent of the medical evidence, powerful evidence that Lucy Letby murdered child E. When the mother of child E and F caught Lucy Letby red-handed, she didn't realise what was going on, of course, but her natural instincts told her that something was up. Dr. Harkness was the person who had to deal with the consequences of Lucy Letby's sabotage, and he gave evidence on November 17th. And he gave us, in effect, a chronological framework, didn't he, for what had happened. He told us about the handover and the time that takes, that he and Dr. Wood were covering the shift, and that they would have spoken to the nurses. And although his note is timed at 22:10, he accepted under cross-examination that he was probably on the neonatal unit from about 21:30. If you think that those times are important, we're not suggesting they are, we're not suggesting they aren't, but if you think that they are, you might want to look at tile 125 of the Child E sequence. That's the fluid balance chart. If you look at the 2200 hours column, so it's in the bottom right-hand corner there, you'll see that Lucy Letby has written 15 ml fresh blood. I say she wrote it because Lucy Letby accepted in evidence that it's her writing. But we suggest that she had manipulated circumstances so that this was an entry that was signed by Belinda Simcock or Belinda Williamson, as she's now known. And the point of that, and this is where the other cases become relevant, isn't it? The point of doing that is to disassociate herself from this event if anyone ever goes back to look at the paperwork. So just as in other cases, either that she wrote data and didn't sign, or got someone else to write things in at a time she was doing things, and when on the 24th of May this year she was asked about that apparent anomaly, she said of that entry, 15 ml fresh blood, I assume it came after Belinda's documentation. That was the evidence she gave. So she got Belinda to sign an entry and then adds to it. You'll remember this in the context, won't you? Do you remember HS, the child in a different nursery when child I collapsed for the final time on the 22nd, midnight on the 22nd and 23rd of October? HS, the child who was going to Stoke. After, in that case, Christopher Booth had signed the infusion, timed at 2300. She altered the time to 2400. This is where you put all the little bits, all the bits and pieces together, ladies and gentlemen. It's utterly obvious, isn't it, what's going on here? What Lucy Letby did here was sabotage Child E after Belinda Williamson had written her entry. She puts it in under Belinda Williamson's initials so that it looks like Belinda Williamson is involved as well. So what could possibly be wrong about this? There's somebody else there when this happens, when you look at the notes. Although Dr. Harkness was persuaded in cross-examination that his note at 22:10 was really for events from about 21:30, you may think that that note there, timed at 2200, makes that concession dubious, to say the least. A reason why Lucy Letby needs Dr. Harkness to be there earlier is that she needs an innocent reason for omitting the feed at 2100. She needs to get the doctor in there earlier as a reason for omitting the feed at 2100, which in turn undermines the mother of child E and F's evidence. So if you're looking for why Lucy Letby is doing this, that is the reason. She was caught sabotaging child E by the mother, and this is what she does. This is what she did, we suggest, to cover herself. When he arrived at 22:10, Dr. Harkness was told by Lucy Letby that 30 minutes earlier there had been a dirty aspirate. If he was there at 22:30, then you can see why Lucy Letby is so keen to put the aspirate at 2100 hours, which is when the mother of child E and F is there. You can see how all the bits fit together, can't you? We then have the sudden large blood-stained vomit and a 14 ml aspirate, apparently. So not 15, a 14 ml aspirate, which had been taken at about 2200 hours. That's what caused Dr. Harkness to suspect that there was some sort of gastrointestinal bleed. But when he examined child E, all the signs were good. His bowels had been opening, his CRP was less than 1, his SATs were good, his other vital signs were good, and he was in air. And on examination, child E was pink and lively. You'll remember during cross-examination, it was suggested to Dr. Harkness that he was out of his depth. Do you remember that being put to him? Do you remember his reaction? He was insulted by that, Dr. Harkness. Dr. Harkness said that he was discussing things with Dr. C, the consultant who was on site. And when you're considering whether Dr. Harkness was really out of his depth, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to remember what Drs. Breary and J-Ram said about the level playing field. We don't factor in, they were saying, the possibility that a nurse is actually trying to sabotage children. None of these doctors suspected sabotage, did they? They were all looking for a natural cause for what was going on. There was no natural cause, because there was no level playing field. 2300 hours, Dr. Harkness was called back by Lucy Letby. Child E desaturated to 70%, and there was further blood coming up the nasogastric tube. Child E was breathing for himself and crying. He had to be given 100% oxygen, but as Dr. Harkness said, and I quote him here, something was interfering with the oxygen getting into his bloodstream. Dr. Kinsey's explanation for the mechanics of air embolus, the blockage caused by the bubble. Something was interfering with oxygen getting into his bloodstream. Dr. Harkness planned to intubate Child E, and whilst that was being organised, there was a further sudden deterioration at 23:40. And in between times, it was Lucy Letby who had been looking after Child E. You will remember what Dr. Harkness described he saw, quote, a strange pattern over the tummy area, over the abdomen, which didn't fit with the poor perfusion. In between the chest, the upper legs, the rest was still pink, but there were these kind of strange purple patches that appeared over the outside of his tummy. Do you remember Dr. Harkness was moving his hand as he was describing that to you? He went on to say, there were patches in one area, then there were some in the other. Some of it was still nice and pink, but it was certainly unusual and not fitting with a baby that had completely shut down or poor perfusion. You will remember that he was saying in terms that this was not something he had ever seen outside the context of the babies in this case, and he was drawing a comparison with what he had seen with Child A. He said what he had seen were patches that were no smaller than 1 to 2 centimetres. One of the strange or unusual things about what he saw was that it didn't remain constant. He was cross-examined, you'll remember, about differences in his description of what he had seen in Child A's case and what he saw in Child E's case. And he said this. It was something that was so unusual that it's hard to give a clear description. The point here, ladies and gentlemen, is we have a doctor saying, this is something I had not seen before. The precise way he described it isn't so important, is it? What he was saying was that he was seeing the same thing again. The same thing that he had seen with Child A, he was seeing with Child E. An interesting feature is that if you go to Lucy Letby's interviews, she describes what she saw in Child A's case as very similar to that of Child E's. You'll remember how traumatised Dr. Harkness was by what he had seen. You'll remember him describing the effect it had on him, how he had to have time off work. He had never seen a baby bleed the way Child E did. On the other hand, if we go to tile 253, we can see how Lucy Letby felt about it. It's the same day that Child E died. She said, quote, one of those things. Nothing to see here. That's the message, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Nothing to see here. Remember me saying about her gaslighting her colleagues, persuading them that the wholly abnormal was in fact normal? Moving away from that text, please. It was suggested to Dr. Harkness that he'd been influenced by discussions he had had with others. He denied it. And even Lucy Letby doesn't put him in the gang of four. Was Dr. Harkness a liar? Do you remember the evidence of Dr. C, the consultant, who said that when she arrived at Child E's side at a later stage, Dr. Harkness had told her in quite a lot of detail about some very dark purple patches he had seen on the abdomen and the unusual appearance of these. She said that when he, Dr. Harkness, had spoken to her, he had told her in quite an animated fashion because it was quite an unusual appearance. So if Dr. Harkness is lying about this, Dr. C is supporting the lies, isn't she? What are the chances of that, ladies and gentlemen? How far does this supposed conspiracy go? Do you remember I said what Lucy Letby actually said is quite similar? If you go to Child E8, you will find Lucy Letby describing a patch of purpleness on Child E's abdomen. That was, quote, not something normal for a baby to have. That's what she said. You can check it. She said it was on his right-hand side by the belly button, and she went on 2 pages later to say that she asked for Dr. Harkness to review Child E again after the discoloration. And in evidence on Friday the 5th of May, she said there was, quote, a red sort of horizontal banding across the abdomen, just around the area of the umbilicus. So, ladies and gentlemen, If it's true, and Lucy Letby appears to be conceding that it is true that child E did have a strange discoloration on his abdomen, why was Dr. Harkness being taken to task for saying it? Is it all to create in your minds the impression that in some ways the doctors are bad, that they're all ganging up on Lucy Letby? We invite you to conclude that that was all in effect a gratuitous attack on Dr. Harkness' integrity. It feeds into the general theme that Lucy Letby is being scapegoated for other people's incompetence and malpractice. And the point of the attack, we suggest, was to try to persuade you that in some way Dr. Harkness is prepared to make things up which implicate Lucy Letby in the most serious crime. But the problem with the attack is really he was saying in his way what she was saying in her way in interview. At 23:45, child E was intubated as an emergency. The capnograph told Dr. Harkness that the tube was in the correct place, and a discoloration on child E remained. In cross-examination, it was suggested to Dr. Harkness he should have intubated child E before that time, and he was accused of incompetence for delaying the blood transfusion. But the truth, ladies and gentlemen, is that it was Lucy Letby harming child E. And because she was the cause, and because she wasn't letting on what she had done, the doctors were never going to be able to save him. You will remember that Dr. C arrived at 0025 on the 4th of August, had a discussion with Dr. Harkness at the cot side, and then they moved from the cot side over to review the X-ray on the computer and to review the blood results. And even if you don't remember it, you know what happens next, don't you? They move away to a computer, either at the nurse's station or in nursery 1. And we know it's just around that little wall in nursery 1. And it was at that point that child E deteriorated for the final time. What are the chances of that? It being precisely that moment. Child E collapsed for the final time at about 0025. CPR was started, drugs administered. Child E was given a blood transfusion at 0050. And as CPR was given, blood came from his nose and his mouth, the like of which Dr. Harkness had never ever seen before. But after 10 minutes, spontaneous heart rate returned. You've heard that before, haven't you? In several cases. Not least, perhaps most dramatically, child C. But unhappily, child E didn't survive. You will remember that Dr. C advised against having a post-mortem, a decision or advice that she plainly substantially regretted, you may think, when she gave evidence. And she made the point in the witness box that with any C, a child's observations deteriorate over a longer period of time than happened with child E, and that the normal X-rays that were taken of child E were not consistent with any C. No one now, as far as we understand, seriously suggests that child E did have NEC. Dr. C also discounted stomach ulceration on the basis that if a child died from a natural blood loss, she'd have expected to see a more gradual deterioration, not these cliff-edge type deteriorations that child E had. And if it was a gradual blood loss, as you would expect in the case of a stomach ulceration, the heart rate would go up and the blood pressure would go down. And that was not what was happening with child E. She, like Dr. Harkness, said she had never seen bleeding like this before in a small baby, and she said that other than child E's blood glucose, which had normalised in the lead-up to the events of this shift, there was nothing in his observations to suggest that he was unwell in the sense of there being a cause for the bleeding and collapse. The expert evidence is a big help, ladies and gentlemen, to you, we suggest, in determining what happened. Importantly, and in the absence of a post-mortem examination, it excludes the possibility of child E having died from natural causes. Professor Kinsey excluded the possibility of there having been a congenital bleeding disorder, and you'll remember what she said about child F, I'm sure. The fact that he is child E's identical twin, the fact that she had looked at child F's blood results and could therefore exclude the possibility of there being a congenital bleeding disorder. Child E was bleeding from the throat, just like child C, like child G, and like child N. Child C was before child G, child N was later. Dr. Arthurs told us that the imaging didn't really help with what happened to child E, and went on to say that the absence of air in the great vessels didn't make a difference in determining the issue of air embolism, because images are not taken in the acute resuscitation period, and therefore you would not expect to see air. He also said that because very few babies die of air embolus, there isn't a great deal of imaging. No imaging records really to compare against. Dr. Evans was taken to task for having suggested in one of his earlier reports that perhaps the nasogastric tube was used to cause an injury to child E. The very thing that the mother of child E and F says Lucy Letby said to her on the night, ironically. He said that when he had seen a tube before the trial started, he'd rejected that himself as a theory. But that didn't stop him being criticised for having raised it in the first place. And the important point being made by Dr. Evans was that the bleeding was not the result of some natural or innocent phenomenon. In answer to questions about stress, Dr. Evans said it doesn't turn up out of the blue on day 5 or 6 of a child's life. And you will remember the evidence of Nurse B, who said that child E had been out during the day having skin-to-skin contact, and you'll find that in the nursing notes, with his mum for most of the day before he died. So that is not stressful for a little baby. Dr. Evans referred to the graphic description given by Dr. Harkness of flitting patches of discoloration, and told you that in his view that was clear evidence of air in the circulation. And if child E was caused a bleeding injury or had air in his circulation, we suggest there's only one person that can have been responsible. So far as child E's bleeding was concerned, Dr. Evans thought it had to be the result of trauma and pointed to the fact that neonatal units are full of bits of equipment, such as suction tubes or introducers, which might have been used. And he was cross-examined at some length about that, and it was suggested that there was no evidential basis for saying that an introducer had been used. Well, the evidential basis, ladies and gentlemen, is the result of whatever it was that happened that was not a natural event. We say something was used. This was no naturally occurring bleed. Many other children in this case had inexplicable bleeds somewhere in their throats or coming up from below the vocal cords. That's a phrase you're now very familiar with in this case. And as I say, the most obvious other cases, child N, child C, child G, and one I missed out from my earlier list, I think, child H as well. So you have a list there of 5 children of these 17 where this unusual sign was spotted. Dr. Bowen gave you a more important detail. She began by reminding us that child E was being fed normally up until 2100 hours on August 3rd. In other words, the time that the mother of child E and F went down to the unit. Dr. Bowen described child E as being, quote, incredibly stable, and reminded us that on Dr. Harkness's first examination of child E, his abdomen was soft, non-tender, non-distended, with normal bowel sounds. And thereafter, the blood gas results had shown a decline. When she was referred to the feeding chart, the one I put up on the screen for you earlier, and the reference to the mucky aspirate, Dr. Bowen said it usually refers to a sort of brownish-green aspirate, so that stomach juices plus any milk that may have been in the stomach abdomen may be containing bile and flecks of blood. Altered blood goes brown. I guess that's why it's termed dirty. In the context, then she was asked, in the context of a baby who's been fed twice at 5 and 7 p.m, been fed 2 ml and on each occasion there'd been a minimal aspirate, what view do you take of his record that at 9 p.m, before he'd been fed, there was a 16 ml aspirate? So this is the disconnect, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? At 5 and 7 we've got minimal aspirates, 9 p.m, 2100 hours, the critical time when the mother of child E and F is there, a 16 ml aspirate. What Dr. Bowen said was, it just struck me as being really odd and out of keeping with what had gone before. Clearly, you don't just take the volume of aspirate in isolation, you have to link it to his clinical condition, which had been fine. And he had shown no signs of any gastrointestinal disturbance. He had tolerated those feeds up to that point and had no aspirate at all. So I was just at a loss to explain where this 16 mil had come from, despite having had no aspirate before and having had nothing in his tummy for 2 hours. Child N vomits clear fluid, a child that wasn't being fed at all. Child G, a projectile vomit round the cot, on the floor, on the chair, and the full amount of the feed being aspirated. It's all the same thing, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? These are not isolated freak incidents. This is a pattern of behaviour, all down to Lucy Letby. This is where you are entitled to go beyond where the experts can go. They've told you, haven't they? We look at the cases in isolation. You don't have to do that. You can look at all the evidence. You can make findings of fact as to whether someone's lying or someone's telling the truth. And it all has a part to play in the decision, doesn't it? Dr. Bowen agreed with Dr. Evans that this was a case of air injected into Child E's circulation together with some kind of injury to cause the bleeding. And she said this: hemorrhage of this magnitude in neonates is vanishingly rare. Vanishingly rare. Babies do sometimes have gastric erosion and ulceration, but it does not result in hemorrhages of this fashion. That's the way she put it. Insofar as intravenous air was concerned, Dr. Bowen's view was that the purple patches on the abdomen didn't fit with any explanation other than air embolus. It was put to Dr. Bowen that in addition to an increased risk of NEC, reverse end diastolic flow could put a baby at risk of, quote, other abdominal issues. That was how it was put in cross-examination. She said not that she knew of, and if any specific issues were to be suggested, then she would be able to answer. Well, no other specific issues were put, ladies and gentlemen. So yet again, we suggest this is an example, as we suggested at the beginning with Lucy Letby's defence statement, make general allegations, look at the specifics. It's no good saying, well, the care wasn't up to it. Well, you tell us where it came up short, and we'll answer. Dr. Bowen rejected a suggestion made in cross-examination that stress could have caused excess acid in the stomach, which in turn would have caused the bleeding. So the prosecution position is this, ladies and gentlemen. All Child E's signs up to and including the start of the night shift on August 3rd were normal. He was making good progress. Yet within an hour of Lucy Letby taking over at 2000 hours, things had taken a turn for the worse. What are the chances of that? In itself, it doesn't prove, of course it doesn't prove that Lucy Letby sabotaged him. But when you look at it in the light of all the other cases, where the arrival of Lucy Letby coincides with the unexpected decline of a child, we say things go beyond the reach of innocent coincidence. Her encounter with the mother of child E and F gives you more than a big clue of what was really going on. At 2100 hours, child E was bleeding from his mouth, and when he died 3.5 hours later, he was bleeding profusely. When he first collapsed, he was exhibiting an odd skin discoloration that Dr. Harkness had only ever previously seen with child A. Child E's final collapse was at a time when Dr. C and Dr. Harkness were discussing what to do and were consulting child E's records to make their decision. What were the chances of that happening at precisely that moment? Again, taken in isolation, it would tell you nothing. But this is the point about circumstantial evidence, isn't it? You don't just look at one strand, you look at the combination. You look at how these telltale signs run across the cases. That's the power of the evidence. These rapid collapses and deaths always happened when Lucy Letby was in close proximity. There are no innocent reasons for child E's collapse and death, even looking at his case in isolation. But when you take it with his brother's case and look at their cases with the children L and M and the case of child K and with the others, the responsibility of Lucy Letby for what happened becomes even clearer. So moving on to child F. Lucy Letby knew what the effects of neonatal hypoglycemia were. She told the police in interview, and she told you in evidence. Importantly, she also told the police and you that at the time of these events, she did not know about C-peptide. Therefore, if you are sure that it was she who poisoned the bag or the bags of TPN, we suggest that you would have little difficulty in concluding that she intended to kill child F. And you will not forget, not least because I won't let you forget, that by the time child L was poisoned, the level of insulin in child L's blood was double what it was in child F's. So the poisoner had failed to kill child F, and 7 months later, by the time we get to child L, the level of insulin in the blood is twice what it was for child F. That tells you a lot about intention, doesn't it? Now, child A, his death had nothing to do with what was in his dextrose bag. I'm skipping about a bit. I'm back to child A just to make a point. For reasons that you will understand, we suggest that Lucy Letby knew that it was nothing to do with what was in the bag. But you will remember that when she was interviewed about child A, she told the police that in the aftermath of child A's collapse, she had asked for the bag to be kept. Do you remember that? It's a dextrose bag back in June 2015. You will remember she said she labelled it, I think, and put it in the sluice room. And her friend Nurse A was asked about that, and she confirmed that Lucy Letby had asked for the bag to be kept. And there never was an examination of the bag, was there? That, you may think, is quite important, because a child, this is child A, was attached to a bag. He died within a short time, and the bag was never examined. That would give, or could give, if you were determined to injure a child, give you perhaps a degree of confidence that if you tried it again, no one would actually examine the bag. She knew no one would examine it. And when Lucy Letby was being interviewed about child F, back to child F, we suggest in effect she taunted the police, saying, "Have you got the bag?" I'm not saying that's the exact phraseology or the tone in which she said it, but she repeatedly asked the question in interview, "Have you got the bag?" Because she knew, didn't she, that the police didn't have the bag. And she thought that the fact that they didn't have the bag would give her a free pass. But she was wrong, because what she didn't know about was C-peptide. Professor Hindmarsh told us, Professor Peter Hindmarsh, you'll remember, told us that the relative consistency of the blood sugar levels in child F through August 5th meant that it was legitimate to infer that there was a consistent level of insulin being administered to him throughout the day when the TPM was running from 0025, when that was noted by Lucy Letby on August 5th. So we heard, you'll remember, quite a lot from Dr. Milan about the quality assured procedures at the lab at the Royal Liverpool University Hospital, and that the results of her or her lab's blood analysis were reliable. You will remember that in evidence, Lucy Letby herself appeared to accept that there was insulin in child F's TPN bags. Now, the bag which was hung by Lucy Letby was produced in the aseptic unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital on August 4th. We can see the prescription for it at tile 144. There you see the original signed by Dr. Beach and then Dr. Wood underneath. And you can see Lucy Letby's by now familiar handwriting and signature. It was back on November 29th last year that we called Ian Allen from the lab to give evidence. And he was the man who was in charge of the unit at the time. Do you remember him explaining the painstaking and deliberate way in which the bags were produced? And he made it clear, didn't he, that there wasn't the slightest chance that any insulin was put into child F's bespoke TPN bag in the pharmacy. And that wasn't challenged on Lucy Letby's behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can be sure that when that bag went up to that unit, it was not contaminated. If you're in any doubt about that, we invite you to consider 4 points. First, we invite you to re-watch the video which shows the painstaking procedure in the aseptic unit and bring back to mind the evidence of Mr. Allen. Second, remember what happened to child E 24 hours before child F was poisoned. Child E had been murdered. What are the chances of his twin being attacked by a poisoner and the poisoner not being the same person who attacked child E? In other words, do you really think it's a realistic possibility that either two people were independently attacking children in the neonatal unit, and they both just happened to have selected both twins? Or do you think it's a possibility that it's a matter of chance, and child F got insulin the day after his brother was murdered? So it would follow, ladies and gentlemen, that if you agree with that, then the murderer has to be someone who was working on both night shifts. And to get to the bottom of that, I'm not asking you to put these up now, but if you look at tile 155 in the child E sequence and tile 101 of the child F sequence, that gives you the staff lists for each shift. There are only 3 people who were working both shifts. Valerie Thomas, who was a nursery nurse and therefore would never have been in nursery 1 when child E was attacked and wouldn't have the keys for the locked fridge. The second person is Belinda Williamson, Belinda Simcock. She was working both shifts and she was a person selected. Do you think it's a matter of coincidence? A matter of chance, now thinking about this, to make that note at 2200 hours for child E? An interesting coincidence. Well, she was working. She was also working when child L was poisoned. The third person who was common to both shifts was Lucy Letby, who of course had been child E's designated nurse, and who, from the signature, it is clear, hung the bag for child F. So it comes down to a choice between 2, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Belinda Williamson or Lucy Letby. And that's where you factor in child L and child M. Child M also attacked with air like child E. Child L poisoned with insulin like child F. And child L, as we will see, got more than 1 bag of poisoned, in his case, dextrose. There's nothing random, ladies and gentlemen, about what was going on in that neonatal unit. These are not random poisonings. And when you take that into account, and when you take into account all the other evidence from all the other cases, it's obvious, isn't it, who was responsible? There's only one person who could be responsible. Child F's TPN bag was delivered by a pharmacist to the unit at about 4 p.m. on August 4th, and it was stored in the locked fridge. Only 1 set of keys for the fridge, and only the registered nurses were entitled to have the keys. And in the fridge with the TPN was that little vial of insulin. You can look at it if you want, I'm sure you remember it. It's probably difficult to see from there, that tiny, tiny vial of insulin. So the bag was poisoned by someone who had access to the fridge and was also done sometime after 1600 hours on August 4th. Just looking at this case in isolation, there is a limited number of candidates, isn't there? And we heard, I think, from all of them. And we suggest you can dismiss the possibility that anybody else other than Lucy Letby poisoned that or those bags. One of the questions might be posed to you is, well, how was it done? Well, we don't have to prove how it was done, ladies and gentlemen, because the evidence shows that it was done. But we all saw the debunking of the so-called tamper-proof port myth, didn't we? When Mr. Allen showed you exactly how the supposed tamper-proof port can be bypassed. It can be opened and resealed, contrary to what Lucy Letby said at page 5 of her child F interviews. Anyone who wanted to could inject about 0.6 of 1 ml of insulin into that bag. And somebody did precisely that. That tiny, tiny quantity of insulin had potentially fatal consequences. What mental intention goes with doing that deliberate act of poisoning? Put yourself in that position. You'd never do it, of course. What is a state of mind that does something like that? This was a targeted attack, and it just happened that the target of the attack was the twin of the child who died under the care of Lucy Letby. That is no innocent coincidence, and it's not the result of some conspiracy between the doctors or anybody else at the Countess of Chester. You will remember that in cross-examination, Lucy Letby would not be drawn on the question of whether child F was targeted. But we know from the evidence of multiple witnesses that insulin is never put into a TPN bag. The fact that there had been insulin in his TPN bag was spotted in 2018 by Dr. Evans when he was conducting his review. And he told you that the case of child F was referred to him because that of his brother child E was suspicious. And Dr. Evans' conclusions were in effect confirmed by both Dr. Bowen and by Professor Peter Hindmarsh. Professor Hindmarsh told you that the half-life of insulin is 4 minutes. I think the important point is it takes 24 minutes to get to the point of the steady state. The first contaminated bag was recorded by Lucy Letby as having been hung at 0025, and it's the tile we just saw, tile 144. At tile 161 there is a note that child F vomited at 0130, so an hour and 5 minutes later. Do you remember Professor Hindmarsh telling us that vomiting is a sign seen in the young which is associated with hypoglycemia, low blood sugar? He told us that the body's first line of defense against hypoglycemia is to produce adrenaline and the heart rate goes up. If you look at the observations chart for child F, we can see that sudden rise in heart rate at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We also know that by 0154, child F's blood sugar level was dangerously low at 0.8. Anything below, I think, 2.4 is regarded as a problem. This was a life-threatening situation for child F. The stock bag. Do you remember there was a replacement of the bag at about midday that day? And the stock bag had about the same amount of insulin in it. That was connected to child F after Lucy Letby had gone off duty. She'd have gone off at whatever time it was, 8:30, whenever it was she would have left. And that stock bag was undoubtedly hung at about midday. But the important point, of course, is that, do you remember Claire Hocknell, the analyst evidence? She told you that she had reviewed the records for all the other children in the unit on August 5th. No other child in that unit was receiving TPN. So one child receiving TPN. How often was the stock being rotated? Do you remember that evidence? I think we produced a stock book for you actually, should you ever want to see it. You heard some evidence from Yvonne Griffiths about this, about the turnover of TPN stock bags in the ward, and it was a very low turnover. So taking the 5th of August as our reference date, one bag had been supplied to the unit on June 30th, one bag on July 16th, 2 bags on the 17th. Then after this incident, a single bag on August 11th. You've seen the layout of the fridge, haven't you? The first bag, the bespoke bag, was contaminated. Easy to do the same thing to the stock bag at the front of the fridge. And it was only ever going to go to one child, wasn't it? But it's so sly, isn't it? Because it's going to be connected to that child at a time when the poisoner isn't there. What does that tell you about the mindset of the poisoner? This is why it was a targeted attack. We will come to the point a bit later in the next case, child L. You know that the insulin was put in while the bag was hanging for child L. But what better way for a poisoner to cover their tracks than to leave a replacement bag in the fridge to be used by an unsuspecting colleague, a member of her family? It shows a degree of cynical, cold-blooded planning, doesn't it? Because not only would it thwart the remedial step of replacing the bag, it would also divert suspicion onto somebody else and deflect suspicion from Lucy Letby. The question of whether it was legitimate to infer the insulin contamination in the first bag, so the bespoke bag, from the results of the blood test taken from child F at 1756 when he was on the second bag, was also explored with Peter Hindmarsh, wasn't it? And he said that it was legitimate to infer from the insulin and C-peptide results from the blood sample that the level of contamination in both bags was about the same. So that tells us quite a lot as well, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It tells us that whoever poisoned child F gave it some thought, because they put the same amount into the replacement bag as well that might have been used. So when you're thinking about whether or not this is a conspiracy by the Gang of Four, whether you're thinking about whether or not staffing levels had anything to do with this, or even the drains or the sink in Nursery 1, we invite you to bear all that in mind. When she was being interviewed, Lucy Letby told some interesting lies about child F. You know that she has an exceptional memory for the details of these cases. She corrected me several times when I got the detail wrong, didn't she? I don't mind that. I do get things wrong. No doubt in due course you'll be told that I've got some of the details of what I'm saying to you now wrong, and you can be the judges of that. If I have, I apologise, and it's not deliberate. But Lucy Letby, she's right on it, isn't she? Right on the detail of this case. And yet in interview with police in 2019, she claimed that she wasn't aware of there having been any concerns about child F's blood sugars. And you know that she was lying about that because of the text message she sent to Nurse A. As I said to you before, in interview she was asking the police whether the bag had been kept or had been checked. She knew what the answer would be. On the second occasion she was interviewed, she repeated that question. She was taunting the police. It's page 16 of her interviews, child F 16. When she came back for her final interview in November 2020, the police broke the news of C-peptide to her. You'll find that at page 22. Lucy Letby's obsessive and surreptitious following of the mother of child E and F on the internet was never satisfactorily explained, was it? She undoubtedly poisoned child F, who just happened to be the twin of the baby she had murdered the previous day. Cold, calculating, cruel, and relentless. I'm going to move on to the cases of child L and M. On Friday the 8th of April 2016, at about 10:15 in the morning, the mother of child L and M told us that she gave birth to her twin boys. Lucy Letby was present at the birth, and when child L was admitted to the neonatal unit at 10:30 that morning, he was generally well, but his breathing rate was a little elevated, which we heard is not unusual for a premature baby. His low blood sugar was a problem from the beginning, and again, you heard from more than one witness, I think, that that's not particularly unusual for premature underweight babies. You'll remember that Dr. Bomick told us about the calculation of the fluids that she prescribed to child L, but she didn't recall discussing it with the nurses. She didn't monitor the time that the infusion started, and Dr. Bomick couldn't really remember anything that wasn't in the notes. But if we look at tile 13, please, this shows us Lucy Letby's nursing note, which was written at the end of the shift. You can see the time, 17:42. This particular note relates to the time at which Dr. Bomick prescribed dextrose, and continues, quote, "Myself and shift leader A. Davies have discussed this with Registrar Bomick, as it doesn't follow the hypoglycemia pathway." You'll remember in that context, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of Arian Powell on April 27th this year, when she said that Lucy Letby would not shirk to challenge a doctor if she thought a mistake had been made. Amy Davies didn't recall this conversation, although Amy Davies did confirm that usually milk would be given as a first resort under the pathway. Nurse Davies said that the infusion therapy prescription sheet showed that she had checked what was being given to child L, and in challenging Dr. Bomick and documenting it, we suggest that Lucy Letby was setting up an issue for child L in the sense that she had identified an anomaly and had decided to use it as a cover to attack child L. You'll remember I suggested as much to Lucy Letby when I was questioning her. The night shift of the 8th into the 9th was a shift on which Tracy Jones was the nurse looking after child L, and you'll remember her probably as the highly qualified agency nurse. Although she was operating as a Band 5 at Chester, she was in fact qualified as a Band 8A, which is apparently beyond any of the nurses that we have heard from the hospital itself. She took over child L's care that night and recorded that child L's blood sugars improved to the extent that the monitoring was discontinued. Tracy Jones told us that she didn't change any IV bag for child L, so she didn't change the dextrose. And so it follows that the bag that was put up by Lucy Letby during the day shift when child L was admitted was the same bag that was running through the night shift and was still running at the beginning of the day shift. So we come to the day shift of Saturday, April 9th. You'll remember that Mary Griffith was the designated nurse for both babies L and M in Nursery 1. If we look at tile 88, please, we can see there were 4 children in Nursery 1, the babies L and M, and 2 others who were both being looked after by Lucy Letby. Mary Griffith told us in cross-examination that it was a busy shift in Nursery 1. Quite how that bears on the issue of insulin finding its way into child L's bag of dextrose will be for you to decide. But we suggest that if people were very busy, it might mean that they are not in a position always to monitor what somebody else, and in particular somebody like Lucy Letby, was up to. If you look at the neonatal review, which is in the black file, you'll see that Mary Griffith was certainly out of the room at about 9:30. So in other words, about an hour and a half after the shift started. Because she was with Angela McShane in Nursery 4, administering medications to children in there. You will remember the evidence we heard from a number of different witnesses that medications were always given by a registered nurse. So it would follow, we suggest, that it was Mary Griffith actually administering medicines in Nursery 4 at 9:30. That means Lucy Letby would have been alone with child L in Nursery 1 at that time. And if you put that together, we suggest, with the evidence of Professor Hindmarsh, who said it would be about 9:30 that somebody put insulin into child L's dextrose bag. Before we get to when the insulin went in, I'm going to deal with the evidence which proves, we suggest, that child L was poisoned. Mary Griffith remembered that child L had low blood sugars. If we go to tile 97, please, we can see that she took a blood sample from child L at about 10 o'clock for serum bilirubin and blood sugar. And she was shocked, she told us, by the coincidence of an increase in the amount of dextrose that was being given, the increase in the dextrose, with the reduction with a drop in child L's blood sugar. Because the opposite should have been true, because his blood sugar had regularised overnight at about midnight. Here he is being given more sugar, yet the blood sugar is decreasing. As with child F, what we suggest is the irrefutable evidence or the fingerprint of poisoning comes from the disparity in the ratio of the levels of C-peptide and insulin. One issue that we spent quite a lot of time dealing with in evidence was the time at which Mary Griffith took the blood sample from the lab. Do you remember that? This was the one where the podding of the sample was delayed because of child M's collapse. The issue in evidence became, was the blood sample taken at about midday, or was it taken at about 15:45 or thereabouts? It's an important point in the case of child M as well, so not just child L, but child M as well, for reasons that we will come to. In order to work out when the sample was taken from child L, we have to look at the evidence given by several witnesses and what is contained in the documents that were created at about this time. So that you understand where we're coming from, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest that the blood sample which showed that child L had been poisoned must have been taken at about 15:45. In other words, about 15 minutes or so before his brother collapsed and had to have CPR. Although she said that she couldn't remember the time that the sample was taken, Mary Griffith did say that when it was taken it would have been treated as urgent. She also remembered that when it was taken, she had been distracted by an emergency with child M. And we know what time the emergency was with child M. It was about 1600 hours. So that evidence in itself suggests that the sample was taken between 1545 and 1600. Mary Griffith said that the blood was put into a vial, a small tube and an envelope, both of which were labelled. She explained that the printing of the labels is an automatic process which is initiated by the order on the computer, and that the labels are important because you need to get the right tubes to take the sample in, because the chemicals, the reagents as they call them, in the tube have to be the right ones for specific tests. So the tests have to be ordered. That determines the tubes which the blood goes into, which in turn is what is required. So it follows that the nurse needs to know what the test is or what the test is to be conducted by the lab so that he or she, the nurse, can use the proper tube. Emma Jane Lewis, who is a consultant biochemist at the hospital, told us how the requesting system works. What she had to say supports our contention that this sample was taken at about 15:45, because she said that when a request for a test is made, it's logged in the hospital system. You can see the request for this test was entered at 15:45, which is the time we suggest is about the time it was taken. That process of entering that information into that database initiates the production of the labels, which is a prerequisite for the taking of the test because it determines, as I say, the type of tube into which the blood is decanted to send for testing. So we know from that time-stamped evidence that Dr. Yuko ordered the insulin C-peptide test at 15:45. If we put that information alongside the evidence of Mary Griffith, that the podding of the blood was interrupted by the collapse of child M, you know to an accuracy of 15 minutes or so when the blood sample must have been taken, because its processing and analysis were interrupted by Lucy Letby's attack on child M. So just going back to what happened earlier that morning, Dr. Yuko had examined child L at 10:20. He took us through the notes. In addition to his tube feed, child L was getting a dose of 10% dextrose for a cannula because his bloods were low. And Dr. Yuko decided to increase the dextrose dose. He said that he needed to be informed if the blood sugars remained low. Because the levels of child L's blood sugar were so low, he ordered the blood test. If we go to tile 111, please, and go back 2 pages in the paper document to page 17998, we'll get to the same material. When Dr. Yuko was pointed to that, he thought, didn't he, that 12 noon was a reference to the time when the blood sample was taken. So this is where the confusion arose. I'm dealing with the issue of the confusion. We say Dr. Yuko cannot be right about that because the computerized timestamp form proves that he ordered the test at 15:45, and that, as I've said, would have been the prerequisite for the tubes, etc. So with regards to Dr. Yuko's handwritten note that you can see there, we say that's a red herring, and I'll give you a number of reasons why noon is a red herring here. First of all, we know that this information was written at a later date. It wasn't written at the time. Because Dr. Yuko told us by reference to the front of the form that it was his handwriting on the front on the 11th and 12th of April. In other words, a couple of days after this blood test was ordered. The second reason that this is a red herring is that the cortisol and the growth hormone readings on the back of the form were not actually verified until April 11th from the lab. So they weren't available, in other words, on April 9th. And third, the PTO on the front of the form at the bottom must have been written at the same time as the material on the back of the form. Otherwise, why would you write PTO on the front? So far as the timing of the blood sample is concerned, this form, we say, is a complete red herring. The final piece of evidence that points to the blood sample being taken at 15:45 is the coincidence of the administration of the bolus of dextrose being given by Lucy Letby and Mary Griffith at 15:40. You can see the bolus of dextrose given at 15:40. You can see time infusion started in the second to right-hand column. The third one up is 15:40. It's a 4.3 ml 10% dextrose bolus given at 15:40, prescribed at 15:35 by Dr. Yuko. And that coincides, if you remember, with the raised level of the blood sugar in the lab sample. So do you remember, there's a slight anomaly between the blood sugar levels going through the day and the one that went to the lab. The one that went to the lab, the blood sugar level was slightly higher, and Professor Hindmarsh told us that the reason for that, what appears to be an anomaly, is not an anomaly at all. It's accounted for by the administration of this bolus at 15:40. So in other words, just before the sample was taken. So all the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest points towards this blood sample having been taken by Mary Griffith at about 15:45. Going to page 18025, please, in those documents, which is back to where we were before, Dr. Gibbs helped us with this and he told us what you already know. The high insulin level, in conjunction with the low C-peptide, is in effect a fingerprint of the introduction of manufactured insulin. In other words, somebody poisoned child L. He told us that the low blood sugar level should have meant that child L's insulin level was low too, because the body, if it's producing its own insulin, automatically cuts off if the blood sugar level gets low. And you'll remember that Dr. Gibbs drew conclusions about what was going on at the time. And it had never occurred to him at the time that somebody had been giving insulin to child L. And he had never, Dr. Gibbs that is, received the lab results. They went a few days later to the junior doctors, who didn't appreciate their significance. Well, those results were also tested too by Dr. Milan from the lab at Liverpool. She gave evidence on February 20th. She confirmed that the samples were properly labelled, that this was a check which was done more than once during the process. The machinery was checked and calibrated daily, and the staff were properly and fully trained. The processes are overseen and checked by the manufacturers and by UCAS. The machine's results are then reviewed by a human biochemist, and child L's blood sample was received in Liverpool on April 11th. The levels were C-peptide 264 millimoles and 1099 picomoles of insulin. And she produced another document which you have as 26995 with the results, and made the same point that Dr. Gibbs made about the disconnect in the ratio between C-peptide and insulin. And she said, in no uncertain terms, the only way you can get a pattern like that is if insulin is given to the patient. Dr. Sarah Davies, another scientist who obtained the results in Liverpool and sent them to Chester, phoned them through because they were so unusual. Dr. Milan confirmed that a failure to deal with things as they should have been. Do you remember her being asked about the stability of the analyte? In other words, the thing to be analysed. And she told us that if it hadn't been put on ice properly, that would have reduced the reading for the insulin because that's not as stable, but it wouldn't have reduced the reading for the C-peptide. So the result would have been even more marked if that had an effect on the result. So you can discount that, we suggest, as being a problem. You may remember Dr. Gwen Walk. She was one of the few people with a Scots accent who gave evidence in this case. She was a director of the UK National External Quality Assessment Service, and summarising her evidence, she told us that the lab at Liverpool was performing very well. So we suggest that the evidence on this point is really all one way. You can discount as a possibility that these lab results are in any way misleading. As I've already said, the amount of insulin in child L's blood was more than double what had been found in child F's. And that, we suggest, speaks volumes. We suggest that the person who poisoned child F must be responsible for poisoning child L. The idea that there were two separate people in this neonatal unit separately spiking fluid bags is so improbable that it can be discounted as a reasonable possibility. Child F had survived, so the poisoner Lucy Letby upped the dose for child L. As I've said before, what clearer evidence of an intention to kill could you have? The next question then, ladies and gentlemen, is when did the insulin go into the bag? Well, we say it was put into the bag after it was hung, and this is one of the reasons why it was a targeted attack. Child L, as I've already said, had had the same bag of dextrose running from about midday on the previous day, and it ran until about midday on April 9th. If you go to jury bundle number 1, please, behind divider 6, you will find the table to which Professor Hindmarsh referred when he gave evidence. If you can look at that, and we can put up tile 10 in the child L sequence, please, this shows the hanging of the bag. You'll remember that there was a slight doubt about whether it says 1200 hours or 1210. It doesn't really make any difference. You can see that Lucy Letby's initials, signature, appears next to it. That shows that she was responsible for or took co-responsibility for hanging the bag. So that's on the 9th. What we see above it is the previous bag that was hung the previous day at midday. Do you see that at the top, right at the top? Signed and co-signed by Lucy Letby and Nurse Davies. Looking at that table that you have behind divider 6, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hindmarsh told us that the first bag, the one hung on April 8th, was not poisoned before the reading taken by nurse Tracy Jones at midnight on April 8th, 9th. The reason it wasn't poisoned before then is that if you look at the blood sugar readings, they're following a general upward trend, which wouldn't have been the case if there had been insulin in the bag on April 8th. So far as the blip in that process is concerned, that's at 1600, you can see there's a reading of 5.8. That coincided with an upping of the dose. So that's what Professor Hindmarsh told us. According to the evidence, the uncontroverted evidence of Professor Hindmarsh, it must follow that insulin was put into the first bag sometime between midnight, which is that reading of 3.6 at 2400 hours, and 10 o'clock, 1000 hours on the 9th. Making allowances for the half-life of insulin, which I referred to earlier, that pushes the time back 24 minutes. So insulin went into the bag sometime at or before 9:36, if that blood sample at 10 o'clock is an accurate record of the time it was taken. Okay? With me so far? So it didn't go in on the 8th, it went in sometime between midnight at the beginning of the 9th and about 9:30 on the 9th. So given that it actually went into a bag that was hanging on the cot or the incubator, it has to have been a targeted attack, doesn't it? That child L was deliberately selected by the poisoner for that insulin. So it's not a random poisoning. And it must also follow, mustn't it, that whoever is responsible was on duty between midnight and 9:30. And that significantly reduces the possibilities. You are entitled, when looking at the answers, what answers you think can be drawn from this sort of evidence, to look at what was going on with child F as well. So put them together and see where the coincidences coincide. You'll want to ask yourselves whether the person who poisoned child L is a different person to the poisoner of child F. We say it must have been the same person. You'll bear in mind, won't you, that whoever, if it is the same person, they've got away with poisoning child F at this point, April 9th. So they would be pretty confident, wouldn't they, that they'd hit on a reasonably secure way of trying to kill babies, a way that was not being picked up by the hospital, just so long as it wasn't done too often. So here we have a gap of 7 or 8 months between the poisoning of child F in August 2015 and the poisoning of child L in April 2016. Now, Lucy Letby came on duty on April 9th between 7:30 and 8 a.m. She knew child L had a naturally occurring hypoglycemia because of her conversation with Dr. Bomick, which was recorded in the nursing notes. And therefore, he was a perfect target, wasn't he? And she also, by that stage, introduced the spectre of a naturally occurring issue and a failure to deal with it in accordance with the pathway or the protocol. The insulin that poisoned child L was put into more than one dextrose bag, and the staff who were on duty at the time, and at the time child F was poisoned, have all told you that they were not responsible. Because there was insulin in more than one bag, something you might be asked to consider is whether these bags were left randomly by someone other than Lucy Letby, and it just happens that child L got them. Well, there are many reasons why we suggest you can exclude that as a possibility. The most important is the one I've already given you, that the first poisoning was done while the bag was actually hanging. The second is that the second bag he got went to him as well. So let's just look, if we can, back at that chart I was referring to before, the chart that was referred to by Professor Hindmarsh. So we know that there was insulin in the bag by 1000 hours on the 9th, and we know that Lucy Letby was in the room. We also know that Mary Griffith was not in the room because she was in nursery 4 giving medication to children there. Mary Griffith had not been working when child F was poisoned. There was a second bag given to child L. That's 4 lines up from the bottom of the table. It's the one at midday. So that was poisoned as well. A third bag was given to child L, which you see over the page. It's the one that appears in the table at 16:30, because that's the time in the records. But you know, as a matter of evidence, that that bag was changed at 16:30. You know that that was being put together because it was a more concentrated bag. You know that that was being put together at about the time child M collapsed, and therefore Mary Griffith went back to child M, and two other nurses took over the preparation of the 12.5% bag. Somebody also spiked that bag. You may think, when you think about it, that that bag was in all likelihood spiked whilst it was hanging as well. Because if, as Belinda Simcock told us, everything had to be changed because Mary Griffith was interrupted and they started with a fresh bag, then it would mean that after that bag was hung, it must have been spiked. Of course, Lucy Letby was there at that stage, and we suggest that the evidence shows that. Given that she was the person that spiked the bag at 9:30, it doesn't take much to infer that she must also have been the person that spiked the bag sometime after it was hung at 16:30. Further bags were hung on the 10th at 02:30 and on the 11th at 01:45. We can see that as that period went, so looking down the blood sugar column, we can see that once the 15% bag went up at 02:30 or 0300, there was a general upward tick in the blood sugar levels. That is accounted for by the fact that it was the giving set that had previously been used with the contaminated dextrose that was leaching, in effect, insulin as the new bags were put up. Do you remember? We had some evidence about whether giving sets are changed and whether they're not changed. But as Professor Hindmarsh explained to us, an explanation, and a reasonable explanation for these results, is that there was insulin that had stuck to the plastic of the giving set. That even though the bag was changed for bags that didn't have insulin in, the insulin was still coming off the giving set and therefore in ever diminishing quantities, but it was still affecting the blood sugar results. So the fact that Lucy Letby wasn't there after about 8 p.m, we suggest, doesn't exculpate her at all. And the fact here, if you think about it, if you go back to the beginning, it has to have been someone that was on the ward in the room, we say at about 9:30 on the morning of the 9th. And that, inevitably, is Lucy Letby. So just step back, ladies and gentlemen, we say, and ask yourselves, did somebody do this to frame Lucy Letby? Because that's the only alternative we suggest to her being the person who is responsible. And if Lucy Letby didn't do it, then whoever did it also targeted child F, and they also targeted Lucy Letby to take the blame. It must be, mustn't it? This is why all the other cases are so important as well, isn't it? Look at all those coincidences as well. It just doesn't work. If the aftermath of this poisoning on the night shift of the 9th to the 10th, Tracy Jones was child L's designated nurse, she continued to document the blood sugars. She denied being the person responsible. She, in reality, we suggest, is the only other reasonable possibility. It wasn't suggested on Lucy Letby's behalf that she was the person responsible. Dr. Gibbs got involved during the day shift on Sunday the 10th. He examined child L at about 10 a.m, and as I say, what happened thereafter is all explicable by insulin having come off the giving set. So that's child L. We move on to the case of child M. On April 8th, like his brother, born in good condition. He was crying, good APGAR scores, breathing for himself. Within a short period of time admitted to the NNU of his brother, and within a few hours he was having his observations taken every 2 hours and was breathing for himself in air. The picture of health. Overnight, on the 8th to the 9th, like his brother, cared for by Tracy Jones. If you look at the observations chart, you will see he was doing just fine. Saturday the 9th, the day his brother child L was poisoned, was an averagely busy shift, according to Nurse B. And we say the fact that his twin child L was poisoned puts what happened to child M into sharp relief. And we invite you to think of child M's case in this way. On the one hand, what are the chances of a perfectly healthy baby boy who had no significant problems collapsing out of the blue in an extreme way? The doctors you have all heard from suggest not very big. On the other hand, and you can go a stage further, that the doctors are not entitled to go. What are the chances of this happening at the same time that his brother child L was being poisoned? And what does the fact that both boys were under attack at the same time tell you about the identity of the attacker? So we're back to the two attackers against one attacker conflict, if you like. You can exclude, can't you, the possibility that more than one person is responsible for all these things. So putting it in a nutshell, we say that the poisoning of child L helps you decide whether there was an innocent reason for child M's collapse. It also helps you decide who was responsible. We suggest that at the same time, you're entitled to look at the cases of child E and F and what happened to them. And this is a strength of circumstantial evidence, isn't it? It's often referred to in a disparaging way, as if, oh, it's only circumstantial evidence. Not at all. Circumstantial evidence can be very, very powerful, can't it? This is one of those cases where it is very, very powerful. 15 minutes after the blood had been taken from child L for testing, and at about 1600 hours, child M suffered a profound collapse. You'll find it at tile 145 of his sequence, from which he made a miraculous recovery. How many times have you heard that in this case? Holding on to the ET tube, having been lifeless moments before. At that time, he was in nursery 1 with child L. But you shouldn't make the mistake of thinking he was an intensive care baby, ladies and gentlemen. Nurse B said this. He was a well baby who did not need full ECG monitoring. According to Ashley Hudson, at the time of child M's collapse, Lucy Letby was asked what had happened, and Lucy Letby said, "We don't know. He suddenly collapsed. No warning." So precipitous and unadvertised collapse, entirely out of keeping with any natural process. If we go to tile 88, please. 10:25, Dr. Yuko examined child M on a standard ward round that morning. This was at about the same time that he had examined child L. Whilst child L had had low blood sugar, for child M it was an unremarkable examination. And in particular, you will note that his abdomen was normal. The next time Dr. Yuko noted seeing child M was his collapse that afternoon. There was an issue with, as the day went on, there was an issue with aspirates and a slightly distended abdomen. And you'll remember that Nurse B obtained an acidic aspirate at 12:30 and discarded it as it was not of any great concern. And she told us that at 12:30 child M was well. At 14:30, Mary Griffith aspirated some bile-stained fluid and showed it to the registrar. This was an additional concern to a degree, and Dr. Yuko confirmed it. But just pausing there, a bile-stained aspirate echoes perhaps of child E. Child M was made nil by mouth. He was put onto dextrose, but nothing suggested he was likely to become seriously unwell. His nasogastric tube was put onto free drainage. At 15:30, child M was put onto an infusion of 10% dextrose. That too was signed by Lucy Letby and on this occasion, Mary Griffith. He didn't get a bag of dextrose with insulin in. Another reason why we say the attack on child L was targeted. You will not have forgotten, ladies and gentlemen, that according to the agreed evidence of the mother of child L and M, so babies L and M's mum, she, her husband and other family members had been visiting the twins that afternoon, and she said this. About 10 minutes after we left the boys, a nurse called Yvonne came running up. She said I had to go back down and took me down on the wheelchair. I asked why, and she said she'd explain downstairs. When we got there, one of the doctors was pressing child M's chest. 10 minutes after we had left the boys. So child M had gone from being well, to quote his father, absolutely fine, to a life-threatening collapse and emergency CPR. His parents were praying and crying. Do you remember those words of one of his parents in their statement? I was praying to my God. Unbeknown to them, while child M was being resuscitated, child L was being poisoned with synthetic insulin and had been suffering from very low blood sugar for quite some time. Both were in the same room at the same time, and of course, so was Lucy Letby. That is why you can dismiss as a possibility the idea that this is all just unlucky, innocent coincidence. Belinda Simcox said she put out the call for assistance and informed the in-charge, then took over doing the fluids with Ashley Hudson. She couldn't remember whether or not the giving set was changed and confirmed that it wouldn't have been unusual to use the same giving set. This is for child L, of course. She did not add insulin. Mary Griffith said she was preparing the new dextrose bag for child L, and Lucy Letby told her there was a genuine event that needed to be sorted, was the way she put it. And Mary Griffith asked for a resus call to go out, and was then relieved by Belinda Simcox. Nurse B arrived, followed by medical staff, and the resus started at 4:02. It's recorded on the paper towel Exhibit 7. The paper towel that found its way, as if under its own steam, back to Lucy Letby's home address and ended up in a supermarket bag under her bed. It came home with me. Sounds like a dog following on behind, doesn't it? These are inanimate objects. And the explanation? I collect paper. How long has Lucy Letby had to come up with a reason? Here we are now, 7 years later. The best reason is, I collect paper. But I didn't know it was there. How do those ideas go together? Avid collectors are usually sad old men like me. Most collectors know what they've got in their collection, don't they? It's nonsense, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Absolute nonsense. Nurse B told us that she was in nursery 1, in the middle of the nursery facing child M's incubator, talking to Lucy Letby when things happened. She couldn't remember Mary Griffith being there, but she did remember Mary Griffith being there slightly later. Belinda Simcox said that she was talking to Lucy Letby too, whilst Lucy Letby and Mary Griffith were doing medications. So you've got a lot of different accounts, but somebody sabotaged child M, didn't they? He wasn't breathing. A crash call went out. Yet another case where a child was being bagged, there was chest movement, there was good air entry into his lungs, but his saturations didn't respond. Almost a signature of many of these attacks, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? CPR was started, child M's heart rate and sats remained low. The resuscitation moved into giving drugs, 6 doses of adrenaline, 6. Dr. J-Ram told us that there was an issue with blood perfusing the lungs to pick up the oxygen. Do you remember the gas exchange diagrams that Professor Kinsey explained to us as to how the mechanics of it all work? And it is a signature, isn't it, of the consequences of many of these attacks. And Dr. J-Ram arrived. Child M was receiving CPR led by Dr. Yuko. The protocol was well underway. He had pulseless electrical activity. In other words, the monitor was detecting some electrical activity in the heart, but the medics couldn't feel a pulse at the very edge of life. And the overall resuscitation took 30 minutes with no spontaneous response. The longer a resuscitation goes on, the less likely it is to have a good outcome. And 20 minutes is the usual watershed, according to Dr. J-Ram. He said it was unusual to get a positive response after the amount of downtime child M had had. And Dr. J-Ram had what he termed as the difficult conversation with the parents of child L and M. And child M suddenly recovered. A miraculous recovery. CPR was stopped. Do you remember what Dr. J-Ram said? You might have forgotten. I wasn't sure what we'd done to suddenly make him better. He couldn't explain what had caused the collapse and why child M suddenly got better. And you'll remember Dr. Gibbs' evidence, won't you? About that inexplicable partial and temporary recovery of child C. We will come to child C in due course. During the resuscitation, Dr. J-Ram noticed skin discoloration. Child M was generally pale. There were patches and blotches of very bright pink, or certainly more obviously pink on his torso that flitted around, appearing and disappearing. Dr. J-Ram said this, direct quotation, "Because Child M was darker skinned, it was more obvious. He was generally pale, which one would expect in a cardiorespiratory arrest. There were patches of very bright pink, or certainly more obviously pink because it was on a darker skinned background on his torso that flitted around. These sort of pink patches, for want of a description, better patches. They would appear and disappear, and then other ones would appear and disappear. I noticed them on his abdomen because that's the most obvious bit of his body that you could see, because the rest of his body had people covering his chest doing CPR. I noted them sort of when I got there, during the start of the resuscitation. I can't comment on how long they continued to be there. Once circulation was restored and his heart rate came above 100, they vanished. I had never seen this before Child A." When she was asked about it in interview, Lucy Letby said this, and you'll remember I asked her about it in cross-examination as well. I'm not going to ask you to find the reference now, but if you want to make a note, it's page 5 of the Child M interviews. She suggested that the lighting in Nursery 1 wasn't very good in that corner spot, and perhaps that was the reason why she didn't spot what Dr. J-Ram did spot. Well, I've got 2 words for you to bear in mind when you're thinking of that as an explanation, ladies and gentlemen. Child I. You'll remember what happened to Child I in Nursery 2 on the 13th of October, and the fact that Lucy Letby claimed to be able to see in very poor lighting when it suited her. And we will get to Child I in due course. Dr. J-Ram made the point that Child M's collapse was not typical of any normal infective process. It was similar to what he had seen with Child A, both in terms of the discoloration and in terms of how he collapsed, the lack of there being a reason. He explained that at the time he was operating within certain rules of engagement. You'll remember the cross-examination, I'm sure. He had never seen this before these cases. Do you remember he was asked, in answer to a question, he asked a question, and his question was this: "Are you suggesting that I didn't see it, and am perhaps confabulating it?" That's doctor or lawyer speak for making it up. Well, what is Lucy Letby's case on whether or not Dr. J-Ram is making things up? One minute you may think she has it one way, another minute perhaps she has it another. You will be the judges of that. It was said that if this was what came back to Dr. J-Ram on behalf of Lucy Letby, quote, "If you'd seen a rash that looks the way you've described it to us on Child M, you would have recorded it." So in other words, because he didn't write it down, he must have made it up. Another time he was accused of seeking to create dramatic detail by using the phrase physical chill, by describing how he felt when he later found a paper on air embolism. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest that not only is Lucy Letby prepared to kill babies or try to kill them, she is also prepared publicly to trash the reputations of responsible professional people in an effort to get away with it. As he was being resuscitated, Child M's blood gas was measured at 1622 by Nurse B. She used the machine, she took the printout, she entered the data on the sheet and threw away the printout in the secure rubbish. And that printout was found under Lucy Letby's bed. Quote, "I collect paper." What a bit of paper to add to your collection. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see immediately the parallels, can't you, with what happened to the babies E and F, twins. Is it an innocent coincidence? Or when you factor in that child L and F were being deliberately poisoned, does it point to the fact that first, someone was sabotaging all 4, and secondly, that Lucy Letby was the saboteur? Yet another collapse just after the family had left, just after the interested observers had left, just when Lucy Letby was unsupervised and got the opportunity. What are the chances of that pattern of collapses happening time and time again, just when people have left the room or are being distracted? So after the collapse of child M, we move into the night shift of the 9th into the 10th. Dr. A told us about his involvement at 21:35 that evening. Child M's collapse had been about 4 p.m, about 1600 hours, so about 5 hours later or so. So we have this dreadful collapse, 6 doses of adrenaline, 30 minutes of downtime, an inexplicable recovery, and by 21:35 there was a plan to take out child M's ETT. Evidence of a truly astonishing recovery. Every bit as astonishing, we suggest, as the collapse. At midnight, the morphine was stopped following a good gas, and child M had been settled all evening. The tube was taken out, he was put onto BiPAP within 12 hours of this brink of death collapse. Samantha O'Brien and Laura Eagles, respectively, were the nurses who looked after child M on the night shift and the following day shift. And by the time they were involved, there was no cause for concern for this child who'd had such a devastating collapse. On the day shift of the 10th, Dr. Gibbs examined child M, and although at the time he queried NEC and sepsis, he said that they could be excluded by the subsequent investigations, and by that day shift the only problem child M had was a slowing in his rate of breathing, which required a dose of caffeine. What you did hear, however, from Professor Stiveros was that child M had suffered a brain injury when he was sabotaged by Lucy Letby. Of course, Professor Stiveros didn't say when he was sabotaged by Lucy Letby, that's the bit I have added, but as a result of this incident, child M suffered a brain injury. It's perhaps no wonder, if he had suffered a brain injury, that he wasn't in absolute tip-top condition over the next 24 hours. He'd had a very, very close brush with death. In the days that followed, he no longer needed any stimulation for his breathing. Well, we had expert evidence from both Drs. Evans and Bowen. They both told you that before his collapse at 1600 hours, child M was breathing unassisted in air. He'd been taken off enteral feeds because of the bile-stained aspirate I told you about. The blood test and the observation chart provide no evidence to suggest that he had any form of infection. His collapse was as precipitous and dramatic as those of many of the other children, as was his recovery, and at the risk of boring you, I remind you that this is a fairly typical picture in these cases. As Dr. Evans said, the small bile-stained aspirate at 14:30 was not a marker of impending collapse. Dr. Bowen added that babies of this gestation being taken off feeds is a very common occurrence, and subsequent investigations revealed there was no gastrointestinal issue. Dr. Bowen also said that the recovery was as perplexing as the collapse. The recovery tells you that it wasn't an infection-related collapse. It was suggested that the lack of blood gases in the hours before child M's collapse meant that he might have had an infection. So this was a child presenting no signs of concern at all. Therefore, they were not taking blood out of his heel. And therefore, it was being suggested on behalf of Lucy Letby that means you can't exclude infection. Well, Dr. Evans said that's simply not true. He was self-ventilating in air, and there were no significant concerns, no reason to do a blood gas. And we know the subsequent tests exclude infection. Both Dr. Evans and Dr. Bowen told us that in their view, this was a case of air embolus. Both explained how it could be that you wouldn't necessarily need to be literally at the side of the child at the moment he or she collapses to have been responsible for injecting the air. And this is part, we say, of the evolving means of attack by Lucy Letby. She had started with child A, literally standing over him and injecting him as he collapsed. And then she modified her behaviour. You will remember that on the 23rd of February, Dr. Evans was asked where the air goes, as if being able to answer or not answer that question necessarily determines the issue of whether or not this was an air embolus. And you were treated to a very, very long answer. This was an issue taken up with Professor Arthurs on March 16th, and the implication being made by the questions was that because there was no evidence of air in the X-rays, then that couldn't be the cause. An air embolus couldn't be the cause of the collapse. Professor Arthurs disagreed with that, he referred to tiles 192 and 238 in the child M sequence, and unlike the images in the cases of child A, D and O, who you'll remember all showed those air bubbles in the prone child overlying the spine in the great vessels, he made the point that because the images of child M were taken in life and because the blood is circulating so quickly, with an active circulation in a living child, you would not expect to be able to see air on an X-ray. In answer to a question asked by His Lordship, Professor Arthurs said this: "Most of the illustrations we have of air embolus in newborn babies in the literature are of those babies who have died of a massive air embolus. If it happens that you have the X-ray sufficiently close to when the incident occurred, it's possible you could see that. The main take-home message, I think, from the X-ray is that if you don't see air, it doesn't mean there wasn't an air embolus. These are not things we come across very commonly in paediatric radiology." So to wrap all that up, ladies and gentlemen, child L was attacked first. As with the case of child F, the evidence relating to the lab-related blood testing procedure is clear. We suggest that the audit trail for the blood sample is incontrovertible. It was child L's blood which was analysed. After all, who else on the NNU could it have been from? Who else could it have been who was having their blood tested for insulin and C-peptide? I don't know, because I'm not a fortune teller, whether or not you will hear any submissions questioning the integrity of the process or the validity of the results. But if you do, a careful consideration of His Lordship's review of this chapter of the evidence, we suggest, will leave you well placed to assess the merits of any such submission. We suggest there's another point to bear in mind. The presentations of both child L and F, together with the blood gas readings from the ward, supports the allegations we're making that there's only one conclusion to be drawn from this chapter of evidence. There was, as I said at the very beginning of this case, a poisoner at work. During the evidence, no challenge was raised to the accuracy of the lab's findings. The second point to note is that just like child F, child L was deliberately targeted specifically. We know that from a combination of the lab's findings and the evidence of Professor Peter Hindmarsh that child L was specifically targeted. You've heard from all the nursing staff that were on duty at the relevant time, and each other nurse has denied that they did it. It's not been suggested either by Lucy Letby in evidence or to any of the witnesses when they were cross-examined that they could or might have poisoned child L. And therefore the denials of all other potential culprits have gone uncontradicted. This is where we suggest that all the circumstances surrounding the poisoning of child F also have to be considered. Putting child F's and child L's cases side by side, we respectfully suggest that child F was poisoned with 2 bags because the giving set had to be changed with TPN, and so insulin sticking to the plastic cannot be the explanation for his continuing hypoglycemia. In child L's case, at least 2 bags were poisoned. We can see from the table that I was referring you to earlier that once the 15% bag was connected, things began to improve. So it must follow, mustn't it, so far as the 12.5% bag was concerned, either it was contaminated or the giving set that had been used for the 10% bags wasn't changed, so the insulin continued to run, unsticking itself from the plastic. But whichever possibility is correct, both are consistent with Lucy Letby being responsible. As I said to you at the beginning of this case, I think Lucy Letby and Belinda Simcock were the only 2 members of staff who were present in the neonatal unit when both child F and child L were poisoned. Belinda Simcock wasn't the person who was taking the resus notes for child M home. At the risk of repeating myself yet again, you can dismiss the possibility, can't you, that 2 murderers were working in the same unit at the same time. So it follows, we suggest, that Lucy Letby has to be responsible for what happened to child L and child F, particularly when you factor in all the other evidence linking her to these cases. And Lucy Letby knows that as soon as you conclude that child L and child F were poisoned, you will conclude that she must have done it because of the way she dealt with the issue in her defence statement. In the case of child F, she said, "Because I know I didn't do this, but I am being blamed for it, I cannot accept the material readings and measurements over the relevant period or the blood analysis are necessarily accurate." In the case of child L, she said, "I do not understand why child L's insulin results were at the level they were. Also, I do not understand how the results can have been so abnormal, and yet there was no immediate investigation into this. Therefore, I am unable to accept the accuracy of these tests." Well, she has rowed back from that in evidence because she realises that to deny that child F and child L were poisoned will make her look silly. But accepting it also causes her a problem, doesn't it? And you'll want to listen very carefully, we suggest, to how the defence seek to pilot Lucy Letby out of that particular creek. By now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have worked out, I'm sure, if you hadn't before, why we started with these 4 cases. Because if you conclude that Lucy Letby murdered child E, tried to murder child F, and tried to murder the twins child L and child M, then it puts all the other cases into a very clear context. I'm going to move on to the cases of the children O, P and R. When I've said what I have to say about them, I'll then go back to the beginning to child A and deal with the babies that we haven't dealt with so far. So that's the midterm forecast. The reason I want to deal with the children O, P and R, and in particular with child O at this stage, is because of the uncontroverted evidence of Dr. Marnarides, the pathologist. I will come to the reasons why we say that Lucy Letby accepts his evidence in a few moments. But if, like her, as we suggest she has, you accept what Dr. Marnarides said about child O, then you can be sure that he was murdered. The only question then would be, who was the murderer? Somebody inflicted a really serious injury to child O's liver, didn't they? The likes of which Dr. Marnarides said you only see in road traffic accidents, bicycle accidents, or trampoline accidents. That was a really graphic way of him describing for all our benefits the sort of impact that is required to inflict that sort of injury. You've got the pictures if you really need to look at them, but I'm sure you all remember them without having to look at them, the full thickness bleeding right through the substance of child O's liver. That injury, together with the lacerations, do you remember Dr. Marnarides talking about lacerations in the surface, and he showed us on the photographs? That full thickness bleeding together with the lacerations in the surface of the liver. They are the best evidence you could ever have, really, we suggest, of someone having inflicted a forceful, violent injury on a very, very small child. I want to start with Lucy Letby's letter or note to the family of child O, P and R. This is your Exhibit 11, if we can put it on the screen. This is classic reading between the lines, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? What we suggest, if you want, you can look at this yourselves in due course, but we suggest that it's obvious that this blank post-it note started off as a blank post-it note, but then with a note that Lucy Letby wrote to those 3 boys. Then she filled in the gaps with all sorts of other things. But the note reads as follows. To child O, P and R. Today is your birthday, but you aren't here, and I'm so sorry for that. I'm sorry that you couldn't have the chance at life you should have, and for that pain that your parents must experience every day. We tried our best, and it wasn't enough. I don't know if many people will think of you today, or any day, but I do. And I hope, and perhaps it says I will, and I hope I will always remember, because you should be. I can't do this anymore. I want someone to help me, but they can't. So what's the point in asking? Hate my life. End quote. So that's what started off, we suggest, on this piece of paper. Because adding that note into jumbled writing that was already on the paper, we suggest, isn't a sensible suggestion. That was written on their birthday. Obviously, it wasn't written while she was in Ibiza, so it has to have been written, and from the context, therefore it has to have been written mid-June 2017 or mid-June 2018. But interestingly, it came from her handbag, so it's something that she had kept. Lucy Letby had been in Ibiza and got back shortly after the birth of child O, P and R. And the text messaging shows us that she was very excited at the prospect of seeing them. Unfortunately for them, her objective was going to be to kill at least 2 of them. And on Wednesday, the 22nd of June, which is tile 24 in the child O sequence, she said she'd, quote, be back in with a bang. And within 72 hours of that text, 2 of the babies O, P and R were dead. And she had tried, we say, to kill child Q. Dr. Gibbs, you will remember, when he gave evidence about child O, P and R, was challenged on what he did about his concerns about Lucy Letby. It was suggested to Dr. Gibbs that if his concerns had been genuine concerns, he would have reported them to the police. But he said more than once, you will remember, that he never actually saw Lucy Letby do anything untoward, and if he had done, he would have gone to the police. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, going to report your suspicions to the police in these circumstances? The first question would be, well, what have you seen actually happen? He's an intelligent man, he knows that question would be asked, and he's not prepared to make stuff up, is he? It tells you quite a lot about Dr. Gibbs. He also said, did Dr. Gibbs, that he was genuinely concerned and that the appropriate way of escalating those concerns within the hospital was followed. And in answer to a direct question in cross-examination when he was challenged about this, Dr. Gibbs said this. The death of the 2 children O and P was the tipping point for realising that something very abnormal and wrong was happening on our neonatal unit. And he was pressed again on the fact that he hadn't reported things to the police. Do you remember what his reply was to that? This in some way explains our approach to this address to you. His reply to that was, well, at that stage I didn't know that 2 children had been poisoned with insulin. It's really important that, ladies and gentlemen. But he was pressed further in cross-examination, and he said this. At a time of events that I have never seen in my career before, they were unusual and unexpected. As I keep saying, it was those events that worried us most. That's what raised the concern. Then in medicine, it's not an exact science. You can't always explain everything, which is highly unsatisfactory. So yes, just occasionally a patient dies, and despite extensive investigations and even a post-mortem, you can't be sure what's happened. But this was happening again and again on our unit over that year, and that cannot be just coincidence or just bad luck. There must be a cause. And that's when we began to realise who was involved with these babies, looking at each nurse, each doctor, and then there was one common cause that was identified. Ladies and gentlemen, the great advantage you have is you know that 2 children were poisoned with insulin. You know who was involved in hanging the bags. You know that that same person falsified the records in many of these cases. These are all things that were not apparent at the time. The mother of babies O, P and R's evidence was the first that you heard relating to her sons. As I said, they were born on Midsummer's Day, the 21st of June 2016, so 7 years ago tomorrow. All were good weights, they were 33 weeks and 3 days gestation, they went into nursery 1 and all went well at the birth. And the following day, the 22nd, all went well that day as well. What the mother told you in her agreed statement was confirmed by other witnesses, including Dr. D and Kate Bissell. But things deteriorated for child O on the 23rd of June, which was the first day back from Lucy Letby's holiday in Ibiza. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is no innocent coincidence, is it? Overnight on the 21st to the 22nd of June, Amy Davies, in agreed evidence, told you there were no concerns for child O or child P. On the day shift of the 22nd, Samantha O'Brien, again in an agreed statement, said that child O was fine. Yvonne Farmer looked after child P in nursery 2, and during the day child O was moved into nursery 2 with his brother. Overnight, on the 22nd to the 23rd of June, just to remind you, when we asked Lucy Letby about her alleged shortcomings in the case of Child O's case, she suggested that there had been an issue with the adequacy of dealing with the concerns raised by Sophie Ellis overnight. So that was the allegation by, or the suggestion by, Lucy Letby. Well, what's the evidence of that? The shift leader Caroline Oakley told us that Child O had done well during the day shift and was clinically well overnight. Both he and Child P went from CPAP down to Optiflow. You'll remember that Chris Booth put it very nicely. He said that he thought that Child O would sail through. Do you remember him saying that? With no problems. Sophie Ellis looked after Child P and Child O, and she's now a very experienced nurse and was looking back at events with the benefit of her experienced eye. She told us that overnight Child O was, quote, very stable and there was nothing concerning. Very stable and nothing concerning. Put that against the alleged inadequacy of dealing with the concerns raised by Sophie Ellis. Lucy Letby is trying to persuade you. She's doing what she did on the ward, ladies and gentlemen, trying to persuade you that a problem existed where none existed. You will find, I'm not asking you to look at them, his observations at J23658. They are all very good. He had his ECG leads removed because he didn't need them, and his antibiotics had been stopped. And the fact that Child O had had no infection is demonstrated by the results that were pending at that stage. If you want confirmation of that, all you need to do is look at tile 175 in the Child O sequence. You remember, as always, they take 5 days to come back. After he died, it was confirmed that there was no problem. There you see it, quote, no bacterial growth after 5 days intubation. Sophie Ellis told us that she was getting back under half of the feed as a partially digested aspirate, which, according to her, showed he was tolerating the feed. His blood gases were good. Sophie Ellis said that the increase in the donor-expressed breast milk was standard, and there were no signs that Child O was not tolerating it. And at the end of the shift, she had Child O reviewed by Dr. Maybury because he had quite a full abdomen. Dr. Maybury remembered Child O. Do you remember him being challenged about that in cross-examination? The gist of the cross-examination was, given that you didn't make a note, how could you possibly remember this child? And you'll remember his answer, won't you, ladies and gentlemen? That came out in re-examination. He'd never come across naturally conceived triplets before. It's not quite in the category of a medical marvel, perhaps, but something highly unusual that you would remember. And he did remember. Dr. Maybury told us that Child O was very well, those were his words, and that his abdomen was, quote, mildly distended with no other concerning features. His observations were within normal limits. So what are these concerns? You remember the very short list, won't you, of the alleged shortcomings that was actually given by Lucy Letby when she was put on the spot in each case. This one isn't actually an issue at all. Maybe that's why she was so reticent in actually giving you anything to suggest that there was a motive for any of the Gang of Four to be conspiring to cover up their shortcomings. You'll remember, I'm sure, that Dr. Maybury didn't actually make a note himself about this examination, because he was emergency bleep for another child and asked Sophie Ellis to note the fact that Child O's abdomen was soft. And you'll remember that when I was asking her questions, Lucy Letby pointed out the fact that Dr. Maybury had not made a note himself. And she took the opportunity to remind me that when there had been no doctor's note corresponding to a nursing note for which she had been responsible, I had suggested that she, Lucy Letby, had made up the nursing note. You'll remember Dr. B with Child I on September 30th. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so there's no doubt about this, we absolutely stick to the suggestion we made to Lucy Letby. There are 2 occasions in particular where we say she invented things relating to doctors. The first was a supposed contact with the SHO or Dr. Wood in the case of Child E, and the second, as I've just said, the imaginary examination by Dr. Beebe of child I on September 30th. Dr. Maybury said that had he found anything concerning, first of all, he would have acted on it, and secondly, he would have returned later to have made a note. When he was asked about blood in child O's peritoneum, this is the blood found later in the abdominal cavity at the post-mortem, he told us that if that had existed when he examined child O at the end of the night shift, it would not have been consistent with child O's presentation. In other words, he gave him a physical examination, and the way child O reacted to the examination was not consistent with him having the bleed at that stage. And by that, we say that you can safely exclude as a reasonable possibility that child O had the subcapsular hematoma in his liver at that stage. Dr. Maybury said child O would clearly have been in discomfort, and that was a very rare finding in a child of this age. And you can see Sophie Ellis' note is consistent with that being the position. No real problem with child O. The following day, when Sophie Ellis arrived for her shift, do you remember who met her in the corridor to tell her the news about child O having died? The day shift of June 23rd. This was student Rebecca Morgan's first shift. She was attached to Lucy Letby, and student nurse Morgan fed child O at 8:30. She got a trace aspirate. The shift leader for the shift was Melanie Taylor. She said there were no concerns as to child O's stability at the start of the shift, and she also confirmed that the staff were generally twitchy about getting babies' tummies reviewed. That's important, isn't it? If there's a problem with the tummies, they would get the doctors to review. She also told us that shift handover sheets go in the confidential waste. She did not expect child O to collapse. On the morning ward round, Dr. Cook at 9:30 examined child O and child P, having taken the handover from Dr. Maybury. She said that if any concerns had been raised by Dr. Maybury, she would have noted them at the time before doing the ward round. She did make a note, and Lucy Letby, or the designated nurse as Dr. Cook described her, told Dr. Cook there were no concerns. So much for failing to deal with concerns raised by Sophie Ellis. Direct evidence from Dr. Cook. Lucy Letby told her there were no concerns. Part of Dr. Cook's notes were, quote, trace of aspirates, none bilious. That's what she wrote in the medical notes. Dr. Cook upped child O's feeds in accordance with the protocol, which is what Dr. Breary confirmed for you. And Dr. Cook said that this was a normal examination, which included child O's abdomen. There was absolutely nothing abnormal, and she had no concerns. She described his clinical course as, quote, uncomplicated, and said he was making good progress. She excluded the possibility of there having been liver hematomas at that time. If one had been present, she said, and had been an acute concern, child O's observations would have suggested a deterioration, and she would have had concerns expressed from the nursing team. In other words, from Lucy Letby. But when I was questioning her, I asked Lucy Letby about this examination, and the questions and answers went as follows. I asked Lucy Letby, do you accept that at 9:30 Dr. Cook examined child O and actually felt the liver area and excluded there being an injury at that point? Lucy replied, yes. I then asked, so does it therefore follow that the liver injury child O did sustain happened in effect on your watch? Lucy replied, yes. I then asked, do you accept therefore that somebody must have inflicted that liver injury on child O during the day shift? Lucy replied, I agree that it's happened during that shift. I don't know how it's happened. I then said, well, we heard expert evidence from Dr. Marna Reeders about how these things happen, haven't we? And Lucy replied, yes. I then said, your case is you don't know how it's happened, and I assume you will say that you deny that it happened at your hand. And Lucy replied, that's right. I then said, do you accept the evidence of Dr. Marna Reeders? And Lucy replied, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we suggest you can be sure that child O sustained his liver injury while Lucy Letby was looking after him. It's notable, we say, that morning she was clearly missing Dr. A. She'd been in a text conversation with him until just before midnight the previous day. And if we go to tile 123, we can see that she was upset that he was in a clinic. At tile 127, she was asking whether he would be on the neonatal unit this afternoon. At tile 137, she said, quote, "Bit rubbish that you couldn't stay on the NNU." And he replied that he was in a clinic. At tile 158, at 10:36, he told her that he'd be finished in an hour. And Dr. A appeared on the NNU to see child Q, ironically, at 12:10. You will see that in the neonatal review at lines 35 and 36. We can see going back that at tile 165 he saw child O, and when Lucy Letby fed child O at 12:30, Lucy Letby recorded no problems. He was given 13 ml of donor-expressed breast milk, or at least that's what she recorded. You'll understand why I say that. We say that it's obvious from what followed that Lucy Letby deliberately overfed child O, and when you put this event into the context of what had gone before in the chronology with other children, like child G, we suggest you can be sure that is what she did. There was an issue at 13:15. Tile 168, please. Dr. A arrived to deal with a problem with child O, this child who had been fed supposedly only 13 ml of milk just 45 minutes earlier. By this stage, he had vomited and his abdomen was distended. We say frankly, ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Letby was fulfilling two objectives here. First, she was sabotaging child O, but second, she was also attracting the attention of Dr. A. At tile 169, Lucy Letby recorded in the nursing note that child O was tachycardic, and that was an exaggeration. She also recorded in the note that he had vomited undigested milk, but he had not been fed, according to the records, since 12:30. And previous to that, there had been no real problems, had there? In this context, ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to remember what Samantha O'Brien said in her agreed statement. She said that although Lucy Letby had asked for Dr. A to review child O, she said this: "Other than his stomach appearing slightly distended, there was nothing else visibly apparent to me." And yet Lucy Letby was telling Nurse E much later in the day at 21:15 that child O had, quote, "blew up abdomen." You'll remember the similar message she sent to Sophie Ellis in child P's case the following evening. Dr. A, just going back to the 13:15 examination, examined child O because he was asked to by Lucy Letby. He told you he'd been in nursery 3 and was told that child O had vomited, which he said was unusual. Perhaps unusual generally, but as you know from the cases of child C, child E vomited blood, child F, child G, child I, and child L, perhaps not so uncommon in the context of this case. Dr. A said that he was not told when it was that child O had vomited, and his medical notes that we were looking at before at tile 168 at the same time record that his heart rate was elevated. It's 160 to 170. His sats in air were perfect, and his temperature was perfect at 36.8. If you go, ladies and gentlemen, to J23658, which you'll find in Jury Bundle 2 behind Divider 20, you'll see, oddly perhaps, that Lucy Letby didn't even bother plotting the normal temperature on child O's vital signs chart. Why do you think that is? A normal temperature. Why wouldn't you plot that? The answer, because you're trying to create the impression that here we have a child who has a problem. So anything that's normal doesn't fit the narrative, does it, ladies and gentlemen? More to the point, where do you think that she got the information from when Lucy Letby made her nursing note at the end of the shift, long after child O had died? She enters into the nursing note details about what was going on at this time. So where has that information come from, if she's not recorded it on the chart? What was Lucy Letby actually doing between the 12:30 feed and the 13:15 vomit? If you look in the neonatal review, you'll find no record of her having done anything. Now, Lucy Letby made another false record on another document at about this time. She timed it at 13:20, so that would be 5 minutes after Dr. A's examination, and you'll find it in the blood gas chart. It's tile 170 or J23667. I'm sure you'll all remember this one. Even by the standards of her misrecording information, this one is right up there. There she records that child O was moved from Optiflow to CPAP. That is a lie. Completely untrue. It's the one that was spotted by Dr. Bowen. Do you remember? But as an explanation for why a child is full of air or a child's stomach and guts are full of air, it's a very good explanation, isn't it? And it's one that's been advanced to you on many occasions, or advanced to the witnesses on many occasions during cross-examination. If anyone ever reviewed this paperwork, they'd look at that and they'd think, well, perhaps that is an innocent explanation for why this particular child who died had been pumped up with air. You'll recall that we asked her about this when she was in the witness box, and Lucy Letby began by saying that she didn't know why she had written it. And then she said this: "He wasn't on the full CPAP machine. I can't say whether he was having CPAP via the Neopuff. I don't know." That was her answer. Well, what did Dr. A find? He found that child O's abdomen was distended because Lucy Letby pumped him full of air. That's why she tells the lie in the document. The area around his umbilicus was normal. The liver, the kidneys and the spleen felt normal. And child O's bowel sounds were normal. The blood gas suggested he was more acidotic than Dr. A was expecting to find, but he could define no cause. He prescribed second-line antibiotics and included a prescription of a saline bolus of 10 ml per kilo. Because child O weighed 2 kilos, that makes 20 ml of saline. And Lucy Letby recorded the giving of that in the nursing notes at tile 196, and it was signed for by Melanie Taylor and Samantha O'Brien within a couple of minutes. And within a couple of minutes, child O collapsed. Before child O collapsed, Melanie Taylor had looked at him and thought that he didn't look as well as he had. And you remember this bit of evidence, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? What she didn't know, what you know from all the circumstances, is that child O by this stage had an internal bleed. We know that Melanie Taylor was in nursery 2 because that information appears at line 57 of the neonatal review. Melanie Taylor was the shift leader, and she said to Lucy Letby, "I don't think he looks as well as he did before." And Melanie Taylor queried whether child O should be moved into nursery 1. You remember what Lucy Letby said, don't you? She said no. She wanted to keep him with his brother. Lucy Letby was so insistent that Melanie Taylor felt quite put out, as if according to Melanie Taylor, Lucy Letby was undermining her. Well, Melanie Taylor deferred to Lucy Letby because Lucy Letby had been looking after child O all day. But you all know, and you can take into account, that if child O had been moved to nursery 1, there were senior nurses in there, and Lucy Letby's other 2 babies were in nursery 2. And there would therefore have been a real risk, wouldn't there, that if child O had been moved, Lucy Letby wouldn't have got the opportunity to carry through her plans for child O. So that's the reason why she was against Melanie Taylor's suggestion that child O should be moved to nursery 1. In the time between the desaturation of child O at 13:15 and the beginning of his terminal collapse, we know that Dr. A had left the neonatal unit because he and Lucy Letby were exchanging Facebook messages. First at 2:08, then 14:20 to 14:29, and finally 14:37. 3 minutes later, at tile 199, Dr. A's note records that child O desaturated. He was mottled. He was transferred to nursery 1. Lucy Letby and Samantha O'Brien then set up an infusion, which is tile 200. Just go to 200, please. This was a time when Lucy Letby recorded that child O was not only, quote, mottled plus, but also had a red and distended abdomen. And there appear to have been no doctors around when child O collapsed at 14:40. So Lucy Letby therefore had her opportunity to sabotage him. So that's the point about the absence, as denoted by or as revealed by the text messages of Dr. A. Melanie Taylor arrived soon after child O's collapse at 14:40. She then moved child O with Dr. A. Dr. A told us that when he had arrived, the student and Lucy Letby were there. Child O had a low heart rate. He had desaturated. He was mottled. He needed continued breathing support in 100% oxygen as he was being transferred with SATs of only 50 to 60%. And Dr. A said that this was a prelude to a full cardiac arrest if it had been left untreated. That's what he described as a peri-arrest event. Dr. A drugged and successfully intubated child O, and he recorded that as having happened between 15:03 and 15:08. He then left the unit to speak to child O's parents on the postnatal ward. This is a recurring pattern, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Doctor leaves and you know what will happen. The X-ray that was taken just before the intubation, if we can go to tile 197 please, Professor Arthurs told us about this. He said it showed a level of gas in the bowel, quote, which was more than would be expected in a normal baby. And as an explanation for how that could have got there, Professor Arthurs said it was either NEC, well we know from the evidence of Dr. Marna Reedis that it was not NEC, or someone had injected air down the nasogastric tube. Looking at the time of that, ladies and gentlemen, it's just before the intubation, I think. You'll take into account that at 13:15, so before this, child O had vomited. So that would have decompressed quite significantly, wouldn't it? The stomach. So this is even after a vomit. Dr. Breary had been in a meeting in the unit that morning. He spoke to Dr. A, who'd just moved child O from room 2 to room 1. Dr. Breary confirmed that there was good IV access because dopamine, one of the inotropes, was given at a later stage, and he offered to help Dr. A intubate child O. The mild metabolic acidosis, as it was described, indicated a non-respiratory problem. So this wasn't a breathing problem apparently. One cause or one potential cause that Dr. Breary gave for a mild metabolic acidosis was blood loss. So in other words, the blood gas at this stage of the intubation, is consistent with blood loss. And given what you know that they didn't know, you can put those pieces of information together. And we suggest this all tells you, doesn't it, that injury to child O's liver had been inflicted by about this stage. During the intubation, Dr. Breary noticed an unusual small rash on child O's chest. He said he looked like something normally associated with meningitis, a purpuric rash, which is very, very rare in a neonate. And it perplexed him because it was associated with good perfusion. He was pink. Dr. Breary thought, therefore, perhaps it was sepsis that was causing the problem. And you'll remember that text I showed you earlier that Lucy Letby sent later in the evening. But we can exclude sepsis, ladies and gentlemen, from the blood test results at tile 175. So that wasn't the problem. They didn't know all this at the time, but you know that wasn't the problem. We heard about a meeting between Dr. B and Dr. A on the stairway. Do you remember that? This is when Dr. A had left to go and speak to the parents. They were together with Dr. B and Dr. A on the stairs at 15:49 when the bleep went off. So this must have been after Dr. A had spoken to child O's parents following the intubation. Tile 217 shows that Dr. A entered the NNU, we say, with Dr. B and Dr. A together entered the NNU at 15:53. What they saw, according to Dr. B, was child O being bagged by the nurse. His SATs were very low. He looked very unwell. Dr. B couldn't remember who the nurse was, but said that she would have taken the history from the nurse. Dr. B was shocked by what she saw. Child O's collapse was completely unexpected. The day before, he'd been fine. You will find that in notes at tile 218. Both Dr. B and Dr. A confirmed that there was good air entry, but child O's SATs were not improving. And this is a thing we see time and time again, isn't it, with these children? Air going in and coming out, but the SATs not improving. Child O was reintubated, but his heart rate continued to be low. He was desaturating. He was given a second cannulation by Dr. B via a vein in his leg, which you'll find at tile 217. And Dr. B, do you remember her explaining to us why that was? So they had 2 points of access just in case one of them failed. And you'll bear this in mind in the light of the false datix, which we'll come to. While that was unfolding, Dr. Breary was recalled at 16:30 to help Dr. B and Dr. A. Child O had been resuscitated. He had received by that stage 2 boluses of adrenaline and CPR. And by the time Dr. Breary appeared, Child O's heart rate was back up to 140. His saturations were in the 90s and spontaneous circulation had been re-established. Another miraculous recovery, ladies and gentlemen. A fingerprint of some of these attacks. But the ventilatory support had to be increased, and Child O's perfusion was not as good as it had been earlier. The rash that Dr. Breary had seen earlier had disappeared, something he, Dr. Breary, had never seen before or since, and which he described in his understated way as perplexing. Well, you know what the reason is, don't you, given everything you know, everything you've heard about all these children? Dr. B said that this series of collapses was something she had never seen before. An experienced consultant, quote, "I've never seen this sort of thing before. It seemed like whatever we gave him was having no effect." The mother of babies O, P and R described her son arresting, and one of the significant elements of her harrowing account was the way child O was changing colour, with discoloration and prominent veins, which she said she saw the next day on child P. Child O's dad, the father of babies O, P and R, gave that video recorded interview, part of which you saw. And we suggest it was very important evidence in this case, not only in Child O's case, but in the case in general. What he said was this: he could see all his veins, bright blue, going different colours. It looked like he had prickly heat. You could see something oozing through his veins. Oozing, that's movement, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It's agreed evidence, different colours and movement. As with many other cases, the parents of child O, P and R had just visited their son at the time of the fatal collapse. They were called back as a matter of urgency. You'll remember what I reminded you of about child L and M yesterday, what we will see again with the parents of child H, and what was to happen with them the very next day with child P. These are the circumstances, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't second-class evidence, is it? It's really compelling evidence of what was going on. The father of child O, P and R described child O's stomach as being like ET's. Some of the younger ones amongst you may have to ask the older ones exactly what that is. Most, if not all of you, know exactly what that means. Child O deteriorated and he was baptised. He required further CPR. He was one of the babies who had good gas going in and out, but failed to recover. Part of the resuscitation involved Dr. Breary seeking to decompress the abdomen by using a cannula needle at McBurney's point. It was obvious where the cross-examination was going, wasn't it? Because it was suggested that that in some way had caused the liver injury. Do you remember? But you will remember also, I'm sure, first of all, the fact that Dr. Breary rejected that as a possibility. Well, the defence might say, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? If he caused the injury, he would deny it. But it's not just Dr. Breary. It's Dr. Malnaridis and his very compelling evidence that a perforation from a needle would not, could not, cause the liver injuries that were photographed at the post-mortem. There was no response to a resus that lasted for more than half an hour. The blood gas proved that there was not a respiratory cause. It was not a breathing issue that caused the collapse. The hemoglobin was down, but not so low that it would have been expected to have caused the collapse that was witnessed. Child O died at 17:47. At 20:09 that same evening, an X-ray was taken of child P, and it's tile 173 of the sequence. Dr. Arthurs took us to that image on Friday the 17th of March, and he said this. You'll remember this is 2 hours or 2 hours and 20 minutes or so after child O's death. So this is child P. Professor Arthurs said this. The stomach is dilated. These are loops of small bowel, and then this is the large bowel, so going all the way down. So this is gas throughout the gut. very similar to the appearance of child O. This degree of gas is quite unusual in a baby like this. It doesn't show obstruction, it doesn't show NEC, and there is a nasogastric tube in situ. And I asked him, what are the potential causes? And he said this: I think they're the same causes that we described in child O. So infection, NEC, those sort of things can cause this. Well, you know he didn't have that. There are obstructions to the bowel that you can be born with. We know that neither child O nor child P suffered from those. So you are left with other causes such as administering air via a nasogastric tube. It wasn't CPAP, was it? But that's the explanation for why CPAP was written on the chart in that false entry. The deaths of child P and child O caused real concern for Dr. Breary. He said of the triplets that all were born in such good condition and had been following a healthy path to growing and hopefully going home. He described these events as, quote, exceptionally unusual. The rash he saw was something he had not seen before, and he has not seen since. All natural causes were excluded so far as Dr. Breary was concerned, even with the benefit of all these years that have intervened. Dr. A said this: This was incredibly unusual and it was unexpected. The ward round that took place at 9:30 in the morning recorded a well baby. And as the afternoon progressed, child O's clinical condition deteriorated in a way that's indicative of sepsis. But we know it wasn't sepsis, and that is why Lucy Letby was saying what she was saying to her mate Nurse E later that evening. And it started with a lie at tile 339. Nurse E says, assume they all seem stable if had all three. Then Lucy Letby responded, yeah, we're all fine. This one's still on Optiflow. That part's true. But weaning and all fully fed. Then at tile 342, had big tummy overnight. There's the lie. For this read, I inherited a problem. Just ballooned after lunch and went from there. Well, child O went from there, ladies and gentlemen, because Lucy Letby took him there. Took him to his death. 2133. Tile 403, please. She was sowing the seeds. Do you remember me saying gaslighting yesterday? Here she is sowing the seeds for what she planned for child P. And you will bear in mind that this text at 2133 comes about an hour and a half after that x-ray I just showed you of child P. The one described by Professor Arthurs as showing, if you exclude all other eventualities which can be excluded, air down the NGT. There's another interesting text later that evening, ladies and gentlemen, which tells you what Lucy Letby means. And this will become relevant when she writes a plus after something. I'm sure you've got the point, but this is air plus 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 or whatever in the context of child G. We're going to come to this, albeit the events relating to child G happened before this, but this is one of the reasons that I've taken things in this order. From tile 411 onwards, so that's from 2138 hours, Lucy Letby was having a conversation with Dr. A in which they were thanking each other for the support they had given each other. At tile 416, Dr. A wrote, I'm glad you could talk to me and I hope I helped. And she responded, didn't want you collapsing mid-resus. If we carry on, please. Yes, you did, plus plus. So 2 pluses for Dr. A for all his help. It gives you an idea, doesn't it, when we're looking at some of her other notes. This is somebody who we suggest you'll decide that she was very keen on, not just as a friend, and 2 pluses was the best he was going to get. Ironically, a week later, on June the 30th, if we go to tile 498, please, Lucy Letby submitted a Datix form, which is what I was talking to you about earlier. This Datix form did not accurately reflect what really happened. You can see the description there at the bottom. Quote, infant had a sudden acute collapse requiring resuscitation. Peripheral access lost. Intraosseous access required. Peripheral access was not lost. Do you remember Dr. B when things started to turn for the worse for child O? Dr. B had put a second line in child O's leg. Dr. Breary told you that this is a lie. This is untrue. He didn't say it's a lie. He said it's not correct. We say it's a lie. You can find it's a lie if you think that's the right finding. But it's important, ladies and gentlemen, because here Lucy Letby is trying to create the impression through the use of the Datix form that the intravenous access was lost. And if there was no intravenous access, what can't you do? You can't inject a child's circulation with air if there's no intravenous access, can you? So if people accept what she's written here, it would tend to support her case that this was not a case of air embolus. Now, that's something that the experts just can't factor into their considerations. It's not a matter for expert evidence, is it? It's a matter for you as a jury to look at this, decide whether it's important, and decide where it takes you. This is where you have the advantage over everybody else. You are entitled to say, this is a lie. She knew it was a lie. Why is she lying? And if the only sensible conclusion is to cover up something she's done, what does it cover up? If it covers up air embolus, you are entitled to say, we are sure this is air embolus. Dr. Evans identified 3 areas of concern. First, the vomiting at 13:15, then the subsequent distension of the gut, and finally the death in association with the rash that he had seen identified in Dr. Breary's notes. Do you remember? He was criticised. He was taken to task for changing his opinion over a period of writing several reports. That period, as it happened, coincided with him being fed more information about what had happened as the inquiry progressed. Well, imagine the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine an expert who, when he's given more information that is inconsistent with an opinion he's expressed, doesn't change his mind. That would be astonishing, wouldn't it? Yet here he's being criticised because he's given further information and he says, actually, that does change my mind. His first report had been in 2017, but it wasn't until 2019 that he was told that the rash that had been noted by Dr. Breary at 15:03 had disappeared, and the questioning was extended. We then established that in the medical notes there's no mention of the rash disappearing, and it was only in 2019 that Dr. Evans had been told about Dr. Breary's witness statement where he had said the rash disappeared. Well, these are all matters for you to decide. Is the defence criticism of Dr. Evans for changing his mind in the light of that information a justified criticism or not? If it's not, you might ask yourself, why is the criticism being made? Is it just to create the impression with you that Dr. Evans doesn't know what he's talking about? We suggest it would have been astonishing if Dr. Evans hadn't changed his mind, particularly when you look at how the father of child O, P and R and also how Lucy Letby herself described events. I'm not asking you to look now, but at page 6 of the child O interviews, she says she went into the nursery at 14:40. The monitor was alarming. At page 7, she says nobody else was there at the time, that child O was mottled all over with a red abdomen and a blotchy purple-red rash. At page 8, she said that you quite often see mottling, but not to that extent. So even Lucy Letby, in her police interviews, was suggesting there was something very strange about what was going on. Dr. Evans formed his view independently of either of those descriptions. But you may think, knowing what you know now, that both of those descriptions actually support what Dr. Evans said. And as Dr. Evans himself said in cross-examination, I did not have all the information at the beginning, and therefore inevitably one amends one's opinion as a result. We then had cross-examination about CPR. Do you remember that? Because the suggestion being made was that in some way CPR was responsible for child O's liver injury. This question or suggestion was made on behalf of Lucy Letby. Quote, I'm going to suggest that you well know chest compressions are performed just in the area or just below the sternum. Below the sternum, almost over the area where the liver is or very close to it. That's where they're performed, isn't it, Dr. Evans? Dr. Evans replied, I know exactly where it's performed, and I don't know any baby who was resuscitated by experienced people who either died and where the post-mortem showed liver trauma as we describe here. And I know of no case where babies were resuscitated successfully, where cardiac compression was required, but where subsequent investigation noted the liver hematoma as described here. Mr. Myers then said, "What I just asked you, it was a simple question. I apologise for having to repeat it. Chest compressions on a baby are performed in the area over just below the sternum, around the sternum, or over and very close to where the liver is. That's why I asked you. Are you going to answer that?" Well, he had just answered it, hadn't he? But Dr. Evans replied, "No, it's over the top of the sternum. You're pointing in the wrong direction. It's over here," and he indicated. "And the liver is down here," and he indicated. Well, a few days later, you saw the national guidance on CPR, and the national guidance on CPR supported what Dr. Evans said. Not only that, but you also heard later the evidence of Dr. Marna-Reed's, which I will come to in a moment. On the 5th of April 2023, in the context of the post-indictment text messages, you heard evidence from Dr. A that CPR was performed correctly on child O and child P. And so CPR is not the cause. There's no reasonable possibility, is there, that CPR caused child O's liver injury. Dr. Bowen. Towards the end of her cross-examination, it was suggested to Dr. Bowen, quote, "We have no discoloration from any of the clinicians who are present that we can identify as linking it with the Leon Tanswell description, do we?" It's not just doctors who have eyes, ladies and gentlemen, surprisingly. Sometimes parents who are watching their children dying in front of them are quite interested in what's going on. The father of child OP&R's recorded account. What better description? It's not second-class evidence, is it? Dr. Bowen, of course, spotted that lying entry in the gas chart. I've already dealt with that. It was then suggested on behalf of Lucy Letby to Dr. Bowen that, quote, "You've just tried to use any bit of discoloration you can come across to support you with this, Dr. Bowen, haven't you?" Well, you'll be the judges of that, ladies and gentlemen. As Dr. Bowen said, by the time she was giving evidence to you, she was taking into account what the father of child OP&R said. How he gesticulated with his hands, do you remember, on that video? This is what he said. You could see all his veins, bright blue, going different colours. Looked like he had prickly heat. You could see something oozing through his veins. What Dr. Bowen hadn't heard, ironically, at that point, but what Lucy Letby knew was coming when this was all being put to Dr. Bowen, was Lucy Letby's own description, that one at page 7. Quote, "Mottled all over, red abdomen, bluey purpley red rash." You've just tried to use any bit of discoloration you come across. That's the assertion being put on behalf of Lucy Letby, who herself gave that description. Is there an attempt being made to pull the wool over your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, by Lucy Letby, just as she managed with all her colleagues in the neonatal unit? Part of the attack in cross-examination on Dr. Bowen was the finding of Professor Arthurs. It was said to Dr. Bowen that Professor Arthurs, quote, "does not conclude that this was a case of air embolus," as if Professor Arthurs had given you an alternative conclusion or had ruled out air embolus. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, we suggest, because what Professor Arthurs actually said was that you need to look at the history of the child in question. Do you remember the air in Child O's great vessels? You may have a mental image of the spine of these children lying prone and the bubbles of air above it. And the mental image you have in the case of Child A, Child D and Child O may be a very similar one. And the reason is because the pictures, we suggest, are very similar, at least to the untrained eye. What Professor Arthurs was saying is you need to look at the history of the child in question. And he said that the air in Child O's great vessels could have been there because of CPR, could be trauma, could be infection, or because someone had injected air into the circulation. So Professor Arthurs wasn't excluding air embolus by any means. But let's look at the alternatives. We know that Child O did not have an infection. So that leaves CPR, trauma, or air embolus. Well, we know there was trauma because of the liver injury, don't we? So that doesn't really help Lucy Letby. That therefore leaves CPR. Well, ask yourselves, why did child O need CPR? Who inflicted the trauma? And we suggest that the answer here has to be that either this is a direct consequence of another injury inflicted by Lucy Letby, or it was an air embolus. And air embolus is the obvious answer, isn't it? Because of the moving rash, the moving discoloration. Professor Arthurs wasn't taking into account the evidence of the eyewitnesses, or of Lucy Letby, or of the fact that Lucy Letby made a false entry on the gas chart. He was just working from his images in his darkened room. He wasn't taking into account the fact that both child A and child D had similar imaging after their deaths, both cases in which there was also evidence of discoloration. Professor Arthurs told us that he'd looked at all the children in this case independently, and did not use the findings he'd reached in one case in interpreting the images in another. In other words, he was deliberately not doing what you can do. You are entitled to look at everything. And so with that in mind, we suggest that what he said bears a good deal of consideration. And he told you, didn't he? And I've reminded you of this before, so I won't do it in any great length. He told you that radiographic evidence of air embolus is very rare. And because the consequences of air embolus are so serious, the attention of the treating medics is directed to saving the child's life, rather than standing back and taking photographs or keeping a note of what it is they can see on the skin of a child. That's an obvious reason, isn't it, for why the father of child O, P and R saw it, but the medical professionals didn't. And so in relation to child O, we finally come to Dr. Marna Reedis. I just want to give you, if I may, a few bullet points from Dr. Marna Reedis. We suggest that his evidence is both compelling and uncontroverted. You will probably never forget the presentation he gave you or the findings from child O's liver. And of those liver injuries, he said this. Number 1, they were full thickness right through the body of the liver. Number 2, they were an impact injury because there were lacerations on the outer surface of the liver, and therefore someone exerted significant force on the 2-kilogram child O. Number 3, this was certainly not an injury from CPR. And in this connection, he said that it was the position of the injuries and the force required to have caused the injuries which meant that CPR was not a viable cause. He had never seen, had never heard of, had never read of this type of an injury being caused by CPR. And given the number of children who have to be resuscitated at hospitals up and down the country, we suggest that the idea that this is the only time this sort of injury has resulted from CPR is truly fanciful. He also said finally that these were not injuries caused by Dr. Breary's attempts to decompress the abdomen, and the reasons he gave was that there was no corresponding puncture injury which could have caused the internal bleeding, and the location of the danger to the liver would have been impossible to cause with a needle. As for the mark on the outer surface of the liver on the photo, he told you that in all likelihood that was something that had occurred after death because there was no associated bleeding. He said that if that had been caused by Dr. Breary, then by that stage child O had no active circulation, so in reality, in effect, was already dead. Otherwise, he said there was profound gastric and intestinal distension. Putting it more bluntly, ladies and gentlemen, in the sort of language that I can understand, child O's stomach and bowels had been blown up with air. And his view, Dr. Marna Reedis' view, was that the cause of child O's death was, quote, an inflicted traumatic injury to the liver, profound gastric and intestinal distension, following acute excessive injection of air via the NGT and air embolus. We say simply, ladies and gentlemen, that the murder of child O was cruel and it was violent. All of the offences on this indictment were appalling examples of attempts and completed murders. Some of the earlier offences were less overtly violent, but no less devastating. We say Lucy Letby used violence and air on child E. Unfortunately, there's no evidence from a post-mortem examination of what internal injuries caused him to bleed. But no doubt the fact that she had got away with so much by the time she returned from Ibiza, it gave Lucy Letby the misplaced confidence that she could pretty much do whatever she wanted. Her objective, as always, was to kill. In Child O's case, she undoubtedly combined all of the three methods she had previously used to such devastating effect on the other children in this case. And in order to try and cover up what she did, she had falsified the notes. And we say, frankly, by this stage, she was completely out of control and was determined to mete out the same treatment to Child P the very next day. We move on to the case of Child P. Dr. A told us that Child P was born in very good health. He needed no active resus, very little intervention. He was in normal room air from 6 minutes of life. Initially, he needed no respiratory support. He and his brothers were treated for presumed sepsis. The decision was made to stabilise his breathing through the use of CPAP and give him IV fluids for nutrition. You will remember that it was his case which caused confusion with several witnesses as to when it was he came off breathing support, and I will come back to that because it's important. On June 22nd, Yvonne Farmer looked after Child P, and he was doing so well that at 11:45 that day, Dr. B decided to have a trial of taking him off CPAP and trialling him on Optiflow. His gases were excellent. The following day, the 23rd, this is the day that Child O died, at 0600 hours Child P was taken off Optiflow. From that point on, in other words 6 a.m. on the 23rd, Child P needed no breathing support. By 10 a.m. at 36 hours of age, Child P was self-ventilating in air. You will find that in the note of Dr. Cook at tile 64. His antibiotics were stopped, he was being partially fed with expressed breast milk, and both Dr. Cook and Dr. A referred to that examination at 1000 hours as unremarkable. So this is the morning his brother was murdered by Lucy Letby. At the end of the day shift, and after Child O had died, at 1800 hours there was a further examination by Drs. Gibbs and Cook. When he arrived on the unit at the time of Child O's death, Dr. Gibbs told you this. I remember feeling uncomfortable when I arrived on the unit and saw Child O, and I thought, oh no, not another one, because I'd become increasingly concerned. I know that my consultant colleagues shared this concern. But I've been increasingly concerned that the accumulating number of unusual, unexpected, inexplicable deaths and collapses that have been happening on the neonatal unit, and the fact that staff nurse Letby had been involved in all of them. On examination, Child P's abdomen was full, mildly distended, with no tenderness. And this was at about the time that Lucy Letby recorded feeding Child P. You will see that in the fluid balance chart. You can imagine that, can't you, ladies and gentlemen, that with his brother having just died, with the consultants scratching their heads and worrying, looking at Child P and wondering what was going on, that Lucy Letby would tell the student nurse to crack on with feeding his brother. You only need to put it that way to realise how absurd that is. Child P was active, he was tolerating his feeds. In interview, Lucy Letby said that she gave this feed because somebody was on a break. That's in the Child P interview at page 3. Perhaps she was not anticipating that the police would be able to prove she was the designated nurse. Who can say? It's a variation from I was standing in for someone who was on a break to the student did it. It's just a morphing of her lies. Child P appeared very well. He was active. His CRP was normal. His breath sounds were clear and he had a normal respiratory pattern. There was a little redness around his umbilicus, which we were told was likely the result of the rubbing of the clip on the umbilicus. According to Dr. Gibbs, he was remarkably well, very well grown for a triplet, excellent for a triplet baby. And the plan was modified to a more cautious one because of what had happened with Child O. A number of blood tests were undertaken at 1845, which is tile 145, and those blood tests would not normally have been done. But what they show us is that there is no evidence of infection. As a precaution, Child P was put onto antibiotics. The X-ray ordered by Dr. Gibbs at 1800 hours was taken just over 2 hours later at 2009. It's the one I showed you earlier as I was getting towards the end of my review of the case of Child O. When he gave evidence, Dr. Gibbs said that the abdominal distension shown was CPAP belly from 12 hours earlier. But he, like Dr. Yuko, had misread the chart. As I explained to you earlier, Child P had not had CPAP for more than 2 days, and he had been off Optiflow since 6 o'clock that morning. One thing you can be sure of, ladies and gentlemen, is that was not CPAP belly. The abdominal gas shown on the X-ray was pumped into Child P by Lucy Letby, just as she had done with his brother and with others, just as she did with Child N, just before she went off shift on June 14th, so about a week and a bit earlier. And she did it just as she went off her shift to destabilise Child P overnight, so that she could take advantage the next day, and create in the minds of all the people in the unit the impression that this was a child who was deteriorating. Professor Arthurs dealt with the radiograph. It's the one I've just been talking about, taken just after 8 p.m. It's at tile 173. He said, quote, "This is quite unusual in a baby of this age and gestation. You cannot determine how or why the gas got there from the radiograph alone." He can't. He's just a professor from Great Ormond Street. You can, because you are the jury and you can take into account all the other evidence. You can take into account the circumstances in which this picture was taken. The fact that there had been no CPAP belly for more than 36 hours. No Optiflow for 14 hours. Take into account the fact that the issue arose just as Lucy Letby was going off shift. The timing is no innocent coincidence, because what happened here, as we will see, mirrors what happened to Child N the night before Lucy Letby tried to kill him on June 15th. The night shift of the 23rd into the 24th. A detail which will not have been lost on you is that Lucy Letby did not leave the unit that night until about 9 p.m. We know that because she sent a message to Dr. A at 20:59 saying she was just finishing her notes. When Lucy Letby left, Child P did not have an infection, and we know that from the lab results that came back several days later on June 29th. In the cross-examination of Dr. B, Dr. Evans and Dr. Bowen, some emphasis was put on the good blood gas at 2027. No doubt in an effort to make the point that when Lucy handed over Child P to Sophie Ellis, he was in good condition. But Sophie Ellis gave evidence on March 20th. She had Child P that night. Tile 169 has her note, and I would like you to look at that, please, to remind you. She said, quote, "Child P desaturated and had a self-correcting bradycardia early on in the shift." As I said earlier, no innocent coincidence. Having had no problems with his feeds all day, Child P had an issue with a 14ml part-digested milk aspirate at 2000 hours. If you want to look at the hard copy that you've got, it's J23981. So Lucy Letby is still on the unit at this point, remember? We say, quite simply, you can infer, given that it's a 14ml part-digested milk aspirate, that Lucy Letby had overfed him just before that was taken. What other possible explanation is there for that picture that day? No problems, and then just as she's going off, a part-digested milk aspirate. That, of course, is why she's so keen, Lucy Letby is so keen to persuade you that the 1800 hours feed was done by the student. A large volume aspirate. At midnight, a 20ml aspirate was obtained which was discarded, and the feeds were stopped on the advice of Dr. Maybury. Dr. Maybury said that at the start of the shift, the decision had been taken that if there were any concerns overnight, then milk feeds were to be stopped and intravenous fluids started. And in a phone call, he was told there'd been a milky aspirate, and he advised the nurses to put Child P onto IV fluids. It was in light of the unexplained death of Child O. There was a very low threshold for doing that. He thought that this happened at the start of the shift, somewhere at about 21:30, and thought he had spoken to Belinda Simcock. You'll remember that he was diverted by an emergency in A&E. You will also remember, I'm sure, that in cross-examination on behalf of Lucy Letby, the times were clarified by reference to the feeding chart. Dr. Mabry said that given Child P's gut was clearly moving, from which bowels opened and passed urine, the figures of aspirate were not all the story. And he finally told us that he gave the instruction to leave the nasogastric tube on free drainage. At the invitation of Sophie Ellis, Catherine Percival Calderbank, or Catherine Percival Ward, said that she had gone into the room and looked at Child P, who was awaiting a medical review. Again, initially, she thought that this was early in the shift, and she said, quote, "He was a well baby, but his abdomen was quite distended, so I aspirated his NGT." And she made the observation in evidence that at the time she was looking for milk. She was then shown the feeding chart, which you've got there. It's that morning's feeding chart. So she was shown that feeding chart, and she confirmed that this was actually done at 0400 hours, as you can see the entry there. At 0700 hours, Sophie Ellis aspirated a further 5 ml of air and 2 ml of milk. She, when she was being questioned, wasn't sure whether the air had been there all along or not. But we suggest that if you think about it, the fact that she got milk at 7 o'clock shows that Child P's stomach had not been fully emptied at 4 o'clock. That must be the case, mustn't it? Because nobody was feeding him overnight. So that gives you an idea of what was going on. Catherine Percival Ward confirmed that by the end of the shift, Child P was, quote, comfortable, settled, and seemed like a well baby. So the problem that Lucy Letby had created at the end of the shift on which she had murdered Child O had been resolved by proper nursing care from Sophie Ellis and Catherine Percival Ward. So we come to the day shift on which Lucy Letby murdered Child P. Tile 258 shows you where people were. Catherine Percival Ward said that Lucy Letby needed support for the day shift, and that was why Chris Booth was with her in nursery 2. Catherine Percival Ward remembered having allocated Lucy Letby on a previous occasion to one of the less intensive nurseries, and Lucy Letby had said that being in nurseries 3 and 4 was boring. On those occasions, she said Lucy Letby would migrate, that's her word, migrate back to nursery 1 when things happened. That is something you have seen happening, isn't it, in the evidence? There was an occasion before June 2016 when Catherine Percival Ward argued with Lucy Letby about this, and Lucy Letby was unhappy with her decision. Now you know what was going on shifts when Catherine Percival Ward wasn't actually there. You have a much fuller picture of what was going on, don't you? At the shift handover, Sophie Ellis told the mother of Child O, P and R that Child P had been, quote, a little angel overnight. That was agreed evidence. We'll come to Sophie Ellis' note in a moment, but later that morning the mother of Child O, P and R was called back to the neonatal unit. Lucy Letby had come on duty and Child P had collapsed, just like his brother. As the mother of Child O, P and R said, it was like déjà vu. We suggest that Child P's case shows the malevolence of Lucy Letby at its height. Lucy Letby had handed over Child P to Sophie Ellis in the aftermath of the death of his brother, Child O. Just before she did so, she did something to destabilise him, and on her way home she sent that text, which I showed you before. Worry as identical. This is gaslighting at its very best, or very worst, isn't it? She was laying the ground for her attack on Child P. What had happened overnight with Child P, as I say, mirrored what happened with Child N. Tile 249, please, from Child P sequence. Sophie Ellis note made at 0639. Abdo has been soft and non-distended. 25 millilitres of air aspirated by Kate Ward, NGT placed on free drainage. There was nothing wrong with Child P by the end of that night shift. The NGT was on free drainage, which means that if there was any naturally occurring gas in the stomach, it would ventilate through the NGT. Sophie Ellis had fixed the problem, but because Lucy Letby had decided that Child P was going to die, and because she wanted people to believe that there was some sort of issue that the brothers had in common, she decided to use the template that had been established the day before. If we look at Lucy Letby's nursing note for Child P at 8 o'clock on June 24th, quote, abdomen full, loops visible, soft to touch. That, of course, wasn't written until quite some time later that day. 13 hours later, as a matter of fact, that was written. It was a fabricated note to create the illusion of the ongoing problem, the problem that hadn't existed at 0640 that morning. When you're looking at that note, ladies and gentlemen, do you remember what Sophie Ellis had written the day before as she signed off Child O at 7:32? What she had written was, "Abdo looks full, slightly loopy." So it's the nursing equivalent of copying somebody else's handwriting. So the problem that had disappeared overnight had apparently reappeared immediately at the handover, out of nowhere, in a child whose nasogastric tube was on free drainage. If Child P really did have an issue at 8 o'clock that morning, we suggest that Lucy Letby would have escalated it immediately, given what had happened to Child O the previous day. But she didn't escalate it because there wasn't a problem. There was nothing to escalate. She was texting Dr. A at Child 267 please at 8:19, quote, "watching them both like a hawk." This is after the time that she is putting into the nursing notes as Child P having slightly loopy bowels. If you look at the text she sent just before that, at Child 264, she was telling Dr. A, quote, "I've got Child P and Child R, so babies P and R." No mention to her friend that there's a problem with Child P. If there really had been an abdominal issue, given what had happened to Child O the day before, she would have told him, wouldn't she? You know from the other evidence she was desperate to get him into the unit. There was no problem. And this plays in due course to Child Q, doesn't it, right at the end? Do you remember? She said this, "The reason I didn't feed Child Q at 9 o'clock is because I was going to escalate it to the doctors." The same thing is happening time and time again. Dr. B spoke to Dr. Maybury about Child P's overnight abdominal distension at the handover, and there was no suggestion of the fact that it was an ongoing concern. And yet in interview, you'll find it at pages 6 and 7 of the Child P interview, Lucy Letby said that the bowel issue was obvious at handover, and she was told by the nurse in charge to wait for the ward round. A lie. Cover for her lying nursing note entry and lies to the police about it. Chris Booth, who was looking after Child R, who was incredibly stable, fully monitored, and in the far end of the nursery where an eye could be kept on Child R. Child P was on no sort of respiratory support. How does that fit with what Lucy Letby was saying in the note? How does it fit with what she was saying in interview? At 9:35, and this is Child 289, Dr. Yuko did a ward round and examined Child P. He found a moderately distended abdomen with bloating. And you'll remember that in cross-examination, Lucy Letby said that a loopy bowel had been visible at this examination. And she claimed initially that Dr. Yuko saw the loops as well. But then we checked the note, do you remember? And there it wasn't. No mention at all from Dr. Yuko. Dr. Yuko said that Child P's abdomen was soft on examination and that his skin was slightly mottled. Dr. Yuko ordered a series of blood tests, including ammonia, which was to deal with the possibilities of a metabolic condition. And Dr. Yuko's impression was that he needed to keep an eye on Child P, although he wasn't particularly unwell. Dr. Yuko's principal concern seems to have been the possibility of an infection or NEC, but there were no other concerns. Dr. B said there was nothing of concern, although the abdomen was a little bit distended. And although she didn't examine Child P, Dr. B suggested screening him to include a test for metabolic disorders, which ties in with what Dr. Yuko was telling you. Dr. B then went to speak to the coroner about Child O. Here we have yet another example of Lucy Letby falsifying the notes to make the situation of a baby look worse than it was. In the nursing note, recorded after Child P's death, Lucy Letby recorded that Child P had been neopuffed for a minute before he was examined by Dr. Yuko. We suggest this is a deliberate misrecording, timing a minor collapse 10 minutes before the major collapse at about 9:40 or so. The record, abdomen becoming distended, is Lucy Letby's way of covering what she did. It was becoming distended because she was pumping child P with air. Dr. B said in terms of what Dr. Yuko had seen at 9:35, it did not explain why 10 minutes later child P crashed, his heart stopped, and so did his breathing. And this is deterioration number 1 for child P. Chris Booth recalled the monitors going off for child P and said that Dr. Yuko and Dr. A were around with himself, Lucy Letby and Rebecca Morgan, the student, in the room. And he described child P as dusky and mottled. But we suggest, for reasons that will become apparent, that he was wrong about who was there when this happened. Tile 295, please. This is Dr. A's note. This shows that he was called to the neonatal unit and arrived at 9:50. Apparently, it wasn't an emergency. It was just come quickly, as he put it. Child P was in nursery 2 with a heart rate of 80 beats per minute, oxygen sats of about 60%. He was being bagged in air. Dr. Yuko and Dr. B were already there when he arrived. According to Rebecca Morgan, when child P collapsed, she was at child R's incubator in nursery 2. And Lucy Letby was not in the room, according to Rebecca Morgan. Well, if that's right, you might wonder why not. Lucy Letby had no other child to care for. Child P had only just been desaturating and might be thought to have been at risk given what had happened to child O. And Lucy Letby, after all, had been telling her friend the previous night that she was worried as they were identical, and had told Dr. A that she was watching child P like a hawk. So if Rebecca Morgan is right about that, then we have shades of what was going to happen with child Q the next day, don't we? Being out of the room at the time of the collapse. When she arrived, Dr. B said that only Dr. Yuko and Lucy Letby were there. She made a note at J23848. Dr. A said that the heart rate was lower than he would have expected, as was the oxygen saturation level. Child P was intubated at the first attempt by Dr. A, and there was good colour change on the capnograph. The blood gases were poor and suggested that over the previous 15 or 20 minutes, child P had been working hard with his respiration. Dr. Yuko thought he was called back at about this time as well. He said child P appeared very different to earlier and his oxygen levels were down to 60% with a low heart rate. He said Dr. Yuko, quote, "Whoever was doing the neopuff was very keen on getting Dr. A." Well, we know who that was, don't we? We say that, knowing what you know, the person doing the neopuff has to have been the designated nurse, Lucy Letby. And Lucy Letby wanted Dr. A, and she wanted Dr. A because for some reason she enjoyed these situations when he was there. According to Dr. B, adrenaline was started at 9:55, and it was realised that intravenous access had been lost. So Dr. B and Dr. Yuko tried to re-site a cannula. That was unsuccessful, so the intraosseous access was established. The gases at 10:06 were even worse, even though the airway was satisfactorily managed. Child P was given a sequence of doses of adrenaline at 9:55, 10:02, 10:08, 10:15, followed at 11:10 by a loading dose of morphine. The gas at 10:46 showed a slight improvement. Dr. Evans was at a loss to explain any natural cause for this collapse. Dr. Bowen concluded that this was a case of air being put down the NGT which had splintered child P's diaphragm. And he will not have missed the fact that Lucy Letby's own note records, quote, "abdomen becoming distended." That's why it's important he was not on CPAP. This was her covering what she had done. These are all inferences you as a jury can draw. Experts can't get involved in determining the facts. You can. The second deterioration at 11:30. There was then an episode of bradycardia and desaturation, which required CPR from Dr. A and Dr. B. Child P was given adrenaline once more. Dr. B said at this time, following the collapse, child P was, quote, "very vigorous and breathing against the ventilator." This was not a child who was ill, ladies and gentlemen. This was a child who was being sabotaged. That perplexed Dr. B because, as she said, if this was a case of infection, Child P wouldn't have rebounded so quickly. What she did not know, but what you do know, is that the blood tests exclude infection. Because he was fighting the ventilator, Child P was given pancuronium, the drug that paralyses, and you will find that at tile 389. It's in Dr. A's note, it's also in the scribe's note at tile 391, and it's timed at 11:30 in Lucy Letby's nursing note. See, for example, tile 292. This is really important, this timing, ladies and gentlemen. Pancuronium at 11:30. At 11:57, there was a radiograph, an X-ray taken which showed both a pneumothorax and air in the bowel. Dr. B said this was not a tension pneumothorax and the gas at 11:03 was good, although with a base excess that was quite high. Just after midday noon, after that gas, Dr. B remembered going to nursery 2 and seeing several nurses, including Lucy Letby. You'll remember she explained to you how she saw the clock going just past noon, and she told the people there that the transport team were going to be there soon. She said, quote, "I was thinking out loud, and Lucy replied to me, 'He's not leaving here alive, is he?' He's not leaving here alive." It wasn't disputed in cross-examination, was it? It was suggested in cross-examination that this was an expression of concern. Concern. But that's not what Lucy Letby said in interview. In police interview, she said that she couldn't remember saying it to Dr. B. She claimed, Lucy Letby, that she wouldn't have said that unless Child P had been really sick at the time. She then said that when he started to deteriorate, she did think that he wouldn't leave alive. So in other words, Lucy Letby was saying that what Dr. B said she said at midday was something she didn't remember saying, but was thinking later on. Work that one out. In cross-examination on the 8th of June, Lucy Letby agreed when I suggested that to say such a thing was not the done thing in the medical world. And she repeated then on the 8th of June that she didn't remember saying it. So where did the suggestion made to Dr. B that this was an expression of concern come from? We will never know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she did say it. She didn't dispute it. But going back to my favourite question, why did she say it? The answer... There is only one answer, isn't there? Because by this stage, she knew the end game. She knew what was going to happen. She was controlling things, she was enjoying what was going on, and she was happily predicting something that she knew was going to happen. She, in effect, was playing God. And Dr. B's response? Don't say that, he's just had a good gas. As Dr. B said, I thought we were winning. There was no reason for this comment. Dr. B said the comment was, quote, highly unusual and that making such comments was not something that we do. Dr. B said that that remark was shocking, and importantly we say you need to put this comment alongside Lucy Letby's later excitement after Child P had died. We will get to that. Before we get to that, most importantly in terms of working out who was responsible for what was going on, we get to the circumstances of Child P's collapse at 12:28. Dr. B told us that the adrenaline infusion started at 12:20. This is the one that ties in with the pancuronium at 11:30. Dr. B and Dr. A took a quick time out and went to make a cup of tea when somebody shouted for help. They, that is Dr. A and Dr. B, were both out of the room when this collapse happened, and Lucy Letby, of course, was in the room with Child P. Dr. B said, quote, it looked like this child who'd been paralysed with pancuronium had dislodged his ET tube. In cross-examination, Dr. B admitted of the possibility that the tube was blocked. Well, if it was blocked within a very short period of time, because it had been put in by Dr. A at 9:50. And when you're considering this piece of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, you're entitled to look at all the surrounding circumstances, something which the experts are not entitled to do. You can take into account the apparent coincidence of this happening at the precise moment that the two doctors had left the room. You can take account of the fact that it happened only when Lucy Letby was in the room, no one else in the room. You can take into account the fact that a short time before this event, Lucy Letby had said, he's not getting out of here alive, is he? And you can take into account the fact that that remark was made within 13 to 28 minutes of this incident. Significantly, Dr. A wrote that there was poor colour change to the capnograph. He didn't write that the tube was blocked because we suggest it wasn't blocked. Lucy Letby had moved it. As the nurse, Lucy Letby made no record of it being blocked because it wasn't blocked, and so Dr. A reintubated. CPR was recommenced. Child P was given a number of adrenaline boluses for a peripheral cannula. The desaturation and bradycardia were accompanied by a profound colour change indicative of a circulatory problem. A chest x-ray at 12:30, and you'll find Dr. A's note at tile 435, showed a right-sided pneumothorax, which I think we saw just before, which was decompressed with a cannula, what you now know as a needle phorecentesis. Dr. A thought that a pneumothorax was a possible consequence of Child P fighting the ventilator at an earlier stage of treatment, and he was then given fluids and dobutamine to maintain his blood pressure and his cardiac output. Dr. Bowen thought that although the pneumothorax may have contributed to Child P's collapse at this point, the collapse was not caused by the pneumothorax. We say, frankly, ladies and gentlemen, it was Lucy Letby moving the tube. Dr. Breary finished his cardiac clinic at 1300 hours. You'll remember he was the cardiac specialist at Chester. He conducted an echocardiogram at 1330. Child P had a normal heart and normal great vessels leading from the heart with no evidence of any congenital heart disease or pulmonary hypertension. And in effect, he eliminated any heart problem as the reason for what was going on with Child P. The following week, Dr. Breary reviewed the circumstances of Child P's death. He could find no reason for what had happened, and he said that he regarded the events of that day as being very exceptional. Treatment for Child P continued with drugs to combat presumed infection, which we know didn't exist, and also to support blood pressure and cardiac output. Child P was given surfactant. The work and inefficiency of his breathing with no identifiable cause was a concern, and Dr. A said he couldn't identify any cause for what was going on. You'll remember that it was about 3 p.m, 1500 hours, that a pigtail chest drain was inserted, and Dr. A thought it was highly unlikely that Child P died as a result of complications with a pneumothorax. It was at 15:14 that Child P went into cardiorespiratory arrest, as Dr. B was standing in the room talking to Dr. Rackham from the transport team. This time, Child P was given high doses of adrenaline. The X-ray at 15:36 shows the pigtail drain in place, put in at 1500 hours by Dr. A. At 15:54, Child P had no pulse at all. He had no spontaneous circulation, and he was gasping occasionally. But despite all that, there was good air entry into his chest, so the ET tube, was in a good position, and that continued throughout the resuscitation process. Dr. Rackham said there was no breathing effort from Child P, and as he said, we had no explanation for why Child P's condition had changed. Another thing he said was, it didn't fit with any obvious reason for Child P to have deteriorated from the condition he was in before. So that's Dr. Rackham. It's the same thing. If I said to you, name the doctor who said that, you'd all possibly come up with different people, and you might all be right. At 1600 hours, it was determined that the resuscitation attempts were futile. The father of children O, P and R, Child P's dad, said that the circumstances of Child P's death were very similar to Child O's, although he said specifically he could not remember his veins going different colours like Child O. Again, as you have heard in many other cases, the father of Child O, P and R said they'd seen the boys, spent a bit of time there, and then things happened with Child P. So, a similar pattern. The father of Child O, P and R said that Child R, the boy who we suggest escaped Lucy Letby, had nothing wrong with him, and he was discharged from hospital after 11 days. And we say that's what would have happened with Child P and Child O had Lucy Letby not murdered them. After Child P died, Dr. B went to Child P's parents to tell them there would have to be a post-mortem. And Dr. B said at that point, Lucy Letby was, quote, almost very animated, asking about a memory box. She seemed so excited, said Dr. B, and her behaviour seemed very inappropriate. Lucy Letby was enjoying the drama, she was enjoying the control, and she was enjoying the extremity of the grief that she was causing to other people. Dr. B said that in the aftermath of child P's death, the father was sobbing and begging Dr. Rackham to take child R. And Dr. B too asked that child R be removed from Chester because, quote, I thought that was the only way he was going to live. Dr. B was worried and she did not understand what had been happening. What she had seen defied her experience as a consultant, and it was not normal from a medical point of view to explain what had happened. Dr. Gibbs told us that he was extremely concerned to hear of child P's death and that he wouldn't have expected it at all. Dr. Rackham decided that moving child R to Liverpool was a good idea in the light of what had happened to his brothers. Child R, of course, was on high flow, he was pink and active. There was a debrief led by Dr. Rackham after child P's death. This was to identify anything that had been missed and to look out for the well-being of the staff. And nothing was identified clinically to explain what had happened. At the debrief, Dr. Brewery asked Lucy Letby how she was feeling and suggested that she perhaps needed some time off. But she didn't appear to be upset, according to what Dr. Brewery said, and told him that she was due to work the next day. And that caused Dr. Brewery real concern, given her connection to these unexplained events. We move on to the expert evidence. Dr. Marnarides gave evidence on March 30th relating to the post-mortem of child P. And you'll remember the liver injury that he had, not as severe, but a liver injury nonetheless, like child O. Dr. Marnarides told you that when he gave his opinion, he did not look at one child case in the context of another. And this is the important difference between you and him. It was suggested on behalf of Lucy Letby to Dr. Marnarides that the liver injury could have been caused by CPR. Dr. Marnarides was prepared to accept that as a possibility, looking at the case in isolation. We say, however, that not only is the coincidence too much for child P to have suffered that injury accidentally, but it's also clear that at the time those who were involved in his resuscitation were very careful in what they did. And the text messages sent by Dr. A to Lucy Letby, we suggest, exclude the possibility of child P's liver injury having been caused accidentally. More importantly, perhaps, Dr. Marnarides said there was no evidence at the post-mortem of any naturally occurring disease or condition that would account for child P's collapse and death. He said that when he had the benefit of hearing what experts for both the prosecution and the defence said in a joint meeting, it was his view that child P died as a result of gastric and intestinal distension, as a result of having excessive air injected into the nasogastric tube. As he put it, there was no clinical or pathological pathway to explain a natural cause of death. And in that context, you will remember that his discipline, pathology, enables him to exclude natural causes for the air being in the stomach and the bowel. Right at the end of his evidence, he said that had an alternative mechanism been put to him on behalf of Lucy Letby in cross-examination, he would have considered it, and either would have accepted it as a possibility or explained his reason for rejecting it. And it will not have escaped your notice that other than the CPR in the case of child O and P, he was never asked to consider any alternatives. That, we suggest, speaks volumes. There are no alternatives. Dr. Evans took us through a summary of the chronology of child P's progress from birth to the collapses and his death. And his view was that there was no natural causes, and that the reason for what happened was that he was injected with air down the nasogastric tube. When he was cross-examined on behalf of Lucy Letby, it was suggested to Dr. Evans that he had invented an extra dollop of air just before the initial collapse. I think, to be fair, the word dollop originated from Dr. Evans. This, we suggest, is where the false entry in the nursing note made by Lucy Letby is so important. And this is something that we suggest that you as a jury can take into account. If you accept Sophie Ellis' uncontroverted evidence that there was no air in child P when she left at the end of that night shift, then you can go on to consider, first, that Lucy Letby made the loopy bowels note falsely, suggesting there was. Second, that she was texting Dr. A, claiming to be watching like a hawk at the time her later made note suggests there was air in the loopy bowel, but she didn't mention the air. Third, if there was no air, then her suggestion in interview that she had a conversation with the lead nurse about it must be a fabrication. Fourth, in her nursing note, she falsely recorded having used the Neopuff either before or during Dr. Yuko's first examination at 9:30. Fifth, if you accept Dr. Yuko's evidence about his 9:30 examination, Child P was fine, and yet by 9:35, Child P had collapsed. Child P had no naturally occurring problem that could have caused that sudden collapse, and so Dr. Evans was right. Dr. Bowen reinforced Dr. Evans' opinion by comparing the contents of Sophie Ellis' note at 6:39 with what Lucy Letby said was the position in the note you have on screen. Dr. Bowen also pointed out that in the interim, the nasogastric tube had been on free drainage, which would have decompressed the stomach if there was any naturally occurring problem. It's a point I think I made earlier. Dr. Bowen also pointed out the apparent discrepancy between Lucy Letby's notes, which suggest having had to neopuff Child P just before Dr. Yuko's ward round, and the fact that this does not appear to have been mentioned to Dr. Yuko. After all, given what had happened to Child O, if you had just neopuffed a child that you just called a doctor to see, as a designated nurse you would tell the doctor, wouldn't you? So the fact that that didn't happen speaks volumes. Given that in interview, Lucy Letby suggested that she was waiting for the doctor to do the ward round to raise the possibility of there being an abdominal issue, this is, we suggest, inexplicable, other than it being yet another example of a false record in Lucy Letby's nursing notes, designed to make Child P appear to have some naturally evolving problem which covered her criminality. Dr. Bowen described the pattern of extreme collapses necessitating the use of adrenaline followed by a rapid recovery as being very abnormal. It's a pattern of what was happening to Lucy Letby's babies. Dr. Bowen had decoded the adrenaline prescriptions, you'll remember, and concluded that the adrenaline infusion was doubled at which had been intended. But despite that, Child P's heart still failed. And because there was no plausible explanation either for the distension, the gas, or the nature of the extreme collapses, followed a couple of times by good recoveries, Dr. Bowen concluded that someone must have injected Child P with air. She did not take into account the liver injuries, which you can, or Lucy Letby's bizarre behaviour, which you can, or the fact that his brother had died in similar circumstances the day before, which you can, or the false records, which you can. So, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution position. If you conclude that Child O is the victim of someone inflicting force on him to cause that terrible liver injury, then the very idea that his brother Child P died the next day with a liver injury is damning evidence against Lucy Letby. And it's the classic example of the power of circumstantial evidence, something which when viewed in isolation may not be very significant, which may be explicable in isolation, but when taken with another piece of evidence becomes powerful proof of criminal behaviour. Dr. B realised there was something seriously wrong going on in that neonatal unit. That is why she pleaded with Dr. Rackman. Lucy Letby predicted Child P's death at a time when the consultant Dr. B thought it was under control. How could she have done that? Why would she have done that? We say, ladies and gentlemen, that the number of coincidences here, both with what happened to Child O and with what happened to many of the other babies, is all too much to have been the product of simple bad luck. Child P and his brother Child O were murdered by Lucy Letby. As I have indicated previously, we want to focus primarily on the evidence that relates directly to each of the infants named on this indictment. However, whilst we recognise that this is a case about babies and not about paper, we suggest that a brief consideration of Lucy Letby's explanation for some of the paperwork seized on her arrest may help you to assess her honesty and credibility as a witness generally, and better enable you to consider her explanation of the events surrounding the collapses of these babies. I want to start, I'm not going to deal in great detail with these jottings. I'll start with Exhibit 15, which is the handover sheet of Child P and Child O. Lucy Letby suggested that she took this home deliberately to rely on it as an aid memoir when writing up the drugs on her following shift. But when you look at page 2, which shows the back of this document, the only drug you will see recorded on that sheet is caffeine. So Lucy Letby's explanation is not true. Why is she not prepared to tell you the true reason? It can't be because it helps her, can it? We suggest that the handover sheets are capable of informing you of her unhealthy interest in some of these children, whether directly, as in the case of child M, for example, or indirectly, as in the case of child G, whose handover sheet would have been a very useful reminder of how to spell her mother's French name when conducting a covert Facebook search. And when determining or considering Lucy Letby's credibility, her believability generally, we encourage you to think about these things. First, her claim that her collection of handover sheets, acquired over years and retained through multiple house moves, was simply a consequence of her tendency to collect paper. Second, her assertion that they were stored confidentially, her inconsistent assertions about owning a shredder and whether or not students receive handover sheets. Third, her assertion that the word keep written on the side of the shredder box at her parents' house referred to the shredder rather than the handover sheets that were in the box. And fourthly, her assertion that documents containing sensitive information about dead babies were, to use her word, insignificant. None of that stands up to any sensible analysis. And as I say, if she's not telling the truth about that, is the true explanation one that's going to help her in the context of the allegations being made in this case? You can safely conclude the answer to that question is no. A second category of paper exhibits seized on her arrest are the various notes that she wrote after her removal from the neonatal unit. Here I'd like to start with image 19, please, which is the post-it note. This was inside her 2016 diary. We suggest that the words "I am evil, I did this" should be read literally and taken as a confession. In the defence's opening address to you back in October, it was suggested to you, and I quote, "Anyone who reads this fully with an ounce of human understanding will appreciate that this is the anguished outpouring of a young woman in fear and despair." Well, the evidence that Lucy Letby gave about her anguish related significantly to the circumstances in which she was removed from the neonatal unit, and according to her, being forbidden from having any contact with her friends and colleagues, other than Dr. A, Mina Lapalainen, and Nurse E. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it was Lucy Letby who introduced the suggestion that she was isolated, not the prosecution. It was the defence that introduced the suggestion that she was isolated. And its purpose, or part of its purpose, was to explain the notes and her behaviour. That impression may have remained until she was cross-examined, and on the final day of cross-examination, a spreadsheet was given to her, setting out the contents of her phone and her diary, together with some photographs. And as she so appropriately summarised it, the spreadsheet in effect set out her social life in the period of July 2016 to July 2018, which includes the time that this and other notes were written. Lucy Letby accepted, didn't she, that in reality she had a very, very active social life, her words, which included socialising with many of her former colleagues, including the people that she, up to that stage, was telling you that she had been forbidden from having contact with. On May 2nd this year, you were asked by your counsel about the circumstances surrounding your suspension from the neonatal unit. Do you remember? Yes. And you told the jury that you just changed as a person. Your mental health deteriorated and you felt very isolated. And these are your words. "I felt very isolated from my friends and family on the unit." Yes. You went on to say, "We were a very supportive unit. Regardless of whether we were personal friends, we were a very supportive nursing team." Do you remember that? Yes. You don't want to change that, do you? No. At the time, the hospital advised me not to communicate with anybody on the unit and to sort of go with the pretense that it was a voluntary secondment. And it was identified at the time that there were 2 or 3 friends that I would be able to speak to, but otherwise I was not to have contact. Not to have contact with anyone on the unit. That's what you said, isn't it? Yes. Was it true? Yes. Did you abide by that direction? Yes. So you didn't have contact with anyone but the people who you were told you could have contact with? At that very beginning part, yes, it did change as time went on. Ah, well, you didn't tell us about that. You were given a document this morning, weren't you? Yes. What's in the document? My social life. Your social life. Where did the document come from? You've made it. Yes, it's come from the prosecution, hasn't it? Yes. And it was given to you this morning before we started? Yes. And you have read it, haven't you? Yes. And you know that it disproves everything you said about your contact with your friends, doesn't it? I disagree. No. You disagree? So you are saying there's nothing in that document showing you in contact with people other than Nurse E, Dr. A, and Minna Lapalainen? No, you're not saying that. That was what you were telling the jury was the position on May 2nd, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Every day I have asked you the same question, haven't I? Yes. Whether there's anything that you have said which you would like to change? Yes. And you were telling the jury on May 2nd that from your suspension through to your arrest, you were not allowed to have contact with anyone from the unit other than Nurse E, Dr. A, and Minna Lapalainen. Yes. Yes. Why did you tell that lie? I was mistaken, so as time went on, it was in the table document in the post-indictment I was allowed to start communicating with the unit, but I was not to tell them any of the details of my secondment. You were exaggerating, weren't you? No. You were telling the jury a sob story, weren't you? No. That you had been cut off from your family, as you defined them. Yes. Yes. Were you looking for sympathy? Yes, it was a very difficult time. Yes. You thought you'd get sympathy by telling a lie, didn't you? No. Was it just a mistake? Yes. When she was re-examined on all this by her own counsel, she was asked whether she was at least allowed a social life, the implication being that we had produced a schedule to suggest that in having a social life, she was behaving inappropriately. That was never our suggestion. Our point is much more relevant. We say that she up to that point had been deliberately trying to mislead you about her situation at the time of writing this note, with the intention of invoking some pity on your part and to deflect you from the obvious and literal meaning of some of those words. We say she is a liar. She lied to you. And that the fact she lied to you is proved by an analysis of her social life. That's the point. We're not suggesting she wasn't entitled to a social life. So taking stock then, ladies and gentlemen, so far we've reviewed 7 cases. We've seen that child F and child L were poisoned with insulin. Each of them, for the reasons I explained, was deliberately targeted. Each of their brothers was injected with air. The attack on child E was interrupted by his mother, the mother of child E and F. And so Lucy Letby persuaded her to leave and pressed home the attack to make it look like there was an ongoing problem. That was something that Lucy Letby repeated with child P on June 24th at about 12:30, in what I have termed from time to time the tea room attack. Child P was paralysed and cannot have dislodged his own tube. Child P had a liver injury which was found after his death, which in itself, and viewed in a vacuum, might have been explicable by CPR. But when you factor in what happened to his brother the day before and the injuries he suffered, which included much more serious liver injuries, the possibilities of an innocent coincidence are eliminated. And if you accept Dr. Marna Reedy's uncontroverted evidence about what was found at child O's post-mortem, there can be no doubt that he was murdered. If you put that finding with the deliberate poisonings of child F and child L, put that with what happened to their brothers and factor in the false and misleading entries in Lucy Letby's notes, we say the picture is crystal clear. And therefore, so far, we have 3 murders and 4 attempted murders, and we still have to look at a further 10 children. So I'm going to now review Child A and Child B. Child A and Child B were born at 31 weeks plus 2 days on the 7th of June 2015. Child A died the following day, and Child B had a serious collapse the day after that. Child A died almost exactly 24 hours after he had been born. Not only were the cases of Child A and B the first that you heard, but they were the first time you became aware of the fact that the defence was suggesting that Dr. Jairam and Dr. Harkness are liars. You'll remember that his lordship directed you last Thursday that the questions from counsel are not the evidence. It's the answers and the way that the answers are given which is the evidence. We dealt time and time again in cross-examination with what witnesses had said they saw, and we invited Lucy Letby to contradict them. Almost without variation, she simply said that she did not see what they say they saw. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to have to decide where the truth lies. Did Dr. Jairam and Dr. Harkness make up what they saw with Child A and B to implicate Lucy Letby in the most serious crimes and to distract from a few relatively minor imperfections in treatment? We know now that a couple of weeks before the death of Child A, Lucy Letby had completed a course relating, amongst other things, to intravenous lines. On the course, the dangers of air embolus were mentioned. Is that just a coincidence? Or was that what gave her the idea? Well, we will never know. We say that Lucy Letby killed Child A with an injection of air into his bloodstream. When he collapsed, she was standing over him. She tried the same thing with his sister the following night, but Child B mercifully survived. The evidence relating to the twins started with the statements of their mum and dad, and you'll remember the mother's account of her antiphospholipid syndrome and the fact that she was receiving specialist treatment in London. And it had been intended to deliver the twins in London, but they arrived early because the mother had preeclampsia. The primary concern at the Countess of Chester appears to have centred around the antiphospholipid syndrome. But you heard from Professor Sally Kinsey that had absolutely no bearing on their difficulties, and Lucy Letby accepted it had no bearing on their difficulties. And thus we suggest the idea that that was the cause of what happened is a complete non-starter. The staff at Chester knew that Child A and B were much wanted babies. That's in Lucy Letby's Child B interview at page 14. Child A had been doing well after his birth. From 4 minutes of age, he was breathing for himself. He was described as, quote, crying and vigorous on stimulation by Dr. Beach. You'll find that at tile 8 at 2100 hours. By 10 minutes of age, he was breathing for himself in air. He was put on CPAP, and from a couple of hours of age, he was essentially on hourly observations. At 9:45 on June 8th, he was handling well on examination by Dr. Ogden. But on the afternoon of the 8th, there were problems getting a UVC into a satisfactory position. If you want to find the notes relating to that, they're tiles 134 and 143 to 146. And you'll remember that the cannula that was being used to give him fluids tissued or blocked at 1600 hours, and that's tile 141. This is one of the points that was explored in the evidence, isn't it? Dr. Harkness was the registrar at the time. He was asked to intervene. He had come on duty at 1700 hours, and his task was to insert the lines into both Child A and Child B. He achieved that in Child A's case at 1900 hours, and that's at tile 154. And it was that delay in cross-examination that Lucy Letby suggested may have contributed to Child A's death. Well, for reasons that we'll come to, we suggest that is nonsense. Child A crashed minutes after Lucy Letby came on duty, and he died shortly afterwards. And there's no doubt, is there, that Lucy Letby was involved in Child A's treatment, and that she and Mel Taylor, who'd been his nurse on the day shift, started an infusion through the recently inserted long line sometime after 2000 hours on June 8th. The evidence shows that at the time Child A crashed, Lucy Letby was literally standing over him. In the room at the time were Mel Taylor, who was at the computer behind that half wall. Do you remember? In Nursery 1, the wall that's between the two doors. Caroline Oakley, who was looking after Child B. And Dr. Harkness, who was inserting a line into a third child. And we know how much concentration putting one of these very thin lines into the vein of a child of this age takes. Dr. Harkness' note records that child A went into cardiac arrest within a minute or two of him starting to insert the line into that other child. In terms of what was going on and the number of people in and close to the room, this is a very similar set of circumstances to what happened with child L and M in the afternoon, I think it was, of April 9th. Lucy Letby was operating in plain sight, wasn't she? Dr. Harkness said that when he intervened, he bagged child A and saw that his chest was rising and falling. So yet another case where that's the clinical presentation. So the issue wasn't with his breathing. But despite the fact that air was going in and out, child A's sats were falling, as was his heart rate. Dr. Harkness intubated child A, but that didn't help. And CPR began at 28 minutes past 8, 20:28. That's at TAL 195. What Dr. Harkness saw at that point, it's a long time ago now, but I'm sure you'll all remember the gist of it at least, was this. He described his words, quote, very unusual patchiness of skin, unusual skin colour and skin change, which he'd never seen before, and he only saw later at the Countess of Chester in the case of child E. Later in his evidence, he described what he saw as, quote, patches of a kind of blue-purple colour. There were patches of red colour. There were white patches, and they didn't fit with something that you'd find in a baby that's not pumping any blood around the body. Dr. Harkness made the point that he was too busy trying to save child A's life to get a definitive, considered description. He said he saw, quote, bright red patches, which doesn't fit with someone dying. I'm adding the words with someone dying because that was the context. Because bright red patches means you've got blood going round your body. In cross-examination, Dr. Harkness was criticised for not writing down the details of the discoloration or what he saw in the medical notes. It was suggested to Dr. Harkness, quote, you have been influenced in that recollection by conversations that have taken place about skin colouring, and that has led you to apply that to what you describe with child A. So that was the suggestion being put to Dr. Harkness on October 20th last year. Quite what the terms of those alleged conversations were, plainly were never suggested by the defence. When they happened wasn't suggested. Who they were with was not suggested. But if those conversations were about patches of blue, purple and red colour flitting around, why do you think that would have been? It would have been because that's what people were seeing. Dr. Harkness was criticised for not putting the description in a statement he wrote some time later. And you might ask yourselves, what's the implication there? What's being suggested by saying, well, you didn't put that in a statement? That Dr. Harkness didn't see anything? Is that the suggestion? That he didn't see what he said he saw? It was suggested to him, quote, discussions had set in your mind the impression of this colour when it may not have been there at all. That's Lucy Letby's case on the 20th of October. Well, Dr. Harkness said, no, because that's the same thing I saw with child E. That's what made him realise how significant this was. You'll remember, won't you, the animated conversation spoken of by Dr. C that I was reminding you of yesterday in child E's case. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we have, don't we, the power of circumstantial evidence. The same witness seeing the same thing in two apparently unconnected cases. I say apparently unconnected. You know what the connection was, of course. She's sitting in the dock. Back to what was going on. Dr. J-Ram, he also told you about child A's collapse. He gave evidence on the 24th of October last year. He told us about child A's heart trace on the Philips monitor, and the effect of what he was saying was that there was no problem with child A's heart. You might remember his references to P waves, the QRS complex and a T wave. What he was saying in medical language was what he could see. Heart trace on the monitor was normal, wasn't it? Child A was in a reduced level of consciousness. You'll remember what Dr. J-Ram said about inserting the ETT without anaesthetic and how babies usually protest when that is done. But there was no protest here because of the desperate condition in which child A was. And to Dr. J-Ram's mind, there was a disconnect or a contradiction between child A's heart activity, which on the monitor appeared to be fine, and yet his reduced perfusion, the fact that he was grey rather than pink. Although the heart was pumping normally, there was no arrhythmia, in other words, no irregular heartbeat. And although the heart was pumping normally, something was stopping the blood circulating properly. Child A's sats were crashing and there was the purple-pink flitting patches. Dr. J-Ram described them as, quote, pink patches that appeared mainly on the torso, on the abdomen, which seemed to sort of appear and disappear and flit around. And I've never seen anything like this before. Child A's collapse did not fit with him having been so well immediately before the collapse. Child A's breathing was being supported, air going in and out of his lungs, but his SATs not improving. What Dr. J-Ram was seeing as Child A declined was something he had never seen before. He said to you, quote, it still doesn't fit, to me, with any disease process that I have ever seen, learned about, read about in my career. Why didn't he respond as he should have done? And Dr. J-Ram excluded the idea that Child A's collapse was in some way due to arrhythmia. Do you remember he was asked questions about the position of the line, and you saw the position of the line on the X-ray? He gave several reasons why this was not arrhythmia. First, the line wasn't actually in the right place to have caused an arrhythmia because it was not on the sinus, which is the medical term for the natural pacemaker in the heart, the thing that controls the heart rhythm. Second, he made what, when you say it, is an obvious point. What he could see on the Philips monitor was a regular heartbeat, not an irregular heartbeat. And third, the ECG, where you put the stickers onto Child A. That was normal as well. And he said that if the long line had been the problem, they would have seen the abnormal rhythm and withdrawn the line. Of course, all that ignores the discoloration, doesn't it? Because that's got nothing to do with arrhythmia, or indeed the similarity with the events of Child B the following night. And Dr. J-Ram was vigorously taken to task on behalf of Lucy Letby because in his notes at the time and in his communication with the coroner, he had not mentioned the discoloration. He said that the reason for that was because he hadn't realised the significance of what he had seen. He said that the significance only became apparent when the same signs appeared in later children. It was suggested on behalf of Lucy Letby that Dr. J-Ram was making things up to fit his theory. It was put in terms that he had not seen the discoloration he described, although that was not quite how Lucy Letby put it when she gave evidence. He said that he did see what he said he did, and it was then suggested to Dr. J-Ram that he had an expectation that people would just accept what he had to say because he's a doctor. Well, you'll be the judges of that, ladies and gentlemen. When Dr. J-Ram was cross-examined on February 22nd this year about the case of Child M, he was referred back to the case of Child A. And it was suggested again, in blunt terms, that the discoloration is not what you saw. And ladies and gentlemen, we suggest again this is all smoke and mirrors. It's all distraction. The attack on Drs. J-Ram and Harkness was done in an effort to distract you from the truth. If the evidence of those doctors stood alone, we would suggest it is reliable and trustworthy. But fortunately, we suggest that your task in determining where the truth really lies is very straightforward on this issue because there is other evidence to help you, and importantly, evidence that is not disputed. Can we start, please, by looking at this, ladies and gentlemen, as it's so important? It's the Child A interviews, so interview bundle number 1. An interview on the 4th of July 2018. So at the top of page 8, Lucy Letby is saying, quote, babies are usually quite pink and he'd become more pale, as in almost white. Then further down the page, she says, mottled is a bit more almost like a rash appearance, like a blotchy red marks on the skin. At the bottom, so when the baby's quite pale and white, they can have sort of red areas on them, like reddy purple. She was then asked a question, when you talk about this mottled rash, can you give us any further description, shape? She then replied, I think from memory it was more on the side that had his line in. It was his left. She was then asked a question, and you describe a red-purple colour. Can you help us with any comparisons with anything colour-wise? She replied, I think he was more pale than mottling than the little areas of the mottling. So that's the starter. How did Lucy Letby remember that? Because it wasn't actually in her notes. But there we are, just like Drs. J-Ram and Harkness. The way Lucy Letby sought to explain this in cross-examination when I was asking her questions was that what she was explaining here was just normal blotchiness. To quote her directly, what she said was, quote, "I was referring to mottling. That's how I would describe mottling, and I also felt that he was more pale than mottled." We say that's a lie. As she did at several stages during the interview process, what appear to be apparently incriminating admissions are explained away by Lucy Letby as being something else. And the most startling, or one of the most startling examples of that, will come to in due course with child N and the time at which she saw blood and when the intubation happened. You'll remember all that. But we suggest that when you read that interview, as you can if you wish, it's clear that what Lucy Letby was describing in the interview was something wholly unusual. But of course, if she accepts that now, she knows it causes real problems for her defence. And you won't have forgotten, ladies and gentlemen, that paragraph 39 of her defence statement, she did not use the word mottling to describe what she saw in child A. She used the word blotchiness, a very different word. Although in cross-examination, she suggested to you that those words are interchangeable. Well, you will be the judges of that. A further significant piece of evidence from Lucy Letby was in cross-examination on May 18th this year. There was the following exchange between me and Lucy Letby. I asked Lucy Letby, "Was child A's death anything to do with Mel Taylor?" She replied, "I don't know why child A died." I then asked, "But I'm asking you whether it's your case that it's had anything to do with Mel Taylor." And listen to this. She replied, "If we agree that the cause of death was an air embolus, then I believe she attached fluid to those lines. Yes." I then said, "So that's Mel Taylor's fault?" She replied, "Yes, if that's what we agree, that child A died from that, then yes." I then said, "Because you weren't standing over him at the time he collapsed." She replied, "No, I didn't have access to his lines, so therefore if an air embolism came, it must have come from the person connecting the fluids, which isn't me." Well, it's something you might want to consider, ladies and gentlemen, but we suggest that there Lucy Letby was as good as accepting that child A died from an air embolus. An interesting concession, we say, but it doesn't end there. Nurse A was Lucy Letby's friend and mentored her when she was a student. Although it's a long time ago, I'm sure you'll remember that when child A crashed, Nurse A was just coming back into the unit and she stepped straight into nursery 1 and did the CPR for child A. She noticed a strange discoloration pattern on child A that she had, you know what I'm going to say, don't you, that she had never seen before. Nurse A, her friend, never seen before. All Nurse A's years of experience, and she too was seeing something she had never seen before. And she described it in several ways. Quote, "He looked very ill, but he had a discoloration pattern that I've never seen before. It was this purpley blotchiness with white that I'd not seen before." Blotchiness, the same word that appears in the defence statement at paragraph 39. She said that what stuck in her memory was that, quote, "it had come on very suddenly, just how unusual it was." And she said it was all over his chest. Later in her evidence, Nurse A said that what she saw on child A had the same appearance, those were her words, the same appearance as his sister the following night. And Nurse A was then referred to the note she had made in child B's case at TAL 218. And the note says, "Colour changed rapidly to purple blotchiness with white patches." And it was then suggested to Nurse A, on behalf of Lucy Letby, that she may have imposed her description of what she saw on child B onto her memory of what happened to child A. And the basis for that was what she had said to the police in an audio-recorded statement. And she said, in no uncertain terms, she had not been influenced by what anyone else had said. She wasn't accused of being a liar, was she? Do you remember me saying to you yesterday, part of the strategy here of Lucy Letby is doctors bad. Bad people, doctors, they make stuff up. She can't quite bring herself to say it about her friends, though, sometimes, can she? Dr. Rachel Lambie, do you remember her? She was involved in both the resuscitations of child A and child B, but she didn't make any notes in child A's case. The relevance of what Dr. Lambie says to the case of child A depends whether or not you accept that what was seen in his case was the same as what was seen in child B's case. So we rely on Nurse A to make that connection. I'll deal with it in a moment when I get to child B, but what Dr. Letby told you was that when she got to child B, who was in a state of collapse, she was, quote, very dusky, pale grey in colour, and as we were helping her, she was developing widespread blotches. That word again from the defence statement. Patches of purpley red colour. They would flush up, last about a few seconds, 10 seconds, and then disappear, and then reappear elsewhere. What she wrote in the medical records, and it's in the child B sequence at tile 243, was this: widespread purple discoloration of skin with white patches. And Dr. Letby too said she had never seen anything like it before. She said, quote, it was very grey and pale looking, flashes of what looked like bruising or reddening under the skin. Do you remember the meningococcal rashes spoken of by other people? It looks like bruising under the skin, we've been told, which would appear for maybe 10 seconds and then go, but appear somewhere else. And when cross-examined on behalf of Lucy Letby, Dr. Letby confirmed that in her witness statement, she said this: it was very grey and pale looking, flashes of what looked like bruising or reddening under the skin, and they would appear for maybe 10 seconds and then go, but appear somewhere else. Ladies and gentlemen, you will remember that Dr. Harkness, a bad doctor, made the point that his primary focus was trying to save child A's life, not to record the perfect description of something he had never seen before. Have he and Dr. J-Ram made up what they saw? Or do the descriptions given by Lucy Letby herself in interview of Nurse A, her friend, and Dr. Letby prove that what Drs. J-Ram and Harkness said is true? Remembering all the time that the flitting discoloration is only one of the signs of an air embolus. Ladies and gentlemen, if you conclude that Drs. J-Ram and Harkness were telling the truth, because we say they are telling the truth, then what do you make of the attacks on their integrity? What was the purpose of attacking them for saying something that we suggest Lucy Letby herself was saying in interview? Something that was not seriously challenged when it was said by her friend, Nurse A. We suggest the attack had a number of aims. First, it was designed to deflect you from the evidence, designed to make the case about personalities rather than about the evidence. Second, it was part of an overall strategy to try to destabilise Dr. J-Ram, who's been an important witness in several of the individual children's cases. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it was part of Lucy Letby's general approach to the case, that essentially the nurses are good and overworked and the doctors are bad. The defence suggestion is that the doctors are seeking to cover up their own shortcomings by blaming Lucy Letby for the deaths and collapses. The defence are suggesting that there is a medical conspiracy going on, the Gang of Four, just as they are suggesting that an unidentified police officer tipped off Dr. Evans that there was a suspicion of air embolus. And there's no evidence for that either. The timing of this event is clear because Nurse A told us that she was coming back through the doors when she saw what was going on. And you can time that precisely by looking at the door entry data at tile 180. It was at 2020 in child A's case. We know that Melanie Taylor was busy on the computer at that time because the system recorded that at 2014 she was entering her notes. And we know that Dr. Harkness was busy putting a long line into another child. So, ladies and gentlemen, although the unit was just post-handover, everyone else was engaged in something else. You know that is a characteristic of the circumstances in which Lucy Letby attacked many of the children on this indictment. Lucy Letby went home in the morning at the end of the shift, and at about the time she got home, she sent a message to Mel Taylor asking her to update a chart. You'll find that in the child B sequence at tile 55. The next thing she did was search for the mother of child A and B. In the mother's statement, she told us that the day after child A's death, the family was so upset that they decided that somebody would constantly remain with child B. She said, quote, I didn't want her out of my sight or to be left alone. My whole focus was on her. And the mother of child A and B recruited her mum and dad to help, and that guard was maintained, ironically, until 8 p.m, until about 2000 hours when the parents of child A and B went up to the ward for some rest. During the day shift on the 9th, child B had done well. She was tolerating time off CPAP and she was having skin-to-skin with mum. You'll find that at tiles 76 and 78. Child B was not only tolerating milk feeds, she was rooting and looking for milk. And you know now, if you didn't before, that that's a very positive sign. In the hours before her shift, Lucy Letby was sending texts to the effect that she didn't want to see the parents of child A and B, and she was telling Melanie Taylor that the father of child A and B had been, quote, on the floor crying, saying, please don't take our baby away. And she went on, Lucy Letby, to say, it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But a few hours later, she was trying her best to kill child B. At handover, Lucy Letby was put into nursery 3. We know, don't we, that she didn't like being there, and it appears that she was bored. I say that because there are many text messages between her and Mina Lapalainen, Jennifer Jones-Key, Yvonne Griffiths and Charlotte James between 2100 hours and 2300. I'm not going to go through them now, they are there if you want to see them, but 2 hours of texting to and fro between Lucy Letby and 4 other people. Child B desaturated in a minor way at about midnight. You may remember this because it was an occasion when her nasal prongs for the CPAP displaced. 5 minutes later, 5 minutes after that desaturation, Lucy Letby turned up in nursery 1. And we know that because she co-signed for a new bag of TPN and a syringe driver of lipid. You'll find that at tile 213. If we could just look at tile 214, please. This is just after the desaturation of child B, the nasal prongs point. What we can see is that there were observations just after midnight. By coincidence, or is it a coincidence, nobody has signed those observations in nursery 1. We know Lucy Letby was there in nursery 1 because she signed for putting up the TPN at about this time, at about midnight. So she's there. And surprise, surprise, on the observations chart, whoever completed the data didn't sign. We know who did the blood gas though, don't we? At 0016, writing that you all recognise with a signature you all recognise. Child B collapsed at 0030 that day. Her parents were woken by one of the nursery nurses and they went down to the ward. Child A and B, the mother of child A and B in her agreed evidence, said this. It was a very similar situation to child A. Child B's heart and oxygen saturations had fallen rapidly. The female consultant went on to describe seeing blotches or mottling across her skin and feet. She asked our permission to take pictures of the mottling and she stated she had never seen this before. I remember being really surprised that this was something that she had never witnessed before. I imagined a consultant of neonatal care would have seen everything. By the time the staff had organised the camera, it had disappeared. Well, the female consultant was Dr. B, and the talk at the time being recalled by the mother was that what had been witnessed was something she, Dr. B, had never seen before. You'll find Dr. B's note at tile 231 in the child B sequence. When I asked Lucy Letby about this in cross-examination, she said that she had no memory of this conversation. Given her capacity to remember the things that helped her case, we suggest that she did remember really, but realised that admitting it happened and admitting that Dr. B was saying this was something she had never seen before was unlikely to help her case. It also, of course, would undermine the explanation she gave about that part of the interview I showed you before, wouldn't it? I've already reminded you that Dr. Lambie described child B as, quote, very dusky grey with patches of purpley red, which would flare up for 10 seconds, disappear, then reappear. And Dr. Lambie wasn't accused of making it up. After all, she had made a note of it at the time. You'll find that at tile 225. When she dealt with the collapse of child B, Nurse A said this. It's a direct quotation. She suddenly looked very ill. She looked very like her brother had done the night before, with the pale white, with this purpley blotchy discoloration, and she indicated what she meant, pointing all over her chest. I just remember thinking, no, not again. I'd never seen anything like that before, and then to see this with his sister, the same appearance. Nurse A reminded us that the declines of child A and B were both very sudden. She stressed how unusual it was. And of child B's collapse, she said, quote, To see her deteriorate so quickly and look so similar, that's why I said, no, not again. And Lucy Letby again made a contribution to the discoloration issue in interview. I'm not going to ask you to look, but it's at page 7 of the Child B interviews. She said there was, quote, some mottling that looked a little bit similar to Child A the day before. She described Child B as being more mottled, which was darker and extended over more of her body than Child A. That's page 8. She said that it was before the resuscitation, page 9. And in cross-examination, I asked her why in her interview she used the description rash appearance. Her answer, she couldn't remember. Well, I'm going to offer you an explanation for why she used the word rash appearance, because it looked like a rash. It's not rocket science, is it? It's not mottling. This is something wholly unusual, as the other witnesses have said. Lucy Letby said that she'd been alerted to the rash mottling appearance by Nurse A. You'll find that at pages 9 and 10 of her interview. Either when she was in the room or at the nurse's station, she was suggesting in interview, page 10. Lucy Letby, we suggest, could not keep out of nursery 1. If we go back to Child B's charts, we suggest, as I did to her in cross-examination, that in effect she elbowed her mate Nurse A out of the way. Tile 226, please. It's an entry. Intubated 2336. Tile 232. A blood gas record at 0051 while Child B was being resuscitated. Tile 237, please. The observations at 0100 hours. If we just scroll down, we'll see next to the one I pointed out before that doesn't have any initials to attribute it, there is Lucy Letby's initials. At tile 238 and 239, the intensive care chart and the equipment settings. Tile 241, morphine given at 0110. Tiles 250 to 251 and 253 to 256, various medications between 0207 and 0225. She was relentless, ladies and gentlemen. We know that she thought she had the cover of antiphospholipid syndrome because that was what was being offered as an explanation to the parents at the time. And therefore, this was a perfect cover for her attack, Lucy Letby's attack, in the same way producing similar symptoms. And if you want some reassurance that was what was being discussed at the time, if we look at Nurse A's note at tile 287, please, there's reference in there somewhere to a clotting problem, I believe. Yes, there it is. Most results normal, but Dr. Lambie's just spoken to parents. D-dimer is raised. Has explained this may indicate a clotting problem. Will be discussed with tertiary centre today. Lucy Letby fastened onto that as an explanation. We know from the Child A sequence at tile 337, quote, they are querying a clotting problem. That same evening, she was searching for the mother of Child A and B again, and there is a further search on September 2nd. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time you heard from Professor Arthurs was on the 21st of October last year. He dealt with Child A's case and made the following points. First, one I've already said, it's rare to identify an air embolus from X-ray imaging. Second, the line of gas that can be seen on the post-mortem X-ray from Alderhay is unusual. You will recall it, I've referred to it already. It's very similar, at least to the untrained eye, to what was seen in the comparable images from Child D and Child O. Professor Arthur said that this finding was the sort of thing that would not normally be seen in a case where there had been a natural death. It was something that was seen in road traffic accidents or the like. In cases of sepsis, this isn't a case of sepsis, and in cases of sudden unexplained death in infancy, which is a diagnosis of exclusion in babies aged from 3 to 9 months, so that doesn't apply here. The only other eventuality in which it was sometimes seen was cases involving extensive resuscitation, and plainly that does apply here. But we say that the air in this case was the cause or the need for the resuscitation, not the result of it. And again, we say that this is classically a situation where you are entitled to look at the other cases in context, something that the experts are not entitled to do. Professor Arthur said that while the gas was not diagnostic of air embolus, in other words, just because it's there, it follows that it has to be a case of air embolus, he said this: it was the most pragmatic conclusion. The most pragmatic conclusion. The only time he had ever seen this much gas in the great vessel of a child was in the case of child D. This again is classically putting cases with cases, isn't it? Dr. Marna-Reedis gave evidence on the 29th and 30th of March this year, and he told you about two sets of unusual findings in the histological samples taken from child A's lungs and his brain. I'm sure you remember this. In the lungs there were two sections taken which showed what he described as, quote, very occasional relatively large spherical empty spaces or globules, which he described as resembling a grape that has been cut through. And they were within the lumens, in other words the pipework of medium-sized veins in the lungs. And he concluded that these empty spaces in the slides represent air bubbles, so air bubbles in the blood vessels in the lungs. And he saw a similar thing in a historical section from child A's brain. That air bubble was surrounded by blood, which told him, Dr. Marna-Reedis, that the air was in child A's brain while child A was still alive, because the blood around the bubble is an in-life reaction to the air, though he qualified that by saying it cannot be taken as absolute proof. He concluded that these findings were, quote, highly suggestive of air embolus. When he was asked about the possibility of the air being a post-mortem result of decomposition, he said that was highly unlikely. Dr. Marna-Reedis found no evidence of tamponade, this interference with the heart, do you remember, which was being floated for the suggestion of the collapse of child A. And finally, and importantly, he found no evidence of any natural disease that could have caused child A's death. And he, quote, took the view that the death of child A would be explicable on the basis of air embolism. So putting together the evidence of Professor Arthurs and the evidence of Dr. Marna-Reedis, which you are entitled to do, they are not, we have very unusual findings in the imaging and the x-rays. We have histological findings of air bubbles in the lung and an in-life reaction to an air bubble in the brain. Putting that alongside the descriptions given by 4 eyewitnesses, including Lucy Letby, of what happened to child A, we say the picture is clear. He was killed by someone injecting his circulation with air. And that's why, if we agree that this is a case of air embolism, the words from the witness box, that is why Lucy Letby used that phrase. Because she realises, doesn't she, the evidence in child A's case proves that his death was the result of air embolism. And her only way out is to throw Mel Taylor under the bus. We then move on to Professor Kinsey. Having excluded antiphospholipid syndrome as the reason for child A's death and child B's collapse, Professor Kinsey went on to mention in her report the possibility of air embolus being the reason for the odd flitting patches in the skin. And she was taken to task about that in cross-examination, and it was pointed out to her that she is not an expert in air embolus, and she agreed. But she said she was shocked by the descriptions given in the medical notes, and the first thing that had occurred to her was that this was a case of air embolus. We've already dealt with the fact that Dr. Jayram and Dr. Harkness' descriptions are supported by Lucy Letby, Nurse A, and Dr. Lambie. Have the two doctors made all this up to settle a score against Lucy Letby? A score that has no sensible motive or origin, except perhaps in the mind of Lucy Letby as a defence? Or are these clear cases of air embolus? That leads us finally, so far as child A and B are concerned, to the evidence of Drs. Evans and Bowen. Dr. Evans was of the view that prior to his terminal collapse, child A was perfectly stable, breathing unassisted in air, SATs in the high 90s, heart rate within normal limits. The insertion of the UVC caused no adverse reaction or deterioration, and Dr. Evans believes that given the absence of other credible potential causes of collapse, the graphic description of a flitting rash in conjunction with the precipitous and unheralded collapse was sufficient to diagnose air embolus as a cause of death. He did that initially before he knew about the evidence of Dr. Jayram, because that description, as was pointed out to Dr. Jayram in cross-examination, wasn't in the notes. Dr. Evans discounted dehydration. You'll remember that was a failure to give 4 ml per hour, so in total about 16 ml of fluid. And the reason he excluded dehydration was that a dehydrated baby's heart rate would be expected to rise, which didn't happen. It was suggested in cross-examination that collapses of neonates can happen for any number of reasons, But nevertheless, Dr. Evans remained of the view that what happened to child A was extraordinary and not explicable by some naturally occurring event. And you may think that's precisely the same position that was taken by Nurse A, who was there at the time, with all her years of experience. Dr. Evans reached his conclusion without referring to the findings of Dr. Malnarides as to the air bubble in child A's lung and brain, or the evidence of what was to happen the next night shift to child B or the others. The other babies you've heard about who exhibited odd flitting discoloration, such as child D, child E, child I, child M, child N, and child O. Insofar as the case of child B was concerned, Dr. Evans said there was nothing in child B's history that would account for the nature and speed of her collapse. He said that the fact she had skin-to-skin with no adverse effects was indicative of her doing well, and he was of the opinion that child B had either been smothered or injected with air. In favour of air embolus, he said that the sudden appearance and equally sudden disappearance of the skin discoloration was significant. Dr. Bowen told us that in her opinion, child A was stable and doing well until he collapsed. She referred to child A's observations and noted that they were so stable that he'd been started on enteral feeds and that he was handling well. You'll remember he'd been out for skin-to-skin with his parents, and she told us that the misplaced UVC had no bearing on his collapse and that it was a very common issue. You'll remember you heard quite a lot of evidence about how once you put the tube through the umbilicus, it can go into the liver, because you simply can't control what happens to it once it goes in. So that was a common problem. Dr. Bowen discussed with us the discoloration on child A and said it wasn't plausibly explicable other than by air embolus. Later on today, I'll give you another reason in the context of one of the other children why it is not plausibly explicable other than by air embolus. Dr. Bowen also told us about the possibility of air being introduced into an intravenous line on the patient's side of the pump. And you'll remember early on you received quite a lot of evidence about how the pumps work. They have an alarm on which notifies of the presence of air. And the way round that, of course, is to introduce the air on the patient's side of the pump. When Dr. Bowen was cross-examined about child A, it was suggested to her that she could not exclude genetic causes for his death. Her response was, we suggest, a definitive rejection of the possibility of there being genetic causes. What she said was, quote, I do not know of any genetic condition that causes you to collapse and die within 24 hours of life. And no genetic cause was suggested to her in any of the subsequent 17 appearances she made in the witness box. You might want to think about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's all very well if that had been the only time you'd seen Dr. Bowen, but she reappeared on 17 further occasions, and no specific suggestion was made to her. We suggest, as you know, because I've said it to you more than once, this is typical of the way Lucy Letby is presenting her case. She floats the spectre of possibilities. There are never specifics. And that is why we went through the exercise with her in the witness box of tying her down to specifics in each individual case. Dr. Bowen accepted that going without fluids for 4 hours, and you'll remember that detail from the fact that child A's first line had occluded, and then Dr. Harkness had to insert the second line. That going without fluids for 4 hours was not okay, as she put it, but it would not have caused child A's sudden collapse. You will remember other evidence that we heard about dehydration, which told us that if a child of this age gets dehydrated, the heart rate increases because of the drop in the amount of fluid in the circulation. So the heart, in effect, has to work harder to keep sufficient fluid going around the plumbing of the intravenous system. That was never seen in child A. So dehydration is not a credible cause. Dr. Bowen also said that if anything, the lack of fluids would cause a drop in blood sugar. In that respect, you'll remember that child B was in a similar position, but her blood sugars were measured and they were absolutely fine. When a suggestion was put in cross-examination that an air embolism could have arisen innocently through the catheter, remember the Datix form for JA put in over a year later? I'll remind you, she said that she had never heard of it happening in a neonate because the lumen or the bore of the tube is so small. Dealing with the case of child B, Dr. Bowen thought that the fact that she'd been having skin-to-skin on June 9th, the day after child A's death, was indicative of the fact that she was in good shape. Dr. Bowen thought that child B too had been the victim of an intravenous injection of air. She was cross-examined about the lack of fluids on the 8th. She was cross-examined about the several attempts to cite a long line. She was cross-examined about the description written by Dr. B in the medical records and conceded that she would not have said that was sufficient to diagnose air embolus by comparison to the Leon-Tanswell description. And that might well be right, and in fact, she conceded it. But it completely ignores Dr. Lambie's description, doesn't it? It's taking one little piece of evidence and ignoring the body of evidence. Dr. Lambie's evidence does coincide with that description. And in any event, ladies and gentlemen, you may think that the fixation on Leon-Tanswell as some sort of gold standard isn't necessarily a good thing. In their paper, Leon-Tanswell, the description related to a single case. And who is to say that their powers of description are any better than anybody else's? These diagnoses, ladies and gentlemen, of air embolus by Dr. Evans and Bowen are based on the overall clinical picture, together with, and importantly, together with the exclusion of other innocent potential causes. This is where you have the advantage, as I've said more than once, over the experts. You're able not only to put all the pieces of the jigsaw together, you're entitled to go beyond the expert evidence to all the other material relating to the circumstances of these collapses, both individually and putting them alongside the cases of the other children. You're entitled to take into account the fact that there was a poisoner at work in this unit. You're entitled to take account of the fact that child A and B, twins, collapsed in very similar circumstances. You can take into account the fact that Lucy Letby was standing over child A when he collapsed, and was the last person to have any contact with child B before she collapsed. You can take a look at her texts and the fact that she was seeking to come up with innocent theories. You can look at Lucy Letby's unusual interest in the parents, at her odd behaviour following some of the deaths. These are all pieces of the evidence that you can put together to draw your conclusions. As I said earlier, it's the cumulative picture which we say is inexplicable by anything other than the fact that she murdered or tried to murder these children. Child B escaped, child A perished, but both were attacked by Lucy Letby. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've now reviewed together 9 of the 17 cases. We've seen the poisonings of child F and L, deliberate targeted poisonings, each of their brothers injected with air. The attack on child E, interrupted by the mother of child E and F. And in both their cases, Lucy Letby persisted with creating the impression that there were ongoing problems. That was something that Lucy Letby repeated with child P, at the time of what I've called the tea room collapse, moving his tube when he was completely incapacitated with pancuronium. Child P also had a liver injury, which if you look at it in isolation doesn't tell you very much. But when you look at it in the context of what happened to his brother the day before, that tells you an awful lot, doesn't it? This is the power of circumstantial evidence. If we now factor in the children A and B, twins, we've got similar discoloration in both of them at the times of their collapses. We have what we suggest was a concession in the witness box from Lucy Letby that child A died from an air embolus, quote, if we agree. Do you remember those words? If we agree he died from an air embolus, it wasn't me, it was Melanie Taylor. You have Dr. Harkness' evidence that it was the same discoloration in child E and child M. We have evidence which supports the diagnosis of air embolus from Dr. Marna-Reedis from the histology in child A. We have Dr. Arthur's evidence from the X-ray of the air bubbles relating to child A, which are a very similar picture to that of child O. And as we will see also later today, child D. And we have Lucy Letby migrating, to use the words of Catherine Percival Ward, into nursery 1 just before child B collapsed. We've still got another 8 children to go. I'm going to move on to the case of child C. It was during the case of child C that we first heard from Dr. John Gibbs. Dr. Gibbs, who you saw for the first time on Halloween. He started his evidence on Halloween and concluded it the following day on November 1st. On November 1st, he was asked the following couple of questions in cross-examination. Quote, "Do you think he," that's a reference to child C, "would have been better placed when you look at the whole thing in hindsight now, at a tertiary unit rather than the Countess of Chester?" Dr. Gibbs replied, "That depends what caused his sudden collapse and unexpected death." The next question, "In any event, given his health complications, don't you think he would have been better placed at a tertiary unit?" Dr. Gibbs replied, "No." That exchange encapsulates a theme which has run through the defence of Lucy Letby, and it has been suggested, hasn't it, time and time again, that if a particular child had been in a tertiary unit, then they wouldn't have had a problem. There's been no medical evidence that substantiates that as a proposition, has there? None at all. And as His Lordship directed you last Thursday, the questions or the suggestions are not the evidence. It's the answers that are the evidence. If you conclude, ladies and gentlemen, that there is some actual evidence, some identifiable failure that caused the collapse or the death of a specific child, then no doubt you'll be more than pleased to acquit Lucy Letby in that particular case. We suggest that what's been in very short supply has been specifics. What alleged failure or alleged shortcoming caused the collapse or death of any of these children? We invite you to ask yourselves that question in every single case, just as we asked Lucy Letby. Unfortunately, the evidence has shown in this trial that these children would have been better off anywhere else other than with Lucy Letby. And it may be that that's really what Dr. Gibbs meant when he said in answer to that first question, that depends what caused his sudden collapse and unexpected death. Child C was born on Wednesday, June 10th. Lucy Letby murdered him, we say, on the night shift of the 13th into the 14th. Child C's mum, the mother of Child C's statement, was read to you. The mother of Child C said that the problems were first highlighted at 21 weeks of pregnancy. That was when she realised that Child C was smaller than he was expected to be. The mother of Child C was closely monitored, and at 28 weeks she gave up work. As further problems appeared, the mother of Child C was admitted to the Countess of Chester, where on Wednesday the 10th of June, it was discovered there was an issue with the blood flow to Child C through the umbilical cord. Despite that, Child C was born in good condition at 30 weeks plus 1 day. He was intubated and then extubated very quickly, and he made good progress. Lucy Letby wasn't working on the Thursday or the Friday, and Child C remained on CPAP until Saturday the 13th of June. At that stage, he had a mild subcostal recession, which you'll remember is a medical term for an eventuality that indicates an slightly increased work of breathing. But he was handling well, and most importantly, because here the suggestion being made on behalf of Lucy Letby is that there was an abdominal problem, so most importantly on Saturday the 13th, on the day shift, Child C's tummy was soft and not distended. And you will find evidence of that in Melanie Taylor's note, which she made in the early hours of June 13th. This was day 4 of life, and Child C had no outward sign of abdominal problems after 4 days. You'll remember just pausing and remembering what we dealt with yesterday. Child E met Lucy Letby on day 6 of his life, and that's when he developed abdominal problems, apparently. Well, here we have a child on day 4, no problems, or not until at least he met Lucy Letby. Prior to the events of June 13th into the 14th, something had happened which was noted by Yvonne Griffiths, but which was misplaced in the nursing notes, and you can find it at tile 170. She inserted it after Child C had died, and this is important, so I'll show it to you, please. Do you remember, this was mistakenly put into another child's notes, but was found after Child C had died, and was therefore inserted after the event, as you can see on June 14th. It concerned events at 18:30 on Friday the 12th of June, which is more than 24 hours before Child C collapsed. Yvonne Griffiths had found some bile on the blanket, then aspirated the nasogastric tube of 2 ml of what she described as bile-stained fluid. Just under that part of the note, you'll see something else that we suggest is highly significant. Child C had spent most of the day with his parents on that same afternoon, that is the 12th, quote, kangaroo care most of the afternoon. You now know, although many of you didn't before we started this case, but you now know that that's a very, very good sign. After that event, there were tiny aspirates and the position was static. Child C was not getting any worse. When she gave evidence on the 31st of October last year, Dr. Catherine Davis was asked about this, asked about the bile specifically, and was asked this specific question. When you see bile like that, and taking into account the constellation of other features in this case and all the other information to hand, would you expect a collapse as sudden and as like this in such circumstances? Her reply was, absolutely not. I've seen lots of babies with significant abdominal issues, and even as far as babies who have NEC that have perforated their bowel, so made a hole in their bowel so that air's come out and into their abdomen. They don't behave and they don't die in the way child C died. So that's Dr. Davis. That question and answer followed questioning on behalf of Lucy Letby, which had concentrated on the possibility that child C was developing an abdominal problem. And Dr. Davis dealt with that by saying that her examination showed that child C had a soft tummy. And if there'd been an abdominal issue, she would have expected him to, these are her words, be kind of really sore, and that he would have reacted, whereas he handled well. She referred to the fact that if babies are unwell with abdominal problems, then when they're examined they'll drop their SATs and they'll drop their heart rate, and yet none of that was happening with child C. That's why the fact he was out for kangaroo care on the 12th is so important. By the morning, so Saturday the 13th of June, the day that was to have the night shift on which child C died on, by the following morning, child C's presentation and his improvement were such that he was cleared for 1/2 of 1 meal trophic feeds on the night shift. There is a note relating to that at tile 77 if you want to find it. You'll remember the evidence you heard from several of the doctors, I think, about the fact that these very tiny 1/2 of 1 meal feeds are given to prime the gut to get things moving. Dr. Ogden had noted at 09:30 hours that morning, Dr. Gibbs advised to start the trophic feeds if the bile issue got no worse. Dr. Gibbs told you about that if child C's was a case in which there was an intestinal blockage, then the aspirates would have increased, and that is not what we see. Witness after witness was asked about the aspirates, and each gave more or less the same answer. They were very small, they were a potential concern, but when viewed in the light of the general presentation of child C, they were not a problem. Both Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Bain made it clear that the black colour of tiny aspirates in the single vomit or posset was altered blood. It wasn't bile, because bile is not black. Dr. Gibbs made it clear that the blood came from inflammation in the stomach, which is why he put child C onto the drug ranitidine. For all the efforts made by Lucy Letby to create the impression that child C had a problem with his intestines, you know as a fact from the evidence of Dr. Marnarides that there wasn't a problem with child C's gut. Dr. Marnarides told us that there was, quote, no evidence of infection or of sepsis in the bowel histology. So we say that excludes the possibility of the problem. He said that if there had been a problem, it would have shown up on the slides of the samples taken from the bowel tissue which he examined. Not only that, but there was no pathological evidence of there having been any obstruction in child C's bowel. And whilst child C was on antibiotics, they were not the antibiotics for NEC, and the aspirates never got worse. So this is not a case of NEC. I'll come back to Dr. Marnarides at the end of child C's case. Just going back to the sequence, ladies and gentlemen, Yvonne Griffiths, who had child C on the 12th, described him, child C, as a lively little baby who was at his happiest when he was being held kangaroo style by his parents. Joanne Williams, who had child C on the day shift of Saturday the 13th, described him as, quote, lovely and feisty. She too said that on the day shift, child C was really settled when he was cuddling his parents. Sophie Ellis, who was the designated nurse on the night shift of the 13th into the 14th, the shift on which child C died, also used the same word feisty to describe child C. Much was made of child C's very small size, even for his gestation, but all the treating staff said the same thing. He was doing very well. And as I hinted at earlier, his doing well happens to coincide with the period of 3 days when Lucy Letby wasn't on the unit. But she came in for the night shift of the 13th to the 14th, and within a few hours, child C had collapsed. And after hanging on to life for several hours, he died. As I said earlier, Dr. Gibbs giving evidence on the afternoon of the 31st of October had dealt with the unusual circumstances of child C's collapse, partial recovery, and then death. And at the end of that day's evidence, he said this: I can't think of any natural disease process that would allow a heart to restart later on when you hadn't been able to get that heart to restart with full intensive care and multiple doses of adrenaline and so on. So that suggests, and I can't say any more than that, I don't know what it was, whatever catastrophic event led to his death was reversing or had reversed after we stopped resuscitation. I don't understand that from a natural disease process. All his years of experience, and that's Dr. Gibbs' conclusion. Looking at the overall picture, looking at the trends, the evidence leading up to that fateful night shift from the treating nurses and medical staff tells us that child C needed very little extra oxygen, and his breathing support had progressively reduced from CPAP to Optiflow, and then he was in air. If we could just look at TAR 182, because this is quite a useful reminder for us of precisely what the position was with child C. There you will see that child C came off CPAP at 11 o'clock that morning, the 13th. He was then on nothing at all, but then went on to Optiflow from 1300. During that shift, child C managed 2 periods with no breathing support at all, when he was being cuddled by his mum and dad for a total of over 4 hours. He was not a child who was struggling, was he? His problems didn't get worse, or at least not until Lucy Letby arrived. If anything, they got better. His temperature, his respirations, his heart rate, they were all regular and normal. And I've just reminded you a few minutes ago of what Dr. Catherine Davis said about it. On the morning of the 13th at 9:30, Dr. Ogden and Dr. Gibbs saw child C. I think I've already told you this. Dr. Ogden noted at TAL 77, quote, abdomen soft, not distended, bowel sounds heard. And she told you in evidence bowel sounds heard is a reference to normal bowel sounds. Do you remember that Dr. Bowen later told us that this is evidence that there was no obstruction in the bowel, because in a case of obstruction, either no bowel sounds are heard, or if they are, they're what the medics term tinkling bowel sounds. You probably remember that. It's quite an unusual phrase. By the time of the night shift at 2000 hours, Dr. Gibbs had taken the decision to introduce the trophic feeds, and that happened at 2300 hours, 11 p.m. That's TAR 170. Albeit you'll remember that Sophie Ellis had not noted the fact that she gave that 1/2 of 1 mil to child C. On the night shift which child C died, Lucy Letby was the designated nurse for a child with the initials JE, and you'll remember that JE was in nursery 3. But Nurse B was of the view that JE was more of a concern than child C because JE was having breathing problems. But Lucy Letby was not happy about being in nursery 3. If we go to TAR 147, please, we see here telling her friend and nursery nurse Jennifer Jones Key, quote, I just keep thinking about Monday. So that's a reference back to child A. Feel like I need to be in one to overcome it, but Nurse B said no. Jennifer Jones Key said that she agreed with Nurse B, and at TAR 149, Lucy Letby said this: not the vented baby necessarily. The vented baby in this context is the child MRE. I just feel I need to be in one to get the image out of my head. Mel said the same and Nurse B let her go. She doesn't like the fact that Mel got what she wanted. Being in 3 is eating me up. Eating me up. All I can see is him in 1. So you know, don't you, that we haven't got a population distribution chart for this shift, but the evidence proved, we suggest, that there were 2 children in nursery 1. One was child C and the other was MRE. That text tells you, doesn't it, who it was that Lucy Letby wanted. Not the vented one, not MRE, the other one. And the other one in this context is child C. This is where her jealousies start to play into what's going on. Sophie Ellis was child C's designated nurse. Mel Taylor, as I've just said, was MRE's designated nurse. And there was no reason, therefore, for Lucy Letby to be in nursery 1 doing anybody's meds. But if we go to TAR 161, please, what Lucy Letby was telling Jennifer Jones Key at this stage was, quote, yeah, I've done a couple of meds in 1, I'll be fine. Now, this is one of those many situations where something that Lucy Letby has either said or written down, she seeks to revise or reinterpret for you. We've seen it in some of the interviews that we've dealt with over the last couple of days, and we will see it in the material that we've yet to review. But those are normal English words, aren't they, ladies and gentlemen? I've done a couple of meds in one. Well, what was she doing in one? If you look at the neonatal review, and it's lines 38 to 41, I'm not going to ask you to turn it up because it delays us, but it's on the screen there. These tell you that Lucy Letby had co-signed for some meds for HM and EB between 2208 and 2215. That last one is 19 minutes before that text at tile 161. But that's not doing meds in one, is it? The idea that I've done some meds in one means I went in to fetch some medication and then administer them to a child in a different nursery, we suggest stretches the English language way beyond any sensible interpretation. Sophie Ellis, or if we look at tile 253, the new girl, as Lucy Letby dismissively referred to her, Melanie Taylor and Nurse B were all questioned on behalf of Lucy Letby, and it was repeatedly insinuated that Sophie Ellis wasn't sufficiently qualified to be looking after Child C. Do you remember? 3 witnesses all questioned about Sophie Ellis' qualifications and whether she was up to the mark to be looking after Child C. Each of those 3 nurses rejected that suggestion, and no evidence was ever produced to support the suggestion, was it? It's something that we took up with Lucy Letby in cross-examination, and I asked Lucy Letby this question. Sophie Ellis, Melanie Taylor and Nurse B were all asked questions on your behalf on the basis that Sophie Ellis was insufficiently qualified to have been looking after Child C. Lucy replied, yes. I said, do you remember that? She replied, yes. I then said, is that your position? And she replied, yes. So does it come to this then? You wanted to be in nursery 1? Yes. Your wish was being frustrated by management? By the shift leader, not by management, but the shift leader, yes. And in your view, the person who had what you wanted, in other words, to be looking after the non-vented baby in nursery 1, wasn't sufficiently qualified for the job. Lucy replied, no, Sophie wasn't, I don't think, in the correct position to care for Child C. Then I asked a question I always ask, why? Why is that? And she replied, she was recently qualified, she didn't have the experience or the skills. Which particular skill was she deficient in? Lucy replied, she didn't have experience of premature babies, small babies like Child C. For which, you see, one of the questions I asked you several minutes ago was whether there was some sort of deficiency in care that led to Child C's death. So I'd like you to explain to us why it is that Sophie Ellis was insufficiently qualified to be doing the job she was doing. And she replied this. I'm not saying Sophie caused anything with Child C. I'm just saying she was the least experienced member of staff on that shift. She was in nursery 1, the intensive care room, with another ventilated baby, and she had very little experience with small premature babies like Child C that we needed to keep a close observation of. Well, she wasn't looking after the vented baby, was she? It was Mel Taylor. But anyway, the next question. So she had something you wanted? Lucy replied, no. The care of Child C, wasn't that what you wanted? Lucy replied, no, not specifically, no. Well, we've seen it in a text message at the time, haven't we? That is precisely what she wanted. Ask yourselves this question, ladies and gentlemen. What did Sophie Ellis do, or fail to do, that the most senior consultant in that hospital would have done differently? No suggestion was ever made, either to Sophie Ellis or to anyone else. And so why, if there's no evidence to support it, was a suggestion being made to 3 separate nurses? It's the same line of questioning, isn't it? It's like insinuating that Doctors Harkness and J-Ram were lying about seeing discoloration, or their descriptions of fleeting discoloration that was noted and attested to by others whose evidence was accepted. It's trying to create in your minds the impression that there is something seriously wrong with the hospital. It's gaslighting you, isn't it? It's doing to you what Lucy Letby was doing to her colleagues in the Countess of Chester. And when you are considering the eyewitness evidence that puts Lucy Letby in nursery 1 at that critical point when Child C collapsed, we invite you to take into account the text she was sending at the time, which puts her in there just at that moment. We also invite you to consider the subject matter of some of those texts. Tile 152, sent at 21:59. Quote, The image of the one you've lost never goes. Tile 167. I've seen my fair share at the women's, a reference to Liverpool Women's Hospital. Tile 174. I lost a baby one day and a few days later was given another dying baby. That's sent at 23:01. Tile 178 sent at 23:09. Only those who saw him know what image I have in my head. That tells you a number of things, not least Lucy Letby wasn't exactly rushed off her feet on this shift, was she? But we say, given the context of this and the other text I dealt with before, she was in nursery 1 with death on her mind when she sabotaged child C. Sophie Ellis said that when she fed child C that 1/2 of 1 ml of expressed breast milk at about 2300 hours, she left the room. Yet another left the room. Before she fed child C, please don't forget this, before she fed child C at 2300 hours, she had aspirated a small amount of green bile. We say that the fact that she aspirated child C's stomach at 2300 hours tells you that there was nothing in his stomach at that time. Apart from the bile, obviously, she had the bile. There was no air and there was nothing else. Yet, having left the room, within a short period of time, according to Sophie Ellis' evidence, she heard the alarm and returned to the room to see, even if you don't remember it, you know what I'm going to say, Lucy Letby standing over child C, who said, quote, "He's just had a Braddy and a DSAT." That was in her evidence on October 28th. Within a short time, and while Sophie Ellis was in the room, child C desaturated again. This was the serious desaturation that led to child C's death. Melanie Taylor remembered Lucy Letby being there, and she was challenged repeatedly on behalf of Lucy Letby. What she had said to the police in an audio-recorded statement was put to her, but she told you that despite the inconsistencies between what she said then and told you, she remembered Lucy Letby being at the centre of events, particularly because she was, quote, "surprised how cool Lucy Letby was and very calm." That was evidence on October 28th. It was Dr. Catherine Davis who was crash bleeped. She told us that during CPR, when she listened, there was no heart rate, no heart sounds or respirations. This, she told you, was very unusual. What she said exactly was this: "I've been to a number of collapses of neonates over my career, and usually, even with the very smallest, sickest babies, there is some heart rate, but it's a slow heart rate or there's some respiratory effort. But there was nothing in child C's case at all." This is a replica, isn't it, of what I was reminding you of yesterday in child M's case on April 9th the following year. The evidence given then by Dr. J-Ram. Dr. Davis went to intubate child C, and when she looked down his throat, you may not remember, but you know what I'm going to say, his cords were swollen. Even before she put anything into his airway. Think child N, think of lots of other cases that we'll come to. The swelling could not have been caused by the guidal airway that was used. As Dr. Beach told us, a guidal airway sits far short of the vocal cords. If this finding of swollen vocal cords was just an isolated case, you might say, well, we won't read necessarily too much into that. But we have child E, we have child G, we have child H, and we have child N. Add child C and you have 5 children with this type of finding. And this is the power of coincidence, the power of circumstantial evidence, isn't it? It's not a second-class category of evidence. Someone had put something down child C's throat before Dr. Davis had a look. Who do you think that was? She's sitting in the dock. Dr. Gibbs told us that 1/2 of 1 ml of milk could not have caused child C's respiratory arrest, and that doesn't seem to have been disputed. He, Dr. Gibbs, joined the efforts to resuscitate child C, and as I said earlier, he couldn't think of any natural disease process that would have produced what was seen in child C. You'll remember he said, quote, "Whatever catastrophic event led to his death was reversing." Resuscitation was stopped, and when on behalf of Lucy Letby he was asked about abdominal obstruction, Dr. Gibbs rejected that as a suggestion because he said that if that was the case, there would have been repeated vomiting, and this is the importance of child C being 4 days old. You heard some poignant evidence relating to the time that child C clung to life from his parents. It was agreed evidence. Child C's father, the father of Child C, said, once Child C was baptised, they stopped trying to resuscitate him. It was during this time that Child C started breathing on his own. The mother of Child C and I were escorted into a family room. The mother of Child C said we held him for hours. Shortly before he passed away, Child C was given another dose of morphine by one of the nurses. I can't recall which of the two nurses this was. This was about 5:30 on Sunday the 14th. You will remember that that rally or that survival period was, relatively speaking, a long time. Dr. Gibbs had recorded handing Child C back to his parents at 00:45, and Dr. Davis recorded Child C's time of death at 05:58. So that's just over 5 hours, isn't it? During that time, the privacy of that family was interrupted by a nurse who the father of Child C described in his statement as Nurse 3. And he thought that Nurse 3 was Lucy Letby. She wheeled in a ventilated basket to the room and said something to the effect of, "You've said your goodbyes now, do you want to put him in here?" When asked about this in interview, Lucy Letby said she didn't remember the conversation. You'll find that at page 23 of her interview. But you'll remember, of course, that Nurse B told us that Lucy Letby was going in and out of that room while Child C was dying. And Nurse B had to tell Lucy Letby to look after J.E. more than once. You will, in that context, remember the excitement and odd behaviour exhibited by Lucy Letby in the aftermath of the death of Child P, described by Dr. B. You remember Lucy Letby's remark about being at Child I's first bath that her mum Child I told you about. What was the attraction of that room at that time to Lucy Letby? Again, if this was an isolated occasion, you might not read too much into it. You might say, well, the parent was in a difficult position. Maybe their perception, maybe they've just got the wrong end of it. But when you have similar occurrences happening at different times involving different people who say in effect the same sort of thing, it is the power of coincidence, isn't it? It is not an innocent coincidence. That's the point. You need, we suggest, to look no further than the tragic aftermath of Lucy Letby's attack on Child C to recognise how much she enjoyed what was going on. And after repeated questioning in cross-examination, she could not give a plausible reason, could she, for going into that room whilst neglecting her responsibilities to J.E., who had breathing difficulties. The staff on the unit were all confused by what had happened to Child C because he was stable. We know that because of the text Nurse A sent to Lucy Letby at tile 288. It's a series of texts actually, 288 to 303. It starts with Lucy Letby telling Nurse A that Child B is in 4. Then tile 289, yea bless her, how are the parents of Child A and B? That conversation carries on. Then at 293, talking about Child B, there's something odd about that night and the other 3 that went so suddenly. And within that same minute, 21:49, Lucy Letby's reply, what do you mean? This doesn't prove anything in itself, does it? But knowing what you know now, what do you mean, straight back? And then followed again by, odd that we lost 3 and in different circumstances. Nurse A, 6 minutes later, I don't know, were they that different? Then ignore me, I'm speculating. Then 298, Lucy Letby, well, Child C was tiny, obviously compromised in utero, gaslighting. Child D septic. Well, we know Child D wasn't septic. It's Child A I can't get my head around, said Lucy Letby. Nurse A replied, well, she definitely septic. Did the post-mortem confirm? We're going to come to Child D in a moment, aren't we? Then this one, 301, talking about the post-mortem. When's Child A's? They were talking of doing a joint one for all 3, as all close together and similar in being full arrests in babies that were essentially stable. There you are. There you have it. The power of circumstantial evidence. They were all similar, all unexplained, all confusing. And all the responsibility of Lucy Letby. Moving on to the expert evidence. Dr. Evans confirmed what Dr. Gibbs said, that Child C's respiratory support had stabilised over several days before his death. He was being weaned down from CPAP to nothing and then back to Optiflow. He wasn't being given supplemental oxygen. Dr. Evans made the point that Child C would not have been having skin-to-skin if he'd been unstable from a respiratory point of view. He repeated what in effect Dr. Gibbs had already said, that the aspirates were not of concern in the overall context, and most importantly, they were not increasing. 3 nurses describing child C as feisty was not consistent with child C having a bowel obstruction. He told us about the raised CRP, but that was dealt with in the histology by Dr. Marnarides, which I'll come to in a moment. And he repeated an often repeated mantra in this particular case. That child C's progress was not what one would expect to see in a child who was being overwhelmed by some sort of systemic infection. And in particular, his capacity to keep his saturations high in air, in other words, without any additional oxygen, was not consistent with his pneumonia getting progressively worse. Dr. Evans concluded that the reason for child C's collapse and death was an injection of air into the nasogastric tube. Dr. Evans was criticised, and we accept justifiably criticised, for not having given a cause of death in his report, but then saying it in the witness box, because experts should and must notify any alteration of their opinion in writing. But he returned to the witness box on 14 subsequent occasions, and if anyone was caught by surprise by what he said, there was plenty of opportunity to deal with it. But if you think, ladies and gentlemen, that the way Dr. Evans failed to give advance notice of his opinion in the report has, or even may have had, or caused any unfairness to Lucy Letby, then we encourage you to disregard what he said in this case. Not least because when we get to Dr. Marnarides, we will see that he gave a much more detailed description and reasons for reaching precisely the same conclusion. Dr. Bowen gave evidence on the 1st and 2nd of November. She referred to child C's raised markers for infection, which she told you was consistent with the pneumonia that can be seen on his x-rays. But she reminded you that putting the radiological evidence into context, into the clinical context, child C had been taken off CPAP and put onto Optiflow well before the time that he collapsed. And if you want an easy ready reckoner, I think we've already shown you one actually. This is a different one, I think. It's in tile 121, which is the gas chart. That tells you when child C was on various forms of breathing support. Dr. Bowen said that the typical path of decline with pneumonia was a slow one, with ever-increasing ventilation requirements. As for the build-up of gas on the 12th of June 2015, in other words the day before, and you'll remember she was and other witnesses were asked about this because Lucy Letby was not there on that occasion. Or at least there's no record of her being there, I should say, in the light of some of the other evidence you've heard in this case. Dr. Bowen said that the records were very unclear as to 1, whether child C's stomach was being aspirated at that point, and 2, whether the nasogastric tube had actually been left on free drainage. Dr. Bowen thought if that hadn't been left on free drainage, then the CPAP that child C was receiving at that stage the previous day could account for the gas. The other thing that Dr. Bowen pointed out, something I think I've already mentioned, was that Dr. Ogden had said about hearing normal bowel sounds on the morning of the 13th, and that in effect excluded the possibility of there being a bowel obstruction. Dr. Marnarides made a substantial contribution to the evidence in this case. He said there was nothing abnormal about child C's bowel. He said child C did not have a volvulus. The fact that at the post-mortem meconium was seen proves that there was no volvulus. Following a meeting with the clinicians, including experts from the defence, Dr. Marnarides concluded that child C died with pneumonia rather than from pneumonia, because there was nothing to suggest there was any cellular response to a systemic infection. So putting that into language I can understand, what he was saying was that if a particular infection in a location spreads, then you get a cellular response in other parts of the body, which is identifiable at a post-mortem, and that was absent. And therefore it tells you that it was not the pneumonia that killed child C. He said that the gas in child C's bowel could not be explained either by an infection, because that was excluded by the histology, or an abnormality of the bowel, or importantly by post-mortem decomposition. He, quote, confidently excluded, those were his words, post-mortem decomposition. And therefore Dr. Marnarides concluded that air must have been injected into the nasogastric tube, causing a splinting of the diaphragm, which in a baby with pneumonia was enough to compromise his breathing and kill him. When it was suggested to Dr. Marnarides that an explanation for the air in child C's bowel was the fact that he was on CPAP, and I've already told you he'd not been on CPAP for hours before this, what Dr. Marnarides said was this: "I have never in the past 10 years that I've been doing this type of examination come across even a suggestion that CPAP belly would result to the deterioration of a baby, let alone this gastric distension that would be associated with a baby's death." He continued, "I could not see that if this was a likely mechanism, this would not have been reported in any pathology paper or review or post-mortem examination or congress that I have been to or a case that I have discussed. That is why I regard the proposed mechanism as unlikely." And that line of questioning on behalf of Lucy Letby, we suggest, overlooked a number of important facts. First, child C came off CPAP at 11 o'clock that morning. In other words, a full 12 hours plus before he collapsed. In the interim, he survived without any intrusive breathing support, being cuddled by his parents. Second, he did so well that when the kangaroo care ended, he was put onto Optiflow at 1300 hours, which, as you know, is a much less invasive form of breathing support. Thirdly, and finally, his nasogastric tube. This is the point I made to you before about Sophie Ellis. His nasogastric tube had been aspirated shortly before his collapse, and yet no air was obtained. Dr. Marnarides referred to massive gastric dilation and ballooning of the stomach. They're his words, not mine. He excluded NEC on pathological grounds. When he was asked why the air didn't just pass into the bowel rather than splinting the diaphragm, he gave us a little lesson in physiology and told us that the opening of the stomach into the bowel was called the pylorus. And when overfilled, the pylorus goes into spasm, which prevents the passage of the air through the pylorus. So just to summarise our position, ladies and gentlemen, before the break, this is a case in which we suggest that Lucy Letby's interviews are very important, and I invite you to look at them with me now, please. You'll find them in the interview bundle number 1. Lucy Letby said her only involvement with child C was with his resuscitation. She told the police that she remembered that child C had not long had his first feed when he had deteriorated. You remember I asked her about how she remembered that, and she said it was in her notes she was given before the interview. She said at page 4 that she was not, or she did not remember being the person who fed him, although she did, if you go back to page 2, remember that Sophie Ellis had been the designated nurse. She claimed at page 3 that she was not the person who discovered child C collapsing. Well, you know what the evidence is on that. Interestingly, at page 5, almost exactly halfway down the page, she said that the rough notes of a resuscitation would be transposed into the medical notes and then disposed of. In that context, you might just want to write child M. Lucy Letby confirmed at page 8 that she had had contact in the family room with the child C family when child C was dying. In the second interview at page 11, she would not accept Sophie Ellis' account of having gone in when child C collapsed and seeing Lucy Letby standing over child C. This is an interesting interview, this one. Page 12. When asked why she would have been in there, she said that perhaps she was checking the resus trolley or getting drugs for her baby or using the computer. Well, we know from the neonatal review that that isn't the explanation. At least getting drugs for her baby isn't the explanation. Query, why would you want to use a computer in a darkened room when there's other computers in the light? And why would you be checking the resus trolley? Page 12. Of the remark attributed to her by Sophie Ellis, quote, he's just dropped his heart rate or SATs, she said, quote, she must have said that because that was what she had seen on the monitor. At page 13, she was asked about the text conversation about seeing a dead baby in a cot space, the conversation she had had with Jennifer Jones-Key on the night. She claimed, unbelievably, that she didn't know what the conversation was about or where she had been when she sent the messages. We say that is incredible. It is not believable, the idea that she didn't know what that was about. When the police suggested it, though, she admitted of the possibility, to use her word, that it was a reference to child A. She also said that she was frustrated as this emerged. She was frustrated when she was texting Jennifer Jones-Key and was looking for a more compassionate response. That's why we suggest she was angry when she murdered child C. Of the text, being in free is eating me up, that's the one at tile 149, it's page 15 of the interview. She accepted that she was frustrated that she was not in nursery 1. Page 16, she said the fact that she was texting up to 6 minutes before the collapse did not give her any thoughts. And then 16 to 17, she accepted that she was in nursery 1 at the time of the collapse, that she was the only staff member there at the time, and she was feeling frustrated and upset. In the final interview on the 10th of November 2020, she was asked about the blood that I reminded you was seen by Dr. Catherine Davis. It's page 18. She denied that she had inflicted any trauma. At pages 19 to 20, she said that she did not remember getting involved with the child C family after child C's death, when she had her own baby to look after in nursery 3 and when nurse B was telling her to care for her own patient, pages 19 to 20. I don't remember it. Shades of what was to come with child D. With regard to Facebook searches, pages 20 to 21, she said she wasn't sure why she had done it. So, ladies and gentlemen, what does that all give us? What does it all give you? It gives you a case of a baby who did not have an abdominal issue that could have caused his sudden collapse and death. That's Dr. Manarides and the paediatricians. It gives you a collapse and death that is inconsistent with any naturally occurring issue. That's all the medical evidence. It gives you Lucy Letby alone in the nursery when child C collapsed, having just been texting her friend about how angry and frustrated she was. That's her own words in interview. It gives you Lucy Letby making references in her text to a child who, for reasons we have already explained, she had murdered a few days earlier. Lucy Letby started the interview process by lying about where she was and lying about her reasons for being in nursery 1. Child C had massive gastric dilation and ballooning of the stomach, which he had not had when he was fed by Sophie Ellis. In the absence of natural causes, it's obvious what happened, isn't it? Even if you don't take into account any of the other cases. When you put child C's case alongside the others, it's as plain as the nose on your face that Lucy Letby must have injected air down the nasogastric tube into child C's stomach. It was, after all, one of her favourite ways of killing and trying to kill the children in this case. When you add to that the fact that child C's vocal cords were swollen and that his designated nurse was absent from the room at the time, we say you have a constellation of coincidences which together and in combination with other children's collapses and deaths can make you sure that child C did not die from natural causes, and it was Lucy Letby that had murdered him. When she gave evidence, Lucy Letby claimed to you that she doesn't really remember child D. She said that to you because that's what she told the police in interview. And she said that in interview because she thought that the absence of her name from the paperwork for child D gave her the opportunity for plausible deniability. What she didn't realise though, what she has now not taken account of, is the fact that through the hard work of the police, they can put her in the room. What Lucy Letby said to the police in interview is completely undermined, not only by that image on your screen, but also by her Facebook activity. She searched for the mother of child D on June 25th, 2015, and more than 3 months later, when in October she did 2 searches for the father. Either she has a very good memory for names, or she was using the handover sheets. Although the handover sheets don't have the parent's name on, do they? And if she has a good memory, then her claim to have forgotten child D to you was a lie. Why tell that lie? You might ask yourselves, why won't she tell you the truth? Because the truth is bad for her, isn't it? It's bad. When child D was born, she was 37 weeks gestation. She was over 3 kilograms in weight. She had good APGAR scores, and yet she survived just over 36 hours. Her mum had a difficult time before giving birth on June 20th at 16:01. There's no doubt, is there, ladies and gentlemen, that child D suffered suboptimal care in the immediate aftermath of her birth. But Lisa Walker had intervened and called for help. When child D arrived at the neonatal unit at 19:30, her progress was upward. She was heading in the right direction. Because she had breathing difficulties, she was intubated at 22:10, that's tile 40. And Dr. Brunton, the Scotsman, told us about this, and he referred to his notes of the intubation, which you'll find at tiles 34 and 35. By the morning of the 21st of June 2015, exactly 7 years ago today, Child D was intubated at 0900 hours. You'll find Natty and Kate Bissell's note at tile 105 and Dr. Newby's note at tile 107. By the end of the day shift on June 21st, Dr. Sarah Rylance, tile 158, the witness who gave evidence from Switzerland through the video link, Dr. Rylance told you this. At 1900 hours on June 21st, from what I've documented, she, in other words Child D, was stable with a minimal level of respiratory support in no additional oxygen. She was responsive and she was making good progress and had responded well to the treatment given since entering the neonatal unit. And we can see from Dr. Rylance's note that Child D was on CPAP. She was responsive when she was handled. Her chest was clear. This is a child with pneumonia. Her chest was clear and she had regular respiratory effort. Her abdomen was soft and not distended. You know why I'm telling you that? She was kept on CPAP because when she was taken off, Child D's breathing became irregular. Child D died 9 hours and 25 minutes after that examination. So I'm going to go straight to the night shift on which she died. It was Father's Day 2015, Sunday the 21st of June. Nurse Caroline Oakley became Child D's designated nurse at handover. She gave evidence to you on Friday the 11th of November last year. So Caroline Oakley, designated nurse for Child D, and importantly we say she also had a child in nursery 2, the child OC. The other 2 children in nursery 1 were MRE and JE. Their designated nurse was Lucy Letby. JE is the same JE who was in nursery 3 on the night Child C died. So it looks like Nurse B was right about him, doesn't it? So why, thinking back to Child C just for a second, why was Lucy Letby ignoring him to go into the family room? But more importantly, in the context of Child D's case, the fact that Caroline Oakley had a child in nursery 2 meant, as you know, that she, Caroline Oakley, would have to leave the room from time to time, leaving Lucy Letby alone with Child D. On the night shift, until things started to go wrong, Caroline Oakley was happy with Child D. She told you that Child D was breathing for herself and was stable, and if you look at tile 169, it's J2291 in your hard copy bundle, you will see that Child D's observations were all completely normal. Those are Caroline Oakley's words, not mine. To quote again from Caroline Oakley, this is how she described it in the witness box, looking at that chart. She said, quote, "She's breathing beautifully in air and she's saturating. Her oxygen blood saturations of oxygen are 100%, and that's the highest they can be. In a child with pneumonia, what could be better, ladies and gentlemen?" At 21:10 that evening, Dr. Brunton examined Child D. His notes are at tile 174. Child D was still 100% saturated on CPAP in air, no additional oxygen. He said things were clinically improving. There was no sign of increased work of breathing or respiratory distress. Child D's abdomen was soft and her bowel sounds were normal. Dr. Brunton said he'd expect bowel sounds to be present and they listened for them in case there were any signs of obstruction. This was a standard clinical examination, and Dr. Brunton's plan was to institute enteral feeds 1 meal every hour. Child D was well enough to start taking milk, and as Dr. Brunton put it, quote, "We should be trying to improve her status by giving milk." There were no problems with Child D until Caroline Oakley went on her break at 0100 hours. Just like in the case of Child C, Child G, Child I, Child J, Child K, and Child N. All of whom collapsed when their designated nurse either left the room or went on a break. Caroline Oakley asked Catherine Percival Ward to keep an ear out for Child D. After all, Lucy Letby was in the room. But being an experienced nurse, Nurse Percival Ward checked on Child D, and the first time she checked her when Caroline Oakley had gone on her break, she said Child D was, quote, "nice and stable and settled." She checked the equipment and she left the room. She checked child D again 10 minutes later, and child D was still settled. She then heard the alarms and went back into nursery 1. And there in nursery 1 was Lucy Letby. It may be, it probably will be, that you will be reminded in due course that in her evidence, Catherine Percival Ward said she couldn't be certain it was Lucy Letby who was in nursery 1. But we say, who else could it have been? Who was it who should have been in the room at that time in nursery 1? Who else had children to care for in that room? Who else didn't have children to care for in any other room? And if we go back to the population distribution at tile 168, if it wasn't Lucy Letby in nursery 1 when Catherine Percival Ward walked in, the only other people it could have been, given that Caroline Oakley was on a break, and it wasn't Catherine Percival Ward, were nurse C, well, she was in nursery 2, and she said she was alerted to child D's collapse and went to nursery 1, or Elizabeth Marshall, who was a nursery nurse and wouldn't have been working in nursery 1, whose agreed statement was read to you on the 8th of November 2022, in which she made it clear that she wasn't working in nursery 1 and heard about child D's collapse from somebody else. And when she looked into nursery 1, said Elizabeth Marshall, she saw Lucy Letby doing chest compressions on child D, the child she doesn't remember. What Catherine Percival Ward saw was a reddy blue, reddy brown rash on child D. She said that in her 27 years experience at that time, it was a type of rash that she had, you know the rest of the sentence, that she had never seen before. In cross-examination, she was taken to task about her statement, and it was suggested that she had added detail that didn't appear in the statement. What she had said was not in the written statement that had been transposed by the police from the audio recording of her evidence, but it was in the original recording, and she confirmed that when she was shown the transcript of the original recording. What she had said there was that child D had discoloration that was, quote, a mosaic, a motley colour, blotchiness. Caroline Oakley, the designated nurse who was on the break, recorded in the nursing notes that she was called back by Lucy Letby and Catherine Percival Ward. And this is one of those cases, ladies and gentlemen, where the paper records are not straightforward. Can we start with tile 221, please? I asked Lucy Letby about this in cross-examination, and the questions and answers went as follows. I said to Lucy Letby, can we go to tile 221 please? There's an entry at 0130. Do you see that? She replied, yes. I then said, whose handwriting is oral secretions ++? She replied, I can't say definitively. I said, whose does it look like? She replied, it could be mine. I said, yes. Why were you writing in child D's chart if it was you at 0130, if you were not the person looking after her? She replied, it may have been something I documented alongside Caroline Oakley, who's filled in the other columns. I said, yes, but if she's on her break, she can't have filled them in at the time, can she, if she's on her break? She replied, so you mean she's filled them in at 1:30 when she was on her break retrospectively? And I said, well, it all depends, doesn't it? If we move across, please, in the chart towards the right of it, do you see where it says suction PPLL? She replied, yes. I said, whose writing is that? She said, it's not mine. I'd assume it's Caroline Oakley. I then said, well, who is LL in this context? She replied, it would be me. I then said, because I'm suggesting you were, to use Dr. J. Ram's phrase, babysitting child D. You had, as a matter of fact, been in nursery 1 throughout, hadn't you? She replied, I can't comment on that. I don't know for certain. Do you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? We then went to the neonatal review and we established that at line 122, Lucy Letby had made an entry on JE's chart at 0130 in the same room at the same time that child D was collapsing. In the chronology, as we were going through the cases, of course, you remember this was the 4th case that we dealt with. This was the first time the issue or potential issues, depending on your findings, of falsifying paperwork came up. And you know what happened after that. The observation chart is at tile 193. If we can go to that, please. What we can see is a record that's timed there at 0115 signed by Caroline Oakley. You can see that the previous record is 24:30 and the subsequent one is 02:30. Something you might have forgotten, I'm sure at least one of you will remember, is that Caroline Oakley told you that she filled in those details at 01:15 with details that she had been told by the girls. And which of the girls do you think that was? Who was the only one who was in the room? We suggest that what happened here was that Lucy Letby took the readings whilst Caroline Oakley was on her break, but passed them on to Caroline Oakley to fill them in. It's the only credible explanation for the timings recorded in the paperwork. If, and only if, you accept the evidence you heard that Caroline Oakley was on her break, as she and others said she was, and which was not disputed in cross-examination on behalf of Lucy Letby. It would follow, wouldn't it, if that's right, if we're right about this, that Lucy Letby deliberately did not note the data for child D, who we now know was about to collapse. Why? Plausible deniability. The only explanation can be, we suggest, that she didn't want the paperwork to suggest she'd had anything to do with child D. That explains the tack she took in interview. I don't remember child D. It explains what she's told you. If we go to tile 201 and we look at an entry timed at 01:14, so this is a minute before what we've just seen on the observations chart, we can see that it's unsigned. And so now that you know very well where I'm going with this, I asked Lucy Letby about this in cross-examination. The questions and answers went as follows. I asked Lucy the question, the blood gas for child D taken at 01:14 was done by you, wasn't it? I don't know. That's your writing, isn't it? It could be my writing, yes. Yes, it is. You see where it says 01 and then the 14 in slightly elevated, yes, numbers? That's the way you write these numbers. Yes. You're not the only person, of course, but that's the way you do it. Yes. And that's your writing, isn't it? It looks like my writing, yes. Yes. Why didn't you sign it? Well, that's just an oversight, the same as the gas on the next line down hasn't been signed. It's just an error that happens from time to time. Well, it may be. People do forget to do things, don't they, ladies and gentlemen? Of course they do. On a busy neonatal unit, you would be wholly exceptional if you didn't make mistakes. We all make mistakes, but it's the timing of the errors, isn't it? It's the patterns of the errors. It's the power of circumstantial evidence. Between that blood gas at 01:14 and child D's collapse, there's also an entry in the neonatal infusion prescription chart at 01:25, which is at tile 203. You'll see that that's signed by Lucy Letby and Caroline Oakley. Caroline Oakley, who wasn't actually there at the time. Caroline Oakley, who couldn't explain it, but we know that she was out of the room on her break at the time. This is clear evidence, isn't it, that Lucy Letby, in the absence of Caroline Oakley, gave an intravenous infusion to child D 5 minutes before she collapsed, and whilst the designated nurse was on a break. Access to the intravenous line in a case where the experts say death came about as a result of air embolus. Caroline Oakley gave similar evidence of what she saw on child D to what Catherine Percival Ward said, and she made a record in the nursing notes. If we go to tile 207, we will see it. She saw a rash on child D that she had, quote, never seen before in her 20 years of experience. And what she described in evidence was this. I hadn't seen that rash before on a baby I've looked after in my years of neonates, over 20 years. I remember it as a light, deep red-brown, different than mottling, different to what I've seen before. Evidence given to you on November 4th. Dr. Emily Thomas was a very junior doctor at the time, an ST1, so starting out on her specialist career. Her statement was read to you on the 8th of November last year. What Dr. Thomas in her agreed evidence said was this. I remember child D had an unusual episode where she came out in a rash. This occurred about 1:30 in the morning. I remember taking a look. I described the rash as almost having the appearance of a meningococcal type rash. It was purple in colour and mainly over the abdomen. Andrew, which is Dr. Brunton, called the consultant Dr. Newby for advice. She came into the unit and reviewed the care and added an extra antibiotic into Child D's treatment. Child D seemed to settle down and the rash appeared to fade. But Dr. Thomas wasn't being influenced by anybody else, was she? And yet she there gives you a remarkably similar description to the descriptions you've heard from many other people. Dr. Brunton gave evidence on the 7th of November. Tile 214 is his note. Dr. Brunton remembered attending on Child D at 0140. He said that Child D's oxygen level or oxygen requirement had gone up and she had developed a rash. If we could just look at his note, please. I think it's tile 214. Quote, nurses noted that became extremely mottled +++. Also noted to have tracking lesions, dark brown black, across trunk. What he, Dr. Brunton, said to you was the way he had written that note suggested that the description given in the note was what the nurses told him. It's obvious, isn't it, from his use of language there, that that's exactly what this is. Now, this is the key, or one of the keys to this particular case, because this explains I don't remember. If Lucy Letby admitted to you and to the police that she remembered Child D, she would also have to admit that it was either her or somebody who was in the room with her at the time that gave this description to Dr. Brunton, wouldn't she? Do you remember an answer she gave me from time to time when I was asking her questions about what other people had noted at the time of these collapses and the mottling or the colour or however you want to describe it? I don't remember that being discussed at the time, was one of her refrains, wasn't it? Dr. Brunton has actually recorded it here. This is what Lucy Letby saw, and this is why she doesn't want to engage in having to give answers or explanations for what she saw. This is why Lucy Letby says, I don't remember. At that stage, Child D's oxygen had to be increased to 60%. There was a slight subcostal recession. But Dr. Brunton had no concern when he actually listened to Child D's lungs, and this is significant, we say, in a child whose issue had been pneumonia. Dr. Brunton said he had no concerns about Child D's lungs. Her heart was normal, as was the abdominal examination. You can see there in the tile what Dr. Brunton noted about the discoloration. He planned to do a blood gas, then a fluid bolus, and Dr. Newby agreed that she would come in to review. What Dr. Brunton said at this stage of the collapse was this. This was a completely unusual situation that I had never seen before. The changes in the skin, I could not explain it. Yet another doctor. At 0200 hours, Dr. Newby, who gave evidence to you on November 9th, was called in because Child D had been so stable and yet had had such a profound desaturation. And when Dr. Newby arrived, Child D was actually saturating well. But there were what Dr. Newby described as, quote, 2 bruised areas on her abdomen like evolving purpura, as if they were secondary to sepsis. We're hearing the same thing so often, ladies and gentlemen, aren't we? If you take a step back and try to remember which one's which, it becomes quite difficult. That's the best example we suggest you could have of the power of circumstantial evidence. These things, which these independent doctors are all saying separately, I've never seen this before. It completely foxed me what was going on. Do you remember what we reviewed yesterday? What Dr. Breary saw on the chest of Child O a year and a day later? An unusual small rash on Child O's chest was how he described it in evidence. Just keeping this on the screen, looking at Dr. Newby's description there, I'll read to you Dr. Breary's description of Child O. If you want to find it, it's in the Child O sequence at tile 206. He wrote this, small discoloured query purpuric rash on right chest wall. And he said in evidence, quote, it looked like something normally associated with meningitis, a purpuric rash, which is very, very rare in a neonate, like meningitis. Exactly what Dr. Thomas says in her statement about Child D. Meningococcal rash, meningitis. So here, a year and a day apart, we have very similar descriptions being given by different consultants and a senior house officer relating to different children, both of whom were suffering unexpected and perplexing collapses at the hand of Lucy Letby. The reason the descriptions are so similar, ladies and gentlemen, is that the causes of the collapses were the same. You'll remember Child O also had that liver injury, which was the result of the application of deliberate force. So after the first crash, Child D had a good blood gas at 0222, that's tile 219. Dr. Newby told us that she didn't expect Child D to have a further problem, or at least not in the way that she, as it happened, did. By 0235, the areas of discoloration had completely disappeared. That's in Dr. Brunton's notes at tile 222. But Lucy Letby remained involved in Child D's treatment. You'll remember we went through these in cross-examination because I was suggesting that when Lucy Letby was saying to you that she couldn't remember all this, she wasn't telling the truth about it. We've got the bolus at tile 227, that's at 0240. We've got other medications at tile 230 and 231. And at 3 o'clock, Child D was crying and desaturated again. That's tile 234. And again, Lucy Letby on the chart of MRE, and this is the neonatal review at line 166, has herself doing something for MRE in the same room at the same time of the second desaturation. So twice now. Can you imagine a child having a life-threatening event and you're a nurse in the same room and you just, I'll just do observations for this child over here? Is that genuine? Are those records genuine? Or as we suggest, is this all part of her attempt to create plausible deniability? Dr. Brunton was called again and made a note at 0315, which is tile 236. And the unusual skin discoloration reappeared. What are the chances, eh? Dr. Brunton said that Child D was, quote, quite agitated and upset, which had been unusual for her. But other than the discoloration and the agitation, she then became normal and returned back to air. The third and fatal collapse of Child D came an hour later at 0345. At the time, Dr. Emily Thomas, whose statement was read on the 8th of November, was in room 203 attending to a child who needed a septic screen. And she heard a member of staff shout for help in room 1. You know who Dr. Thomas thought that member of staff was, don't you? It was Lucy Letby. Because Dr. Thomas is the doctor who said that at a later time in the shift, she found Lucy Letby very upset. This is Dr. Thomas' words from her statement at the time of the collapse. What Dr. Thomas says is this. At about 4:30 in the morning, I was on the neonatal unit. I was in either room 2 or 3. I was with another baby that I think needed a septic screen. I was in the middle of trying to insert a cannula or reviewing the baby when I heard a member of staff shouting for help in room 1. I'm not sure, but I think the member of staff was a nurse called Lucy. I recall that she had brown hair and was a designated nurse for Child D. What could have given her the impression that Lucy Letby was a designated nurse for Child D? Quote, this nurse later became very upset in front of me. I believe she had been a designated nurse for Child A, who had died on the unit only a couple of weeks previously. I think she said something like, this is my second baby that this has happened to. This tells you a lot in this case, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It tells you that at the time, even Lucy Letby was associating what had happened to Child D with what had happened to Child A. Because she recognised, didn't she, that other people were associating these events. But yet she claims to you she can't remember. This can't be a mistaken reference by Dr. Thomas to Caroline Oakley, because Caroline Oakley wasn't working on the shift that Child A died. So you think about that. If you were worried that that might be an explanation, that is not the explanation. And other than Lucy Letby on this shift, the shift that Child D died, the only other member of staff who was working when Child A had died was Elizabeth Marshall, the nursery nurse. Her statement was read to you, and what she did was act as a scribe during resuscitation, because she wasn't sufficiently qualified to do anything else. On this final occasion, Child D was in cardiac arrest. She wasn't breathing. She had lots of secretions. Dr. Brunton intubated her. He got a positive capnograph result, good chest movement again. There then followed 6 doses of adrenaline, all to no avail. According to Dr. Brunton, he had never seen a baby behave in this manner prior to this or after this. He's now consultant in the biggest hospital in Glasgow. In cross-examination, he was asked about child D's sodium levels and blood gases, and he told you something that many of the medics have said. Everything must be looked at in clinical context. He was struck, was Dr. Brunton, by child D's precipitous collapses, followed by remarkable recoveries, followed by periods of stability. And again, something which is wholly unusual generally, but tragically not uncommon in the cases that you are considering. What Dr. Brunton didn't say, because Dr. Brunton didn't know, was that the circumstances of child D's collapse were so similar to the circumstances of the collapses of many of the other children in this case. A similarity, as I've already said, which Dr. Thomas, if you accept what she says, records being spoken about, even by Lucy Letby at the time. We say that that similarity makes it all the more remarkable and all the more likely to be the result of sabotage. It tells you that Lucy Letby is lying when she says she doesn't remember child D. At first blush, the interviews in child D's case are unremarkable, but they do, we suggest, contain one or two interesting remarks. Lucy Letby began by saying that she didn't remember child D. If you want references for that, they are pages 2 and 4. We say you should contrast that with evidence that she gave in answer to questions from her own counsel on the morning of May 2nd, the first day she gave evidence. Then, when she was being asked about the effect of deaths on the unit on the staff, she said without any hint of irony, "You don't forget things like that, they stay with you." This is the same person whose case is, "I don't remember this child who collapsed 3 times and died in front of me." What was she trying to get you to think, ladies and gentlemen, by "we don't forget things like that, they stay with you"? Is she trying to get a bit of sympathy from you? Give the impression that she was a good nurse, doing the right thing for the right reasons? In the 10th of November interviews, she was asked about the Facebook searches. She accepted she had done them, but couldn't explain why she had done them or what she was looking for. She was asked about messages she had sent to Nurse A. It's in the child D interviews at page 9. These are the messages where she said she came out in a rash looking like overwhelming sepsis, messed about a bit. Quote, "Messed about a couple of times and came out in this weird rash, looking like overwhelming sepsis." A child she doesn't remember. She was asked about tile 325. You'll find that at page 10. I think there's an element of fate involved. There's a reason for everything. You know what the reason is in this case, don't you? Tile 349, trying to persuade her colleagues that there's an innocent cause, gaslighting. And I'll make sure I get this quotation right. She was asked the following question. Do you remember at the time, about 26th of June 2015, after child D's death, were you particularly upset and disturbed by what had happened? She replied, "I honestly can't remember." How does that tie in with the evidence that she was giving to you on May 2nd in answer to questions from her own counsel? This is a case, we say, where the text messages tell you an awful lot. Tile 286, please. "We had such a rubbish night. Our job is just far too sad sometimes." 287, she received. "No, what happened?" She replied, "We lost child D." "What? But she was improving. What happened? Do you want to chat? I can't believe you're on again. You're having such a tough time." Then we come to the ones I've already quoted to you, messed about a couple of times, then collapsed and had full resus, so upsetting for everyone. Parents absolutely distraught. Dad screaming. Father's Day 2015. "I don't remember child D." Her approach in interview, ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, was because my name isn't really on the medical records, I'll get away with simply saying I don't remember. Well, she did remember. She's not prepared to admit it to you, and you will ask yourselves why. This is a case to which Professor Arthur's made an important contribution, we suggest. On Friday, November 11th, when asked about the series of x-rays from the evening of June 20th into the afternoon of the 21st, he said they showed that the, quote, minor infection child D had in her lung was improving. He then said this, "If you were to tell me that this baby was in air for all that time or didn't need any treatment for their infection, that would be consistent." And that is the clinical picture, isn't it? Of the post-mortem pictures, Professor Arthur said that the line of gas in one of the main vessels was, quote, highly unusual. And he had also seen it in the cases of child A and child O. He told you that he had never seen this quantity of air in the great vessels of a baby when no reason for it could be found. And in the absence of sepsis, which you know can be excluded, he thought that intravenous injection of air was an explanation that needed to be considered. Dr. Marnaridis said this, quote, infection would not explain child D's death. In his experience, babies with congenital pneumonia would settle unless they were overtaken by sepsis, and he excluded sepsis in this case. As to the gas in the great vessels, he said that the delay between death and the X-ray was not long enough for there to have been any significant decomposition of child D's body, and therefore that does not explain the gas. His view was that on the balance of the evidence that he was considering, child D was killed by an air embolus. Dr. Marnaridis doesn't consider lies to the police, doesn't consider lies from the witness box, doesn't consider the similarity with other cases, doesn't consider the alteration of medical records, doesn't consider the position of somebody who gives the appearance of recording observations for another child in the same nursery at the time that this child is suffering fatal collapses. They are all features which you can take into account. It is the power of circumstantial evidence. Dr. Bowen reviewed all the evidence in the notes relating to child D's short life. She made the point that child D was born in good condition. Her pneumonia had stabilised and she was recovering at the time of her fatal collapse. She thought, this is Dr. Bowen, that the speed of child D's collapses and recoveries were very unusual and not indicative of infection. She described them as perplexing and having no clear cause. And having excluded the alternatives, she attributed the collapses and death of child D to an air embolus. She said that the requirement for such extreme intervention, in the absence of some disease process at play, child D's distress, the rash, the disappearance of the rash, and the air in the great vessels, were all features which tended to support her opinion. And she rejected the idea that taking child D off CPAP had contributed to her death. Dr. Evans reviewed the notes and the medical evidence. He agreed with the view expressed by the treating physicians that child D was recovering from pneumonia at the time she died. You'll remember Professor Arthur's view. Dr. Evans' view was that this was a case of air embolism, and he said that having excluded pneumonia, air embolism was the only viable cause of death. The reasons he gave were: first, there was intravenous access in place; second, the discoloration attested to by the witnesses; third, the failure of resuscitation; and fourth, the presence of air in the great vessels shown in the radiographs. One of the things that Dr. Evans was challenged about was the blood gas recorded at 0140, the one that was unsigned, and the one that you may think Lucy Letby admitted having made in the witness box. Well, we say that if you think about that blood gas can never help Lucy Letby. And in any event, it was dealt with by Dr. Bowen in her report, and she told you that the blood gas was satisfactory. We're moving on to the case of child G. 3 counts of attempted murder, as you know, the first on September 7th, the second and third on September 21st, 2015. Child G was the firstborn of all the children about whom you've heard in the evidence. She was also significantly the most premature and was also the lowest birth weight. She was born at Arrow Park Hospital on the Wirral on Sunday the 31st of May 2015 at 23:57. Her mum is, and that name is not straightforward to spell, and you understand the relevance of that. You'll remember that her parents, child G's parents, were told that because of her extreme prematurity, child G had a low chance of survival. Yet survive she did, and she was clearly a fighter. By the time that she was transferred from Arrow Park to the Countess of Chester on the 13th of August, and had what we suggest was the gross misfortune to meet Lucy Letby, she weighed a few grams, under 2 kilograms. Before arriving at Chester, child G outperformed all reasonable expectations. In Chester, in the 3 weeks following her transfer, the only health issue had been her breathing problems, but that was not what caused her life-threatening collapses. As you know, the allegations relating to child G are in counts 7, 8 and 9. And I will deal with count 7 first, which is the alleged overfeeding of milk on child G's 100th day of life, which you have heard in the context of things in a neonatal unit is a very significant milestone. The banner was up and a cake had been baked. As a result of the incident that morning, the 7th of September, child G incurred a severe brain injury, which has left her severely disabled and wholly dependent on her parents. And you'll remember, I'm sure, the evidence of both Dr. Peck Wan Lee from Arrow Park and Professor Stivros from the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. Up to that point that child G collapsed, everybody, doctors, nurses and experts, agreed that she was in a very satisfactory position. The other two counts on September 21st, counts 8 and 9, happen to have been child G's due date. So we have two milestones in this child's life. The second two, her due date. In other words, the date where if she had remained in utero and the pregnancy had run the full course of 40 weeks, she would have been delivered. Well, odd coincidences do happen in life, of course, but in the context of all the other evidence in this case, do you believe in coincidences like that? And these coincidences always seem to happen when Lucy Letby was about. We also know that Lucy Letby knew of these dates. The due date, for example, you will find in a text message at tile 106 in the second child G sequence. So dealing with count 7 first. At about 2:30 that morning, child G was full of air and milk. She projectile vomited. As her father, the father of child G, told you in a statement which was agreed evidence, she had never done that before. As Dr. Bowen told you, having reviewed all the medical evidence, she had never done that before. There was no history of this before the 7th of September or of large aspirates. And that was despite the fact that child G had accidentally been overfed to the extent that she'd been given 45 ml rather than 36 on August 24th, so about 2 weeks before this incident. The vomiting on the morning in the early hours of September 7th, its type and its force and its spread was something that Dr. Brewery, the consultant on night call that night, said he had never seen before, except in cases of pyloric stenosis. You'll remember Dr. Marna Reeders gave you an explanation of what that means. And that was evidence in effect repeated by both Drs. Evans and Bowen, with Dr. Bowen describing this event as, quote, extraordinary. You'll remember that pyloric stenosis can be excluded as a cause of this vomit though, because if it had been a problem, it could only have been resolved through surgery. That's not a self-resolving problem. So we say that in effect you have two choices. The first is that child G was sabotaged by being overfed, or second, having had a long-standing history of ever-escalating quantities of milk without a problem, did she all of a sudden vomit with unprecedented force because she had an infection? An infection which none of the treating doctors or prosecution experts have ever seen present in that way, either before or since. Some people say that there is a first time for everything, but child G's extreme collapse was not the first time that a child in this case had a life-threatening event when her nurse had just gone on a break. She's one of the names in a long list. Child C, Child D, Child I number 2 and number 4, Child J, Child K, and Child N number 1. This was no naturally occurring event, ladies and gentlemen. It is the handiwork of Lucy Letby. If we remind ourselves of the feeding charts on the 5th and 6th of September, they are behind divider 7 in your jury bundle should you want to look at them. They're pages 7012 and 7013. You can see just how well child G was doing, just how well she was doing right up to that point at 2 o'clock on September 7th. There was some disagreement as to whether the evidence of Nurse E proved that child G had digested her previous feed before she, Nurse E, fed child G at about 2 o'clock. And we suggest there are two reasons why you can be sure that child G had digested the feed she'd been given at 2300 hours the previous night. I'll come to them in a moment. Child G had been under the care of Nurse Vicky Blamire, the nursery nurse on the day shift of the 6th. and Vicky Blamire had taken over Child G from another nursery nurse, Valerie Thomas. Child G was at that stage taking 45 ml of milk, and the feeding charts in the couple of days before her collapse in the early hours on the 7th show a normal baby feeding properly. And you'll see reference in the charts to the fact that she was feeding on demand. She was give me milk, as we know all babies do. Amongst the evidence that you heard about Child G before the night shift of the 6th into the 7th was the evidence of Child G's father, of Nurse E, who was the designated nurse, and of Dr. Ventress. Nurse E and Dr. Ventress, both friends of Lucy Letby. They all told you that at about 8 o'clock, 2000 hours on the 6th, in other words, the beginning of the night shift, Child G was doing well, was not a concern, and others said the same. So moving then with that problem-free background, as it was in the lead up to the night shift of the 6th to the 7th, I come to the night shift and start with tile 47. This is the handover. It shows the distribution of the babies and the nursing staff on the shift. If we just scroll down a little bit, please. You can see it was a quiet night, or it should have been a quiet night. Child G was the only child in nursery 2. Child G took a full feed from a bottle, not an NGT, from a bottle at 2300 hours. It was 45 ml. She was thriving, and yet sometime after 02:15, she had begun a precipitous decline. As I said before, the issue here is whether this decline is a result of an infection or being overfed. We suggest that you can infer from the fact that Child G took her full feed at 2300 hours from a bottle that she had no problems at that point. You don't need to be medically qualified to work that one out. Anyone who has fed a small baby knows that. Little babies don't take full feeds from bottles unless they're happy little babies, do they? One of the issues you may want to consider is the time when Child G vomited, because we suggest that Lucy Letby has massaged the times here, as she did in the cases of Child D, Child E, Child H, Child I, Child K, Child N, and Child O. We suggest that the vomit was at about 02:30, not 02:15. When Elsa Simpson, the shift leader, was cross-examined on behalf of Lucy Letby, her written police statement was put to her. She had told the police that she, Elsa Simpson, had been sitting at the nursing station with Lucy Letby from about 01:15. So for an hour before the time that Lucy Letby says this happened, and that she, Elsa Simpson, and Lucy Letby were together at the time Child G projectile vomited at 02:15. So a full hour, according to the statement of Elsa Simpson, sitting at the nursing station. Therefore, if that was true, this is a defence's position, isn't it? Lucy Letby cannot have interfered with Child G by overfeeding her because she has an alibi. And that must be right, mustn't it? It must be right. However, we then heard that when Elsa Simpson was interviewed by the police 7 months before she signed the statement, she told them that she didn't know where the other nurses were when Child G vomited, but that she had run into nursery 2 with Lucy Letby. For reasons I'll come to in a moment, Elsa Simpson's account to the police of the timings is wide of the mark, to say the least. But before we get to her timings, we just need to take a careful look at the time Child G actually projectile vomited. Can we start with the nursing tile at 79, please? You can see it on the screen. This is a note made by Lucy Letby at between 08:57 and 09:11. It says, quote, written in retrospect for care given from 0200 to present. Child G had large projectile milky vomit at 02:15. That's an interesting line, isn't it? Not just for the time of the vomit, but, quote, care given from 2 o'clock to present. So what Lucy Letby is saying there is this incident happened at 02:15, but I was giving care from 0200, isn't it? So when you're asking yourselves when Nursey went on her break who she left Child G with, you might want to take that into consideration. We know, of course, that this is a note made 6.5 hours later, and we invite you to approach any timing with care. But particularly a timing that's recorded by Lucy Letby, because we've already demonstrated, we suggest, not least in the case of Child E, but in other cases, that Lucy Letby habitually misrecords important information at important times. At tile 78, we've got Nurse E's record, and I'd like to look at that, please. This is also made at the end of the shift, as you can see at the top of the data there. What Nurse E recorded is, quote, Nurse L. Letby taken over care following vomit apneic episode after 0200 feed. Well, we know, don't we, that Nurse E wasn't there. No one has suggested that Nurse E was there when this happened. And you'll remember, not least because I've just reminded you, that relatively speaking to the other children that you've heard about in this case, Child G was taking relatively large feeds, 45 ml, and they were thickened with fortifier. And according to Nurse E's evidence, a feed like that could take anything up to 20 minutes to administer via the nasogastric tube. I'll come now to the reasons why we say you can be sure that Child G had digested her previous feed at 2300 hours. First of all, because before Nurse E gave the feed at 2 o'clock, she got an acidic aspirate from the nasogastric tube, a pH of 4. As Dr. Bowen told you, the natural pH of an empty stomach of a baby of this age is between 3.5 and 5. So that's right, it's bullseye, isn't it? Absolute bullseye. The second reason we suggest is that Child G's stomach simply wouldn't have accommodated a 45 ml feed administered under gravity if the stomach was already full with undigested milk. It just wouldn't go in. The force of gravity wouldn't be sufficient to overcome the force of the full stomach. That's a point I'm going to return to. Elsa Simpson saw the aftermath of the projectile vomit, and we have that photograph, which is J26510. What you can see in the photograph accords also with Lisa Walker's statement, the agreed statement which was read on the 6th of December. So a photograph from Elsa Simpson, statement from Lisa Walker. What Lisa Walker said was that Elsa Simpson and Lucy Letby were clearing up the vomit around Child G's cot. And Lucy Letby told her, Lisa Walker, that vomit was everywhere around the cot. So going back to the timing of this, Elsa Simpson initially said that when Child G vomited, she, Elsa Simpson, was sitting at the nurse's station with Lucy Letby. But we know that that doesn't correspond with the records in a neonatal review. If we look at page 3 of 7 of the first neonatal review for Child G, please, it's line 41. What we can see there is that Elsa Simpson, line 41, fed the child AC in nursery 1 at 0220. You saw the child AC's feeding chart during the evidence. If you want to make a note of it, it's J29015. AC was demanding food, and you don't keep little babies waiting. So the feed was given at 0220. The milk would have taken time to warm before being given. 7 minutes was the estimate put on that by Elsa Simpson when she gave evidence. At tile 66 of the sequence, you can see that Elsa Simpson was co-signing for administering medication to Child G at 0142, put into the computer at 0146. Elsa Simpson also assisted with medication for another child, DB, at 0213, and that's in the neonatal review at J29020. We don't unfortunately know which room DB was in, but all that material shows us around this time Elsa Simpson was busy. She wasn't just sitting at the nursing station with Lucy Letby. So that proves that she simply cannot be accurate with her alibi for Lucy Letby. And the most important point is she was feeding AC in a different nursery at 0220. And given the time she had to warm up the bottle for, that excludes it, we suggest, so you can be sure that Elsa Simpson is wrong about the times. But the best bit of evidence as to when this really happened comes from Dr. Ventress' note, which is at tile 80. Quote, called to review Child G urgently at 0235. Had very large projectile vomit reaching chair, next to cot and canopy. I'm not going to read all that out as you've seen it before, and you can read it again at your leisure. This was an urgent call. Doctors don't wait 20 minutes to answer an urgent call, do they? We know it was urgent because Child G suffered a catastrophic brain injury. Dr. Ventress was there within a very short period of time, and that coincides with the agreed statement of Lisa Walker, which was read to you on December 6th. Lisa Walker said Dr. Ventress arrived within minutes. So we suggest that Dr. Ventress' note is the reliable evidence on which you can and should act. It was made at the time, not later like the nursing notes, and the vomit therefore occurred at the time Elsa Simpson was feeding the child AC in nursery 1. The clouds are clearing, aren't they? So the alibi is given by a person who at the time of the vomit was in nursery 1 feeding a different child. Elsa Simpson distracted in nursery 1. Best mate nurse E gone on a break. Perfect time to sabotage child G. And it follows, doesn't it, if we're right about that? Lucy Letby has deliberately misrepresented the time of the vomit in the nursing notes. You'll remember the case of child E, deliberate misrepresentation of the time that the mother of child E and F arrived. We'll come to more examples. Why? Why as a nurse do you deliberately misrepresent the time that a child suffered a catastrophic brain injury? Well, I shall give you the answer. The earlier it was, the closer it was to the time that nurse E fed child G. Therefore, the more likely it was that people would mistakenly think that the planned feed was the reason for the vomit. Associated with that point, ladies and gentlemen, the longer the gap between the feed and the vomit, in other words, the later the vomit, the less likely it would be that the feed could be the reason for the vomit. And third, if the vomit was when Lucy Letby recorded it, it was more likely that Lucy Letby would be covered by the notes in the records for other patients, something we've seen her manufacturing in other cases. As an example, HS on the final time child I collapsed. It would also take the vomit back from the time that other people were engaged with their children. In other words, it would look in the records as if the vomit had happened at a time when other people were around to see what was going on, rather than being distracted. So this is highly manipulative, isn't it? When Dr. Ventris returned to child G after the projectile vomit, child G's abdomen was, quote, discoloured purple and distended, and that was after the vomit. If we look at Dr. Ventris' notes again at tile 80, please, what we see amongst other things, once the full feed had been aspirated, quote, large watery stool passed, after which abdo appeared slightly better. So this is literally the physical aftermath of pumping a child with liquid, isn't it? It comes out the other end and the abdomen looks a bit better. That wasn't the state child G was in when she was fed by nurse E, was it? Child G had been fine when nurse E had fed her over a period of anything up to 20 minutes, about 30 minutes earlier. What could have happened? If child G was so ill, do you think she would have taken that full 45ml feed in her sleep? The truth is that after the feed, someone inflated child G with milk and air. The evidence of that is the projectile vomit, and having projectile vomited, the fact that child G, despite the projectile vomit, was still distended. This is not a case of an accidental overfeed, is it, ladies and gentlemen? And other than for a short time in cross-examination before she retracted the suggestion, even Lucy Letby agrees that this isn't an accidental overfeed. We say that the only reasonable conclusion to draw is that somebody forcefully injected child G with milk using the plunger in the syringe. Who did it? Or who pushed it in, to use the phrase that I think was first used by Lucy Letby in cross-examination? Well, having sabotaged child G, Lucy Letby took over her care, and we say she took advantage of that access. Dr. Ventris' note at tile 84 relates to the doctor's attendance on child G when she desaturated a short time later at 03:15. So poorly was child G at that stage that Dr. Ventris was actually called out of theatre, and she decided to intubate child G, and because of perceived problems with child G's abdomen, CPAP was not the preferred option. And as she intubated child G, Dr. Ventris noted, even if you don't remember, you know, don't you? Blood-stained fluid coming up from the trachea between the vocal cords. What had Lucy Letby done to child G? Later that morning, shortly after 6, child G was inflated with air again. At this stage, she had been on a ventilator since her earlier catastrophic collapse, and we know that if air is going into the lungs from a ventilator, then the ET tube is at a point where the air cannot inflate the stomach, because it's gone beyond the entrance point to the stomach. So that was not the cause. In this respect, Dr. Brewery gave some interesting evidence on December 12th. When he was being asked about child G's desaturation whilst on the ventilator, Dr. Brewery said this: I can't explain that actually. It's unusual for babies to desaturate on a ventilator, particularly in view of the normal gas they'd had or child G had had prior to that. And the fact that Dr. Ventris was getting chest movement when she was neopuffing the baby off the ventilator, it's perplexing, and I can't think of a natural cause why that would happen. It was suggested in cross-examination to Dr. Ventris that the air in the stomach after 6 o'clock might have been the result of 5 minutes of using the mask to oxygenate her. But the mask was what had to be used because she desaturated, wasn't it? What had caused her to desaturate was the air in the stomach. When you consider this, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest you bear in mind Dr. Ventris' evidence that she was getting good chest movement with the neopuff. That shows the air is going into the lungs, not the stomach, doesn't it? So that cannot be the explanation for child G's stomach being inflated later in the shift. Dr. Breary couldn't think of any natural process which would account for what happened. That is because the truth is, it was an unnatural process administered by the hand of Lucy Letby. Later in the morning, there was a blood clot on the ET tube. We know that the blood was there before child G had been intubated because Dr. Ventris told us so. It was suggested to Dr. Ventris that it wasn't unusual for some injury to be caused by intubation, and she agreed. But she also said that it wasn't there before. It wasn't there before she started the intubation process, and also the blood was coming up from below the cords, which is an area that is not reached or touched by the laryngoscope. So again, it can't be the explanation. A baby bleeding from somewhere in the esophagus or below. Child E, child N, child P, child C, swollen vocal cords, child H. It's the power of circumstantial evidence, isn't it? What caused the throat of an otherwise well baby to bleed in conjunction with unprecedented projectile vomiting? Well, there is only one sensible answer to that, isn't there? Lucy Letby. And it's a signature of many of her attacks on these children. It wasn't the clot on the tube that caused the later collapse that morning because the ventilator didn't alarm, and it would have done if it had been blocked by a clot. The capnograph was showing CO2 coming out, so there wasn't a blockage. So how did this problem originate? The only sensible explanation, even looking at this case on its own, is that it has to be the product of sabotage. All innocent coincidence? Or the hand of Lucy Letby? So we say somebody did something which caused child G to bleed below the vocal cords, just as somebody did something which caused her to vomit in a way not seen before or since, and it was not nurse E. When child G desaturated just after 6 a.m. on the 7th, a further 100 ml of air, or either air, which is what Dr. Ventris said, or milk fluid, said Dr. Breary, was aspirated from her stomach. Whether it was air or fluid, where could it have come from? The only possible source is Lucy Letby. And it indicates her determination, doesn't it, to kill child G? A child who by that stage had already suffered a devastating brain injury. It's interesting, you may think, that Dr. Evans' statement was that child G had been injected with at least 2 times 45 ml before she vomited at about 2:30. Almost exactly the same amount as was aspirated before she was re-intubated at about 6:10. So the two events have a parallel as well. And the splinting of the diaphragm can be the only sensible explanation for the fact that child G's sats were falling, despite the fact she'd been on a ventilator following her initial collapse. That was Dr. Breary's view. When child G's stomach was aspirated of all that air or fluid, whichever it was, and she was re-intubated, her sats improved. So again, that shows you the cause. As the day progressed, her CRP level rose, but she didn't have any further issues with her stomach. Why not, if her infection was progressing? A good deal was made of the rising CRP because on behalf of Lucy Letby it was suggested that child G had vomited because of an infection, and the CRP was evidence of the infection. As Dr. Bowen told us, on the 13th of December, the CRP level peaked in Arrow Park at 07:23 hours on September 9th. This is 53 hours after child G vomited. It was suggested repeatedly on behalf of Lucy Letby to the prosecution experts that CRP peaks between 24 and 48 hours after infection. Well, if that's right, that proves that child G didn't have an infection at the time she vomited, doesn't it? Because the CRP level peaked at 53 hours after the vomit. And that's ignoring all the other features that I've just explained. Child G's infection started after she was compromised by Lucy Letby. That made her more vulnerable to infection, didn't it? That's the chronology here. Now, as I've gone through this incident, I've reminded you of the many things that Dr. Evans said. As happened on several occasions, Dr. Evans was accused of making things up in the witness box to help the prosecution. In particular, it was suggested that he'd introduced the idea that milk had been put in under pressure, and we say that was a completely unfair accusation for the reasons we've already explained. You can't get excess milk into a stomach under the force of gravity. It won't, gravity, because they don't take the syringe up to the 3rd floor of the hospital to get an extra drop, do they? This is a tube, as we've heard explained many times, that's next to the baby, just above the level of the baby, so it goes in gently. And so if an expert is saying extra milk was put in, of necessity it involves pushing it in, doesn't it? What Dr. Evans had said, in terms in his report, was that it had been put down the NGT. And as he said, that can only be done, excessive milk, by the use of a syringe. It's common sense. Dr. Sandy Bowen told you that just prior to the collapse on the 7th, child G had been stable. She made the point I've just reminded you of, namely that in her opinion, because of the pH reading obtained by Nurse E, it follows that child G's stomach was empty. And she said in terms that she discounted the possibility that there was undigested milk when child G was fed by Nurse E. Dr. Bowen said that if infection was an issue with child G at the time of the projectile vomit, there would have been subtle and increasing markers leading up to the vomiting. There were none. Therefore, infection was not the issue. She disagreed with Lucy Letby's assertion in interview that child G must have swallowed air when she vomited. Do you remember that repeated several times, I think, by Lucy Letby in interview? Because that was her explanation for why child G was full of air. Dr. Bowen described the photograph marked by Elsa Simpson and Dr. Ventris as extraordinary. She also, as I have told you, had been through child G's record and said there was no pre-existing history of vomiting. In cross-examination, Dr. Bowen was taken through some of the life-threatening events that had befallen child G in the first few days of her life at Arrow Park. And she made the point that child G was extraordinarily premature, under 24 weeks. And what happened at Arrow Park was virtually par for the course for a child of that gestation. Concerning bloodstained secretions on the 14th of June 2015 at Arrow Park, Dr. Bowen said that was attributable to the use of a suction catheter, and that's a wholly different situation to what had happened on September 7th, where the blood had been seen coming up from beneath the vocal cords in the absence of an ETT. Lucy Letby's interviews in relation to child G support our case. We suggest that it was Lucy Letby who sabotaged her. She remembered that Nurse E was on a break, that child G was in nursery 2. You'll find that at page 4. She said that Nurse E would not have left child G if there'd been an issue with her. But at page 6, you'll find that Lucy Letby suggested the vomit had not left the cot. We say this was an attempt to minimise what happened, and is at odds not only with the evidence of Elsa Simpson and the agreed evidence of Lisa Walker, but also the note made at the time by Dr. Ventris. Lucy Letby confirmed that there was a large amount of air aspirated with the milk. You'll find that at page 8. It was suggested to her by the police that she must have received a bolus of air from the feeding syringe. The police were saying child G must have received a bolus of air from the feeding syringe. And the reply? You may have forgotten, page 20. She replied, well, air has got in there somehow, yes. That's an important admission, ladies and gentlemen, because that is exactly how it got in. She said, if you go to page 9, she had seen child G vomiting, not sitting at the nursing station. Quote, I saw child G vomiting. I'll come back to that nursing note. Quote, care taken over at 0200. 0215, child G vomited. We move on to incident number 2, counts 8 and 9. Child G was transferred out to Arrow Park at 3:50 on the 8th of September, returned to Chester on the 16th of September, and once again had the misfortune to have Lucy Letby as her designated nurse on the 21st. This was her full-term date. The full extent of the brain injury Child G had suffered as a result of the earlier events wasn't yet apparent to the medics, although I'm sure you'll remember that Child G's dad said in his agreed statement that after the incident on the 7th of September, she was not the same baby. But Child G was stable when she returned from Arrow Park and remained so until the day shift when Lucy Letby was her designated nurse. She was in room 4. Overnight on the 20th to the 21st, before Lucy Letby came on at 8 a.m, the designated nurse for Child G was Valerie Thomas, the nursery nurse. And her statement was read to you, and she recounted how Child G was taking her feed by bottle and had only one via nasogastric tube at 3 a.m. to let her rest. Val Thomas' summary you will find at tile 44 of the second Child G sequence. I'm going to come straight to the day shift. The population distribution chart is at tile 45, please. You can see from that, ladies and gentlemen, that Lucy Letby had all 3 babies in nursery 4, and you know that she disliked being in nursery 4. Child G was due to have her immunisations. She was fed 40 ml of expressed breast milk at 9:15, according to the note made by Lucy Letby at tile 47. Though at tile 48, the nursing note suggests this happened at 9 o'clock, not 9:15. At about 10:15, according to the nursing note made by Lucy Letby later in that shift, and this is tile 50 please, I'd like to have a look at that if we can, Child G produced 2 large projectile vomits and desaturated to 35%, a life-threatening level. 30 millilitres of milk was aspirated from the nasogastric tube. Child G's bowels opened +++, and there was a loose green watery stool. This is almost a carbon copy, isn't it, of what happened on September 7th, when after being brought back from the brink of death, Child G had passed a large watery stool, according to the note of Dr. Ventress. Child G had been sabotaged again by Lucy Letby. But if you look at Child G's observations just before this at tile 46, J7831, you will see that her observations were entirely normal. You'll remember this one, ladies and gentlemen, the 9 o'clock one, as being the occasion where somebody put in 2 temperature readings. Who could have done that? Why would somebody do that? When I asked Lucy Letby about it in cross-examination, I suggested she had been making it look like Child G was declining before she vomited again. Well, you will decide. Is it just a mistake? An error? Or in the context of all the other inaccurate records made by Lucy Letby at important times, can you be sure that yet again this is an effort by her to misrepresent what was going on, to give the impression to the outsider that there was a benign natural reason for Child G's collapse? Context is everything, isn't it? Dr. Fielding arrived and was told by the nursing staff that Child G's abdomen was more distended than usual. That's tile 51. He recorded 2 projectile vomits, which, as Dr. Gibbs said, is very unusual. We've heard all that before, haven't we, on September 7th? We say this, as in many other instances, it is a coincidence too far. It's yet another example of Lucy Letby trying to kill one of the children in the neonatal unit. Later that evening, Lucy Letby was misrepresenting what had happened when she texted her friend Nurse A. If we go to tile 111 at 21:20, she said this, quote, "Looked rubbish when I took over this morning. Then she vomited at 9 and I got her screened." Put that against what was to happen further down the line, ladies and gentlemen. It shows you the power of circumstantial evidence, doesn't it? Lucy Letby was giving the impression to her senior colleague, the impression that she had inherited a problem, which was untrue. When you think about what happened to the babies O, P and R boys who we dealt with yesterday, and what I'm yet to remind you about child N, it becomes very clear what's going on, doesn't it? Lucy Letby didn't mention having fed Child G to her friend Nurse A, did she? Why do you think that was? You may think it would make no sense for her to have fed child G without referring her to a doctor first, if what she was saying in the text is true. This is the mirror image of child N, isn't it? Where she's saying, do you remember, I didn't feed him because I was waiting for the doctors, because he didn't look very well. Or, as Nurse E had said in one of the notes, child N looked like shit. You'll remember that. It's a lie to divert suspicion. If we look at tiles 100 to 114, there's an interesting conversation about child G. It starts with Lucy Letby saying, quote, sounds like Wednesday night might not be on now. Let me just get my reference here. Yes, there we are. Not enough interest. And that provokes a response from Nurse A, quote, yeah, I heard about Wednesday. What's up with child G? I was a bit unsure about her being put in for so fast. Seemed too good to be true, and trust her. And then, quote, you on tonight? And Lucy Letby responded, been on today. Ah, says Nurse A, thought you weren't on nights. Child G septic again. Then this. Nights Friday, Saturday, Sunday, child G vomiting, pale apneas DSATs on Optiflow in 1, CRP 18, being cold for the last 24 hours. And you'll remember, take note of that in the context of the double entry in the temperature chart. Due date today, exclamation mark. That's what I was pointing out to you before, the fact that she well knew, did Lucy Letby. Then responses from Nurse A, quote, oh, she likes to celebrate the big ones in style. When was she screened if being cold for 24 hours? Then, due immunisations today too. I got her screen this morning after she vomited. Was she still in 4 then? Then this. Yep, and had nursery nurse all weekend. Looked rubbish when I took over this morning. Then she vomited at 9 and I got her screened. Nurse A replies, see, it really worries me. I wasn't on when she was moved, but I wouldn't have done it myself. Then tile 113, Lucy Letby. I personally felt it was a big jump considering how sick she was just a week ago. Being in 4 is bad enough, and then having a nursery nurse that just don't always know what to look for, act on. Mum said she hasn't been herself for a couple of days. So nursery nurse is bad, they don't know what to look for. Or is this just all lies to create the impression with her colleagues? It's obvious what's going on, isn't it? It ties in, though, doesn't it, with child J. Nursery nurses shouldn't be doing stomas. Until we saw the BAPM guidelines, which say, yeah, nursery nurses can do stomas. Lucy Letby didn't write her note until 12:47. It's tile 48. Just look at the top of the page, please. She wrote that child G was pale. She also wrote temperature 36.4, hat in situ and well wrapped. Holding that temperature in your head, if you go back to tile 46, she had made a mistake because in the temperature section of the observation chart, Lucy Letby had entered a normal temperature of 36.8. This all ties in with the being cold in the last 24 hours sent as a text to Nurse A later that evening. It's all part of the false narrative, isn't it? It couldn't be clearer, we suggest. Could not be clearer. So going back to the 21st of September then, ladies and gentlemen, the first incident that day is count 8. Moving on to count 9, following the first incident, Nurse B took over as child G's designated nurse. But you'll remember, I'm sure, that Nurse B had another baby in room 1. Lucy Letby remained in nursery 4 with child G, and count 9 relates to the incident where child G was behind a screen having a cannula inserted into her and what happened thereafter. I'm sure you remember this. You'll remember it was at about 15:30, so mid-afternoon, and you'll remember, I'm sure, that the medical staff were having problems getting a cannula into child G because she'd been in hospital for so long and so many cannulas put in different parts of her that it was proving difficult. And Dr. Chang, who I'm sure you remember from the children O, P and R, had failed to put in the cannula, and so the senior consultant, Dr. Gibbs, was called in. Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Harkness set up a screen in room 4, put child G onto a trolley to carry out the procedure. And whilst that was going on, from time to time, Nurse B would come into the room from looking after her other baby in room 1. And each time she did so, she went behind the screen and saw what was going on. She saw that the monitor was switched on and child G was attached to it while the procedure was being carried out. Nurse B told us that about a month before she gave evidence, so she gave evidence to you about this on the 13th of December, She had contacted the police in this case to tell them that she believed Lucy Letby had not switched off the monitor because on the 21st of September 2015, after the event, both Drs. Gibbs and Dr. Harkness were outside nursery 4 when one of them, and she couldn't remember who it was, had apologised to her for not having put the monitor back on and for having left child G behind the screen. When this was suggested on behalf of Lucy Letby to Dr. Gibbs, he replied that he had no recollection of that incident, but what he did say was that if Nurse B said it was true, he accepted it was true. Dr. Harkness, it was suggested to him as well. He was not quite as accommodating to the suggestion. He said to the police and to you that he had told a nurse that they had completed the cannulation and that one reason was that they were so keen to get fluids going again for child G because child G hadn't had any fluids for 6 hours. So what Dr. Harkness is saying is she wasn't just left there and the message not passed on, because the whole point of this exercise was that child G had not had any fluids for 6 hours, and therefore it was important, and therefore we needed to tell the nursing staff that the procedure had been completed. Dr. Harkness gave you that evidence back on the 12th of December last year. When he was cross-examined, Dr. Harkness was reminded of a statement in which he had said that the sudden collapse of babies of child G's age was quite common, and he replied this: "Well, when I worked at Chester, that was my view, because that was my experience, but my more recent and more extensive experience elsewhere leads me to review that as a suggestion," and he did not accept. Well, we say, ladies and gentlemen, that exchange about what Dr. Harkness had put in a statement really highlights the point that the behaviour of a single rogue nurse in a neonatal unit, that behaviour in effect gaslighted all the other staff into believing what was wholly exceptional was in fact normal. Dr. Harkness now, with his more extensive experience since leaving Chester, recognised in the evidence he gave to you on December 12th that child G's collapse was not normal by any standards. Whatever conclusion you draw about the evidence surrounding this final event, you will, we suggest, want to look at all the circumstances with a critical eye. Particularly as Nurse B was out of the room in Nursery 1 and Lucy Letby, the only children for whom she was responsible, were in Nursery 4 with child G. What Nurse B said was that child G was back in her cot when she came back into the room, having heard Lucy Letby shouting for help. Is it as Lucy Letby suggested, that she moved her from the trolley, having found her in extremis, put her back in the cot and then neo-puffed her? Is that a realistic suggestion? We suggest not in her case. Is it credible, do you think, that 2 doctors would have carried out a cannulation on a child with a history like child G, and yet would not have put the monitor back on and attached it? The monitor that Dr. Harkness said was definitely not turned off. Whatever Nurse B says that Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Harkness said to her, it's clear that neither of them can remember it, and no one made a note in either the nursing notes or the medical notes. And Dr. Gibbs made it very clear, having made his concession, that whatever the position was with regard to the monitor, he would have made sure that child G was stable once he'd cannulated her and before he left. And he also said he would have told someone that he had finished. And if Nurse B wasn't in the room, then we suggest there is only one person he could have told. And that is, of course, Lucy Letby. So is it an innocent coincidence that child G desaturated just after Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Harkness left the room, having left her in a stable condition? And why was Lucy Letby behind the screen at all? Why did she simply not pass on the message to Nurse B? Why didn't Lucy Letby move the screen? We say that you can be sure from a combination of all these circumstances and taking them in the light of all the other evidence in the case that this was another occasion when Lucy Letby tried to kill child G, having failed on her previous 2 attempts. It was put to Nurse B on behalf of Lucy Letby that Lucy Letby had spoken to her and had been crossed that the doctors had left child G behind the screens with the monitor off. Well, Nurse B didn't remember that, did she? Neither did she remember the conversation that was being suggested to her about putting in a proposed Datix report or dealing with things her own way. She didn't remember, ladies and gentlemen, because what was being suggested to her by Lucy Letby was not true. And this is an example, isn't it, of her opportunistic character. She saw a baby behind a screen and thought she would attack it. It was not until after Christmas that we heard from Drs. Evans and Bowen about Count 8. We didn't deal with any expert evidence in relation to Count 9 because that's just a factual issue. That's for you to determine on the facts. So just dealing with the incident in the morning then of the 21st, Dr. Evans said that the degree of desaturation at 10:15, together with the 2 projectile vomits and the aspiration of 30 ml of milk in a baby who had only been fed 40 ml, was all indicative of the fact that once again child G had been overfed with potentially catastrophic consequences. Dr. Evans thought that the fact that child G's stomach had to be aspirated supported his view, and he disagreed with the suggestion put to him in cross-examination that this was some sort of self-resolving issue. The point that Dr. Bowen stressed was one that we suggest is very much common sense. It was what she called basic arithmetic. 2 times large projectile milky vomits. You'll see that in Lucy Letby's note at tile 50. Plus the 30 ml that was aspirated meant that child G was fed much more than she should have been. It's as simple as that. We suggest that you should look at the 10:15 incident in the context of what happened 3 weeks earlier. On both occasions, clear evidence that Lucy Letby was involved. When looking at the event on September 7th, please bear in mind the event on the 21st. These 2 events, we say, are very similar, albeit the consequences of the first were very much more severe, and they are lifelong as far as child G is concerned. You heard that she'll forever be fed through a PEG because of the brain damage she suffered on September 7th. The fact that Lucy Letby in those circumstances attacked her again during the morning and then yet again during the afternoon, we say, self-evidently proves her intention to kill. I'm going to move on to the case of child H, please. Sometimes starting at the end rather than the beginning can be illuminating. I'm going to do that with child H, and I'm going to start at tile 499, please. It's not quite the end, but it's almost the end. This is a discharge written by Dr. Matthew Neame to Arrow Park on September 27th. If we scroll down, please, there we see, quote, diagnosis pneumothorax, ventilated for 2 days, CPAP for 2 days, initiated on CPAP after birth due to grunting and poor capillary gases. We see the mention of the chest drains, the further deterioration on September 25th associated with reaccumation of the left-sided pneumothorax, the needle thoracentesis, the reinsertion of another drain, the non-pigtail drain, that's Dr. J-Ram's drain, the further deterioration on the 26th at 2:15, the third pigtail drain. Then further down, please, it says, child H currently ventilated, chest X-ray shows well-expanded lungs with no pneumothorax. And then further down we have, thank you for accepting this 34-week gestation baby who has had 2 significant episodes of bradycardia requiring resuscitation with adrenaline and CPR in the last 24 hours, with no clear precipitating factors. It also reads, child H's course has been complicated by the development of RDS and pneumothoraces, as outlined above. But the acute episodes with desaturations and bradycardias do not seem to be directly related to the respiratory problems. So that, was the view when child H left, and it is a familiar refrain in this case, isn't it? As with others who were removed from the orbit of Lucy Letby, once child H left the hospital, her management quickly de-intensified. The chest drains and the ET tubes were removed. She did well. Her heart was normal, as was her blood pressure. And as child H's mum and dad said in a statement, she was like a completely different baby at Arrow Park. Child H was in the neonatal unit with both child G and child I. Child H was a large baby by the standards of this case, 2.33 kilograms, and she was not particularly premature. She undoubtedly had RDS, respiratory distress syndrome, but that's something which is not unusual and something that in a neonatal unit should not have caused serious problems. Between her birth on September 22nd and her transfer to Arrow Park early on the morning of the 27th, she desaturated several times and had associated bradycardias, and she had 2 cardiac arrests mentioned in that discharge letter. And as the letter says, and as the evidence you heard established, those 2 events were of a very different character to what happened otherwise. A significant period of time in the evidence during the prosecution case involved questioning about the delay in giving child H surfactant and the staffing levels. But as the cross-examination of Lucy Letby revealed, at least as far as the staffing levels were concerned, they didn't contribute to the collapses of child H. At the time child H had her most serious collapses, she was the only child in nursery 1. At the time, she always had one-to-one nursing care. And incidentally, the delay in giving surfactant had nothing to do with the 2 collapses which required adrenaline. So we say, please don't get distracted by that. Many of the apneas and bradycardias that child H had were caused by obvious issues. Primarily, it was the accumulation of air in her chest outside her left lung. On some occasions, the tube was blocked, but on 2 occasions, the occasions specified in counts 10 and 11 when she had the most extreme collapses, the tube was not blocked. There was no pressing problem with the pneumothoraces, and the treating medics could hear air going in and out of her lungs. So that proves, doesn't it, that that wasn't the problem. The mother of child H's statement was read to you on January 18th. You'll remember that the mother of child H has diabetes and because of blood sugar issues was admitted to Chester. And child H was delivered by C-section, as I said, on September 22nd. Child H was in good condition, but she developed breathing problems and was put onto CPAP. And that night she was put onto a ventilator. Overnight on the 23rd to the 24th, Lucy Letby was child H's designated nurse. Dr. Ventris told us that child H had been weaned down to CPAP and was in air by 6 a.m. on September 24th. On the day shift of the 24th, Nurse B came on duty and took over child H's care. Child H was deteriorating at handover from Lucy Letby. She had a poor blood gas and desaturated to the 50s and needed bagging, though her heart rate remained at over 100. She then had to be intubated, having previously been on CPAP. As the day shift progressed, it became clear that child H had a pneumothorax, and the first chest drain was inserted at 10 o'clock by Dr. Harkness. So far as the acute problem was concerned, the immediate problem, that was sorted. On the night shift of the 24th into the 25th, by the time it got into the 25th, Lucy Letby on that shift was the designated nurse again. Dr. Ventris was urgently bleeped at 0114. When Dr. Ventris arrived, child H was being neopuffed, and there was then a rapid increase in saturations. But chest movement remained poor, and the capnograph was slow to change, and child H desaturated again at 0125 with poor chest movement. And so Dr. Ventris used a needle to aspirate 70 ml of air from child H's pneumothorax and called for Dr. J-Ram. Dr. J-Ram arrived at 0150 and he put in the second drain. This was the old-fashioned drain, if you remember, not the pigtail drain. Dr. J-Ram was cross-examined about the possibility of chest drains coming into contact with the vagal nerve or heart, presumably as a prelude to a suggestion that that must have been the reason for child H's 2 unexplained collapses. And Dr. J-Ram said in no uncertain terms he had never seen either eventuality happen. He made the point that if the drain was in the pleural space, then the lung was between it and the pericardium, which is a sac containing the heart. And the pericardium, in any event, would block the route of the drain to the heart. Dr. J-Ram was asked to look at the radiographs, and he made the point, did Dr. J-Ram, that they're 2-dimensional images, so they can be very misleading. He said that because the drain was at the front of the chest, it wouldn't come into contact with either the heart or the vagal nerve. He also made the point that the internal point of the drain would only move that's internal to the chest as the pneumothorax resolved, as the air was evacuated. He said it could not wiggle about, as was being suggested to him. Now, we heard a lot of evidence about this, you'll remember I'm sure. It wasn't until sometime later on the 3rd of February when Professor Arthurs made an appearance and made what we suggest is a very significant contribution to the debate. If we'd had Professor Arthur's evidence at the time, it may well have reduced the amount of time that we spent on the issue. Professor Arthur said several things, important things. First, I'm quoting him here. Chest drains aren't known necessarily to cause bradycardia and desaturations. Otherwise, we'd have been seeing it in almost every baby who had a chest drain in. Second, we don't examine where chest drain positions are in detail because they tend not to cause any problems. Their precise position is not really that relevant to a radiologist. Third, he said the interpretation of the position of a chest drain was his field of expertise, not that of a neonatologist or paediatrician. And he said that in his opinion, looking at these images, the chest drains were in the pleural space. In other words, they were where they were supposed to be and they were not a concern. So that's the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the professor of radiology from Great Ormond Street told you there isn't an issue with the position of the chest drains as shown in the imaging in this case. You don't have to accept what he says, of course, that's a matter for you, but you don't actually have any evidence that contradicts him, do you? So with that in mind, can we go to the evidence of the two collapses, starting with count 10, the collapse on the 26th of September at 03:22. The timing coming from Lucy Letby's note at tile 241. We can see on this first night shift on which one of these incidents happened, Lucy Letby was Child H's designated nurse and she had Child H to herself in room 1. We say therefore she could pick her moment. The father of Child H, his statement was read to you and it covered the time before Child H collapsed. The father of Child H recounted to you how he and his wife spent time in the neonatal unit from Child H's birth through to Friday the 25th of September. When he got to his description of what happened on the Friday, he said this, and I'm quoting directly from the statement. I'd been there with the mother of Child H's mum, so Child H's mum's mother, on Friday until about midnight. It's the time that's important, until about midnight. And we'd come back to the house. I was awoken by her in the early hours. She'd had a call from the mother of Child H that we needed to go back to the hospital. Remember, the mother of Child H was in hospital as an inpatient. He then said that when he got back to the hospital, quote, I definitely remember Lucy being there. She was doing the chest massaging. When we got into the area, it was explained to us that Child H had had a collapse. Dr. Ravi Jairam came in and put some chest drains in her, but prior to that time I remember she was getting massaged by Lucy, and that she was a very strange colour, very mottled. As Child H was coming back round, I remember the mottling was running out of her skin towards her fingers. And that was when Dr. Gibbs explained that the pressurised air in her lungs had caused a tear. I remember the mottling was running out of her skin towards her fingers. Well, that's an interesting observation by the father of Child H, isn't it, in this case? Particularly when you know what happened with the other children. But the reference to mottling running out of her skin at the time of this profound and serious collapse isn't the only interesting feature of what the father of Child H said. As I said a moment ago, the other important point is that he left at, quote, about midnight. He left at about midnight. If we go to Lucy Letby's nursing note at tile 208, please, ladies and gentlemen, we see this is what she wrote at 04:14. Written for care given from 2000 to present. Emergency equipment checked, fluids calculated. Child H nursed in an incubator. Ventilated with size 3.5 ET tube, 8 centimetres at lips. Ventilator settings gradually increased during shift in line with blood gas and clinical picture. Currently 24/4. 2 chest drains in situ at start of shift, intermittently swinging. Serous fluid accumulating. Then this, 23:30, bradycardia and desaturation requiring neopuff in 100% to recover. 10 ml AI aspirated from chain by registrar ventris. Following poor blood gas and 100% oxygen requirements, consultant Gibbs attended the unit and inserted a third chest drain. All 3 drains swinging and serous fluid present. This shows, ladies and gentlemen, this shift, according to the note, was uneventful for Child H until 23:30. At least that's the time put in the note by Lucy Letby. She times the desaturation in the note as 23:30 and says it had the consequence not only that the neopuff had to be used, but also that Dr. Ventris had to intervene. It says, quote, 10 ml, I think that probably is air. I think that was the evidence. Air aspirated from chest drain by registrar ventris. If we go to Dr. Ventris' notes, which were made at the time, this is tile 210, we see a number of interesting features. First, Dr. Ventris wasn't called at 23:30. She was called at 23:50. You remember what time the father of Child H said he left? Just before midnight. Second, Lucy Letby was telling her friend Dr. Ventress that there had been several episodes of desaturation in the past 2 hours. Where's that come from? Third, the first desaturation reported to Dr. Ventress was, quote, "After gas taken, good gas became agitated." If we go to tile 196, Lucy Letby wrote in at 22:10, so before the good gas, a desaturation down to 52%. That doesn't appear at all in the typed nursing notes. Going back to Dr. Ventress' notes, please. Lucy Letby was telling Dr. Ventress that there had been, quote, "a desaturation associated with poor chest movement and bradycardia, thick mucus suction from ETT, and then chest movement and SATs improved. 10 ml air aspirated." She also told Dr. Ventress there had been other further episodes with no change in heart rate. There's nothing in the observation charts. There's nothing to suggest there was anything wrong during this period. So the father of child H is there with his daughter. An apparently uneventful night, leaves just before midnight. Dr. Ventress is called at 23:50, just before midnight. We've heard that before, haven't we? Just after the parents leave. Dr. Ventress is given a long litany of problems that have been occurring over the night or over the evening. Where's the evidence in the nursing records that accords with what Lucy Letby was telling Dr. Ventress? Or is this part of Lucy Letby's effort to get other people to record things in their notes that make it look like child H had a problem, but in fact there was no problem? Just harking back to yesterday, child E, getting Belinda Williamson to make those notes at 2200 hours, to which Lucy Letby then added after the event, all to make it look like other people are there when things are going wrong. But in fact it's all coming from Lucy Letby. Child H hadn't had a problem until Lucy Letby caused the problem. Another thing, going back to tile 210 please, because according to a note made by Dr. Ventress, this second chest drain had managed to almost remove itself. It's right at the bottom there, quote, "Second chest drain advanced back to 4 centimetres as was almost out. Moving ET tubes, moving a chest drain, a very effective way to sabotage the care of these children, isn't it?" When you're considering whether or not that chest drain almost came out for an innocent reason, you might want to bear in mind that at 16:21 that afternoon, this is tile 149, Nurse D had made a note that, quote, "Following a desaturation by child H, the second chest drain noted to be in a different position and holes close to chest wall. Further tegaderm applied and chest drain tubing position altered." This is the second drain. This is Dr. J. Ram's drain. It's the same one that was noted as having come out by Dr. Ventress, but it was securely fixed at that point. Do you remember what Lucy Letby said about reading other people's notes? She made it her business to read back to get context. So she sees a problem in the afternoon and copies it in the evening. We know that's right because of the discrepancy between the father of child H's statement, which is agreed evidence, and the contents of what Lucy Letby is telling the doctor. And the fact that what Lucy Letby was telling the doctor, she hadn't noted herself on the charts. There can be, we suggest, no other possible. This is just looking at this one event in isolation. Ignore everything else in the case. What other conceivable explanation is there? Now, as the issues mounted for child H, Dr. Gibbs was called in by Dr. Ventress. He came to review child H. He inserted the third drain at 02:15 to help child H saturate properly, and it had the desired effect, and the position was confirmed by an X-ray at 02:30. Dr. Gibbs then left, but he was called back at 03:30 when child H desaturated even more severely. This is the event we allege in count 10. When Dr. Gibbs returned at 03:36, he saw child H being given CPR and adrenaline. The position of the ET tube wasn't the issue because it was being used to ventilate child H. And when compressions were stopped, no pulse could be felt. Child H was in a very, very poor shape. But after 3 doses of adrenaline, her spontaneous pulse returned. She'd been in arrest for 22 minutes. 22 minutes. And this is the point at which child H's dad said, "I remember the mottling was running out of her skin towards her fingers." Dr. Gibbs took us through all the possibilities that might have caused such an extreme collapse, and he excluded them all. In cross-examination, it was suggested to him that, quote, cumulative stress could have been the reason for child H's near-death experience. He rejected that suggestion, and there is no evidence to support it as a proposition. Dr. Gibbs was asked about whether it could have been the drains being in contact with the heart which caused the collapse. He said not. And when pressed about what he'd been advised by Dr. Rafa Arrow Park, he said it was a reference to the possibility of the drain touching the heart causing bradycardia, not the collapses. You'll remember the evidence of Dr. Arthur's, which we suggest puts this to bed in any case. And Dr. Gibbs also made the point that when the third chest drain was removed, child H continued to have problems, and so that was clearly not what was causing the problems. You may think, and we suggest that you conclude, that that must be right. The second collapse, which is count 11, Shelley Tomlins, who you remember is now in Australia, was the designated nurse for child H. Dr. Soni removed a chest drain from child H, and we can see that recorded in the medical notes at tile 393. A crash call went out at 20:49, tile 396. And on this occasion, the doctor called to rescue child H was Dr. Neem. He gave evidence on January 23rd. When he arrived, he found Lucy Letby doing the breathing support. He didn't recall anyone else being there at the time, and he said that ordinarily it would be the designated nurse who briefed him on what happened. And he confirmed that he told the police that he had assumed from all the circumstances that Lucy Letby was the designated nurse. She wasn't, of course, but the situation that presented itself to Dr. Neem gave him the clear impression that she was. And you know why? Because as normal, we suggest she elbowed one of her colleagues out of the way. He remembered, did Dr. Neem, seeing the ET tube blocked with secretions, and so this was an innocent cause for the desaturation. But the fact that Lucy Letby was the person who was hands-on, we suggest, informs you about what was to happen later in the shift. She was taking a very keen interest in child H, having failed to kill her the night before. The fact that Shelley Tomlins was the designated nurse for child H hadn't prevented Lucy Letby getting involved, despite the fact that child H was being ventilated. We see further evidence of this from the text messages that were passing between Lucy Letby and Nurse A. Can we go to tile 406, please? So this is an hour and a half or so into the shift. Quote, I've been helping Shelley, so Lee's still involved, but haven't got the responsibility. Plausible deniability again, we say. This supports Dr. Neem, doesn't it? He hadn't read these text messages. He got the impression that Lucy Letby was the designated nurse. This is why I say she's elbowing out her colleagues to get involved with children she has an interest in. We know that Lucy Letby was supposed to be in nursery 2. We know from other evidence that she always wanted to be in nursery 1. And that text to Nurse A, we suggest, confirms that she wanted to be in nursery 1. It also shows her state of mind at the time, doesn't it? Like her state of mind on the night she killed child C. She saw this, as revealed by that text message, as an opportunity to sabotage child H without being connected to what she had done. If we go to tiles 414 and 415, please, there she was, co-signing for medication for child H at 22:12, administering it to child H at 416 and 417, that's 22:13. At 00:55, child H had a profound desaturation to 40%, despite equal bilateral air entry and positive capnography. ET suctioned yielded nil secretions, and you'll find that in Shelley Tomlin's note at tile 236. Equal bilateral air entry, positive capnography. It's a signature, isn't it? I keep saying it in different cases because there are so many similarities. Air going in, carbon dioxide coming out, another child desaturating to life-threatening levels for no apparent reason. It wasn't a pneumothorax that was the problem, was it? Because air entry both sides. If the pneumothorax was preventing the air going in, you wouldn't get air entry on both sides. And Shelley Tomlins confirmed in evidence that she had checked the ET tube on this occasion and there was no blockage. The medical staff were all bleeped. Dr. Neem reintubated child H, CPR was started, adrenaline administered, and mercifully, child H was revived. An X-ray was taken just after this at tile 451, which confirms that there wasn't an issue with the pneumothorax. Again, the circumstances immediately prior to this collapse were dealt with in the witness statement of Child H's father. He said this, referring to his daughter. She was okay during the Saturday day, and then quite late on, I remember going to the parents' bedroom on the ward to get some sleep. It was only shortly afterwards we got a knock on the door to say that she had deteriorated and needed medical attention, and for us to go and be with her at her bedside. The timing of this collapse says it all, doesn't it? The parents, who now no doubt were besotted with their newly arrived daughter paying her close attention, disappeared, and the opportunity presented itself to Lucy Letby to sabotage yet another child. Just like Child M, Child O, and Child P. The departure of the parents is a signal for Lucy Letby to seek to kill. There's another list when the nurses go, isn't there? We've dealt with that many times. And I'll wrap all these up at the end for you and give you the final lists. Dr. Neem attended again. Again, his memory was that it was Lucy Letby who briefed him as to what had happened. As he said, quote, I remember a sense of being more concerned on this occasion because it wasn't completely clear why she had collapsed. Air moving in, air moving out, Child H's chest rising and falling, but her heart rate and saturations were dangerously low. She was reintubated, the problem persisted, and therefore CPR and adrenaline were required. Fortunately, mercifully, again Child H recovered. There was a further desaturation at 3:30 when Child H required neopuffing. No cause was identified on that occasion, although air entry or lack of air entry was excluded because Shelley Tomlins confirmed to you that there was good air entry on both sides. At 5:25, Child H was handed over to the Arrow Park transport team with the letter I showed you at the beginning. And you know that she quickly recovered once she left Chester. Expert evidence was called on January 24th. I've already dealt with Professor Arthur's short but important contribution, which was a bit later. Dr. Evans, what he said can be summarised very shortly. In his opinion, the pneumothoraces were not the cause of the 2 cardiac arrests. He said that if that was the insertion of the chest drains that caused the arrests, then that would have happened when the drains were put in. He addressed the possibility that perhaps infection had a part to play. He said no for 3 reasons. First, the pattern of decline was not what one sees in cases of infection. Child H in this case had suffered rapid and catastrophic collapses, which is not what one sees with infection. Second, she was on antibiotics, and once she got to Arrow Park, her lumbar puncture proves that she didn't have an infection. Third, if the collapses were due to infection, there would have been no need to use adrenaline and atropine to revive her. Dr. Evans was at a loss to explain what it was, but told you this was not a collapse from natural causes. Dr. Bowen told us that the cause of Child H's pneumothoraces was the fact that she had RDS. She had received surfactant relatively late. Dr. Bowen said that the reason for the delay was that an X-ray was needed to confirm the position of the ET tube before surfactant was administered. And it's well known in the medical profession that if you put surfactant down a tube in the wrong place, that can cause significant complications. Having said that, Dr. Bowen was still of the view that things were delayed too long with surfactant. Dr. Bowen said that the difference between the 2 important collapses that we allege are markers of Lucy Letby's attempt to kill Child H and what had gone before was that there was a profound desaturation in conjunction with good air entry in and out of the lungs and good chest movement. The fact that the medics could hear air going in and out meant that there was no significant pneumothorax at that time and that the ET tube was not blocked. Child H then went into cardiac arrest. It took a long time to get her back, and Dr. Bowen said this: I can find no obvious clinical or mechanical cause to account for this collapse, or to account for why Child H did not recover as she had done with what was routine intervention. Dr. Bowen also dealt with the issue of movement of the drains. She made the point that following the refixing of Dr. J-Ram's drain by Dr. Gibbs at 16:21 on the 25th, well before the X-ray, it didn't move and was not near to the heart and therefore cannot have been responsible for either collapse. She added that in any event, she had never known a chest drain to cause this sort of problem on 2 occasions, and she rejected out of hand the suggestion that stress was cumulative and that in any event it could cause a cardiac arrest. There was quite a lot of questioning about the position of the chest drain and whether or not it could have caused issues with the vagal nerve or the heart. And as I said, unfortunately that was before we had the benefit of Professor Arthur's opinion. So just wrapping up our position, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Arthur saw no problem with the position of the drains. We suggest you can dismiss that as an idea, the idea that any of them were in a position that would have caused 2 almost fatal collapses. Second, even if a chest drain was in a position to interfere with the heart or the vagal nerve, the idea that that just happened to coincide with the presence of Lucy Letby and didn't manifest itself at any other time is so unlikely that it can be discounted. Third, there was no disease or mechanically related reason for child H to suffer such extreme collapses, when on both occasions air was going in and out of her lungs. This was undoubtedly a case of sabotage that bears striking similarities to other cases you have heard about. Fourth, the fact that both collapses occurred just after child H's parents had left is another striking coincidence by comparison of each collapse to the other, and by comparison with other cases. And we suggest it is a signature of Lucy Letby at work. And the idea that there could be some innocent reason causing the collapse just at that moment can be dismissed as fanciful. What about what was seen by child H's dad? Just because the medics didn't see it doesn't mean you can't take it into account. It's an astonishing coincidence, isn't it? You'll have worked out that we have 4 children left to deal with, so the order in which I'll deal with them will be child I first, then child J, then child N, and then child Q. I'll then give you a composite series of lists. You'll notice as I've been going through, I've been pointing out various features which we say these children's cases have in common, and I'll give you the composite lists at the end. So starting with child I died on the 23rd of October 2015, having been born in the Liverpool Women's Hospital on Friday, August 7th. She was well travelled for a child who never left hospital. She was moved from Liverpool to Chester on the 18th of August, back to Liverpool on the 6th of September, and then back to Chester on the 13th of September. Then from Chester to Arrow Park on the 15th of October. Then from Arrow Park back to Chester on October 17th. As I say, to Chester where she died on the 23rd. After the evidence of child I's mum was read to you on January 25th this year, the next witness was Dr. Palanisamy, who is a consultant neonatologist at the Liverpool Women's Hospital. He told you about child I's progress following her birth, her transfer to Chester on day 11 of life, and her subsequent return with suspected NEC. One of the things that he told you was that medics don't worry about self-correcting desaturations. In the weeks before she died, child I's path crossed that of Lucy Letby on multiple occasions. During that time, both child G and child H were still in the neonatal unit in Chester, and having failed to kill either child G or child H, we say that Lucy Letby turned her attentions to child I. Of the 4 occasions that we allege child I was sabotaged by Lucy Letby was her designated nurse on 2. On both of those 2 occasions, we say that Lucy Letby falsified the records to make it look like child I was deteriorating before her collapses. The 3 incidents before child I's death are important, but because this is an allegation of murder, it's the 4th incident that really matters. We do not suggest that any of the first 3 incidents caused child I's death. But incidents 1 to 3 are important because they inform your interpretation of the events immediately connected to child I's death. I'm sure you'll be invited on behalf of Lucy Letby in due course to consider events in August and early September, which were highlighted by Dr. Evans in his reports. But those incidents did not cause or contribute to child I's death. I'm just going to deal with the 4 occasions on which we allege Lucy Letby attacked child I. But just before I do, I want to remind you of something that Dr. Marna Reed has told you. There was no evidence from the post-mortem examination of child I that she ever had NEC, or that she ever had any other bowel disorder. If child I had had NEC, then the evidence would have been found in histology at the post-mortem. So we say you can exclude NEC in this case. So starting with incident 1, this was the 30th of September at 16:30 hours when there was a large vomit and desaturation, followed by a further desaturation at handover, interestingly at 19:30. Child I's first collapse that day was marked with a quote, large vomit from mouth and nose ++ and desaturation into the 30s. You may think, and we encourage you to consider the similarities between that as a description of what happened and what happened to child G, both on the 7th and 21st of September. In other words, so far as the latter incident was concerned, only 9 days earlier. The day before, what I'm referring to as incident 1 for child I, was September 29th, and a doctor, Lucy Letby, who finished part of her training in Chester in December 2015 or January 2016, examined child I in preparation for the grand round the following day, the Wednesday. She remembered child I, despite the fact that Dr. Letby didn't work in Chester for very long, because as Dr. Letby described it, quote, child I had been seemingly well but became unwell, was shipped out to a tertiary unit and made a rapid recovery, which seemed to happen a number of times. This, she said, she had never known with any other child, although you know it's a feature of several of the cases that you are considering, several of the children who were in contact with Lucy Letby. Dr. Letby told you that she had been shocked and frustrated at child I's death because Dr. Letby felt that something was going on that they were not getting to the bottom of. She was absolutely right about that, wasn't she? On September 29th, Dr. Letby found child I to be in good condition with no markers of concern. Child I was anemic, but you heard that was a long-standing problem, and according to Dr. Letby, is very common in premature babies. And it wasn't a problem because there was evidence that child I's bone marrow, her own physiology, was correcting the problem. Dr. Letby said that the fact that child I looked a little pale on that examination was consistent with this issue of ongoing anemia, and that child I's heart rate and her CRP were normal. And that so far as she, Dr. Letby, was concerned, the priority was to continue feeding and growing child I. The aim was to get child I on bottles full time. Wednesday the 30th was a day shift for Lucy Letby, and child I was in nursery 3. And if we look at the population chart, which is in the first of the child I sequences at tile 44, we can see there child I in nursery 3. Lucy Letby had a monopoly of the children in that room at that time. And you know Lucy Letby didn't like being in nursery 3. Wednesday, of course, was the day of the grand round, which started at 9 o'clock, and it was Dr. Newby, the consultant, who reviewed child I. You'll find her note of that review at tile 46. There were no remarkable findings. The plan was to give child I her immunisations, to wean her off the hot cot, and to feed and to grow her. Give her immunisations, just like child G. Another coincidence. There was nothing wrong with child I. Child I's mum fed her with a bottle and did her cares at 10 a.m, and you can see that in the feeding chart. It's the last document in section 1 of that document, and what you can see is that during that feed at 10 o'clock, child I produced a small stool. You can see in the BO column it says, quote, small BO, and the entry, of course, is signed by Lucy Letby. The fact that the immunisations were being planned shows we suggest, and for the reasons you now understand without me having to explain them, that the doctors were very happy with child I. If we then go to tile 51, please, here we see Dr. Letby. She's now known, of course, as Dr. Hunt, and we see notes of the doctor's examination at 11:40. The point here, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason for the review. This is after the grand round, so after Dr. Newby had considered child I. A couple of hours possibly after the grand round. The reason for the review was recorded by Dr. Letby as child I's reduced temperature. You see at the top, quote, asked to review as temp. At this stage, child I was taking full bottles, she was gaining weight, and on examination according to these notes and according to the evidence she gave to you, Dr. Letby told you that child I was handling well. During the examination, she produced a, quote, normal yellow seedy stool that indicated that her gut health was normal. It is inconsistent with any suggestion of NEC, according to Dr. Beebe, and indeed a lot of other medical practitioners from whom you've heard. And in any event, NEC has been excluded, as I've told you, by Dr. Marna Reedis. Child I's chest was clear, she was not in distress, her abdomen appeared similar to the previous day. Dr. Beebe's plan was to increase the temperature of the hot cot and to monitor Child I closely, even though she appeared to be clinically well. The important thing to remember, so far as this note is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, was Dr. Beebe's evidence that in order to properly interpret her note, you need to insert a comma between monitor closely and if further concerns. So not monitor closely if there are further concerns, but monitor closely if further concerns. And this is critical to what happened afterwards. Dr. Beebe remembered the mother of Child I, who at this time was there visiting Child I a lot and was friendly with the staff. So what was going on at this examination, ladies and gentlemen? The mother of Child I's evidence was read to you as agreed evidence. In that statement, the mother of Child I told you that Lucy Letby raised the issue with her about Child I's stomach. So on this day, Lucy Letby was saying to the mother of Child I, there's an issue with Child I's stomach. And yet that was not the reason that Lucy Letby called in Dr. Beebe. The reason was the reduced temperature. So what was going on here? In the agreed evidence that was read to you on the morning of January 26th, Dr. Ogden told you this. If ever concern was expressed about a swollen abdomen, we would examine the baby. No concern was expressed by Lucy Letby to the medical staff at this stage about Child I's abdomen, despite the fact that Lucy Letby apparently, and the agreed evidence is, was expressing concern to the mother of Child I. So why? Back to my favourite word, why was Lucy Letby expressing to the mother concern about Child I's abdomen? And if she was concerned, and the fact that she was communicating concern is agreed, why did Lucy Letby not raise the issue with Dr. Beebe? The reason, inevitably we say, is that Lucy Letby was managing the expectations of the mother. Back to gaslighting. She was suggesting a problem that didn't exist. And lo and behold, the problem arrived. And the reason the problem arrived is that Lucy Letby caused the problem. If we go back to the feeding records, we see that on the 28th here on the screen, and then followed by the next day, the 29th, and then on the 30th, Child I was an enthusiastic feeder from a bottle. But when we get to the 30th, everything was unremarkable until 1300 hours when Child I was apparently asleep and apparently, according to the records at least, had to be fed via a nasogastric tube by Lucy Letby. You'll remember the mother of Child I, in her agreed evidence, said at lunchtime she'd meet her family in the canteen. So this coincides with lunchtime, doesn't it? And the absence of the mother. According to the record, Child I was fed 35 ml with fortifier, and we've heard from several witnesses that would have taken a bit of time to do via the nasogastric tube. You'll remember the evidence relating to Child G in that respect. Well, let's be generous and say it took 15 minutes. It might actually have taken longer if it was done properly, but let's say it took 15 minutes and therefore would have ended if the time is correct, and that's always a big if with any record made by Lucy Letby, we suggest. But if it did take 15 minutes, it would have ended at 13:15. Well, what did Lucy Letby write in the notes, and when did she write the notes? The one accurate time that we get in this case, so far as Lucy Letby is concerned, is in the nursing notes, isn't it? And the medication notes, because they are times that are stamped by the computer system. If we go to tile 61, please, we can see that Lucy Letby's nursing note began at 13:36 and it concluded at 13:48. So this was, at the most, a note begun 20 minutes or so after the feed that I've just shown you on the feeding chart via the NGT by Lucy Letby. And what Lucy Letby recorded in the nursing note is that Child I had had 2 bottles and 1 NGT, that the doctors had been asked to review and advised to continue with the current plan. That's not quite right, is it? This review can't have been the grand round, can it? Because Dr. Beebe had examined Child I at 11:40. So this has to be a reference to Dr. Beebe's examination. At tile 62, a continuation of the nursing note is an addendum, and this is a note made towards the end of the shift at 1931. This note is interesting, we suggest, because it speaks of a, quote, review by doctors, plural, at 1500 hours. And you'll remember that we allege this note is a complete fabrication. There was no medical examination of child I at 1500. It doesn't appear in the medical records. After Dr. Beebe's note at 1140, the next medical record is made and timed by Dr. A, and it's at tile 73. You see at the top there, quote, asked to see patient due to vomit and desaturation. Now, if Dr. A had examined child I an hour and a half earlier, he'd have made a note of that fact here, wouldn't he? Even if he didn't make a note at the time. So who was this, or who were these, if we take Lucy Letby's nursing note literally? Doctors who examined child I at 1500 hours. If we go back, please, to page 62, we can see that in this invented examination at 1500 hours, Lucy Letby speaks of child I appearing, quote, mottled in colour with distended abdomen and more prominent veins. Well, you won't find any reference to child I appearing mottled in the medical notes, either at 1500 hours because there isn't a note, or at 1630 in Dr. A's note that we just looked at. The nursing note, though, that we're looking at here, the one we say is invented, speaks of being advised to recommence full monitoring. You see the text is, quote, full monitoring recommenced. If we look at tile 57, which is the vital signs chart, we can see that full monitoring did recommence at 1500 hours. But who advised it? The answer is back to Dr. Beebe's evidence, isn't it? Dr. Beebe had advised that at 1140. So why did Lucy Letby wait until the mother of child I had gone to pick up her kids from school to recommence the full monitoring? Why did she invent a mythical medical examination at 1500? We know it is invented because if we go back to Dr. Beebe's notes, we see the yellow seedy stool. And in Lucy Letby's note, the one we were just looking at, the one that was made at the conclusion of the shift, she refers to the fact that at this invented 1500 hours examination, child I produced a yellow seedy stool. So what Lucy Letby is doing here is she is transposing events from 1140, taking them and moving them onto a medical examination that she says happened at 1500 hours, which never actually happened. The possibility of there being a mistake here, ladies and gentlemen, can be excluded, because Lucy Letby's first note, the one I showed you first, had been made after Dr. Beebe's 1140 examination and before any events at either 1500 or later. So this is a very calculated way of using the records to give the appearance that a child with whom there was no problem at all had a problem. Lucy Letby planned her attack on child I. The mother of child I told you that she always stuck to a routine. She'd drop her kids off at school, she'd go and see child I, and she left in time to pick the kids up from school. She had her break at lunchtime. Child I's dad would come in at 17:30. Child I had been in the Countess for a long time, and this was a well-established routine. And therefore, from the moment that the mother left to pick the kids up from school, and you all know what time kids leave school, from that moment, Lucy Letby had the perfect opportunity to attack child I, didn't she? Because as I've shown you before, she had a monopoly on the children in nursery 3. She had a window of opportunity between the mother of child I leaving and the father arriving. Yet another case of a child suffering a life-threatening collapse just after a parent had left, having visited. What are the chances of these things happening at precisely that point, in the context of notes that you can be certain have been manipulated by Lucy Letby? If you're in any doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, and the calculated way this attack was carried out, if we go to tile 93 and we look at the family contact note, which Lucy Letby made at 1932, what Lucy Letby wrote was, quote, mummy present when reviewed by doctors, had left when child I had large vomit and transferred to nursery. Staff nurse Taylor telephoned mum to update her and she is currently visiting. So had left the unit when this happened. At the end of the day shift, there was a further desaturation when child I was being handed over to Bernie Butterworth. And you'll remember the failure by Lucy Letby to note up the gas that was taken at 17:15. Bernie Butterworth said she couldn't remember doing the bolus, which is noted at 19:30 on tile 162. If we could just look at that, please. Bernie Butterworth said that when the Neopuff was used, there was no chest movement and Child Eye's abdomen inflated. So this is a classic case of what Lucy Letby has tried to persuade you happened to a lot of these children, that it was the Neopuff that inflated their stomach. But that was not what caused the collapse, was it? It can't be what caused the collapse. And remarkably, despite everything that has happened, Child Eye improved over the course of the night shift when Lucy Letby was not there. The temperature was reduced on the incubator, having been increased by Lucy Letby on the day shift. Her abdomen was less distended and there were minimal aspirates at night. Yet another miraculous improvement. Child Eye was rooting for her feeds overnight, showing signs she wanted to be fed. All good once Lucy Letby had left. It was the opinion of Dr. Evans that the lack of any gradual decline before the collapse and the relatively quick recovery meant that the reason for Child Eye's collapse was not infection. Dr. Evans thought the only explanation consistent with the facts, including the vomiting, was a dose of air being put down the nasogastric tube. Dr. Bowen agreed, and she said that the effect would have been to splint the diaphragm in a child with what she described as not entirely normal lungs. Dr. Bowen discounted the possibility of NEC. Professor Arthurs reviewed the radiograph taken at 1739. The original radiologist report speaks of, quote, splinting of the diaphragm due to bowel distension, and Professor Arthur's view was that the stomach and almost all of the gut, as he put it, was distended. We say Child Eye had been given a lot of air by Lucy Letby. By the time Ashley Hudson took over Child Eye's care on the following day shift, October 1st, Child Eye was clearly improving. Her stomach was less distended and advice was taken from the doctors on recommencing feeds. The effect of Lucy Letby's sabotage was diminishing. We now move on to the second event, the event at 3:20 hours on the 13th of October. This is what I'll call seeing in the dark, and you know what I mean. So far as this event was concerned, we heard from Ashley Hudson on Friday the 27th of January. Nurse Hudson had looked after Child Eye for several times before the night shift of the 12th to the 13th. She ran through the documents explaining to us that Child Eye was prospering. The level of monitoring which had been in place had been scaled right back, and you'll remember her taking us through the observation charts behind divider 12. Child Eye was so well that the probe that monitored her heart, her SATs and respiration rates had been removed from the beginning of the morning shift on October 11th. On October 13th, there's a feeding chart showing that Child Eye had 55 ml via bottle or from a bottle at 01:30. Nurse Hudson took us through her nursing notes for the shift. They recorded that Child Eye had been breathing for herself in air, was alert, and critically we say, was demanding feeds. So this is the first part of the night shift of the 12th into the 13th. And so far as Child Eye being pale was concerned, Nurse Hudson told us that was entirely normal for Child Eye. Child Eye's collapse in the early hours, we were told, was a much more serious event than what had happened on September 30th. Ashley Hudson remembered that Child Eye was still in nursery 2, and she, Ashley Hudson, was her designated nurse. Before Child Eye collapsed, she had been in good clinical condition, behaving appropriately for her age and appearing very stable. The fact that she was waking and queuing for feeds was really encouraging, and it was expected that she was coming up for discharge for going home from the neonatal unit within a couple of weeks. If we can go to tile 31 please, we can see the population distribution. Ashley Hudson had left nursery 2 because she had been called to assist Laura Eagles with a procedure in nursery 1. You can see that Lucy Letby had a single child on this shift, and that child was in nursery 1. Ashley Hudson said that she asked one of her colleagues to watch Child Eye. She couldn't remember who it was she had asked, but there were 2 candidates who'd been by the desk at the time. She said they were Caroline Oakley and Lucy Letby. Well, Caroline Oakley was the shift leader, and her statement was read to you. She had no recollection of being asked to monitor Child Eye. Looking at tile 31, we suggest, knowing what you now know of how things operated in that unit, it is obvious who would have been the ideal candidate to have kept an eye on child I. In effect, Lucy Letby and Ashley Hudson swapped places, didn't they? It's obvious. Although Ashley Hudson recalled being away helping Laura Eagles for about 15 minutes in Nursery 1 and became aware there was an issue after she came back into Nursery 2. She had been in the milk room, said Ashley Hudson, having left Nursery 1. Child I wasn't due a feed at the time, but some milk needed defrosting in preparation for Child I's feed. When she got back to Nursery 2, there was no one, or no adults at least, in the room, and she started, do you remember? There's a desk by the window that leads from the corridor to the nursery. Ashley Hudson started to prepare Child I's milk with her back to Child I, who was clearly behind her. The next thing that Ashley Hudson remembered was the appearance of Lucy Letby in the doorway, and Lucy Letby pointed out that Child I looked pale. Lucy Letby was apparently about 5 or 6 feet away from the cot at the time, and do you remember Ashley Hudson sat in the witness box, and she pointed to the court clerk and gave that as being the approximate distance that Lucy Letby would have been from Child I. Lucy Letby said something along the lines of, "Don't you think Child I looks pale?" According to Ashley Hudson, the lighting in the nursery was low. The main light was off, but the corridor light was on, so you could see to do things in the room. And you'll remember, I'm sure, what Lucy Letby said about this in interview. At the very bottom of page 42, this question. "And you were stood at the doorway and the lights in the nursery were off. Do you agree with that?" She replied, "Yeah." And further down, "Do you therefore agree that it wouldn't be possible to see if Child I was pale?" She replied, "No, because there's still an element of light in the window coming from the doorway, and Child I's cot was positioned by the window." The police then went on to ask questions about that tent structure. Do you remember it being explained to us that would have been over Child I for the very purpose of shielding her from the light, ironically? Well, according to Ashley Hudson, Child I had a blanket over her, this tent structure, and nesting around her. This is to keep her secure as a premature baby. Ashley Hudson, who was actually in the room, couldn't see Child I because of the canopy and the lighting. At this point, she was closer to Child I than Lucy Letby, and Lucy Letby therefore did not have a better view. Ashley Hudson switched on the light, pulled back the canopy and went to help Child I, realising immediately that she was in a very poor condition. She described her as incredibly pale in colour, almost white, had not responded to the blankets being pulled back, was hypertonic, which means floppy, and was gasping agonal breaths, dying breaths. Ashley Hudson's first thought was that Child I had deteriorated so rapidly that she, Ashley Hudson, was too late to save her. And she described Child I's deterioration as, quote, "quite remarkable." That's Ashley Hudson. At the conclusion of her evidence, Nurse Hudson said that she'd been in the same position in which Lucy Letby was standing when Lucy Letby said that Child I looked pale. And Ashley Hudson has told you that you cannot see a child in Child I's position from the position that Lucy Letby was in. And do you remember, a photograph was produced in which an effort had been made to recreate the view and the lighting at the time? Well, Ashley Hudson couldn't see, neither we say could Lucy Letby. And again, we have a head-on credibility conflict, don't we? It's a bit like the mother of Child E and F with Child E. Two witnesses whose accounts don't live in the same world. And we asked Lucy Letby about this when she gave evidence, didn't we? You remember her reaction when she was asked whether going from an illuminated corridor into the darkened Nursery 2 was something which would have improved her ability to see. And you knew the answer. She knew the answer. But her first answer was, "I don't know." Then she conceded that it would have meant that she would not have been able to see as well, and yet she persisted in saying that she could see Child I. Then we had a break. It was an afternoon session. And when we came back, I asked Lucy Letby about what she had said in interview at page 34. What she said in interview was this: "Maybe I spotted something that Ashley wasn't able to spot. The rooms are never that dark that you wouldn't be able to see a baby at all. There's always a level of light for that reason." And I asked her the following questions and got the following answers. "You don't have better eyesight than Ashley, do you?" She replied, "No." At page 35 over the page, "You are putting all this down to your greater experience, is that right?" She replied, "No." I then said, "Well, the question is, how would you be able to spot the colouring then that Ashley couldn't if you were both stood at the same place? And your answer? And she said, I had more experience, so I knew what I was looking for, or looking at. Let's go to the third of your interviews. This is the interview on the 11th of June 2019. This is the officer speaking to you. How could you see from the doorway that Child Eye was pale without having the light on, Lucy? How did you know she was pale? And you said what? Maybe I spotted something that Ashley wasn't able to spot. The rooms are never that dark that you would not be able to see the baby at all. There's always a level of light for that reason. You don't have better eyesight than Ashley, do you? No. At page 35, over the page, you were putting all this down to your greater experience. Is that right? No. Well, the question is, how would you be able to spot the colouring then that Ashley couldn't if you were both stood at the same place? And your answer? That I had more experience, so I knew what I was looking for. Or looking at. Knew what you were looking for? What did you mean by that? Your answer? You explain it. Yeah, I don't mean it like that. I'm finding it quite hard to concentrate on all of the dates in a minute. You'll remember the way, I'm not trying to reproduce it because your memory is the best evidence. You'll remember the way she corrected herself at that point, and I said, oh, you knew what you were looking for. What did you mean by that? We had a very long pause, didn't we? A very long pause. I then broke the silence by saying, your answer, you explain it. And she knew what she had done, didn't she, Lucy Letby? And she said, yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I'm finding it quite hard to concentrate on all the dates at the moment. All the dates. Dates had nothing to do with what was being asked about here, did it, ladies and gentlemen? You saw Lucy Letby give that evidence. You heard what she said. Did she make an innocent mistake? Or did something else slip out? Under the pressure of the witness box, did something else just slip out? We say that on that night, the reason she knew Child Eye was in extremis was because she had caused the problem. And the reason she said what she said in the witness box was the same. Well, you have this, what I have called the credibility contest between Ashley Hudson and Lucy Letby. Taking that evidence into account, you can decide where the truth lies. Because there was no other indication for what had happened, Child Eye's anemia was treated with a blood transfusion, and you heard that the warning signs for anemia are dips in oxygen saturations, changes in breathing pattern, temperature stability, or the child is lethargic. And during that shift, before this crisis, Child Eye had displayed none of those symptoms at all, nor in the preceding shifts other than a very slight variation in temperature. Because Child Eye's collapse was nothing to do with anemia. As Dr. Neem and Dr. Newby told you, following 3 doses of adrenaline and CPR, Child Eye recovered, became pink and vigorous. Yet another miraculous recovery. Shades of Child H, and what I was reminding you of at the end of the day yesterday. Lucy Letby's nursing note is at tile 47. Lucy Letby put a bit of thought into this one. She timed her view as having been 2 minutes before Ashley Hudson, and she said that she had seen events at 3:20 in this note, made at 7:59. When Lucy Letby wrote this note, she would have been able to see Ashley Hudson's note, because the time at which Ashley Hudson wrote her note was earlier, at 5:04. So why did Lucy Letby time her view earlier than Ashley Hudson's? The answer is, she was making the point that it was she who'd been able to see Child Eye's decline first. She also knew by this stage that Ashley had named her in the records as having been the person who saw things first. Do you think Lucy Letby would have written this note in those terms if Ashley Hudson hadn't made a note in the records before she made her note? It would have been another plausibly deniable one, wouldn't it otherwise, if Ashley Hudson hadn't thought to write down Lucy Letby's name. Professor Arthurs reviewed a radiograph taken at 4:25, so after the collapse. He said that in this one, the stomach was not particularly distended, but the large bowel was. And he noted that the nasogastric tube was curled up in the esophagus rather than being in the stomach. That's an interesting coincidence, isn't it? That the NGT, which of course would drain the stomach if there was air in there after an incident like this, just happened to have ended up curled up in the esophagus. Dr. Evans told us that in his view, the only reasonable explanation for this collapse was that someone injected air into Child I's stomach. And as part of the cross-examination, it was pointed out to Dr. Evans that there was nothing in the records to suggest that Child I had a nasogastric tube at this stage. But we also know from Dr. Bowen's evidence that to an experienced nurse, getting a nasogastric tube in and out is the work of a couple of seconds, apparently very quick. Dr. Bowen was of the view that Child I was sabotaged by air down the nasogastric tube and air into the intravenous line. Dr. Bowen thought that the appearance in the X-ray taken at 4:25 were indicative of air having been put down the nasogastric tube. And I've just reminded you of what Professor Arthur said, and indeed a radiologist's report that accompanies that particular image speaks of, quote, marked gaseous distension of bowel loops. The note goes on to say, you will see, clinical information regarding the outcome of the previous episode of bowel distension would be helpful in interpretation of the current image as the appearance is similar. Splinting of the diaphragm due to bowel distension with moderately severe bowel distension. So the radiologist was making a connection between this incident and that incident. The reality is, we say, there was no innocent reason for Child I's extreme and life-threatening collapse. There was no illness. There was no significant physical infirmity. And the circumstances in which Lucy Letby appears to have been able to see something, which you can be sure of the evidence of Ashley Hudson she simply would not have been able to see, coupled with the fact that she must have been the person who substituted for Ashley Hudson, coupled with the way she explained all this to you in evidence, all combined together to create a set of circumstances in which we suggest you can be sure that it was Lucy Letby who sabotaged Child I on this occasion. That takes us to the next night shift, the night shift of the 13th into the 14th, and a desaturation at 0600 hours on the 14th. At the handover to this shift, Dr. J-Ram told you that there were no specific concerns about Child I. He told you that he was in the habit of calling into the neonatal unit between 22:30 and 2300 hours to discuss any concerns with the registrar. The registrar on this shift was Dr. Neem. By that stage, Dr. Neem had actually seen Child I, and Dr. Neem told us that at 22:15 hours, Child I was settled and pink. Her heart rate was normal, her capillary refill time was normal, and she was stable. And this was the second occasion that Lucy Letby was Child I's designated nurse, and the second time, therefore, that she had the opportunity to falsify the notes. Dr. Neem was the person who was called when Child I desaturated dramatically shortly before 6 a.m. on the 14th. If we look at tile 79, we can see his note there, shortly before 6 a.m. at 05:55. One of the issues that was taken up in the evidence was the question of whether or not this was a retrospective note. Alright? So is this a note being written at 05:55 relating to events that had happened sometime earlier? We say this is certainly not a retrospective note, because if we look at its terms, we can see that when he was treating Child I, Dr. Neem ordered an increase in the sedative morphine and an urgent chest and abdominal X-ray. Those are two things which are timed with a timestamp from the system. The prescription is tiles 80 and 81, timed as you see there just from the tile, we don't need to go behind it, at 05:56. The urgent X-ray we see at tile 85 is timed at 06:05. So that shows you, doesn't it, that this is not a retrospective note at 05:55. But if we go to tiles 74 and 76, starting with 74, you see this is a note made at the beginning of the shift. So this is a note made at 08:43 after Child I had desaturated. At 0500, abdomen noted to be more distended and firmer in appearance, with area of discoloration spreading on right-hand side. Spreading discoloration, there you go. Veins more prominent, oxygen requirement began to increase, colour became pale. Reviewed by Registrar Neem, ventilation increased. So that's the impression given by Lucy Letby in the nursing note. If we go to tile 76, please, we see a continuation of that note. So what we have there is a suggestion in the nursing note by Lucy Letby that this desaturation was happening at 5 o'clock. That's why it's important. That's why Dr. Neem was being cross-examined on the basis that his note at 05:55 was retrospective, wasn't it? We know it wasn't retrospective because of the stamp times for the morphine and the time of the urgent X-ray. The urgent X-ray, as a matter of fact, comes 10 minutes after the time in Dr. Neem's notes when he ordered it. And so why, you may ask, would Lucy Letby do this? Well, one of the things we have to bear in mind is that given what had happened with Child Eye the previous night, if Child Eye had really had these problems of spreading discoloration from 5 o'clock, what would any competent, responsible nurse have done? The answer is call a doctor, isn't it? She'd had a life-threatening collapse the night before, but there was no call to the doctor. So that tells you, the absence of a call to the doctor tells you that there was in fact no problem at 5 o'clock. The impression that Lucy Letby is trying to create in this note, in the context of this desaturation, is that this is an evolving problem. It's not a crash, it's a baby getting progressively worse, which is entirely in keeping with many of the medical witnesses who you've heard give evidence for the prosecution, who have said to you in cases of infection or natural issues, you have a gradual decline. You don't have a baby going off a cliff. The point of it, of course, is that if anybody starts to put two and two together and thinks that perhaps there's a problem involving Lucy Letby, if they go back to the notes, they're thrown off the scent, aren't they? That's the point of it. Just going back to Dr. Neem's note, please, at tile 79, he was called by Lucy Letby to see Child Eye. She had low oxygen saturations at 77%. Her heart rate was up a bit at 180. Her capillary refill time was a little elevated. Her abdomen was distended and mottled. Do you remember what Dr. Neem said about the mottling? It was unusual, according to Dr. Neem, and that is why he recorded it. How many times have we heard that in this case? Child Eye had an ET tube in. So how was it that her abdomen was distended? Because with a tube in, the air can't go into the stomach, can it? That's the whole point. Dr. Marnaridis has excluded NEC. So you're left with one possibility, aren't you, ladies and gentlemen? As always in these events involving Lucy Letby, it's pushing air in down the nasogastric tube. When Dr. Neem examined Child Eye, she appeared uncomfortable. She had her eyes open and she grimaced, tile 79. Dr. Neem thought that the abdominal distension was making it difficult for Child Eye to breathe. Her diaphragm was splintered. He was concerned, was Dr. Neem, about the appearance of the abdominal X-ray and discussed it with Dr. J-Ram because he noticed an area of apparent collapse in the upper end of Child Eye's right lung. He noticed the bowel loops and the small appearance of the lungs, which are being squashed by the diaphragm, which is being pushed up by the air that Lucy Letby had injected into Child Eye. A further radiograph was taken that morning at 06:05. It's tile 85. Professor Arthurs gave us a graphic description of this. His words were, quote, "Here the stomach is markedly dilated and there's lots and lots of dilation of both the small bowel and the large bowel here. No features of NEC. In a further film taken at 0803, which is tile 129, there's a similar picture except the stomach had been decompressed. In another image taken the following morning, there was no issues with the bowel at all. So this wasn't a natural problem at all, was it, ladies and gentlemen? This was man or woman made." Dr. Neem also spoke to Alderhay by landline, but as he was doing that, Child Eye's condition was getting worse. Dr. Neem on the phone, doctor out of the room on the phone, baby gets worse. You've heard that or things like that before. Because the next event Dr. Neem recalled was a further collapse of Child Eye at 0700 hours, and he decided to remove and replace the ET tube. The pressures on the ventilator were increased and Child Eye improved, and there was then a further episode of desaturation. But by this time, it was associated with a negative cold light test, so it wasn't an issue with a collapsed lung. There was good air entry, good chest wall movement, and so air was getting in and out. And yet, as with so many other of these children, Child Eye was desaturating. So Dr. Neem gave a muscle relaxant to counteract the pressure from the abdomen impeding the effect of the ventilator. At handover, 7:45, Child Eye had a cardiac arrest, and she deteriorated to the extent that she needed CPR, a muscle relaxant, and adrenaline. But even then, there was good air entry and a positive sign on the capnograph which showed that CO2 was coming out of the lungs. So the issue wasn't air getting in and out of Child I's lungs. And Dr. J-Ram said when he gave evidence to you on the 1st of February in the afternoon that this is explicable as the result of an issue being caused with the blood flowing through the lungs, what he described as persistent pulmonary hypertension. And certainly the physical manifestations of what was going on with Child I are very similar, if not identical, aren't they, to so many others of these children. A picture that reoccurs and reoccurs in the presence of Lucy Letby. Later that day, on the 14th, Dr. Neem was called to see Child I at 21:30. She had desaturated, but by the time Dr. Neem got there, she had recovered. Her levels were not as bad as they'd been the night before, and later in the shift, in the early hours of the following morning at about 0200 hours, there were further desaturations. But that was because her airway was blocked with secretions, so that was all obviously explicable by a medical cause, unlike the desaturations associated with the presence of Lucy Letby. Child I was shipped out to Arrow Park, and Dr. Barbrow's statement was read to you, dealing with what happened there. In a nutshell, Child I had a miraculous recovery once she got to Arrow Park. She was soon off the ventilator, just like Child H before her, and her improvement continued following her return to the Countess of Chester, until she had the misfortune once again to come into contact with Lucy Letby. As before, Dr. Evans told us that there was no signs of Child I having an infection, so far as the collapses on the 14th are concerned. She was not declining, and she collapsed out of the blue. Again, and in the absence of any evidence to support a benign cause, he thought, Dr. Evans, that Child I's stomach had been injected with air. He also thought that she had received a dose of air into her intravenous system. As before, Child I's response to resus was not what would have been expected if she had had an infection. And there was also what he described as, quote, an astonishing amount of air in Child I's bowel. That repeats, in slightly different language, what Professor Arthur's told you, doesn't it? Dr. Bowen agreed. She thought that the discoloration noted at the time, together with the X-ray appearance of the bowel, all in conjunction with the extreme nature of Child I's collapse, in the absence of any underlying illness or issue, was evidence to support her view. So to the events immediately concerning Child I's death on October 23rd, ladies and gentlemen. Just to give you a bit of context, the previous night shift, the 21st into the 22nd, Ashley Hudson again was Child I's designated nurse, and she told us that Child I was a baby who was very easy to settle. She told us that Child I's observations were stable with the slight exception of a single raised temperature reading at 2200 hours on the 21st. There were no aspirates from the nasogastric tube, which was on free drainage, and although Child I was in Nursery 1, that was an entirely precautionary measure given the history, rather than being militated by specific requirements. And she was in an incubator for ease, just in case the level of her care was escalated. Child I was self-ventilating in air, and her SATS level was optimal according to Ashley Hudson. What Ashley Hudson said was this. She looked very well, she was pink and well perfused, and she had a soft and non-distended abdomen. So A1. During the day shift of the 22nd, Caroline Oakley told us in a statement that was read that Child I was alert, her abdomen was fine, it was soft and not distended, and they were getting minimal clear aspirates from the NG tube. So if in due course effort is made to persuade you that Child I had abdominal problems, ladies and gentlemen, that is the background to the position when Lucy Letby came on shift. The night shift of the 22nd to the 23rd of October. Could we go to tile 47, please? Ashley Hudson had the care of Child I again on this shift. The handover was quick because Ashley Hudson had had Child I the night before. She said again, Ashley Hudson, that Child I's observations were optimal. Child I had no respiratory or ventilatory support at the time. There was an issue over her line occluding, blocking, so Dr. Chang inserted a cannula into Child I's right foot. Dr. Gibbs told us that Child I's breathing was fine at this time, and the only concern was a forthcoming test at Alderhay. But despite that virtually perfect scenario, Child I suffered a series of collapses. Tile 91, please. Here we see in Ashley Hudson's nursing note relating to the blocked line that, as usual, Lucy Letby was getting herself involved. That must have been, we say from its context, at about 2300 hours. Child I's first collapse came at midnight. She was very unsettled with a quite relentless cry. She couldn't be settled. Ashley Hudson, who was familiar with Child I and the way she would cry, said that on this occasion her cry was not typical. It was a type of cry that she had not heard from Child I before. Loud, relentless, almost constant, with no fluctuation. All Ashley Hudson's words. In cross-examination, Ashley Hudson stressed the volume of the cry, the fact that it was relentless, and she interpreted it as distress, and said it was markedly very different to Child I's cry when she was hungry. When Child I was repositioned on her tummy, she stopped breathing. Ashley Hudson called for help, and Lucy Letby appeared. Child I's sats dropped and her heart rate dropped, but at this stage her abdomen was soft and it was not distended. You'll find that in Ashley Hudson's nursing notes that I just showed you. Dr. Chang was called. She was told that Child I was crying and had a significant deterioration associated with the crying, and Dr. Chang intubated Child I, and Child I recovered quite quickly. Dr. Gibbs confirmed what happened and told us that he remembered Child I being resuscitated. He said that the two nurses who were involved with Child I were Lucy Letby and Ashley Hudson. He was told that Child I had had an abnormal cry and then her sats and her heart rate had dropped. After resuscitation, Child I started to fight the ventilator, which is a very good sign. She was awake, alert and queuing for a feed, according to Ashley Hudson. Dr. Gibbs told us that Child I's recovery was perplexing, because he could not understand what natural disease process would have caused her deterioration, and yet she's recovered so rapidly. That was evidence he gave on February 9th. He said that whilst prem babies can deteriorate quickly, usually there's some warning, and if a child had deteriorated as a result of some natural disease, then she would not have been expected to recover as quickly. We say the midnight collapse is yet another example of Lucy Letby making misleading entries in the paperwork. This time it wasn't in the paperwork of her victim. It was in the paperwork of the child HS, who you'll remember as the child who was being shipped out to Stoke. You'll remember, I'm sure, because we dealt with it in cross-examination, that Dr. Chang had reviewed HS and had ordered or had mandated that the TPN which was feeding HS needed to be changed for dextrose, so that HS could be taken by the transport team. So starting with the documents that you were shown in cross-examination, J34535 please. These are Dr. Chang's notes from HS's medical records, an examination at 2200 hours, and this is the discharge examination. At 34537, we have Lucy Letby's nursing note for HS. You can see the time of the note is 2250 to 2253. Lucy Letby recorded that HS's TPM was to be changed to glucose for transfer, and that is what she did immediately. Because if we go to 34542, we have the prescription and we have the chart, and we see it's co-signed with Chris Booth. But you can see that 2300 hours has been changed to 2400. The reason for that is it is an alibi for Child I's collapse at midnight, pure and simple. In cross-examination, we went to Child I's records, and at tile 117, more altered times on Lucy Letby's records. We see the second row down and the fourth row down. The fourth one is actually out of sync then, once it's been changed, isn't it? No explanation in evidence. Following Child I's collapse, Ashley Hudson went to report the incident to Child I's parents, and the incident itself, the collapse, had taken about 30 minutes before Ashley Hudson could do that. In that context, you'll note that there was an X-ray at tile 116, which is timed at 0023. Ashley Hudson told you that she tried many times to call the parents, and eventually she got through. After that event, and before Child I collapsed for the second time, Ashley Hudson said that she did not remain with Child I throughout. She remembered either being at the nursing desk or at the computer, and she certainly said that she had come out of nursery 1 to maintain quietness in the room. What she heard was either the monitor or Child I cry. She went straight into the nursery and Lucy Letby was already there with her hands in the incubator. At that stage, Child Eye's observations were normal, and it all begs the question, you may think, of what it was that took Lucy Letby into there. She had a child in nursery 3, and she had a child in nursery 2. She had no responsibilities in nursery 1. We say Lucy Letby was there because when Child Eye started crying, she had sabotaged Child Eye. She caused her to cry, the same cry that she had had when Child Eye collapsed for the first time at midnight. The loud, relentless, and unlike any cry that Ashley Hudson had previously heard. Her words, Ashley Hudson's words. Ashley Hudson thought that Child Eye was about to have a similar episode to what had happened before, and she said as much to Lucy Letby. What she said was, quote, "She's going to do it again. It's the same cry." And even if you don't remember precisely, you know what's coming next, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? Lucy Letby putting her off, saying, quote, "She just needs to settle." Events of earlier in the shift repeating themselves. Child Eye became quiet, her breathing slowed, her heart rate dropped, and she started to drift. Once Chris Booth came to help, Ashley Hudson ran to get Dr. Chang, and Ashley Hudson told us there was an NG tube in place to prevent the diaphragm splinting. But Air++ was aspirated. How on earth could that have got there, other than from having been pushed in by Lucy Letby? At tile 116, there is an X-ray which shows a massive stomach bubble. You can't miss that stomach bubble on the X-ray, can you? It's also referred to in Dr. Chang's note, I think, at tile 118. Dr. Chang told us about the resuscitation, that Child Eye did not pre-oxygenate well. Having intubated Child Eye, her heart rate did not pick up, and Dr. Chang had to resort to adrenaline to the extent that they actually had to access some reserve supplies of adrenaline. Dr. Chang could hear air going in and out of Child Eye, could see her chest rising and falling, but there was no improvement. Dr. Chang told us that as far as she was concerned, Child Eye's death was inexplicable. Perhaps inexplicable by natural means, but we suggest that you know very well what the explanation is. Dr. Gibbs told us about this too. Child Eye was receiving chest compressions again, which were in progress when he arrived. Lucy Letby and Ashley Hudson were there again. Child Eye had mottling all over her body. He recorded that the neopuff was changed to a bag, and then he observed good chest movement and air entry. But again, Child Eye's pulse was slowing, her sats were falling, and she had an abnormal heart rhythm. The resuscitation for Child Eye went on for an hour, but to no avail. Dr. Gibbs told us that he could not understand why Child Eye had died, and so he referred the case to the coroner. In the immediate aftermath of Child Eye's death, her grieving parents agreed to bathe her body, and as they did so, Lucy Letby came into the room. She came into their moment. She wasn't the designated nurse. She had 2 other children to look after. To quote the mother of Child Eye, this is a direct quotation from her statement. Quote, "Lucy came back in. She was smiling and kept going on about how she was present at Child Eye's first bath and how much Child Eye had loved it. I wish she had just stopped talking. Eventually I think she realised and stopped. It wasn't something we wanted to hear right then." Shades of the evidence from Dr. B in the aftermath of the evidence of Child P and of Lucy Letby's behaviour whilst Child C was dying. We then have evidence of the card, don't we? That card she was writing out at home a short distance away, but brought into the unit to take the photograph. Why would you do that? We never got an adequate explanation for that, did we? Well, the expert evidence. Because this is a murder case and not an attempt, it's the final incident that counts. We suggest that you have to look at the events immediately prior to Child Eye's death in the context of what has happened in the other incidents and what you can be sure Lucy Letby had done. Dr. Evans' view was that this was another episode of air injected intravenously into the circulation. He pointed to the fact that Child Eye had been stable for the preceding week or so. She had been breathing spontaneously in air. Her saturations were 96% plus. He thought that the nature of the collapse, Child Eye's relentless crying, the futility of a prolonged resuscitation, all demonstrated that this was a case of air embolus. He relied in part on the description given by Dr. Gibbs as to the unusual discoloration of child eye during her final collapse, and Dr. Gibbs, you will recall, spoke of a purple-white discoloration of the skin. There was no evidence of any natural disease to account for what happened to child eye. Dr. Bowen's opinion was that child eye's death was as a result of air embolus. So far as she was concerned, the notable features in support of that diagnosis were first, the sudden and unexpected catastrophic collapse; second, child eye being unsettled, agitated and crying in an uncharacteristic way; third, the inconsolable crying in a baby of child eye's age was extremely unusual, and she thought that child eye must have been in severe pain. Fourth, she could think of nothing innocent that would have caused child eye to have a pink face and a mottled trunk and limbs in association with being very unsettled. In cross-examination, on behalf of Lucy Letby, Dr. Bowen was asked whether she had a coherent theory of exactly how an air embolus presents. And almost without pausing for breath, Dr. Bowen then gave an answer which lasted for about 10 minutes. She made the point that in child eye's case there was no plausible pathological reason for child eye's collapse, and that she was driven to conclude that air embolus was the cause. Dr. Bowen was cross-examined, you may remember, about child eye's poor weight gain, and she replied that that didn't make her more prone to cardiac arrest. Dr. Arthurs gave evidence about child eye's case on February 3rd. Taking an overview of the radiology and having reviewed the imaging that I've reminded you of, he said this: "There aren't many conditions that cause intermittent dilation of all the bowel and occasionally of the stomach as well. That's not a feature of NEC. In fact, there weren't many other features of NEC on her case either. So one of the explanations for this would be giving air down the NGT." He then deferred to Dr. Marnarides on the ultimate question of whether child eye had NEC, and continued by saying, quote, "It's quite unusual to see this degree of stomach dilation in particular." He excluded Professor Arthurs, he excluded CPAP as a cause, as he said, quote, "Were CPAP belly to be such a common phenomenon, I don't think we'd be looking at these radiographs and thinking, gosh, that's quite striking given the baby's on CPAP." And having excluded other possibilities, he agreed that it is reasonable to infer that child eye had been injected with air. Professor Arthur's evidence is important in the case of child eye because, in effect, we say he has excluded natural causes for the episodes of distension that we focused on. We come finally to Dr. Marnarides. He told us first the histology revealed at the time she died, child eye had no acute illness. Second, she had abnormalities in the bowel. The photographs showed that some segments were very dilated because of the presence of air, but there were no other abnormalities. In other words, there was no disease which was causing the presence of gas. It was the presence of gas which was abnormal, gas with no pathological cause. He said child eye had excessive air in her stomach. He said that the brain showed some old evidence of damage caused by a lack of oxygen that was not related to child eye's birth, so attributable to some of the other incidents, or an incident at least, we say. He said the collapses of September 30th and October 13th were reasonably attributable to an injection of air down the NGT, rather than some innocent process. And finally, he said that from a pathological point of view, what killed child eye was an injection of air down the NGT. Under cross-examination, on behalf of Lucy Letby, Dr. Marnarides dismissed the possibility that the excessive air seen at the post-mortem could have been caused by decomposition, so it was not a post-mortem artefact. So what we say is child eye's case is a stark one. She had life-threatening collapses when Lucy Letby was there. The two other collapses, which were explored in cross-examination, didn't come into the same category as the ones we have examined. Lucy Letby made repeated and determined efforts to kill child eye. She falsified the nursing notes to create the impression that problems were brewing when they were not. She altered the notes of another patient to make it look like she wasn't present on the occasion child eye collapsed for the first time on the occasion she died. She involved herself with child eye when she had no cause to. She gave herself away in nursery 2 with Ashley Hudson on the night of October 13th. And that incident in itself tells you about her agenda towards child eye. Lucy Letby's behaviour in the aftermath of Child I's death was bizarre and inappropriate. She was excited because she had killed yet another child. She revelled in what she had done, and she enjoyed the distress and anguish that it caused to others. Her voyeuristic tendencies drove her to look for Child I's mum on the internet. She inflicted pain on Child I on more than one occasion, and ultimately succeeded in killing her. Having killed her, she wrote a condolence card, and you'll remember her answer to the question about where she was when she wrote the card and why it was that she felt the need to be photographing it in the place where Child I had died. It was still on her phone when it was seized by the police. Moving on to Child J. Child J was born on the 31st of October 2015. The incident about which I'm going to speak happened on November 27th. Child J's mum gave evidence to you on February the 10th, 2023. She told you about having lost Child J's twin whilst having a surgical operation in London. The mother of Child J's waters broke early. Child J was born at the Countess by emergency C-section at 32 weeks and 2 days. Child J produced some bile through her mouth shortly after being admitted to the NNU and was therefore taken to Alderhay in Liverpool, where she was found to have a perforated bowel and had an operation. You'll recall that she had 2 stomas as a result of that operation, and she returned to Chester with those stomas and a Broviac line on November the 10th, 2015. When Lucy Letby was giving evidence and answering questions from her own counsel about Child J on May the 16th, there was the following exchange. The question was, is there a particular band that nursery nurses are at? She replied, they're a band 4. The next question, can they do intensive care? She replied, no they can't, nor high dependency. Nor high dependency, not intensive care. She replied, no. She was then asked, so far as you understand, should they be involved in handling and recycling stoma bags if that is required? She replied, no, and particularly as nursing staff there were unfamiliar, nursery nurses would have been even more so unfamiliar than nursing staff. She was then asked, is there any reason why you had a band 4 dealing with something that presented the problems that stoma bags did? She replied, I think the unit was very busy and we had to use staff where we could. Ladies and gentlemen, we submit that the implication of that exchange, the impression that was sought to be created with you, was first that Child J received incompetent care, and second, that staffing levels were not up to the mark, and therefore there was some sort of compromise by giving Child J to a band 4. And that theme continued with a review of the text messages. Can we go to tile 56, please? Question. Okay, that makes sense, you say to Nurse E, but Jenny was actually doing it. Don't know when to stop, do they? Then tile 57 from Nurse E to you, 1719 on the 19th, we are now I should say. Nope, Laurie and Nurse B thought it was terrible. Then this is at tile 58, 1721, you to Nurse E. It's shocking really that they are willing to take responsibility for things that they have no training or experience etc. on. Don't think they appreciate the potential difficulties. And then this, pausing there, Miss Letby, should nurses take on tasks for which they have no training or experience in the care of babies like this? Lucy replied, no. And she continued, Lucy Letby, by saying this was potentially dangerous. And at that point his lordship intervened and said this. So you're saying it's shocking that the band 4s are prepared to do this? That's a question directed to Lucy Letby. Lucy Letby's answer, yes. The questioning from Lucy Letby's counsel then continued with, in an ideal world, would anyone think of getting a band 4, in your experience, to look after babies who require stoma recycling? She replied, no. You'll remember over the months, the time that you have listened to the various witnesses being cross-examined about the BAPM guidelines. Lucy Letby apparently is very keen on the BAPM guidelines, and they were quoted from time to time. Part of the BAPM guidelines that was never quoted by Lucy Letby was the part that deals with stomas. You'll remember that we showed that to Lucy Letby in cross-examination. It is very clear. Band 4 nurses are well equipped to deal with babies with stomas. So that whole series of evidence from Lucy Letby was designed to mislead you, to create the impression that a problem existed where none really did. It's the same type of behaviour that Lucy Letby engaged in with her colleagues at the Countess of Chester. She fooled them, she thinks she can fool you. When child J was in Alderhay, Dr. Gibbs told us that she had no respiratory problems. On her return from Liverpool, child J was being fed increasing amounts of milk and managed ultimately to take bottles. She was taking 165 ml per kilogram per day, and by the time of these events, importantly, child J had no respiratory complications and she was fully bottle fed. Prior to these events, child J was breathing normally for herself in air. She didn't have any lung disease and she didn't need any respiratory support. The mother of child J told us that child J had moved from room 1 right down through to room 4. The mother told you that she planned to stay overnight at the Countess as an induction to giving child J 24 hours per day care in person in preparation for taking her home. And the mother's first night with child J was the 25th of November or into the 25th of November. On the night shift of the 25th into the 26th, Nicola Dennison was initially child J's designated nurse. She described child J as, quote, lively, alert and engaging. She told us that child J was almost ready to go home and was going home with the stoma that apparently nursery nurses aren't sufficiently qualified to look after. The notes that Nicola Dennison wrote at the end of the shift, tile 68, confirmed that child J was stable. There had been no desaturations, no problems, and she handled well. Child J had passed urine and her bowels had opened. The day shift of the 26th, nothing untoward happened on the day shift. The mother of child J went home at the end of that shift, intending to return at 8 o'clock the following morning, but she was to receive an emergency call before she left to return. At tile 140, we have the staff and population distribution chart. Lucy Letby was in nursery 3 with 2 children. Child J was with the nursery nurse Nicola Dennison, again in nursery 4 with another child. And Nicola Dennison confirmed that because the children in nursery 4 are about to go home, the approach is to leave them alone so far as possible, particularly at night. And she also said that the nursery nurses, like her, spend a lot of their time doing the washing and stocking up of various other things. She said that many of those items are off the unit, so often they would not always be immediately available. In other words, they're not there in the nursery at night with the children. The unusual thing that she remembered of child J on this shift was that early on there wasn't much material coming out of the proximal stoma, so that's the stoma nearest the stomach. But later on in the shift, at about midnight, Nicola Dennison said that things had normalised and child J was producing a healthy volume. 40 minutes after a feed, at about 0400 hours, child J desaturated, she said, and if you look at tile 160, you'll find a note that was made at the time that times this at 0440. Mary Griffith was working that shift as well in room 2. Mary Griffith told us that child J was a very nice baby, a joy to look after, as she put it, and she was the nurse to whom child J was handed over once she became unwell. Mary Griffith told us about the first desaturation, as did Nicola Dennison. Mary Griffith went to intervene, but she said there were enough staff to deal with the issue, and as we see this chart suggests, it was at 0440. Child J's saturations at this stage were alarmingly low, and you'll remember what Dr. Verhey said about handling potentially interfering with the signal from the monitor. Although this was an apparently significant desaturation, Nicola Dennison told us that child J completed her partially consumed feed. But if you look at J16347, the feeding chart, that doesn't tend, we suggest, to support Nicola Dennison's recollection. When she was cross-examined, when Nicola Dennison was cross-examined, she said that the desaturation was after the feed, and that we would accept is entirely consistent with what is recorded. However, child J desaturated again when Nicola Dennison wasn't there. She'd left child J, she asked someone to keep an eye out, but she couldn't remember who it was. And when she returned, Nicola Dennison said that child J had collapsed and was being helped by Mary Griffith. Dr. Verhey was called. He told us that the shift was busy. As he remembered it, there were 2 premature twins admitted who'd been born at home, who were actually admitted during the shift, and actually as things panned out, you'll remember, the admission of those twins is probably the key to what really happened on this shift. One of the twins had a cleft lip, Dr. Verhey remembered, and suggested that both twins went into nursery 1. And you can see them named at least by their initials in the neonatal review towards the end, admitted at 06:10 and 06:30 hours respectively. Dr. Verhees was asked to see child J. He implied that he saw her once, not twice, as suggested by Nicola Denison, because there was a single entry in the notes. He told us that everything he wrote before his examination was information given to him by the nursing staff. That's a reference to his notes at TAL 165. You'll remember that the information he has in his notes also contradicts what Nicola Denison told us. If we could just have a look at that, please, TAL 165. You can see it says, quote, asked to see patient 2 profound DSATs. And that, we would suggest, is entirely consistent with his first and only examination at this stage being after both of the desaturations. So let's deal with the emergency and the twins. Dr. Gibbs, it's TAL 182, arrived that morning at 06:34, but that was because of the emergency arrival of the twins who had been born at home. This arrival was just after Lucy Letby had sent a text to Nurse E at TAL 177, telling her that child J had had 2 profound DSATs and the twins had just arrived. At TAL 186 at 06:43, Lucy Letby sent Nurse E another text saying the unit was closed and, quote, cleft baby being tubed, I think. But then if we go to 192, there was some doubt about the tubing of the cleft baby as he or she had been described by Lucy Letby. And at TAL 193, Lucy Letby sent a message, quote, it's all a bit tits up. So this is, as we see, 06:49, and you can imagine the scene, can't you, ladies and gentlemen? A full neonatal unit, 2 extra babies had arrived, one with a cleft palate who potentially needed to be tubed, resources inevitably being diverted to the most needy, in other words, the new arrivals. This was the perfect opportunity for Lucy Letby to attack child J. And you will note that the texting stopped at that point, 06:49. At 06:56, child J collapsed 7 minutes after that last text. She was in nursery 2. This time, not only did child J's saturations drop, but so did her heart rate. So this was a more serious event. In evidence, Mary Griffith remembered Lucy Letby and Caroline Oakley coming to help. She noted, quote, child J's monitor went off at 06:56. Myself and L. Letby attended. Found baby with pale hands and baby very rigid. Sats went to 70 and heart rate down to 68. Child J neopuffed with little improvement. Dr. Gibbs on unit and called to help. Mary Griffith told you that she recalled that child J had desaturated. She was pale and one of her arms was rigid, which she took as denoting some sort of fit or a brain problem. Child J was neopuffed. She was given saline. That stabilised child J. Mary Griffith was not concerned, she said, but the notes suggest that this went on for 16 minutes before child J's SATs were restored. And we suggest that when you are assessing how serious this incident was, you will bear in mind the fact that it was bad enough to divert Dr. Gibbs, the senior consultant, away from the emergency admissions. That wouldn't have happened if this was just some trivial incident, would it? Not for a full 16 minutes. TAL 200 shows us that child J was given an infusion. You'll see Lucy Letby's signature with Mary Griffith, and Mary Griffith told us that because she wasn't intensive care trained, she wouldn't have been the person that administered the bolus. The glucose bolus was started at 07:20. The signatures in the right-hand column are the nurses and timed at the time they gave it. The saline prescription was struck through to prevent the re-administration of it because it was a bolus and it had been given at 07:09. At 07:40, there followed a second incident. It's TAL 210. This was very similar to the first. Child J's fists were white and clenched, her eyes rolled to the left, her sats dropped to the 70s, she had to be neopuffed again, and Lucy Letby again got involved, this time with Caroline Oakley. Dr. Gibbs' notes are at TAL 197 and they give us a more reliable time than the nursing notes. The notes are made at 07:35. He recorded 2 seizures, 1 on each occasion. He told you that the deviation of child J's eyes was an indication of there having been a seizure. So far as the first one was concerned, he remembered that Mary Griffith and Lucy Letby were there when he arrived. He said child J was fisting her hands, having a seizure, which began to resolve after about 10 minutes, what he described as a reasonably long seizure. He said there was not too much time before the second event happened. Dr. Gibbs thought that there was a time when he had moved away from child J to look at the computers to see her blood tests, and on the second occasion, Dr. Gibbs was either close at hand or with child J at the time the event started. He said on that occasion, the second occasion, child J required a shorter period of ventilation, and that Dr. Gibbs checked the sodium, calcium and potassium levels of child J. Prior to these events, there was no history of seizures with child J, and she has never had a convulsive seizure since these events. Whatever happened never reoccurred, and she recovered and she was in air very quickly afterwards. Child J's blood sugars weren't low, her electrolytes were normal, she'd had no bacterial infection that could be found, the blood test was normal insofar as potential causes of seizure were concerned, and all that information is at TAL 170. A brain scan was conducted which revealed no abnormality. An abdominal x-ray and an ultrasound scan revealed no abnormality that could have caused the seizures. He couldn't find a reason for the oxygen drop. Dr. Gibbs also told us that he would have expected a rise in the CRP and the white cell blood count if there'd been an infection, even if the antibiotics he selected as an educated guess, as he put it, were correct. Dr. Breary told us about events later on the day shift of the 27th, and he confirmed the view expressed by Dr. Gibbs that there was no explanation for child J's deteriorations earlier that day. His investigations included a cranial and abdominal ultrasound scan. He, that is Dr. Breary, characterised child J's recovery as, quote, remarkable given what has happened overnight, particularly in the light of the fact that there was no explanation for why child J had had these seizures. He thought that the most likely cause for the seizures was hypoxia, a medical term for a lack of oxygen. But there was no explanation for what caused the hypoxia. So far as the experts were concerned, both Dr. Evans and Dr. Bowen said similar things on February 14th. They said them, as always, in rather different ways. Dr. Evans told us that all the tests for infection at the time were normal. All the markers for infection indicated no infection. In particular, a blood sample taken between the two later and more serious collapses returned normal results. He also made the point in many of the cases that if such an extreme collapse was caused by infection, then child J's recovery would not have been so rapid. He agreed with Dr. Breary that there was plainly a hypoxic event which caused child J to exhibit physical signs which are characteristic of a fit. He was inclined to the view that because she'd had no seizure-related behaviour before or since, it was not due to what he termed an epileptic focus. Dr. Bowen put it all in very straightforward language. I quote her directly. Babies who are ready to go home do not have major desaturations which lead to prolonged resuscitation with neopuff. These were completely unexpected, and she required neopuff ventilations for a long time before she came round and was well again. I just thought that seemed extremely unusual, just the speed of the collapse, the longevity of the resuscitation, and then the fact that she seemed to recover really quite quickly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest that the collapses of child J bear all the hallmarks of an attack by Lucy Letby. Child J was a child who was on the cusp of going home. She had triumphed over an unpromising and dangerous start to life and was prospering until she met Lucy Letby. She was in nursery 4 when she collapsed, whilst her designated nurse was away. The subsequent and more serious collapses at around 7 o'clock were at a time when the resources on the unit were distracted by the arrival of 2 emergencies. And it's clear that it was all hands to the pump, and yet Lucy Letby's hands were on her phone. And so you can infer from that Lucy Letby was not in the room with the emergency twins. Perhaps she felt left out. After all, we know she liked to be in nursery 1. She stopped texting her friend Nurse E 7 minutes before child J had her first serious desaturation and fit. And we know from the fact that she wasn't helping with the twins that she had the opportunity, and at a time when everyone else was distracted. With everything else that you know about Lucy Letby and what she was up to on that unit, the real cause for Child J's collapses, we suggest, is obvious. Lucy Letby's suggestion in interview that she had little memory of that shift is, we submit, not realistic, particularly because of the arrival of the twins. Knowing what you know about Lucy Letby, her desire to be where the action was, do you really think she's forgotten what happened on that shift? We suggest that she was running with the "I don't remember" line to avoid getting drawn into answering questions about what she was up to. Whether or not she searched for many people on Facebook, her search for the parents of Child J on Thursday the 17th of December 2015 at 22:46 and 22:48 is, we suggest, inexplicable other than by an unnatural interest in them. She couldn't explain it. Well, that's what she said. We say she would not explain it because she is not prepared to admit the real reason she did it. Child N. There are 3 incidents involving Child N, 3 counts. Count 17 on the 3rd of June 2016, counts 18 and 19 both on the 15th of June 2016. What I propose to do is deal with the first one before the break, if I may. Child N was born on the 2nd of June at 1342. He was 34 weeks plus 4 days. We heard about his birth from his mum, the mother of Child N. The concerns relating to Child N centred around haemophilia. There were no bleeding issues associated with Child N's birth. We allege that Child J, like Child N, was sabotaged by Lucy Letby as he was about to go home. I'll return to the mother of Child N's evidence when we get to counts 18 and 19. The first incident, count 17, on the 3rd of June, a desaturation when Child N's designated nurse had gone on a break. We say that this incident was characteristic of Lucy Letby's handiwork. Child N desaturated and collapsed just after his designated nurse, Chris Booth, went on a break. So to that extent, we're dealing with a similar situation to the collapses of Child C, Child D, Child G, Child I, Child J, and Child K. Child N collapsed on the night shift of the 2nd into the 3rd. In the first of the sequences at tile 52 and 53, we have the staff list and population distribution. We suggest that Lucy Letby was in her least favourite nursery, Nursery 4, with only, and I say only, I mean relatively, 2 feeders and growers to care for. We suggest she had time on her hands, and we know from the evidence, don't we, that she had time on her hands because she spent an age exchanging text messages with Nurse E, talking about Melanie Taylor's shortcomings and about Dr. A. In amongst the conversation with Nurse E is the "Go Commando" comment, which Lucy Letby claimed in interview she didn't understand. Well, if she's not prepared to even tell you the truth about something as trivial, and it is trivial, isn't it? Something as trivial as that, what do you think she is prepared to tell you the truth about? There can be no doubt, we say, that Lucy Letby was interested in Child N. We say she was excited. If we look at tile 68, please, quote, "We've got a baby with haemophilia. She was sending to Nurse E at 2000 hours at the beginning of the shift." Tile 91, this is Lucy Letby telling Nurse E she had just Googled. Do you remember when we asked her questions about that? She said, "Oh no, that wasn't information I got off Google. It was something I knew." She wasn't even prepared to say she didn't know about haemophilia. Given Lucy Letby's level of excitement in the text, we say that her interviews are very revealing. Could you go to the second bundle of interviews, please, and go to the very final Child N interview? So bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this is an interview on the 10th of November 2020. The first Child N interview had been on the 10th of June 2019, and the second on the 12th of June 2019. So this was the third occasion on which Lucy Letby had been interviewed. You can see a question right at the bottom of page 31. The question was, "Were you aware that Child N had this condition?" She replied, "I'm not sure without looking at the notes." We say that that was a lie, not least because in that Morrison's bag under her bed was the Child N handover sheet, which clearly showed that Child N had haemophilia. We're going to come when we get to child Q later this afternoon. I'll remind you that without any documentation at all, Lucy Letby was able to remember a name of another child in nursery 1 at the time she was looking after child Q in a different nursery. It's an astonishing memory. I wish my memory was that good. If we look at the neonatal review at lines 2 to 7, please. Put the interviews away now if you would, please. Lines 2 to 7 of the neonatal review. What we see between 2 to 7 is that Lucy Letby was feeding AF and doing meds for JBR. You can see the times there. J30921 is the feeding chart for AF, if it's possible to get that. Thank you. What we see is that this feed at 20:30 was a 50ml feed and it was given via NGT because apparently this child was asleep. It would have taken, according to the estimates we've had from various people, anything between 15 to 20 minutes. But throughout this time, 15 minutes either side, you can go either 15 minutes early and come up to 20:30, or you can count from 20:30 and go 15 minutes to 20:45 on your sequences. The keypad on her phone must have been red hot because she was texting Nurse E pretty much every single minute in that period. Now, we are not suggesting, I hope we're not being unrealistic here, ladies and gentlemen. People are told don't use your phone at work. People do use their phone at work. We recognise that. We absolutely recognise that. And we're not suggesting that if they do, they're doing anything necessarily seriously wrong. But we know from the evidence, from Lucy Letby's own evidence, that giving an NGT feed is a two-handed process. And we know from the evidence that you can't do that if you're texting at the same time. It can't be done. If you look at the text messages over this period from tile 90 to tile 130, so you've got 41 text messages in that short period of time. That cannot be done if you are giving in the proper way an NGT feed. And you'll remember that I asked Lucy Letby about this. I said, this is all while you're feeding AF, isn't it? How do you do that? How do you text when you're doing the two-handed job of feeding a child? She replied, you can't. I then replied, no. Well, you can. There is a way of doing it, isn't there, to feed a child very quickly, isn't there? The answer, you'll remember, you think I pushed it in? I said, you tell the jury. She then replied, I didn't. I then said, how do you push it in? How would you push it in if that's what you wanted to do? She said, put the plunger on the end. I then said, that's what you were doing, wasn't it? She replied, no. At that point, ladies and gentlemen, we got to tile 111, which was the introduction into the conversation of the subject of Dr. A at 20:38. That was how we got to the Go Commando message. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we say that this part of the evidence really tells you quite a lot about Lucy Letby and her approach to her job, and her approach to giving evidence and her unwillingness to be frank with you. Chris Booth remembered child N. He remembered the fact that he cared for him on the night in issue, and he told you that he went for an hour's break at 0100 hours, and that's at tile 170. Child N didn't require feeding. He was stable. Nurse Booth had no concerns. As always, Nurse Booth asked somebody else to keep an eye out. He thought it would have been somebody else in Nursery 1 who took over. But if we go to the population chart at tile 53, we can see there wasn't another nurse in Nursery 1. But we can see if we go to the neonatal review, sorry to jump around, it's line 30 of the neonatal review, that at 1 o'clock Mel Taylor was making an entry on the chart for TM, who was the other baby in Nursery 1. You know from the text messages with Nurse E at the beginning of the shift that Lucy Letby wasn't getting on very well with Mel that night, and you know who wanted to be in Nursery 1, don't you, from all the evidence in the case. And you heard evidence from Nurse Booth of child N suffering a profound desaturation by the time he came back. The other nurses on the shift were Melanie Taylor, the shift leader. She had no memory of taking over for child N. Sophie Ellis had a vague memory of child N, but none of the shift. And she had 3 other babies to look after in rooms 2 and 3. Valerie Thomas was a nursery nurse on transitional care. She wouldn't have been in Nursery 1. And therefore we suggest that a combination of all these circumstances leads to the conclusion that it must have been Lucy Letby standing in Nursery 1. If you look at the neonatal review, you will find that she wasn't doing anything else at or about 1 o'clock. Dr. Lockney is now a consultant paediatrician at Chester, and she had carried out a routine review of child N at 22:55. That's TAL 161. She told us that a grunting baby is given 4 hours to settle to see if it has fluid to the lungs. His SATs were 96% in air, with the respiratory rate at the upper end of normal. There was no grunting and his lungs were clear. He had no increased work of breathing. He had been screened, but he was not grunting. Dr. Lockney saw child N later that night after he desaturated at 1 o'clock. The door swipe data at TAL 173 shows her entering the unit at 0107. Child N was unsettled. His oxygen levels had dropped to 40%, which she viewed as a significant desaturation. He was mottled, he was dusky, and Dr. Lockney couldn't remember who it was who had asked her to see child N. When she arrived, he was in 40% oxygen and was screaming. Screaming. Do you remember Dr. Lockney sitting in the witness box? Do you remember she sat back as she saw the word she had written, didn't she? Screaming. When I asked her questions in cross-examination, do you remember I asked Lucy Letby about Dr. Lockney's response to the word screaming? And Lucy Letby confirmed that she remembered seeing Dr. Lockney do that when Dr. Lockney read the word she had written, her own word. That speaks volumes, ladies and gentlemen. By the time Dr. Lockney got there, child N was on the road to recovery, and Dr. Lockney was crash-bleeped away to the maternity ward. You'll see that in the swipe data at 176. Dr. Evans regarded the use of the verb screaming as being very unusual, and so we know did Dr. Lockney. Dr. Evans regarded the 30-minute duration of crying as being very unusual, and he said that the speed of child N's decline and recovery were also unusual features of this event, and he could think of no naturally occurring or innocent cause for this collapse. Dr. Bowen reminded us all that the infection markers in child N were negative. Child N's observations prior to the collapse were all normal, and Dr. Bowen described this event as a life-threatening desaturation. There's nothing in the records to suggest that there was an innocent event which might have caused child N pain. So Dr. Bowen concluded that there must have been some inflicted painful stimulus to cause a life-threatening desaturation. An inflicted painful stimulus. We know, you know, that is precisely what was inflicted on child O 20 days later on June 23rd, when he sustained that dreadful liver injury. That was inflicted by Lucy Letby. So, ladies and gentlemen, we say simply this event cannot be explained as some naturally occurring event. The unusual characteristic of screaming, the coincidence with the cases so far as the screaming or crying is concerned, with child I, child D, and child E. And that in itself marks out this event as being an attack by Lucy Letby. But it doesn't end there, does it? What are the chances of a baby who was perfectly well having a life-threatening collapse just after the nurse who was looking after him went on a break? You can put this all alongside the other cases, can't you? That's what you can do that the experts cannot do. We're moving now, ladies and gentlemen, to the day shift of June 14th, 2016. Lucy Letby was working a day shift on June 14th. She was child N's designated nurse. Dr. Henton examined child N at the end of the night shift and confirmed that he was due to go home that week. He was therefore in a similar position to that in which child J had been when she was attacked. At TAL 10 we should have a feeding chart which is J19357. That shows us that child N was feeding well. He had a 45ml feed of expressed breast milk in a bottle. He passed urine, his bowels opened. That's the 0740 entry on that particular chart there. At TAL 16, we can see that Lucy Letby was there complaining to Nurse E that she had to feed child N, something that she was suggesting should have been done by Abigail Jeffels, who had him overnight. We get an idea of how long the feed took because this is a text message sent at 0817, relating to a feed which was given at 0740. TAL 13, I think, gives us that information. Yes, there we are. Just finished doing Abby's work. A 0740 feed of 45ml took until about 8:15. Just finished. At tile 25, Lucy Letby noted that child N was due to go home, the only contraindication at that point being a declining serum bilirubin level. Going back to the feeding chart at tile 23, please, we can see that the mother of child N's mum, fed child N at 11:50. We can see, even though the right-hand part of the chart is cut off, you can see it says cares plus feed mummy. We know, going back to tile 26, a slightly convoluted route through the documents here, but back to tile 26, please, that the mother of child N had left by 14:20, because that's the time this note is made. And it says, quote, carried out feeds and care, put infant to breast, discussed feeding at home, etc., etc. We say that the evidence suggests that something happened at the end of this day shift by which Lucy Letby destabilised child N for overnight. You'll remember what happened with the lads OP and R, won't you? On both shifts preceding the night shift, which then preceded the days on which they died. This is where Lucy Letby hit on this as a pattern, we suggest, as a way of carrying out some of these offences. Jennifer Jones-Key was the nursery nurse in Nursery 3 who looked after child N that night. She told us that she had no concerns when she took over child N's care. She said that he had been unsettled after handover. That's the way she put it, and that was something that was repeated by nurse Catherine Percival Ward, quote, unsettled after handover through to midnight. But what she actually wrote down is quite illuminating. If we go to tile 78, please, it says, quote, at start of shift, baby nursed in incubator with eye protection in situ. SBR repeated at 2100, result 150. Lights and will repeat in morning. Then this. Baby demand bottle feeding on EBM, taking good amounts on own bottles. Baby very unsettled in early part of night. And what was it that has happened that had made child N so unsettled at the beginning of this shift, just after he'd been with Lucy Letby all day? This is where you are entitled, we suggest, to look at the circumstances of what happened with child P just at the handover before that night shift just a week later. Child N started to desaturate at 0100 when he became a little bit mottled, and so Jennifer Jones-Key, as a band 4, escalated it to Belinda Williamson and to Catherine Percival Ward. Child N was put onto monitoring. Later, he was made nil by mouth and given a little supplemental ambient oxygen, and at 0145 he was seen by Dr. A, who recorded mottling and that child N was settled and he had been fed at 0100 hours. All other signs were normal, except for a slightly raised lactate and glucose. And we were told that the raised lactate can be a result of what they call a squeezed sample. In other words, literally the heel prick and then squeezing the heel to get the blood to come out. And the raised blood sugar was, a potential explanation for that was because he had just been fed. At 0345, there were 5 desaturations reported to Dr. A as having occurred over the preceding couple of hours. But the mottling had resolved, and Dr. A at that stage suspected infection. But child N was examining normally, and Dr. A thought, well, maybe it's the beginnings of an infection, and so he took a blood for a septic screen and he gave a first-line antibiotic. Tile 85 tells us what the outcome of that investigation was. It tells us that in effect there was no infection. Dr. A ordered that monitoring was to take place with a repeat gas, and the repeat gas was reassuring. Dr. A described those blood results as reassuring. At 0515, there was an extended capillary refill time, which suggested to Dr. A that blood flow was being diverted, which he described as, quote, slightly more serious but non-specific. At this stage, child N was still nil by mouth, and according to Dr. A, there was no nasogastric tube in place. At tile 104, we can see Nurse E telling Lucy Letby, quote, child N screened, looks like shit. And Lucy Letby responded almost straight away at tile 106, quote, really? We say that is the reason why Lucy Letby went straight to child N when she went into work early. She saw an opportunity. Nurse Percival Ward confirmed in evidence that Lucy Letby went in to see child N and had been told at that stage that she was to be his designated nurse. And aside from his requirements for phototherapy at this stage, child N had no specific needs. Now, as I said, if we go to tile 137, we can see that Lucy Letby came in extra early, And if we look at tile 138, we see that the first thing she did as she came in was text Dr. A. Quote, "I've escaped being in 1, back in 3. So she certainly knew, didn't she, that she was Child N's nurse. The very next thing, Child N collapsed. According to Jennifer Jones-Key, from 7 o'clock, Child N had been having fleeting desaturations, although she, Jennifer Jones-Key, didn't make a note of it. If we look at Child N's vital signs, we will see what she did actually note. What we can see there is there were no worrying signs at all for Child N. There is a 5 o'clock and the 7 o'clock. It looks like a 9, but it's a continental 7. So if you're looking at the times at the top of the chart, reading in from the right-hand side of the page, it goes 10, 9, 7, 5, 1. So you can see that the vital signs at 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock were absolutely not concerning. And in particular, if we look at the SATs, which is towards the bottom of the page, you can see that Child N was saturating at 100%. So the written evidence, the records, doesn't support, we would say, what Jennifer Jones-Key told you. Child N then had a big desaturation at 07:15. Lucy Letby knew that she'd get a chance to sabotage Child N because she knew that things were going to be very busy. And she knew that because that's what she had been told by her friend, Nurse E. Quote, 5 admissions, 1 vent. So Lucy Letby knew she was going into a busy unit and she headed straight for Child N. Jennifer Jones-Key didn't remember the detail, but she did remember that Lucy Letby looked over and noticed Child N was a bit pale and his monitor had gone off. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? The 13th of October, 2015. Ashley Hudson, Child I. Jennifer Jones-Key was feeding another baby. Her note, seen by Lucy, which is what she put in the nursing records, according to Jennifer Jones-Key, meant that she, that is Lucy, would have seen the monitor and the drop-in SATs. And Jennifer Jones-Key said that Lucy Letby had just come in to say hello because they were friends. Maybe that's what Jennifer Jones-Key thought, but we know what Lucy Letby's opinion of Band 4 nurses was, don't we? You might want to think about what Jennifer Jones-Key said about this. Who was it that Lucy Letby had been texting since she had left work the previous day from 21:16 through to 22:29? She was texting Nurse E and Dr. A. She wasn't texting Jennifer Jones-Key. The first thing she had done when she woke was to text Nurse E at 05:10. That conversation continued right up until 07:08. Nurse E had been working the night shift, and Lucy Letby knew at 07:12 that she, Lucy Letby, was going to be with Child N in Nursery 3. That is why she sabotaged him. Given that background, and Lucy Letby knowing that her mate, her best mate Nurse E, was in the unit, if she was going to talk to her friend, she'd have gone and talked to Nurse E, wouldn't she? Dr. A characterised this collapse as concerning because Child N's heart rate had dropped and his SATs dropped to 48%. But Child N was due to go home, the big day in both his parents and his life. But after his contact with Lucy Letby, he was transferred from Nursery 3 to Nursery 1, which just happens to be the place that you know Lucy Letby liked to be. In interview, Lucy Letby said at page 7 that she had taken over from Jennifer Jones-Key, and she said this, I'm assuming, she was being asked to look at the chart, and these are the words from the interview at page 7, that something must have happened for Child N to be moved because he's gone from just temperature obs to full observations. Do you really think that's all she remembered of this event? Because according to what she also said in interview at page 17, she claimed she had no memory of Child N independently of the notes. Tile 151 is Lucy Letby's nursing note covering the start of the shift. It suggests that Child N was desaturating on handover. Well, that wasn't the whole truth, was it? She had come in early and she had sabotaged him. The impression you'd get from reading this is that Lucy Letby came in and was handed a child that was desaturating. That is just not the truth. It makes no mention of the fact that she was the person who discovered Child N, which we say is an interesting omission. Why would she leave that out? We suggest what I've just said, really. She was trying to give the impression that she was inheriting a problem rather than creating one. What she was saying in interview was really a continuation of that effort. What she didn't want, what she was trying to prevent, was an audit trail that led back to her. Back to what I was saying to you yesterday about plausible deniability in the context of Child D. Child N's parents were called in urgently. They arrived at about 9 a.m. to find Child N in intensive care. He was given CPR. As his mum said, quote, Lucy was tending to Child N in between the consultants being with him. The aftermath of the first of the incidents that day saw Lucy Letby making more misleading notes in the record. It's the family contact part. Quote, parents were contacted by staff nurse Butterworth during intubation. That's the note made between 14:10 to 14:12. Park those words in your mind, please. During intubation. You remember we had quite a long sequence in evidence, didn't we, about what she meant by intubation, and it was the eye gel at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So just park that idea for now. Parents contacted by staff nurse Butterworth during intubation. Both phones switched off and no answer on landline. Message left. Call returned shortly after and parents were asked to attend. Have been present since. That note must, given its timing, refer to the elective intubation that was attempted by Dr. A at 8 o'clock, 0800 hours, because you will have noticed, and it's TAR 157 if you want to find it, the drugs that were being given to Child N at about that time, and there is a reference in Dr. A's notes, it says, attempted intubation ×3. Until Lucy Letby gave evidence, we thought that the statements of Child N's parents were agreed. As his lordship has directed you, they are not agreed, and so you'll have to decide whether you are sure what the parents say is the true account, or whether what Lucy Letby said in the witness box is the truth. In the statement of the father of Child N, he said this, I was at work. I then received a phone call from Child N's nurse, Lucy. Well, he's right, that Child N's nurse was Lucy. Let's continue. Lucy said that Child N had been a bit unwell in the night, but she said he's okay now. I told Lucy that the mother of Child N would be in a bit to see him as usual, and that was that. She didn't give me any other information. I didn't get the impression that he was still unwell or that we needed to be concerned. About 10 minutes later, the mother of Child N rang me. We needed to go to the hospital. It was about 9 a.m. When we arrived at the neonatal unit, Child N was in the ITU room and Lucy was in the room with him. In her statement, the mother of Child N said this. On the 12th day, which as it happens is the 14th of June, we were told by a consultant that he was able to go home the next day. Child N was in nursery 4 by that point. I was due to go and collect him on the 15th. Around 8 a.m. on that day, I had a phone call from Child N's father, the dad of Child N, to say there had been an issue at the hospital and that Child N had had a bleed and was unwell, but it was nothing to worry about. So they're saying the same thing, aren't they? I rang the hospital to clarify whether I needed to take a car seat with me, and I was told by a lady called Grace to go into the neonatal unit as soon as possible. So Child N's parents' accounts match. Either they are truthful and accurate, or somebody told the father of Child N 2 lies. The first lie, whether or not Child N had been a bit unwell in the night, he was much more unwell when Lucy Letby arrived. That detail was missed from the phone call completely. And secondly, the second lie, he's okay now. That certainly wasn't true. And you might think, ladies and gentlemen, that given the drama of these events, if you were the parent of a child that you thought you were taking home, and you got a phone call from the hospital, and you then went through what the Child N family went through that day, you might just remember the call that you received to tell you that there might be an issue. Can we go back to TAR 169, please? That's Lucy Letby's version of events. None of this was dealt with when Lucy Letby gave evidence in answer to questions from her own counsel on May 17th, was it? Not a word about any of this. When I asked Lucy Letby about it on Wednesday the 7th of June, she said this. I think there's a written note by Bernadette Butterworth to say that she spoke with the parents. Do you really believe that's what she thought? Or was she trying it on with you, hoping that no one would notice the detail in the notes? I took her up on it, and she said, it's my note referring to Bernadette Butterworth, and I wouldn't have put her name in there if that hadn't happened. Knowing what else she's done, do you think that's true? We suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that this chapter of the evidence is littered with irreconcilable contradictions. But if you accept the accuracy of the read evidence of Child N's parents, and indeed of Bernadette Butterworth, whether or not it was agreed by oversight, then you will conclude that the parents were misled about the severity of Child N's profound desaturation. And Lucy Letby's note contains misleading information as to who it was that misled the parents. You might ask yourselves why Bernadette Butterworth would have any interest in misleading the parents, and more to the point, why Lucy Letby would further that by making what she must have known was a misleading note about what had happened. After all, she'd been at the desaturation, hadn't she? No doubt you'll decide whether you can be sure that Child N's parents are honest and accurate about this important and unwelcome setback on the morning that they were expecting to bring their son home. And, if so, go on to consider why Lucy Letby played down the urgency of the moment and misattributed the communication to her colleague, Bernadette Butterworth. There's another point here though, ladies and gentlemen, and it's that Jennifer Jones-Key's note recording the fact that it had been Lucy Letby who had found Child N desaturating was not recorded by Jennifer Jones-Key until 0819. When we say that Lucy Letby made the call to the father of Child N, Lucy Letby wouldn't have known that Jennifer Jones-Key had already recorded for posterity that she, Lucy Letby, was hands-on with Child N at the time he collapsed. Lucy Letby was asked about this in her third interview, but when she was asked about the conversation, Lucy Letby feigned ignorance and just said that she couldn't remember, like she had told the police that she couldn't remember why she was searching for the parents of many of these children. But whatever Lucy Letby's motives may have been for the lies, we say that the nursing note was completely misleading. She palmed the communication off onto Bernie Butterworth, and she also suggested that Bernie Butterworth hadn't been able to get through to the father of Child N. The lie Lucy Letby told the father of Child N about Child N being a bit unwell in the night, we say was part of her attempt to distance herself from what had happened. Because after all, she was the person that had come in early to sabotage him. As for the entry in the records, that's an extension of what we've seen before in the cases of Child E, Child I, and Child M. If anyone reviewed the official records at a later date, it would simply look like she had played a peripheral role at best, wouldn't it? And it mirrors what happened when Child N had his collapse on June 3rd. This is, we suggest, an indication of how cunningly determined Lucy Letby was to carry on her campaign of violence against these children. And her cunning extended to working in the fact that the mother of Child N had rung in, which was actually true, but just didn't happen in the circumstances that she was suggesting. If it hadn't been for the note of Jennifer Jones-Key made as she went off shift at TAL 141, we suggest that Lucy Letby would have got away with it. As Dr. Breary told us, there was a subsequent examination of Child N at Alderhay, and Child N has no significant abnormalities of his airway. And that was confirmed by Dr. Potter, do you remember, the anaesthetist from Alderhay? This is important, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that there are no physical abnormalities, because Dr. A started the intubation process of Child N at 8 o'clock. And here we see further parallels with other cases. Child N was given the necessary drugs. Dr. A said Lucy Letby was there. He, Dr. A, couldn't remember Bernie Butterworth being there. Interestingly, he told us, did Dr. A, that he remembered the appearance of Child N's oropharynx as he was trying to intubate him. He was standing to the left of Child N, who was in the incubator with his head, neck and part of his chest coming out of the incubator, and when he first looked down Child N's throat, he saw blood. And it was the blood that prevented him seeing where the entry to his airway was. He said he couldn't see the source of the blood, he couldn't see where he was aiming to position the tube, and he said this, quote, "The back of Child N's throat looked unusual with a degree of swelling." He described the blood as, quote, "such an unusual thing to see," and that the suction couldn't clear it. Under cross-examination, on behalf of Lucy Letby, he repeated that the blood was there on the first attempt. He couldn't see where the blood was coming from, nor what had caused the swelling. As he said, quote, "It must have been unusual for me to have remembered it." Later in cross-examination, he said perhaps it was possible that blood was there as a result of his use of the laryngoscope. But if that was the case, he would have expected to have seen blood along the route of where the blade is. In other words, if his implement was the thing that caused the bleeding, that's where he'd expect to see the blood. And this was the first time he had seen Child N's throat. He abandoned after 3 attempts because of his anxiety regarding haemophilia. Unexplained blood or swelling of the throat of a child is another common feature of many of these cases, isn't it? You'll want to bear that in mind when you're considering the submission, no doubt, that will be made on behalf of Lucy Letby that it was Dr. A that caused the bleeding. You will remember Child C, Child E, Child G and Child H. These are not innocent coincidences. Dr. Salardi's agreed examination at 10 a.m. excluded an abdominal cause for the collapse. Dr. Breary told us that under normal circumstances, the raft of highly experienced professionals would have been able to intubate Child N, and the impediment was the presence of the blood and the swelling. And the haemophilia does not explain that. It would explain bleeding in the brain, we are told, but this was not a case of bleeding in the brain. And Dr. Breary said he could not think of a natural cause for why Child N collapsed when he did. At 8 minutes past 9:08, there was an X-ray taken. The view was taken at the time that there might have been a pulmonary hemorrhage, something which has later been excluded by the evidence of Professor Kinsey and other experts. But the important thing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Lucy Letby thought that this suspicion in the Countess at the time would give her a further opportunity and cover to attack Child N again. So she has identified what she perceives as a weakness in a specific child, and she takes advantage of that to press home her attack. At 11:29, she sent a text to Dr. A, quote, "Small amounts of blood from mouth and 1 ml from NG. Looks like pulmonary bleed on X-ray. Given factor 8, wait and see." So we know the narrative that she was forwarding or impressing onto others at this time. Lucy Letby was asked about this in interview. What she said was when she took over care at 9 o'clock, the line was occluding. Well, of course, she had been there since 7:15, but there we are. She then said that at 10 o'clock, the VIP score was 0, and that she had aspirated the NG tube and there was 1 ml of fresh blood. You see that written towards the right-hand side of the 10 o'clock line. You might want to ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, why was Lucy Letby aspirating the nasogastric tube at all? Child M was not being fed via the NGT. When she was asked about the 1 ml fresh blood, which has been noted there at page 9 of the interview, she said this, quote, "I do not remember the 1 ml of fresh blood. That would have been a concern. I don't remember what I did. Fresh blood and bile would be a concern." It would, wouldn't it, ladies and gentlemen? In a child that had collapsed a couple of hours earlier who had haemophilia and who the staff thought was at a risk because of the haemophilia. The truth, ladies and gentlemen, if what she has noted on here, this is a double-headed coin for the prosecution, we say, for this reason. If what she's written here is true, she would have escalated it to a doctor. In a child with haemophilia, this would have been escalated to a doctor. So the fact that she hasn't escalated it to a doctor suggests that it's not true. You can look at it from the other way as well, can't you? You can reverse it completely, and it's still a point against Lucy Letby. If it didn't happen, why did she make the note? In other words, is the opposite point of view, isn't it? That fits with our consistent allegation that she is writing things in the notes to create the impression that a child is having problems, going down a more gradual path towards a collapse. So either way, whether it happened and she didn't escalate it, or it didn't happen and she wrote it in falsely, it's a point against Lucy Letby. Lucy Letby had been there when Child E had died, bleeding in a way that Dr. Harkness had never seen before. That was her lived experience at this time, and here she has another baby bleeding and yet doesn't escalate it. And you know it wasn't escalated because there's no note in either Dr. Yuko or Dr. Salardi's notes. To explain it away in interview as she did by saying that the blood may have been a result of trauma to the airway from the nasogastric tube is, we suggest, a complete nonsense. And it was something that she was very keen to move on from in the interview. If you go to page 10 of the interview, you'll see that she didn't want to get too involved in that question and answer session. Now, in agreed evidence, which you may have forgotten, the expert nurse Elizabeth Morgan told you that any unusual occurrence would be escalated verbally to the attending medical and nursing staff, particularly in a case where a child like child N had a particular issue to which the problem was relevant. We say that this is yet another example either of her having caused an injury, not wanting a doctor to look at it closely in the immediate aftermath, or alternatively, making a false note about something that didn't really happen, designed to give the impression of a declining child. A detail you may have forgotten from the statement of child N's parents, though, is that having been called in, they sat with him until they needed to get a break to get something to eat. And having left his side, even if you've forgotten this statement, you know what they say, don't you? He collapsed again. Yet another coincidence. The power of circumstantial evidence. This is something that Lucy Letby was asked about in a November interview in 2020. You'll find that at page 30. She wrote it off as an innocent coincidence. Well, it was her opportunity to sabotage child N when there were no witnesses, wasn't it? Like in so many other cases. The next major event was at 14:59. Dr. Maybury was crash-called along with others. He told us of a 3 ml aspirate of blood from child N's NGT. But that was something somebody else told him, and he couldn't remember who it was. That's what he said. Well, we know that child N's designated nurse was Lucy Letby, and therefore we suggest that you can be sure that it must have been her who told Dr. Maybury about the blood aspirate. It's a repeat of child E. Dr. Maybury didn't remember seeing any blood himself, not even in a pot, as was suggested to him in cross-examination. But because of the recent history, he was worried, and he bleeped Dr. Saladi. Dr. Maybury made a single attempt to intubate child N. He could visualise the vocal cords. What he saw was a substantial swelling within the airway. So having seen that, he didn't proceed with the intubation. He said the swelling was, unlike anything I had encountered previously. He said that the epiglottis was large and swollen and more red than the surrounding mucosal tissue, and reminded him of a case of epiglottis that he'd seen in a textbook, something that he had never seen in a neonate and was even unaware that a neonate could have. And you'll remember that this swelling perplexed Dr. Gibbs as well. Dr. D got the crash call when she was on the paediatric ward with Dr. Saladi, and both she and Dr. Saladi came to help child N. Dr. D visualised child N's cords, but they were very anterior, and she too saw swelling below the epiglottis. She knew to be careful because of child N's haemophilia, and told us that events from that point on were in effect continuous, and that Lucy Letby was there throughout. Dr. Brewery was called in by Dr. Saladi to help, and he was the one who used the laryngeal mask, the iGel airway. He said that they were worried about pulmonary hemorrhage and decided that full intubation was still required. He said it was the blood in the oropharynx at the first intubation, and subsequently that gave rise to the fear of pulmonary hemorrhage, though he also said that the facts didn't really fit with pulmonary hemorrhage, and we now know that it wasn't a pulmonary hemorrhage. As I said, this is when the iGel mask was used to help child N's breathing. It is this event that has been seized upon in evidence by Lucy Letby as the intubation she was talking about in interview when she admitted she had seen blood. The way Lucy Letby explained that was, we suggest, completely unconvincing. The truth is very easily established. If we start, please, with tile 199. This is what she was writing down on the day. Small amounts of blood from mouth plus 1 ml from NG. Looks like pulmonary bleed. Given factor 8, wait and see. That's the first thing. Second, there is her own note made that afternoon in an effort to palm the phone call to the father of child N off onto Bernie Butterworth. I asked you to hold in your mind, parents were contacted by staff nurse Butterworth during intubation. So that's the answer, isn't it? However much she may try in the witness box to try and explain away what's very clear, a very clear admission that she saw blood right at the beginning. She admitted that in interview. The truth appears in what she actually was writing down at the time in the notes and to her friend Dr. A. The truth of it, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, is that she made a very damaging admission in that interview, which completely undermines her own case on this count. At the time of the interview, of course, she didn't know how important this point would be, and it all proves that she sabotaged Child N before the arrival of Dr. A. Tile 200, please. Quote, sorry if I was off during intubation. Bernie winds me up, faffing, etc. I like things to be tidy and calm, well, as much as possible. When you're thinking about whether it really was Bernie Butterworth who rang the father of Child N, just remember this text, ladies and gentlemen. Bernie Butterworth was getting on Lucy Letby's nerves that day. Who better to palm off responsibility onto than someone who's getting on your nerves? Dr. Gibbs came on duty at just before 1800 hours that evening. He told us about the contacts he'd had with the ENT specialist at the Countess of Chester and the team from Alderhay. Various contingencies were put in place. A plan was made to take Child N to surgery. And the next thing we have in the chronology is the note made by Lucy Letby at tile 294. Another milliliter of blood noted by Lucy Letby at 1800 hours. Dr. D told us that when the Alderhay team arrived, Lucy Letby was agitated. It's an interesting word to use of a nurse, isn't it? When the cavalry arrives, when the specialist team from Alderhay arrives to save this child, who nobody in Chester could intubate, Lucy Letby got agitated. Lucy Letby approached Dr. D a few times, saying, quote, who are these people? Who are these people? This runs completely contrary to what Lucy Letby said in interview at page 22. What she told the police was that she was relieved when the Alderhay team arrived. Well, relief is what you would expect, isn't it? Unless you had sabotaged the baby. Outside eyes. It's all part of the gaslighting, isn't it? You can gaslight the people you're with all the time if you're good at it. But independent people who come in from the outside sniff it out, don't they? That's why she was agitated. The Alderhay team was Doctors Potter, Lakin and the surgeon Miss Day and the ENT doctor Dr. Umesh, all of whom arrived at 19:15. Dr. D told us this was an emergency. From working alongside the doctors and nurses, Dr. D felt that Lucy Letby's behaviour was out of character from what she had previously experienced. But what Dr. D didn't know, of course, was that Lucy Letby knew very well who these other people were. Look at tile 281, please. This is a couple of hours before. Quote, awaiting NWTS with an ENT. 2 minutes later, tile 286, please. Had anaesthetics and ×4 consultants waiting for NWTS with ENT specialist. It mentions the eye gel, interestingly, doesn't it? It doesn't say he's been intubated there, does it? It says eye gel. Tile 297, please. Talking about the anaesthetic team. Lucy Letby knew very well who was on the way, didn't she? But she panicked when she saw them. Dr. D remembered Lucy Letby saying, quote, you seem quiet tonight, and Dr. D didn't understand why she was saying that. At 1940, Dr. Gibbs was discussing the position with his colleagues from Alderhay, his 3 colleagues from Alderhay plus other operating department technical staff near the entrance of Nursery 1. And someone in the nursery called for help for Child N. His SATs and his heart rate dropped. Doctors in a huddle talking about what to do, baby collapsing, yet another innocent coincidence. Nurse B said the doctors had all gone to the operating theatre to prepare. Whichever version you think is right, they were all distracted when Child N collapsed. Dr. Potter, the anaesthetist, knew Dr. Breary, and knowing Dr. Breary, he thought that because he'd been called, Dr. Potter had been called, it would be a real problem, and he came with his specialist equipment. He said he was in the room nearby with Dr. Laking preparing when Child N arrested. This is the arrest at the point that the other doctors are all being distracted. He used a laryngoscope, expecting to see a lot of blood. Didn't see it, and I think he said his phrase was, hit the hole, or something like that, and he got the tube in straight away. Child N's saturations improved. And when Dr. Potter was cross-examined, he confirmed that there was nothing to impede his efforts. But as you heard, Child N by that stage had had drugs to reduce the swelling. And also Dr. Potter was facing an arrest situation, in which the one thing he was interested in was hitting the hole. So as he said, even if there was a swelling, he might have easily have missed it in the emergency. Various forms of resuscitation were given. 6 doses of adrenaline between 1947 and 2009. And initially, Child N wasn't responding to the resuscitation. But thanks to the skill of the medical team, they brought him back. At the time, Dr. Gibbs' best guess, as he put it, was that this was a case of bleeding into the lungs. But as I've said before, we know that wasn't the case. So Child N is yet another baby who recovered dramatically once he got to Alderhay. Dr. Potter described his journey in Alderhay as, quote, fairly uneventful, and he had left the ITU within 3 days once he got there. You will remember Professor Kinsey giving evidence about this case. She excluded pulmonary hemorrhage, and it seemed to be conceded in the questioning of Professor Kinsey by the defence that this is not or was not a case of pulmonary hemorrhage. Professor Kinsey said Child N was in the moderate category of haemophilia, which made him more likely to bleed and trauma more likely to cause a bleed. But the bottom line, so far as Professor Kinsey's evidence we suggest was concerned, was that the blood seen by Dr. A at 8 o'clock could not have been spontaneous. So if there was blood at that time, somebody caused the bleeding. And that's why the issue of when Lucy Letby admitted that she first saw blood is so important. That's why we've gone to such convoluted lengths in an explanation from Lucy Letby in the witness box for her to try and explain this out as being something to do with the IGL airway at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in a situation where the documents are littered with her writing down she's seen blood, texts that she's seen blood. It is, we suggest, complete nonsense. One of the issues that was taken up with Dr. Bowen about the suggestion that there was some sort of violence inflicted on Child N was the suggestion, the querying of the absence of any external sign on Child N. Well, what we say about this, all very interesting, but when you take into account the evidence of Dr. Marna Reedis in the context of what happened to the babies O, P and R, you'll remember that he told you that it is frequent that small babies with internal injuries have no outward sign of force having been inflicted on them. So we suggest that that is a red herring. In relation to the events of the 15th of June, it won't have escaped your notice that both Dr. Evans and Dr. Bowen were asked questions on behalf of Lucy Letby on the basis that things started to deteriorate for Child N in the early hours of June 15th. We say that if you look at the events of June 15th on the basis that things deteriorated in the early hours of that day, it is to completely ignore the evidence of Nurse Percival Ward and the nursing note of Jennifer Jones-Key, which I've already dealt with. And this is why the point about Lucy Letby having destabilised Child N before she went off the night before is so important. So it comes to this, we suggest, that really one of the keys to the events of the 15th is whether or not Dr. A saw blood in Child N's airway before he tried to intubate him at 8 o'clock that morning. He says he did. We say he did. And if he did, it follows that somebody inevitably did something to Child N which caused that bleeding. When you put it in the context of all the throat injuries to all the other children who I've repeatedly listed for you, and in relation to whom I will give you a list at the end, we suggest there's only one reasonable conclusion to draw here, and that is that the person who injured Child N was undoubtedly Lucy Letby. We move on to the case of Child Q, born at 0409 hours on the 22nd of June 2016, and was doing just fine until he came into contact with Lucy Letby. He collapsed on day 4 of his life, which was June 25th, under her care. Was transferred the following day to Alderhay in Liverpool, then returned to Chester within a couple of days, having made a remarkable recovery. The mother of Child Q's statement was read to you on Friday the 31st of March. She had a difficult pregnancy. On the second day of life, Chris Booth told us that Child Q soon came off CPAP, but was not given enteral feeds due to bile-stained aspirates. Chris Booth described Child Q's progress as good and the shift as unremarkable. Dr. Gibbs reinforced this when he told us that even when he was on CPAP, Child Q didn't need supplemental oxygen. Overnight, the 23rd to the 24th of June, Tanya Downs told you that at 21:30 she got a 2ml bile and blood flecked aspirate. She checked Child Q's stomach and stopped his feeds. Before she had come on at 1800 hours, Child Q had had a, quote, full nappy MEC++. So we know that his bowels were working, and you understand the importance of that in this case. The day shift of Friday the 24th of June, the day Child P died. Nurse D looked after Child Q. He had a few suspected bradycardias, which in fact appear to have been false readings from a loose ECG lead. Otherwise, nothing unusual. On the night shift of the 24th to the 25th of June, Samantha O'Brien, who was a witness you saw for the first time on Monday the 3rd of April this year, she was working the night shift on the 24th to the 25th. She was a band 5 and she was Child Q's designated nurse. She told us Child Q's respiratory condition was stable. He was self-ventilating in air, had no increased work of breathing or respiratory distress. He was tolerating very small feeds, 1/2 of 1 ml every 2 hours. Dr. D was a registrar on that night shift. She was asked about a blood gas at 06:58 on June 25th and said that the pH was within normal limits for a preterm baby, as were the other readings. And she summed it up this way: I'd be happy with that blood gas. So taking stock, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the point 2 hours before Child Q's collapse. Although I should say the defence did not like the term collapse being used to describe what happened to Child Q. Child Q was in good shape. The day shift of Saturday, June 25th. Dr. Gibbs said he was in unusually early at 8 o'clock. When Lucy Letby came on duty, Child Q's abdomen was, quote, soft and non-distended. If we can go to tile 102, please. Lucy Letby's note for what the position was at the beginning of the shift, it's almost exactly halfway down what you can see on the screen there. So it's before the 0910 entry, quote, abdomen soft and non-distended. If we go to tile 87, please, this is the population distribution. You see there that Lucy Letby and Mary Griffith were the only nurses in nursery 2, and there were only 2 children in nursery 2. Lucy Letby also had the child BM in nursery 1, and Mary Griffith had other babies in both nurseries 3 and nursery 4. If we go to the neonatal review, please, lines 45 and 46, we can see there at 0830, Lucy Letby was taking readings for the observation chart and intensive care equipment chart for BM in nursery 1. At lines 50 and 51, Lucy Letby and Mary Griffith signed for MB, so the other way round, MB's medication, at 0832 to 0834. MB was in nursery 3. At some stage, not long after that, Mary Griffith left the neonatal unit. We know that Child Q collapsed just after Lucy Letby had been in physical contact with him. If we go to tiles 97 and 98, there we see the observations conducted at 0900. So in the third column in from the right, you will see there are gaps in the data, almost as if she was interrupted by something. I said a moment ago that Mary Griffith left the neonatal unit, because if we look at tile 99, actually, could we do 98 first? Just on the question of gaps in the data, at 9 o'clock, this. You see the 9 o'clock column there? No signature, more gaps. Going to 99, please. Mary Griffith came back at 0901. So on the question of whether Lucy Letby was interrupted, as I suggest, the arrival of Mary Griffith at that precise time is, we suggest, highly significant. We suggest that while her friend Mary Griffith was out of nursery 2, Lucy Letby took the opportunity to inject Child Q with clear liquid and air down the NGT. Just after this, Mary Griffith was doing observations, cares, changing nappy and doing a tube feed on the child, YM. She told us that she had her back to Lucy Letby, just as she had had her back to Child M when he collapsed on April 9th. You'll remember that Jennifer Jones-Key was feeding a baby in the same nursery when Child N had collapsed on the morning of July 15th when Lucy Letby came in early. There's 3 coincidences that the experts can't take into account. Returning to Child Q, Lucy Letby had been in the room when Mary Griffith started to feed YM, but she left. And as I said, the data in those tiles at 97 and 98 showed that when she left, she had done half a job. In interview, she said repeatedly that at the time of child Q's collapse, she was in nursery 1, and she was able to give the police the full name of the child BM from memory. You'll remember I asked her about this in evidence. She had not been given any notes relating to that child, and she remembered the name. So if you're wondering how good her memory is, she remembered that name from years earlier, but doesn't remember child D. She remembered BM because BM was her alibi. She remembers the things that suit her. If she remembers the name of BM, you might think she would remember the reason why she had to go to see BM, leaving the job with child Q half done, wouldn't you? We've already seen that she had sorted out BM at 8:30. On the 11th of November 2020, that police interview, Lucy Letby said that she needed to see BM because BM needed cares. But you'll remember her friend Mina Lapalainen, when she gave evidence, told us that cares are something that is done about every 4 hours. And the reason for that is so that the baby can rest. Lucy Letby had already disturbed BM at 8:30. And so we say that her reason given to the police in interview that she was doing cares for BM is nothing more than a hopeless excuse. You'll remember in cross-examination that when I asked her about this, Lucy Letby accepted that BM did not need a nappy change or anything like that, and she was at a loss to explain what she was actually doing with BM. So why did she lie to the police? My favourite question, why? The answer can only be because she doesn't want to admit why she left the room, and the reason for that is because she sabotaged child Q. Mary Griffith told us that Lucy Letby asked her to watch child Q because Lucy Letby intended to go and see the other child in nursery 1. So she was actually lying to her friend as well. That wasn't the reason for going. And as Nurse Griffith was doing a tube feed, child Q's alarm sounded. Mary Griffith noticed that Mina Lapalainen was at the desk, called for help because she had to make YM safe with the tube feed before she left. And she obviously wasn't texting her mates as she was doing it, was she? Mina Lapalainen intervened. Mary Griffith confirmed that she'd normally complete cares etc. before moving on to another child. And if that's right, it's another reason why Lucy Letby didn't leave child Q at that point to do something for another child. When asked what had happened, Mary Griffith's words were, quote, "I sucked him out because he had vomited." Using a machine, she said, while Mina Lapalainen did the neopuff. Mary Griffith then said that she withdrew when the doctors and Lucy Letby arrived to help. The first thing Mina Lapalainen knew of an issue was when Mary Griffith called for her. She went into child Q, and you'll remember I asked Mina Lapalainen whether Lucy Letby would have told her that she was leaving child Q, and she said no. That wasn't challenged in cross-examination. But you may think, if Lucy Letby was really considering omitting a feed for a child who was receiving minuscule amounts of milk every 2 hours on the basis that things had been recorded on a previous shift, which was another alternative explanation, the first thing she would have done would have been to escalate it to a shift leader. So that's not a possibility either, because she clearly hadn't fed child Q, had she? Well, she had not recorded feeding him his ½ milliliter, she had given him something else. If there was a problem with child Q, why would she leave it so long to speak to anybody about it? There wasn't a problem because there was no problem at handover. And when Lucy Letby made her note, which I've just shown you in the nursing notes, child Q is perfectly fine according to the nursing note. You'll remember the nursing note that Lucy Letby made that relates to the collapse though. She noted the fact that Mina Lapalainen had found child Q, and also that she, in other words Lucy Letby, had aspirated air ++ and that child Q was mottled. It's the 0910 entry that we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. It reads, quote, "Child Q attended to by staff nurse Lapalainen. He had vomited clear fluid. Vomited, remember again, nasally and from mouth. Desaturation and bradycardia, mottled ++. Neopuff and suction applied. Registrar Dr. A attended. Air ++ aspirated from NG tube." Here we see what we've seen before, don't we? Air ++ being aspirated from a desaturating baby. Air that wasn't there just before the desaturation, remarkably. And do you remember also that Nurse Lapalainen told us that so concentrated was she on getting Child Q's breathing restored that she didn't even see the aspiration of all the air or the mottling. So in an emergency, people don't always notice mottling, do they? You might want to bear that in mind when you're considering the defence criticisms of doctors about varying descriptions of flitting rashes or failing to note them at the time. Dr. A was called in. It's TAL 103. Quote, call to NNU at 0917. He told you that he had been on the children's ward doing a ward round at the time. Do you remember what happened with one of the children OP&R? Dr. A wasn't on the unit, he was on the paediatric ward, and a crisis emerged thanks to Lucy Letby, which resulted in the arrival of Dr. A. The next thing, ladies and gentlemen, is the discharge letter that I'd like to deal with, please. It's TAL 310. This refers to a profuse vomit with desaturation. So this is the letter that Dr. A wrote to the hospital to which Child Q was sent. Dr. A said that it's very important to get the information in the transfer letter accurate, and because he wasn't there when this happened, it must follow, mustn't it, that Dr. A was given this information by the nursing staff. There had been a profuse vomit. When he was shown Child Q's blood gas, Dr. A confirmed that at 06:58 it had been good. He said that the gas at 09:56, which is in Dr. A's notes and on the gas chart under Lucy Letby's initials, showed a respiratory acidosis. So far as the gas results are concerned, the one immediately before the event is fine. The one straight after the event shows a problem, a breathing problem. Dr. A's examination continued for quite some time. He arrived at 09:17 and he was there until after 10:10, which is the time a saline bolus was given. Child Q was put onto CPAP and treated for presumed infection. This was not some minor desaturation, ladies and gentlemen. It was something that diverted Dr. A from the children's ward for an hour. We'll come to the reasons why I'm stressing this in a moment. The bolus of saline improved Child Q's perfusion, but Dr. A queried in the notes whether the poor gas at 9:56 might have been the result of Child Q having inhaled some vomit. Do you remember that? Although that eventually apparently was excluded by a later X-ray. He told us, did Dr. A, that NEC in Child Q at this stage wasn't a realistic consideration. Dr. Gibbs thought that he'd been told about that incident with Child Q later that morning, and he told us that Child Q's collapse was not in keeping with a little baby who was getting tired. If we go to TAL 240, please, you'll remember that message sent by Lucy Letby that evening. Quote, do I need to be worried about what Dr. Gibbs was asking? Dr. Gibbs said to you that he remembered he had a heightened concern, as he put it, about what was going on the neonatal unit. Lucy Letby clearly had a heightened concern that people were working out what she was up to. Dr. Gibbs thought that he'd spoken to Mary Griffith and or Mina Lapalainen at about the time he reviewed Child Q, and had asked who was looking after Child Q at the time he deteriorated. And he did that, he said, bearing in mind that word would get round amongst the nurses that he'd been asking. Lucy Letby's text messages proved that Dr. Gibbs' instinct was absolutely right. We suggest he was also right when he said that Child Q's collapse was not in keeping with a little baby who was getting tired, because Child Q had been sabotaged by Lucy Letby. The coincidence of her disappearance from the room for no good reason supports the inference that we suggest you may confidently draw. When you're considering whether or not this was a collapse, ask yourselves why, if it wasn't, as the defence suggested to witnesses, the defence suggestion this wasn't a collapse, you'll remember that. Why was Dr. Gibbs so interested in what had happened at the time? We allege that Lucy Letby had tried to kill Child Q and had tried to create the impression that this collapse had happened when she wasn't there. Afterwards, there is a bit of important evidence in the couple of shifts later, so I'll just summarise those briefly. The night shift that follows, Amy Davies looked after Child Q and said he was stable overnight. Dr. D reviewed Child Q at 00:30 on the 26th, said his blood gas was acceptable, but he was very unsettled. Although there was nothing that made her suspicious he was having a seizure. She said there were some respiratory issues later in the shift whilst Child Q was on a ventilator, although it was thought that this issue might be secondary to the fact he was sleeping, and that was confirmed by Dr. Gibbs. So far as the events of the Sunday were concerned, on the 26th, Nurse Kate Bissell took over from Amy Davies. She added nothing, and Dr. A was on the day shift again. He examined Child Q about 24 hours after the collapse, and he noted there was some bile in the orogastric tube and no audible bowel sounds, and he could feel small loops of bowel at that stage. You'll remember that there's an X-ray that shows dilated loops of bowel, and that's why Child Q was then transferred to Alderhay in Liverpool at 18:20 that day. And it's clear that as that day shift proceeded, there was an evolving issue which justified transfer. But we say that is all irrelevant to what has happened 24 hours earlier. Dr. Benjamin Lakin told us about what happened at Alderhay when Child Q was assessed. It was thought he was stable. He was on a combination of antibiotics, which are standard for NEC, but by the following day, on the 27th, his abdomen had normalised. He was taken off the ventilator and he was sent back to Chester. So yet another child who, when they escape from the orbit of Lucy Letby, seems to have a remarkable recovery. When you're thinking about the question of collapse and whether the defence's poo-pooing of this being a collapse is right, you'll remember, I'm sure, the evidence of Dr. Catherine Davis, who gave us a summary of his current condition. He has a mild right-sided hemiplegia, weakness and a developmental delay. And Dr. Davis' evidence was supplemented by Dr. Stiveros, who said that the imaging of Child Q's brain, the unusual findings in Child Q's brain, can be explained by a hypoxic ischemic event on June 25th. This was a serious event. Professor Arthurs dealt with the radiology on Thursday, April 20th. He told us that a radiograph, which was marked as having been taken at 5:05 on the 26th, although you remember there was some doubt about the time of this particular image, shows abnormalities which could be interpreted as early signs of NEC. There's another radiograph that was taken at 2022, which had showed things were settling. He said it wasn't possible to make a diagnosis of NEC from a radiograph unless things were really bad. And we know one has to look at the clinical picture, and that things rapidly got better for Child Q when he got away from Lucy Letby. Dr. Evans gave evidence on the afternoon of April 6th, and he was taken to task for three things. First, it was suggested to Dr. Evans that his suggestion of someone having injected fluid down the NGT was a, quote, a late addition to his opinion, and that Dr. Evans had, quote, added fluid to it now because, in fact, having gone through this trial as we have and heard the evidence, you know that Air++ can be explained by the neopuffing. So this was the suggestion being put to Dr. Evans. Second, it was suggested that he had taken the word profuse to use as a reason there was something abnormal. And third, he was criticised for saying that Child Q had crashed. And it was suggested to Dr. Evans on behalf of Lucy Letby that, quote, that is a gross exaggeration of what we're dealing with. Well, this is a child that suffered a brain injury, ladies and gentlemen. We suggest that all those criticisms were unfair and misguided. Dr. Evans had first raised the issue of a clear fluid in his report dated the 21st of October. He wasn't raising it for the first time in the witness box. You'll remember that once the allegation was put to him in cross-examination, so discombobulated was Dr. Evans, that he had to be taken back to his report that he had written in 2021 to remember that he'd actually put it all in a report 2 years ago, or 18 months ago. So much for making it up on the hoof. The word profuse comes from Dr. A's discharge letter. It's not an invention of Dr. Evans. That's the evidence. And where did it come from for Dr. A to put it in the discharge letter? From the nurses. And who was the designated nurse? So Dr. Evans was getting it in the neck for repeating something that was in the evidence. Finally, so far as the description of Child Q's event, as I will call it, let's just remind ourselves of the text conversation between Lucy Letby and Dr. A on Wednesday the 6th of July. It's tile 163 in the post-indictment texts. Quote, Child Q's care is going to be reviewed on Thursday as well because of acute deterioration. And Lucy Letby's response, that makes sense. A child whose brain damage can be explained by a hypoxic ischemic event on the 25th of June 2016, according to the Professor of Neuroradiology at the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. A crash, acute deterioration, you take your pick, ladies and gentlemen. It's the same thing we suggest. And to criticise Dr. Evans' description is, we suggest, unfair when you look at Lucy Letby and Dr. A, what they were saying and doing at the time of these events. Dr. Evans also said that if there was a significant quantity of clear fluid vomited and aspirated from child Q, then that is not explicable by any naturally occurring illness or condition. Child Q wasn't sickening for an infection. If this had been an intestinal issue, the vomit would have contained bile. It would not have been clear. And Dr. Evans said he was also suspicious of the volume of air that Lucy Letby recorded as having aspirated from child Q, although he accepted the possibility that air can be introduced by a neopuff. But, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to look at this logically. If the air was introduced to child Q by the resuscitation and there was no clear fluid, it was all mucus, as was being suggested by the defence, what was it that caused child Q to collapse in the first place? He had no naturally occurring problem at that time sufficient to cause that extremity of collapse. And that's why the defence don't like the use of the word crash, because they say there's nothing to see here, don't they? In considering the question of the clear fluid and its presence, you're also entitled, we say, to take account of the notes that were being made at the time. Tol 101. This is Mina Lapalainen's writing. Baby found to be very mucousy, clear mucus from oropharynx removed, clear fluid plus. There is a distinction, isn't there, on the face of the note between mucus and clear fluid. O2 via neopuff given post-suctioning, NGT used to aspirate stomach by nurse LL. The Lucy Letby note at tile 102, child Q attended to by, we've already dealt with this but I'll just remind you, nurse Lapalainen. He had vomited clear fluid nasally and from mouth, mottled plus, air plus aspirated from NG tube. Ladies and gentlemen, we suggest that you can be confident from all that contemporaneous material recorded at the time, that what came out of child Q at 0910 on the 25th of June was not just mucus. You can be sure that someone had pumped him with clear fluid, because giving him excess milk wasn't an option, was it? Because he was only on 1/2 of 1 ml every 2 hours. So if he produced a milky vomit, everybody would be suspicious, wouldn't they? Dr. Bowen told us that if there was clear fluid plus, there was no innocent explanation for that, and she made it clear that it is uncommon for babies to vomit, desaturate, become mottled and need resuscitation. Dr. Bowen made it clear that the observation chart showed that whatever happened at 0910 was an acute event. She described it, she said, quote, something happened over minutes to cause that change. And that's why the absence of Mary Griffith in the immediate time before the incident becomes so important. She made the point, did Dr. Bowen, that the observation chart timed at 9 o'clock by Lucy Letby, in which nothing untoward was recorded alongside the events of 9:10, with the record either of lots of mucus or lots of mucus with clear fluid, whichever you prefer, simply doesn't make sense. One of the most important things that Dr. Bowen said about this case was that, quote, if there was clear fluid plus, that cannot have been the milk that he had earlier. So the idea that this was something which was related either to NEC or to food intolerance simply doesn't make sense. And she also said that if child Q had NEC, he got well too quickly. He recovered too quickly. A picture that you have now seen in a lot of these cases. So that brings me almost to the end. I've deliberately not spent a great deal of time on the handover sheets. You know what it is we say about that. And we suggest that Lucy Letby was not prepared to be truthful about them. In a sentence, the fact that she was not prepared to tell you the truthful reason must be because the truth doesn't help her. It's that simple. As for the notes, her handwritten notes, you heard detailed evidence from Lucy Letby on the 2nd of May about why they were written. Again, our point is very, very simple. Those notes contain admissions. You know, Lucy Letby said that part of the reason they were written was because of her isolation from her friends, and we have categorically proved that was a lie. She has offered no alternative. Again, the fact that she's not been prepared to be truthful about her reasons for writing the notes must be because the truth doesn't help her. A simple point. As she left the neonatal unit, Lucy Letby put in a lying datix form. I dealt with the one concerning the cases of child O, P and R. I have not dealt yet, other than in passing, with the JA one, and it's important. It's Lucy Letby, we say, getting her defence in first. She knew the net was closing. The text to and from Dr. A in the post-indictment sequence, I'm not going to go through those, but they clearly show, don't they, that she knew there was going to be an investigation. So she was putting in a form containing a lie, which tells you what was going through her head at the time. If I can just show you this one, please. The purpose of putting this in, ladies and gentlemen, is to create the impression that air embolus could have arisen on the neonatal unit as a result of poor practice. That's the point of this. It's no coincidence. It's a calculated attempt by a devious woman to deflect suspicion. You know it's false, not only because of the way Lucy Letby dealt with it in cross-examination, but also if you look at the details, you can see that the alleged problem wasn't actually spotted until 1500 hours, 3 p.m. You know the shift system. You know this is one of her patients. You know she would have been on duty from 8 o'clock that morning. The idea that if she was doing her job or anything approaching her job properly, she wouldn't have spotted that there was a bung missing off an intravenous line between 8 o'clock and 1500 hours is, we suggest, completely incredible. Before these air emboluses started, she'd just done a course in which you saw the paperwork and she had written down about the dangers of air embolus. At the end of this process, in which she was injecting children with air, here she is doing the same thing in a different form to give herself something to rely on. It speaks for itself, doesn't it? Now, just before I finish, I want to give you some lists, please. The 10 children who collapsed but had good air entry into their lungs, but their saturations were dropping. Child A, Child C, Child D, Child G in the first sequence for Child G at tile 8, Child H event 2, Child I event 3, Child I event 4, Child M tile 182, Child O in the 2 collapses, the first referred to by Dr. B in the sequence at tile 218 and Dr. A at 219, the second by Dr. B at tile 238, Child P tile 539. Children who had bleeding or other unusual signs in their throat when the medical staff looked down their windpipes in preparation for intubation. You might want to put bleeding and throat. Child C, the evidence of Dr. Davis and Dr. Beach. Child E, if you accept the evidence of the mother of child E and F, because there was no injury in his mouth, the blood must have come up from underneath. Child G, seen by Dr. Ventress. Child H, seen by Shelley Tomlins, Child N, seen by Dr. A, and then Dr. Maybury's evidence about the epiglottis. You move on to the unusual rashes. Child A, seen by Dr. Harkness, who said it was similar to Child E, by Nurse A, who said it was similar to Child B, and by Dr. J. Ram, who said it was similar to Child M. Child B, Dr. Lambie, Nurse A, who said it was similar to Child A, same point as before, and Lucy Letby, who said it was a little bit similar to Child A's appearance the day before. Child D, seen by Caroline Oakley, Catherine Percival Ward, and Dr. Emily Thomas, Dr. Matthew Brunton, and Dr. Elizabeth Newby. Child E, seen by Dr. Harkness, who said it was similar to Child A. Child I, seen by Ashley Hudson and Dr. Gibbs. Child M, seen by Dr. J. Ram, similar to Child A. Child O, seen by Dr. Breary and the father of Child O, P and R. And finally Child H, seen by the father of Child H. Children who suffered life-threatening collapses out of nowhere and then recovered very quickly. Child B, Child D collapse 1 at midnight. Child H, both collapses. Child I, event 1 on the 30th of September and event 2 on the 13th of October. Child I, the initial collapse at midnight on the 22nd into the 23rd, the one where we say Lucy Letby altered the records on HS's infusion. Child M at 1600 hours on April 9th. Child N, first collapse on June 3rd. Child O, 1555 on June 23rd. Child P, collapses 1 and 2 on June 24th. Children who collapsed or had serious events within a few minutes of their designated nurse going on a break or leaving the room. Child C, see Sophie Ellis. Child D, see Caroline Oakley. Child G1, see Nurse E. Child I2, see Ashley Hudson. The 13th of October also see her final decline on October 23rd, when Ashley Hudson was out of the room and came back to find Lucy Letby standing over her with her hands in the incubator. Child N number 1 on June 3rd. Child P, collapse 3, the tea room collapse. This is a slightly different. It's when the doctors were out of the room because, of course, Lucy Letby was the designated nurse. A slight variation on the theme, of course, is Child Q, which I've just explained to you, where Lucy Letby herself got out of the room. Premature babies who were heard to be screaming or crying uncharacteristically at the time of collapse. Child D, Dr. Brunton. Child E, the mother of Child E and F. Child I, Ashley Hudson. Child N, Dr. Locknane. Children who have worried other nurses, but who Lucy Letby suggested were all right just before a final or fatal collapse. Child I, see Ashley Hudson. Child O, see Melanie Taylor. Children who collapsed shortly after being visited by their parents. Child B, Child H both times. Child I, number 1 on the 30th of September. Child M on April 9th. Child N in the afternoon of June 15th, Child O, June 23rd, Child P on June 24th. Children who recovered quickly when taken to other hospitals. This is all of them, by the way. This is all the children who were taken to other hospitals. Child H, Child I after her 3rd collapse, Child N, Child Q, Child K. Cases where we say Lucy Letby participated inappropriately in post-death bereavement procedures. Child C, Child I, Child O. 2 children poisoned with insulin, Child L and Child F. If anyone tries to tell you that there's no similarity between these cases, ladies and gentlemen, you've got a list of some of these similarities now, haven't you? We say, I'm not going to deal with the false medical notes and give you a list of those, because that's up to your determination as to whether the notes are false. You'll have to make the factual findings there, okay? I thought about giving you that list, but I thought that's really for you, not for me. We say that if Lucy Letby had not sabotaged them, Child A, Child C, Child D, Child E, Child I, Child O, and Child P would have all gone home. But Lucy Letby murdered them. She tried to murder Child B, Child F, Child G, Child H, Child J, Child K, Child L, Child M, Child N, and Child Q. That's our case, and you'll let us know if we're right. Thank you.